Hello everyone, Stefan here. This will be the introductory video to the Sicilian defense, and I'm finally starting a series on the Sicilian after finishing the French defense. And the Sicilian defense is by far the most popular opening in chess today, and it has been so for the last 20 or 30 years, I believe, ever since it overran e5 as the most popular response to e4, to the king's pawn opening. And during the last 20 or 30 years, the Sicilian has been upgraded 100-fold, and the theory has advanced so much that nowadays I don't believe there's a single grandmaster that knows all the theory in the Sicilian defense. There are numerous lines to cover and numerous variations, and in this video I'm going to go over each one of them briefly and just give you an overview of what can be played in the Sicilian defense for both sides, and I'm also going to give you the main ideas for both sides, the main plans, traps, etc. And a separate video is going to be made on each separate variation in great detail. So each of the variations which you can see listed on the right side of the screen will be covered in detail in a separate video, and you can see the variations listed in the description below, a bit more better written, because I don't have enough room on screen to do that properly here. So check out the description below for more information. You can also find the timings for each variation and switch to one which you need the most or you want to see first. Okay, so let's begin. So after e4 for white, black chooses to play c5, the Sicilian defense, and once c5 is played, this is the Sicilian, and it can't be you can't get out of the Sicilian after c5. Now what black is doing with c5, he's trying to challenge the center sort of indirectly. Playing e5 on move 1 is of course following what white is doing symmetrically, and it is the most sensible move theoretically, because it opens up the bishop, it opens up the queen, and it does most work for the development of black's pieces. The move c5 on the other hand doesn't do any of that. Firstly, the move is only helping to develop the queen. Nothing is being done for king safety and king development and king side development. So black is going to have to work for that. Secondly, black is challenging the center from the flank, and that means that black is most commonly going to have the queen side to work on, and white is going to have the king side to work on. And white's attack is going to be concentrated on the king side, black's attack is going to be concentrated on the queen side. Now in practice, what happens after the Sicilian, in most open Sicilian games, which are the Najdorf and many other variations, which are the most popular ones, white's d pawn gets traded away for black's c pawn on this square. And once that happens, if you imagined these two pawns not being on the board, you can see that black has traded his flank pawn for white's central pawn. Now, even though all the pawns are worth 1 point at the start of the game, one could argue that central pawns have a higher value, because one that has more central control, which is most often achieved by pawns, has an advantage. So you would say that in any endgame, or late middle game, once the pieces get traded off, black is going to be better because he is going to have more central pawns, because black is going to have his e pawn and his d pawn, and white is going to have his e pawn and his c pawn. So black has the central pawn majority in most cases. The other thing is that once black has committed to playing c5, he's going to have to play several pawn moves in the following 10 moves in the opening in order to solidify his position. So black is either playing e6, d6, a6, or g6 in some variations, a combination of these moves, while at the same time white isn't making that many pawn moves, white is developing pieces. So the basic idea of the Sicilian for white is to get as much initiative going as possible out of the opening, because white is always going to have a lead development, greater initiative, and more attacking chances at the start. So if white is able to capitalize on his advantage in the opening, then white is going to be better. If black manages to survive the opening, if black plays properly and gets to trade off some pieces and gets into an endgame, black is going to be better because of his positional advantage of the central pawn majority. So this is the basic idea of the opening in theory. Now, I'm going to be covering several key moves, all the key moves that is. Firstly, the first move which we are going to look at for white is knight to f3, which is by far the most popular move. Secondly, we are going to go over knight to c3, which leads to closed Sicilian positions. We are going to look at c3, which is the c3 Sicilian or the Alpine Sicilian. We are going to look at f4, which is the McDonald attack, a very aggressive way for white to play, similar to the Grand Prix attack. And we're going to look at d4, the Smith-Morra gambit. So, since knight to f3 on move 2 is the most common move, let's go over the alternatives first. Once again, a separate video is going to be made on each individual variation, and you can find the variations listed in the description below with the timing to each one in the video, so you can skip to them if you wish to do so. So, knight to f3 will be covered last. Let's go over knight to c3 first. Knight to c3 is called the closed Sicilian because white, in many cases, doesn't plan to play d4. Once d4 is played, that's the open Sicilian, and that's most commonly played after two knight to f3. Now, to knight to c3, black basically has one good move, and that's knight to c6. He could also play e6 or d6, but knight to c6 is considered most solid, and this is the traditional closed Sicilian. Now to this, white has several moves. Firstly, the closed Sicilian begins after g3, the fianchetto variation of the closed Sicilian, and this is the most sensible way for white to play. Now white is playing g3, we have g6, bishop g2, bishop g7, d3, d6, a fairly symmetrical position in which after bishop e3, rook to b8, black is, as I said, planning to have an attack on the queen side, white is going to do the same on the king side, often playing the move f4, knight to f3, or castling and developing the knight to f3. So in this position, if you are comfortable in the King's Indian attack setups and ready opening, this is quite similar to that. And the closed Sicilian is much different to the normal open Sicilian lines, such as the Schweshnikov or the Najdorf from the Scheveningen. So g3 is the most sensible move. After knight to c6, the second most common move is bishop to b5. And this move is trying to relinquish black of his central control because of the knight here. Now, if white manages to trade the light squared bishop for this knight, then after the moves d3, f4, knight to f3, and castles, white is going to have a better minor piece, because this bishop needs to get out of the pawn chain and gets traded off, because it's only a nuisance in white's position. So to this, black will most commonly reply with knight to d4, bishop to c4, saving the bishop, e6, knight g to e2, knight f6, castles, a6, d3, b5. Once again, black is attacking on the queen side, white is planning an attack on the king side. This bishop is not threat, of course, after bishop to b3, knight takes b3, a takes b3, bishop to b7. White has traded his worst piece on the board. Even though black has the bishop pair, one could argue that the bishop on b7 isn't as useful because the light squares are blocked, and white is going to play f4 and queen to e1, queen to h4, and have an attack on the king side. So that's the basic plan. Now the third most common move after knight to c6 is a slightly more aggressive variation of this, and that's the move f4. This is the Grand Prix attack. Now f4 is immediately planning to play knight to f3, bishop here once again, sometimes in some positions bishop to e2 and d3 without trading off the bishop, because this bishop could be useful in defense, but if you manage to trade it for the c6 knight, that will benefit white more. But in the Grand Prix, that's not usually what happens. Now after f4, g6, knight f3, bishop g7, bishop to b5, knight d4, castles, knight takes b5, knight takes b5, d5. This is, let's say, the starting position. Once again, I'm going to go into much more detail in a separate video about the Grand Prix. This is just to give you an idea of what the opening is. You can see once again that white is planning a kingside attack, black is yet to develop, white has a lead in development, of course, and both sides have something to play for, but the Grand Prix is perhaps the most aggressive way for white to play. Okay, so after e4, c5, we just went over knight to c3, the closed Sicilian. The move c3 is the Alpine Sicilian, or the c3 Sicilian. in which white is simply reinforcing the move d4 with the c3 pawn. And this is a slower way to play the Sicilian. Black is already considered to have equalized in this position, but the engine analysis in the opening isn't really something you should trust. Here, in this position, black has two moves. Black can either play knight to f6, or black can play d5. Now, after knight to f6, e5, of course, chasing the knight away, you might think that this resembles the Ayokin a bit, and it does. Knight to d5, d4, c takes d4, knight to f3, knight to c6, c4, d6. This is the starting position of the Alpine Sicilian, and let's say bishop to c4, which is the most common move. White, of course, has a lot more central control, but it can be disrupted easily with a move such as d takes e, and both sides have something to play for. But if your opponent is not prepared for this, in its own right, the move c3 could be a great surprise weapon to inexperienced Sicilian players. Now, knight to b6 should be played, bishop to d5, d takes c5, knight takes c5, bishop to d7, knight takes d7, queen takes d7. Once again, you can see that the position is fairly imbalanced, but both sides have something. White has the bishop pair, and white has the isolated pawn, which black can attack easily. Now, in this position, it's already not that easy to defend pawn. You have to play moves such as bishop to e3, and you can see that white likes development in this position as well. But once again, a fairly balanced position in which both sides have something to play for. After c3, if black doesn't play knight to f6, he can play d5. This is a more aggressive way to face the c3 Sicilian. Here, white is best advised to take, so e takes d5, queen takes d5, d4, knight f6, knight to f3, bishop g4, bishop e2, e6. This is the starting position, and this is called the barman attack, and it's a fun variation to play with both sides, and especially in blitz chess. Now, as in all variations, this is equal out to the opening, and if you know the theory, you will have an advantage generally over your opponent. Once again, it will be covered in a separate video. Okay, let's go back. After e5, c5, two very aggressive ways to play are the McDonald attack with f4, neglecting any opening or development, and just going straight for the attack. And black is best advised to play d5, gaining central control, e takes d5, knight to f6, not taking with the queen because knight to c3 gains the tempo, bishop d5 check, bishop d7, bishop takes, queen takes. This is the starting position. You can see that white has disrupted his development slightly. Black has 2-1 lead, 3-2 lead in development, and white doesn't have a single piece developed, but white is going to have a lot of attacking chances. So, as a surprise weapon, and especially in blitz chess, playing the move f4 is a great weapon. Okay, one more, c5. After c5, white could also go for the Smith-Morra gambit, and the Smith-Morra gambit is the move d4, and this is considered to be one of the most aggressive ways for white to play, and it's a very good way, theoretically justified, and even the engines think it's a good move. And of course, the most challenging way for black to play is to take the pawn, so c takes d4, c3, it's a full pawn sacrifice, so black has to take, d takes c3, knight takes c3, knight to c6, knight to f3, e6, bishop c4, and once again, you can see, even though white has given up a pawn, white has 3 pieces developed, black has only 1, and black has to play moves such as a6 to prevent the knight coming to b5 and after white castles. I'm sure that this lead in development more than compensates for one pawn, and if you're an attacking player, if you like attacking chess, then try the Smith-Morra gambit. It's a very fun variation to play. So knight g2 e7 should be played, bishop g5, f6, and you can already see that with a move such as f6, black has to compromise in the position and weaken his kingside. But if you don't play f6, then it's really hard to develop. Playing moves such as g6, bishop to g7 weakens the dark squares permanently, and black is going to be in a lot of trouble. So if black doesn't know what he's doing in the Smith-Morra, then white will have a great time and an easy time winning despite the loss of a pawn. Okay, so these were the sidelines, you can say, after the move c5. Firstly, knight to c3, the close Sicilian, c3, the Alpine Sicilian, f3, the McDonald attack, d4, the Smith-Morra gambit. Now let's go back to the basics. e4, c5, knight to f3, the mainline Sicilian going into the open Sicilian, and this is where the theory branches out. Now, we are going to look at 6 responses by black. We are going to go over d6 on move to knight to c6, e6, g6, a6, and knight to f6. Now, firstly, the most common move, d6. d6 is probably the most often played move in the Sicilian, and after d6, the line is pretty much forced. d4 will be played by white, c takes d4. Now, white could capture with the queen here. I'm going to cover that in a separate video. But much more often white captures with the knight, so knight takes d4, knight to f6, knight to c3. Let's go over one sideline first. A variation which I play against the Sicilian is the prince variation, which is the move f3 instead of knight to c3. Now, in this variation, you are basically waiting with the move knight to c3, and you have to defend d4, so you do it with the pawn in order to be able to play c4 and just then play knight to c3. But this is very risky for white, and if black knows what he's doing, then white is going to be in a lot of trouble. Now, firstly, if black goes for lines such as a6, trying to get into the knight off, then white is simply better with c4, and black has a strategically losing game after a6, c4, so a6 should never be played. If white plays f3 against you instead of knight to c3 on move 5, then you have to try to punish that, and the way to punish that is with the move e5. So e5, knight to b3. d5 should be played immediately, because if black achieves d5 in the Sicilian, that means that he's okay. So if you can play d5 and go unpunished, then you should always do that. Bishop to g5 here by white winning the knight, d4, c3 challenging the center, knight to c6, bishop to b5 winning the knight, h6, bishop takes, queen takes, c d4, bishop b4 check to make sure you can recapture the pawn because your knight is pinned. So knight 1 to d2, e takes d4, a3, bishop d6, and in this position, black has an advantage, obviously. Black has a passed pawn on d4. Even though the material is equal, I think black's bishop pair and the passed pawn give him a lot of attacking chances. So this is the best way to punish the move f3. And if white knows what he's doing, then very often white is going to be okay from here. And obviously I played the move f3, so I'm prepared for this exact position, and I have analyzed it 10 moves in depth from here. And white can be okay. But black has more than equalized. So if your opponent plays the move f3 or move 5, remember that you have to play e5, knight b3, and then d5 immediately, gaining central control. But let's go back. After knight to f6, by far the most common move is knight to c3. After knight to c3, this is where the game branches out. And after knight to c3, there are basically I think 5 major variations which branch out from here, and we're going to go over all of them. Firstly, that's a6. A6 is the Najdorf, and the Najdorf is going to be covered in 2 videos, maybe even in 3 videos. I'm just going to give you several moves which white can play here. I think the most common move still is bishop to g5. I think that's the most solid variation. This is the main line Najdorf. White could also play bishop to c4, bishop to e2, bishop to d3, h3, or bishop to e3. And all of these variations have a separate name. All of these variations have been so heavily analyzed that the top grandmasters, namely Maxim Pashielegraf, who is the best Najdorf player in the world, probably knows all of them and many more in great depth. So I'm going to try to cover them properly in separate videos. I'm not even going to go into any theory in this video. So that would be the Najdorf. After knight to c3, so a6 is the most common move of the knight. G6 is the dragon variation, the second most popular variation of the Sicilian, probably named the dragon because this structure resembles a dragon for some reason, I'm not sure. And here, white once again has several options. We are going to go over to the dragon in detail, but here I'm just going to show you the most common lines: bishop to e3, knight to c6, f3. White is defending the d4 pawn with f3, and white is going to castle queenside, black is going to castle kingside, and white is going to attack via the h file, and black is going to do the same via the c file. So h5, queen d2, knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, bishop h6. This is just one example of how the game could go, how the games could go. But once again, we're going to go in detail in this video. So after knight to c3, a6 is the knight, g6 is the dragon, knight to c6 is a very nice move. This is the classical Sicilian. And after knight to c6, once again, I'm going to show you only one line. So bishop to g5, that's the main line. In the classical Sicilian, e6, queen to d2, bishop to e7, castles queenside, castles kingside, f4. This is a very fun variation to play, and I think that if you know the theory in this line, then with white, then black is in trouble, because even though the engines would say it's equal, I think white has a lot more attacking chances. And if you manage to catch black off guard, then you could easily have a nice win. So after knight to c3, a6 is the knight, g6 is the dragon, knight to c6 is the classical, and e6 is probably the second most common move. This is the Scheveningen Sicilian, and this has been so popular during the 80s and 90s. I think this was the most popular variation of the Sicilian. To e6 to the Scheveningen, white has 4 moves, and white has a fairly aggressive repertoire to choose from. Firstly, the most aggressive move is g4, and the most fun move, of course. To this, black needs to respond with h6 and then h4. You can see what's coming. After e6, if white wants to be more passive, then he could go bishop to e2, and after bishop e7 castles, or he could go after e6 bishop to e3, a6 f3, and once again planning to castle queenside, and playing a hybrid in between a Najdorf and a dragon and a Scheveningen, something strange, but this is a good setup for white. And another move in the Scheveningen that white would go for is the move f4. And f4 is once again a very aggressive move, so after a6 queen to f3, white is most commonly going to castle kingside still, but he's going to have a lot of pressure in the center and along the f file. So that's the Scheveningen variation of the Sicilian. Now, let's go back. On move 2, after knight to f3, so if white plays d6, if black plays d6 on move 2, then we can enter the prince variation, the Najdorf variation, the dragon variation, the classical variation, or the Scheveningen variation. Now let's go over some other moves. After knight to f3, of course, black doesn't have to play knight to, but black doesn't have to play d6. If he chooses knight to c6, that's the second most common move, and this is called the Old Sicilian. And plenty of interesting variations can branch out from this move. Now, firstly, white could either go for d4, so c4, knight d4, this is the most common line, or white would go for the move bishop to b5, and this is the second most common variation. This is the Nejmedinov Rosolima attack in the Sicilian, and this is once again going to be covered in a separate video, because there's a whole separate theoretical book on just on this line. But let's go over the main line. So knight c6, d4, c4, knight d4. Now, black once again gets to choose from 3 moves. Knight to f6 is the most common line, and the knight to f6 is the open Sicilian, the open Old Sicilian. So knight to c3, e5 should be played here by black, once again chasing the knight away and trying to get some initiative. Now, the most common move is knight to d to b5. d6 should be played, and this now transposes to many similar variations, but once again, black has a plan of trying to castle here, white has to attack while he has time, and black is putting a lot of pressure on the d6 pawn, obviously. Black has a weakness though on the d5 square, so an imbalanced position. Okay. So after cd4, knight to d4, we just went over knight to f6. Black could also go for g6, which is a very fun idea to play, and this is called the Accelerated Dragon. And I have played 2 or 3 games against the Accelerated Dragon in the last month, so you can check them out on the channel if you'd like. And this is the setup I play and the main line and the most common setup against the Accelerated Dragon. So white should seize the moment and play c4. This is called the Morozzi bind against the Accelerated Dragon. And this is the most problematic way for white to play, for black to face white's position. And black is lacking control in the center. You can see that black is never pretty much able to play the move d5, which is his main idea, and black is going to be content with some piece activity along the flanks and along the diagonals. So bishop d7, bishop e3, knight to f6, knight to c3 castles, bishop e2, d6 castles. Here I usually go for kingside castling. I think this is much more solid because you're going to have some plans of putting something on the d5 square, which is black's main weakness. If black at any point plays the move e5, then this is a permanent weakness. And you can see both visually and practically that in this position, white has a lot more chances. Now, of course, the position is not lost for black. There are a lot of ideas for black, and this is what has been analyzed for the last 50 years, probably, to find something for black. And there are some variations in which black could have very dangerous attacking ideas. Now, bishop e7 should be played here, queen d2, knight takes d4, bishop d4, bishop to c6. This is just one variation. Once again, both sides have the bishop pair. White has a lot more control in the center. He's preventing the move d5. But black isn't lost, black has some chances. But I think that white is better in this line. Still, you can't ever tell Accelerated Dragon players that they are worse in the opening, which is basically true theoretically. Okay, so after knight c6, d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, we just went over knight to f6, which is the classical, g6, which is the Accelerated Dragon, and now we are going to go over e5. e5 is a great move. This is the Leventhal variation of the Sicilian defense, and this move avoids the common problems that black has in some other variations, branching out from knight to c6, and it immediately challenges white's central control and chases the knight away. So knight to b5 is the best move. You have to play d6, which is now controlling the square d6 indirectly, because if you allow knight to d6 check, bishop takes, queen takes, then white is simply better. So d6, knight 1 to c3, a6 chasing knight away, knight to a3, b5, and of course you are now developing with tempo. One of the knights has to move, so knight to d5, knight g to e7, c4, and black is going to fianchetto his bishop. Black is going to either capture the knight on d5 or firstly fianchetto and place his knight on d4. You can see that both sides have weaknesses in the position, and I would say that the Leventhal Sicilian is probably the best way for black to play, much better than the Accelerated Dragon. I think this could cause white a lot of trouble if he doesn't know the theory. And the best thing is that most players with white don't know that much theory in this line. And I have actually prepared this for one of my opponents. I played a month ago, who ended up playing g6, the Accelerated Dragon, but I was preparing this line for white because I didn't really know it, and I was expecting him to play the Leventhal variation. Okay, so this was the move knight to c6. Okay, now let's go over e6. This move, the French variation of the Sicilian, is the third most common response for black. Now, first let me go over what I play against this, and I play the move c4. And this is the Kramnik variation introduced by Vladimir Kramnik. And here we are trying to set up the Morozzi bind immediately from the start of the opening, and black will play knight to c6, you're going to play knight to c3. Knight f6, bishop e2, d5, e takes d5, e takes d5, d4, and this now resembles a queen pawn opening, but after c4, knight to c6, you can go for d4 immediately, and this is what I play. So after pawn takes, knight takes, I don't know what black should play. The most common move is knight to f6, and here you play knight to c3, bishop here, and you can take here, and after he takes, you play this. So defending your pawn, and if black decides to take here, then you're going to capture here, and your e4 pawn is going to be defended. So this is the position I play. Still, if you go for the Kramnik variation of the Sicilian, I would advise you that after knight to c6, you play knight to c3, because it is the best way for white to play. And you're basically going out of Sicilian theory after this, and if you looked at this position, would you ever guess that this was the Sicilian defense? This resembles a semi-Tarrasch or some queen's pawn opening. So it might be a fun variation to play. But of course, after e6, the main line is d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, and of course, if you want to have the biggest advantage as white, that's what you should play. Now, we are going to go over three variations: the Paulsen variation, the Kahn variation, and the normal French variation of the Sicilian, which branches out into the four knights variation and into the pin variation. Now, first, the Paulsen variation is the move knight to c6. Black gets to choose these variations. After knight to c6, knight to c3 should be played, and you get to use your open c file, semi-open c file immediately with the move queen to c7. After queen to c7, white should play bishop to e3 and a6, and the position goes on. If you've prevented the knights coming into b5, you're going to be castling kingside. You are not worried about the move e5 if you play knight to f6. You're going to play either bishop to e7 or bishop to b4 and castle kingside. So this is the Paulsen. After knight takes d4, the move a6 is the Kahn variation, and this might surprise your opponents. I believe this is a great surprise weapon for many Sicilian players, because players with white once again aren't very used to this line. White should play bishop to d3, knight to f6 is the best move for black, castles, queen c7, queen to e2, d6, c4, g6, knight c3, bishop g7, rook to d1, and castles. This is the starting position of the Kahn. Now this is what happens if white plays perfectly, and white is supposed to have a slight edge here, or close to +1, but in practice it really isn't. So the engines like white here because he has the Maroczy-Bine setup and a lot more space in the center. But in practice, black could have a great game. And once again, you can't expect players with white to play perfectly for 11 moves. They might go wrong somewhere. Okay, so this was the Kahn variation. After knight takes d4, there's another line which you should know, which is knight to f6, continuing the classical French variation of the Sicilian. And now after white plays knight to c3, you can either play knight to c6, which is the four knights variation of the Sicilian. And after this, white is going to be playing knight d to b5, trying to get into the d6 square. So once again, you have to play d6, prevent that. Bishop f4, e5, bishop to g5, a6. You keep chasing away white's pieces. And after knight to a3, b5, I love black's position here, and I believe that the four knights variation is a great way for black to play, because you do have a weakness on d5, but you're going to fianchetto your bishop and reinforce that square. And in some positions, you are even threatening a lot of space gain on the queen side, and you can manage that easily. And you could have a comfortable minority attack along the queen side as well. So after knight to f6, continuing the French variation of the Sicilian, knight to c3, you don't have to go for knight to c6, the four knights. You can play bishop to b4 instead, and this is the pin variation. And I believe that this is the most aggressive way for black to play if he wants a theoretical advantage, because in this line, if white ever goes wrong, if white ever makes a mistake, then black is simply better. Let me show you what white has to play. Even though it might seem counterintuitive, reinforcing the attack on c3, white should play e5, and you play knight to d5. Bishop to d2, you have to play this, and after knight takes c3, b takes c3, bishop to e7, even though the engines will tell you that white has an edge, I think practically speaking that black is just better. Firstly, this pawn is overextended. For now, it does a lot of useful things. It prevents the pieces from developing normally, and it controls d6 and f6, but it is also a huge weakness, along with the double pawns on the c file and the isolated a2 pawn. So if black manages to survive the opening, he will be better. Here, the most aggressive move for white is queen to g4, and black should castle. Now, of course, visually, it's obvious straight away that black is going to give up the exchange. But don't despair. There's a way out, and I'm going to cover this in a separate video. I think this is a great way to play, despite the fact that you are losing an exchange early on. So we are going to go over that in a separate video. Okay, let's go back. So we have just covered, after knight to f3, we have covered the move d6, the move knight to c6, and the move e6. Now we are going to go over g6, the hyper-accelerated dragon. This, I believe, isn't that favorable for black. I think that there are more sensible ways for black to play, but a video is going to be made on this line as well. And of course, if black knows what he's doing, and if white is unprepared, then the accelerated dragon could be very dangerous. Firstly, white should play d4, and after c4, knight d4, knight to c6, white should play c4, once again, treating the hyper-accelerated dragon the same way he treated the accelerated dragon. So after bishop to g7, white is simply going to play bishop to e3, knight to c3, bishop to e2, queen to d2, castle kingside. This is your setup, whatever black does. And if you follow these moves, you basically can't go wrong. So just remember to develop your bishop to e3, develop your knight to c3, the light square bishop goes to e2, the queen goes to d2, you're going to castle kingside, and that's it. You will have a safe position, whatever black decides to do. So that's the hyper-accelerated dragon. Now let's go over the O'Kelly variation, the move a6 on move 2. So after knight to f3, black could play a6, and don't think that this enters the Najdorf, because it doesn't. This isn't even similar to the Najdorf. And after a6, white's best move, since black has wasted time on the move a6, is to play c3, preparing the move d4. So for black, you should immediately strike in the center yourself with the move d5. So d5 is your best move and the only way to justify a6. So e takes d5, queen takes d5, d4, because you were able to play queen takes d5 because white now couldn't have played knight to c3, of course. But after d4, even though the position is equal, I think that white has an edge and white has a comfortable position and lead the development. And of course, the queen is misplaced on d5. So if you're white and black plays a6 on move 2 against the Sicilian with knight to f3, don't play anything similar to the Najdorf, as if you were playing against the Najdorf, play c3, and you will get this position in which white has an edge. Okay, and the last line we are going to cover in the knight f3 Sicilian is the move knight to f6. Now, if you haven't seen this, it might seem strange, but it's actually a fun way to play for black. This is the Nimzowitsch variation of the Sicilian, and if Nimzowitsch invented it, it can't be bad, can it? So e5, treat it like you would treat an yoking defense. Knight e5, knight to c3, e6, and black is accepting double pawns. So knight takes d5, e takes d5, d4, knight to c6, d takes c5, bishop takes c5, queen takes d5, queen to b6. This is the starting position. Now once again, you can see that the position is imbalanced, but both sides have advantages and disadvantages which justify the moves that were played. Firstly, black has a strong battery on the f2 pawn that's clearly visible. Secondly, black has a weak isolated d pawn, and white has a strong e pawn, which is defended by the knight and by the queen. So both sides have great attacking chances, and both sides have problems in their own camps, in their own defenses. If I had to choose a side here, I'd probably take black on first glance, but you will see in the video I make that white is actually slightly better here. So the Nimzowitsch defense is a great surprise weapon, but perhaps not the most sensible way to attack the king's pawn opening if you go for the Sicilian. But it's a fun opening to know with the side line. I hope you didn't go mad after all this rant about all the variations of the Sicilian. I tried to at least tell you which variations exist. I tried to tell you which videos I'm going to make. Once again, a separate video in which I'm going into much more depth about each separate variation will be made throughout the next, I would say, 30 days, maybe 40 days. So I'm going to make one video each 3 or 4 days, and I'm going to cover every single line. If I have forgotten something, please don't hesitate to say so in the comments below. I would also appreciate any help, feedback, or suggestions about the series too. And thanks for watching. Stay tuned for more chess, and see you very soon with the Accelerated Dragon. That's going to be the first video. Thanks very much. Bye. Hello everyone, Stepan here. I'll continue with the theory of the Sicilian defense with a very interesting variation which seems to be losing in popularity lately, even though it's an almost sound opening choice. Now it's still a weapon of many great players, among others Sicilian, who is playing it. Garry Kasparov has been playing it at his peak, so it's still a very popular line, but not as popular as it used to be. It's the Scheveningen variation of the Sicilian, or as it's supposed to be pronounced, and I'm sorry for this, Scheveningen or something like that. Apparently it was even a code word during the Second World War amongst the Dutch resistance, and if you could say that, or if you could pronounce the name properly, then you were one of them, and apparently it's impossible for non-Dutch folk to pronounce it correctly. And it's a small town at the Dutch coast, a small village, I guess. And the opening got its name Scheveningen because a tournament was played there in the 20s, and great players such as Max Uwe popularized the opening, and since then he's been known as the Scheveningen variation of the Sicilian. Now it's a very flexible choice for black, and it gives black a lot of middle game options for depending on what white plays. But it's I would say non-committal when compared to other variations of the Sicilian, such as the Knight or the Dragon. And the game could go in many different directions from move 5 when black makes is the Scheveningen. So let's go. E4, c5, of course, knight to f3, d6, d4, the open Sicilian, and after c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight to f6, white defends the pawn with knight to c3, and black plays pawn to e6, and this is the Scheveningen pawn structure, with both black central pawns on e6 and on d6 not committing to the central squares, and this pawn structure characterizes the Scheveningen variation of the Sicilian. And even though it's a very flexible opening, even though it's a sound opening for black, I think it's very preferable for white because of one variation. And this variation has been known for a long time, and nevertheless many great players have been playing this position with the black pieces. But if you're not prepared to enter a long tactical dynamic battle, and if you don't have an ability to calculate like Garry Kasparov, then I think you should avoid this with the black pieces, because it could get very dangerous if white goes for the main line. We are going to go over 5 variations. G4, which is sort of the main line, the Keras attack, bishop to e2, bishop to e3, bishop to c4, and f4. Now I think that G4, the Keras attack, and f4, the Tal variation, or the Matanovic, who's a Yugoslavian player, Matanovic attack are the most aggressive ways for white to play, and I'm of the opinion that white should avoid all the other lines. Now bishop to e3, the English attack, is a normal setup which you've probably played against the Dragon or something else, and the Fischer-Sozin attack is also a very common setup for white. But against the Scheveningen, you should use one fact in the position, and you should highlight it with the Keras variation, which I believe is the Keras attack, which I believe is by far the best way for white to play. So let's go. We're going to go over that first, and I think it's a very fun line to play. So G4, very aggressively exploiting the fact that black has played E6 on the previous move, which blocks the bishop's path to G4. Of course, if white hadn't played E6, if he had played knight to C6 or something else, A6 or G6, going into the knight for the dragon, then the move G4 would be impossible, and black could simply capture it. And now after E6, G4 is a very sound move, and it might seem very aggressive for white, but well, it's justified, and white can always castle queenside. White can do a lot of things, but black has to decide what he's going to do with his knight immediately. And if you allow the move G5, of course, the knight is hanging, and it can't go to H5. You have to retreat either to G8 or to D7, which is very passive, after which moves such as F4 or H4 would be possible. So black has only one option, the move H6. After the move H6, white should continue aggressively. White shouldn't stop and play something passive, such as bishop to E3 or bishop to D3 or something else. White should continue with the move pawn to H4, now threatening to force the knight away. And here, black can choose. Black can either allow the move G5 or stop the move G5. Well, I think stopping the move G5 isn't as good. I think black should simply continue with the move knight to C6 because anything else stops any development from black and gives white an even greater lead in development. So I think that black should continue with the move knight to C6 here. Now stopping the move H5 with a move such as knight to G5 with a move such as knight to H7 would be too passive. If you imagine this, then I think white is just immediately better. So if you come to this position, don't be tempted to stop the move G5. Let's see what the engine says to this. It's almost +2, so winning, and you haven't even stopped it. So after the move G5, you can't really do anything. Your knight is pinned to the rook. So after takes, you can't take with the knight, and white still has a bishop defending. So just forget about that. So after the move H4, stopping G5 isn't really a possibility, so you should focus on developing. Now, if you think about the Sicilian defense and its main properties, let's say, white is accepting to have less central pawns. Of course, white has traded his d pawn for the c pawn, so in any endgame, black is going to have a favorable pawn structure and more pawns in the center, which means more control. But in turn, white gets a lead in development in almost any variation, and here you can see that as well. White has 2 pieces developed and 3 pawns, and black has 1 piece developed, and black is going to have to play a few more passive moves in order to develop. So neglecting development any further would be bad. So in this position, don't be afraid of G5, just allow it, it's going to come anyway. So play knight to C6, developing a piece, and actually trying to provoke this knight into moving and putting pressure on the D4 knight, and after the move queen to B6, which is common in this variation, white is going to have to decide what to do with the knight. Now here, white has 2 options. White can either play G5 immediately, or he can prepare that, or prepare a further attack with the move rook to G1, which is the main line, which I think is the best move. But we are going to go over the G5 sideline first. So after knight to C6, after G5, black of course has to take, H takes G5, bishop takes G5, and now queen to B6. You are asking the question, you're forcing white to decide what to do with the knight. And now the move knight to B3 should be played. And this is sort of the start of the G5 sideline, which is supposed to be slightly better for white. White is of course going to play queen to d2 and castle, and black is most probably going to castle queenside as well. But I don't think this gives white such a great advantage. Now after bishop takes g5, black doesn't have to play queen to b6 immediately. He can play bishop to e7 and prevent this spin from happening. But after queen to d2, queen to b6 is still, I think, the best move. And knight b3, knight to e5, and let's say bishop to e2 will be the start of the position. But as I said, I don't think this line gives white as much if he plays g5 immediately. I'm sorry, so let's go back to this position after knight to c6. The second move, the move rook to g1, which is the main line, seems to be much more aggressive, and it's the main line for a reason. So after rook to g1, black is now put to a test, and now you have to decide what to do. And this is sort of where the Scheveningen main line, the Keras attack, branches out, and black can choose between two moves. One is g5, which is a sideline, and another one is d5. And I believe that g5 gives white just the winning position, or a much more comfortable position at least. So let's see that g5. Sorry, the move. Okay, rook to g1, the move h5, sorry. So h5, I think, gives white an almost winning position, and d5 gives black an even game, almost, even though the engines will say that white is better as in almost every variation of the Sicilian. But the move d5 has actually been played by very strong players, and very recently there are games from 2018 and 17 by 2700 grandmasters, so the variation is actually sound. Now, the variation with h5 for black might not be sound. So okay, let's go into the silent first. So h5. After h5, white has to take, g takes h5, knight takes h5, bishop to g5 attacking the queen, and the knight goes back to f6. Now, from this position, white continues with queen to d2, trying to castle, and black has to force the knight away with the move queen to b6. And now after queen b6, knight to b3, this is where black gets to choose again. Two options are possible. One is bishop to d7, developing the bishop, and another one is a6. Now, a6 is supposed to be preventing the move knight to b5, which isn't really such a big threat at the moment, because if black doesn't play a6 and white plays knight to b5 now, then knight takes e4 is possible, and I think black would actually be winning because the f2 is weak, the f2 pawn is weak, and the queen has to move. So I would recommend the move bishop to d7, and after white castles, you can either continue with a6 once again or play rook to c8, which I think is a better option. So after rook c8, as I said, knight to b5 isn't a threat because knight takes e4. So after rook to c8, white would continue with king to b1, and then knight to e5 centralizing the knight. Would give black some chances, but I think white is just better here because you have a safer king. That's one thing. That's the most important thing in chess. And you're putting a lot of pressure at black's king, and it's not really sure where the king is going to go. It's almost definitely going to stay in the center. Now black has an active queen and two pretty useful knights. On the other hand, the bishop on f8 is almost useless. The rook on h8 is locked down, and you're playing with one active rook and an active knight basically. And white has a very comfortable position. So the move h5, in my opinion, should be avoided after rook to g1 because this position isn't really something you want to play with black pieces unless you are rated 2600 to be able to understand this position and all the finesse and everything that comes with it. So I think this is just much harder to play for black. But let's go back and let's go to the main line. Now this is what you're going to see in Scheveningen games in the Keras attack. In almost any game, this position is going to rise, and now you have to decide with black, and I would suggest the move d5. After d5, you're putting pressure in the center, and there's a general rule in chess that when your opponent is attacking in the center, you should counterattack on the flanks, and vice versa. So when white is striking on the king side, you should counterattack in the center or on the queen side. And now you're putting pressure on white's central position, which isn't solid. Of course, white hasn't castled yet. White's king is still only one. White's knight is loose on d4, and if pawn takes, then the knight is attacked twice. So you're immediately putting white to the test and asking whether moving these two pawns was really a sound attacking idea. So I think this is the most aggressive way to play. Now white has only one way to continue. E takes d5, you capture. After knight takes d5, you take. Knight takes d5, queen takes d5, and now bishop to g2 is the main move. Of course, after queen takes d5, you can take on c6. You don't have to, though. Bishop to g2 is much better move. Your knight isn't really hanging, because if knight takes knight, then bishop takes queen, and if queen takes knight, then bishop takes knight check would win queen, of course. So that doesn't really work. Black has only one move, queen to e5 check. As I said, queen takes d4 loses to bishop takes c6, so you can't take the knight. So queen to e5 check, and now bishop to e3 defending the knight because this tactic was no longer working, so your knight was actually double attack. And this position is, well, even though the engines would once again say that white is slightly better, I actually think this position is very playable for black, and you might even castle, which is very rare in the Scheveningen Sicilian, I think, and I think this is okay for black. So the move d5 should always be played on move 8, in my opinion. Now here black can continue with move bishop to d7, developing the pieces. Knight takes c6 should be played by white. That's the best move. I mean, if you don't dissolve the central tension, then black actually has a chance to become more active, and you want to amplify the strength of your bishops. So knight takes c6, bishop takes c6, bishop takes c6 check, and b takes c6 to isolate the black's pawns. And now the best move, even though you probably wouldn't want to play that if you're higher rated than your opponent, is the move queen to d4, offering an exchange, and black can decline, which is I think a good idea. So queen takes a5 check, queen to a5 check, and now c3. And this is all still theory, by the way. This has all been played before in grandmaster games, so this is all very well known. But if you plan to play this Scheveningen Sicilian with the black pieces, you should definitely study this yourself, and you should be very familiar with this position. Now, the intricacies of the position become important after this, and what you actually have to study is the positions which can arise after this, and whether white is okay with this pawns being overextended, and is this pawn, this isolated pawn c6 enough compensation for that. Now, it's same colored bishops, so it's an almost equal position. Once again, the engines favor white. Perhaps one thing which is to be highlighted here, that black can still develop his bishop comfortably, and white can even castle, because taking on a2 doesn't work. You can get checkmated. So white has a slight edge, but as I said, nothing major. Black would continue with rook to d8 here. Sorry, after c3, rook to d8, chasing the queen away. Let's say queen to c4, queen c7, rook to d1, offering an exchange, bishop to e7, planning to castle perhaps. g5, an aggressive idea, but after h takes, there isn't really that much for white in this position. You have actually activated the black rook on h8 finally, and I think this position is equal and perfectly playable. So I believe that this is the only way to defend against the Keras attack. Let's go over that once again. So e4, c5, knight f3, d6, d4, c d4, knight d4, knight f6, knight c3, e6 the Scheveningen, g4 the Keras attack, and now h6. You have to play that. h4, knight c6. Remember that knight to h7 or ideas of stopping g5 just don't work. G5 doesn't work either, really, because your pawn is pinned, so don't do that either. Knight c6, rook to g1. Now g5, sorry, rook to g1. h5 would be played, but I think this is better for white. After g takes h, knight takes, bishop g5, knight f6, queen to d2, queen b6, knight to b3. I think white is significantly better here, and it's really uncomfortable to play for black. But the move d5 gives black great chances and almost equality. So e takes d5, knight takes d5, knight takes d5, queen takes d5. And if you're white, remember to move bishop to g2. Don't forget about that. The knight can't be taken. I would suggest you study the game Vugar-Gashimov against Anish Giri from 2011, which was a great win by Vugar-Gashimov, the early deceased grandmaster, who was a great player. Unfortunately, he died young. I'm sure he would have been fighting for the world championship at the moment. I'm not sure on which side, actually. So yeah, Vugar-Gashimov, Anish Giri from 2011 is a game to look at, definitely. So after the move bishop to g2, queen e5 should be played, threatening the knight now, and after bishop to e3. The game will most probably continue like this. And as I said, the position is roughly equal. White stands slightly better. So that's the Keras attack. A very aggressive way for white to play against the Scheveningen, and I think I would always go for g4 against the Scheveningen, and no other variation gives white that many fighting chances, so I would definitely recommend this line. But let's go over the others. If you fear your opponent is too well prepared in the careless attack or something else, so you would like to try to play something different. So okay, the next variation is the classical variation. So after the move e6, the shenanigan, you don't play g4, you play bishop e2. Just trying to castle short and have a normal position. Now, I'm not saying that this variation is bad for white, it's just not as aggressive and it doesn't give white such a dynamic game. Here black should continue with bishop to e7 or with a6. A6 should be played afterwards anyway in most positions, but here after a6 just castle, and after bishop e7, f4, castles, bishop e3, queen c7, g4. This is one aggressive way to play, which is why I would avoid the move a6 with the black pieces, because you are most likely going to face f4 and g4. So after a6, if you're white, you can even play f4 immediately, by the way, but just castle, and after bishop to e7, play f4, and after black castles, which he's most probably going to do, don't play something passive such as bishop to e3 or something else. Don't go with that plan, but try to force g4 immediately afterwards. So try to develop your pieces and play g4. You can borrow some ideas from the Grand Prix attack. You can play queen to e1 and put the queen on h4 or on g3 after g4, so that's a very nice attacking plan. But in any case, if you see a6 here on move 6, you should know that your plan is f4, g4, and trying to take. I think castling short is a good idea anyway. You castle and play queen to e1, queen to h4, or queen to g3 and just crush black. And that's why after bishop to e2, I think that black should continue with bishop to e7, not wasting a move on a6. Castles. White should play f4 anyway, but should be more careful in his attack afterwards because black is now one tempo up when compared to the previous variation. And black now plays bishop to, knight to c6. Or he can play e5, and e5 is a move that is usually played after knight to c6, and the main line goes knight to c6, bishop e3, e5, knight to b3, and after e4, bishop f4, bishop e6. And in this position, black is equal, almost completely equal. It's actually all zeros. But after the move f4, I think black has a great chance to equalize even earlier with a much more aggressive move, which is e5 before he plays knight to c6. And in this position, it's not that good to take with white. The best move is knight to b3 once again, and after b6. Black is now preparing to develop the bishop on the long diagonal and put enormous pressure on white's center, and he's definitely going to be able to force through the dream move for black in all Sicilians, d5. Now white continue with c4, trying to stop d5, bishop e7, queen to e2, defending the e4 pawn because it was now attacked twice. And after knight b to d7, bishop a6 should be played, trying to force an exchange because this bishop is definitely inferior to this one, and black can't really decline the trade. So bishop a6, bishop takes a6, queen to c7. I think black has equalized, and the engines will agree with me miraculously, which they never do in the Sicilian for black, and I think this is a great way for black to equalize against the classical variation. So let's go over that once again. So after e6, if white goes for the classical variation, bishop e2, bishop e7, castles, f4, which is almost always going to be played by white, you should play e5 immediately, and e5 actually equalizes by force, and the moves I've shown you are the best moves for white. And after knight to b3, b6, you get your bishop c4, bishop e7, bishop e2, knight b to d7, and I've actually tried to find a better move than bishop to c4 for white in this position because you are going to want to trade your bishops off anyway. But it really isn't such a useful move because if you don't play that, then after bishop b7, you can face d5 immediately. So we have to stop that. So bishop c4, bishop e7, queen to e2, knight b to d7, and bishop e6. So I think this position is very good for black, and I think I would rather have black here in fact because this center is coming down. You have a lot of pressure on the semi-open c-file. This knight can't really develop further on normally, and it's a fun position to play. But the main line is after f4 to play knight to c6 and e5 afterwards. So after bishop to e3 here, the main move is e5 now, and after knight to b3 once again, e takes f4, bishop takes f4, bishop to e6. Black doesn't have that much, okay, white has an isolated d4 pawn, you have an isolated d6 pawn, but you don't have that much pressure on c-file. You haven't broken through the center. I believe that position we just saw earlier was better for black than this one. And of course, there are a lot of games from this position as well. Gatakamsky Viswanathan Anand from 1994, Evgeny Alexeyev against Peter Stridler from 2010. This has been played by a lot of strong players, and it's well a perfectly valid variation. But e5 on move 8, I think, should be the main line now. And this has only been played 4 times. The move e5 and the move knight to c6 has been played over 700 times or 800 times, so this is the main line, but I think e5 is a better move. So okay, let's go back to this position after e5. So after bishop to e6 here, black has almost finished his development. The only piece he's yet to develop is the queen, and white should always be aware of this diagonal and the move queen to b6 because your knight can't really move without losing the b pawn. So the main move here is king to h1. A side line would be queen to d3, which I think is the more active move, but after d5, e takes d5, knight takes d5, knight takes d5, queen takes d5, queen takes d5, bishop takes, rook a to d1. If you've traded all of the pieces as white, you've traded the queens off, and the material is equal. You have 3 to 2 on the queen side, black has 3 to 2 on the king side. So both sides have a possibility of creating a passed pawn, but I believe that you've let black equalize too easily, and both sides have equal chances here. So the move king to h1 is perhaps favorable, even though the engines would prefer queen to d3. After king to h1, black should play d5 just the same as after queen to d3, so d5. And here white can choose, white can play either e5 or e takes d5. I think e takes d5 is slightly less favorable because once again it leads to a lot of exchanges. Knight takes d5, knight takes, queen takes, bishop takes, rook a to d1. We just came to the same position we saw earlier after queen to d3. So after d5, I would recommend move e5 to at least keep some pieces on the board. And now this variation is very complex. So knight to d7 is the main move. Knight takes d5, knight d takes e5, and now c4. You could take the bishop, it has been played before. I think that defending your knight is better. So c4, bishop to g5, trying to exchange the bishops, bishop to g3 declining. Now you can play bishop h4 and force a draw. There actually have been some draws from this position, but I think a better try is move b5. So now after c takes b5, you might wonder whether this trade is okay for white because as you can see you've just hung a piece, but you can take on c6, and I think the trade which is about to happen is going to favor white slightly. So bishop takes d5, b takes c6, knight takes c6, and rook to f5 should be played, which might seem that it wins a piece for white, but it actually doesn't. Black can save the position with the move bishop to e4, and now white can trade the queens off, and if white takes white can't take the bishop. White has to trade the queens off or move the rook away. So trading the queens off is a wiser thing to do, and black can be captured with the bishop. That's the problem. And the move bishop to e4 actually saves the position because it opens up the possibility of a queen trade. So after queen takes d8, bishop takes d8, rook to f4, saving the rook and attacking the bishop. Bishop d5. I think this position is better than the previous one because white has a more active rook. On the other hand, black can always capture on b3 and double white's pawns, so it's nothing major for white, same as any line in the classical variation of the shenanigan. So I can't really recommend you playing bishop to e2 on move 6 because I don't think it gives that much to white, that much activity, and I'm not sure that white has any opening advantage at all. The only thing you might use is that after move a6, you might get this quick attack in bishop e7, f4, castle, bishop e3, queen c7, g4. I think this position is very favorable for white, but the problem is that any, good player is either going to know how to play against this position and have some counterattack prepared, or they're going to play bishop e7, move 6, and simply avoid that. So, in my opinion, the classical variation of the Schwenningen should be avoided for white because it doesn't give white that much. Let's continue. Oh, sorry. So, okay, e4, c5, knight f3, d6, d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight f6, knight c3, e6 is Schwenningen. Give me just 1 second. Okay. I might have cut off the board at the part of the video. The board moved away. I'm sorry for that. I hope it's okay now, and I hope that it won't be too bad to watch the video with the part of the board cut off. So anyway, let's continue with bishop to e3, the English attack. And this position is very well known. This attacking setup is very well known for white, and it's played against the dragon and against some other variations of the Sicilian. And white is basically trying to play queen to d2, castle, and get his bishop out, play his pawn to f3, and crush black on the king side. So that's the plan. And it doesn't work as well against the Schwenningen as it does against the dragon. So a6. The main move, black is trying to prevent knight to b5, f3, b5, queen to d2, b4, knight to a4, knight b to d7, and bishop to c4. These are the main moves. Now, instead of bishop to c4, white could opt for c4, trying to provoke en passant, so after b takes c3, knight takes c3, or white could go for castles immediately, after which queen to a5 could be played, and now b3. And this position, even though it might seem loose against white's, in white's king's camp, I think it's okay for white, and the engines actually give this as more than slightly better for white. It's not really clear how black can break through until he can force through the move a4, but that really isn't possible until, let's say, knight here and bishop here happen. So there are possibilities for black to attack, but white has more than enough time to react to that. So let's say bishop to b7, a3, queen c7, a takes b4. Caruana has played a very good game in this position. Let me just see what game was. Yeah, Caruana Topalov in 2014. The game actually ended in a draw, but it was very, very fun to watch. So now d5, black's main break, king b1. You don't have to react to this. I think the best reaction is king to b1. There is some suggestion to play the move e5 in this position and to sacrifice a pawn like this, just to make sure that you keep this bishop closed down, which actually might be fine. I think king to b1 is a more useful move. So now d takes e4, b5, counter-attacking on the queen side, bishop e7. Taking here doesn't give black that much because the bishop is defending the knight sufficiently and black doesn't have that much of an attack. So b6 by white, queen to c8, bishop c4, knight to e5, bishop to e2 retreating, and now e takes f3, knight takes f3. A very double-edged position in which both sides have a lot of chances. Black is supposed to have equalized already, so castles on move 10 isn't really recommended or isn't played that often at top level. As I said, Caruana played this game against Topalov, so it's definitely playable, but I think bishop to c4 is a more sensible way to go. So after knight a4, knight b to d7, bishop c4 is the main move for a reason, I believe. And in this position, black's main move is to gain a tempo on the bishop, so knight to e5, bishop to b3 retreating, and now we can see that this setup is much more solid, and even though white is most often going to be castling kingside here, castling queenside would also be perfectly fine, and it's really hard for black to break through. Now black continues with rook to b8, and white castles, just steering clear from the queenside attack which is coming. Bishop to d7, a3, trying to break through black's advanced pawn structure, a5, a takes b4, a takes b4, and now c4. And this is a move which I think many weaker players, including myself, would never think of. And you might think that your structure on the queen side is okay and that you are going to play rook to c1 or something and break through afterwards. But move c4 is actually a very energetic way to diminish black's control on the queen side. And the move c4, well, en passant could be played. I think most people will play that, even though you could play bishop e7. This pawn isn't a passed pawn, and your pawn on b4 is actually useful here. But if they do take b takes c4, then knight takes c4, and your bishop is of course defended, and white's position is fine, and you have just created a passed pawn on b2. So I think the move c4 is one of the key ideas in the English attack of the Schwenningen, and I think you should definitely remember this pattern. So okay, let's go back. So bishop to e3, a6, f3, b5, queen d2. Don't be afraid of the queenside attack. You can always play knight to a4, b4, knight a4, knight b d7, bishop to c4. As I said, you could play c4 castles, but bishop c4 is I think the best way to go. Knight e5, bishop to e3, rook b8, and castle short. You could castle long, but castle short is I think better try. So now bishop d7, a3, a5, a4, a4, and remember the move c4. It might not happen in this exact position that you get the opportunity to play it, but if black ever takes en passant, then you're going to have a passed b pawn. Now black will continue with bishop to e7 and or some other moves. The main move, white doesn't have to continue with c4, white can continue with something else. But after c4, black doesn't have to take with b takes c3, black can play something else. And let's say after bishop to e7, black is still fine, and nothing major is going on. Black didn't allow white to create a pass pawn at least. So okay, this is the English attack. Now let's go over the Fischer-Sozin attack. So e4, c5, knight to f3, d6, d4, c d4, knight d4, knight f6, knight c3, e6. And the Fischer-Sozin attack could come in several variations of the Sicilian, like the Najdorf, and it would be played here as well. Now, if white had played a6 here, this would be the Najdorf, and after bishop to c4, still the Fischer-Sozin attack. Now, black has two options. We are going to go over one sideline first, which is sort of a Najdorf-Schwenningen hybrid with the move a6 on move 6. And in the Najdorf, after a6, not too many people would play the move e6 on move 6. Now white should continue with bishop to b3, b5, and castles. And after bishop e7, queen to f3, queen to c7, the main move is queen to g3. And I think this is a very aggressive way for white to play, and in fact it might seem better than it actually is. It's not winning for white, the engines will give it as almost equal. Now, there are two options for black. One is castles, which might seem ridiculous, and one is knight to c6. Castles is a sideline and not as popular because you have to put your knight on a passive square. So after castles, of course, the bishop h6 pattern almost works, but black has knight to e8. And after rook a to d1, black has conceded and put the knight on a passive square, and white, of course, has a lot of activity, so that's why it's not recommended for black. After queen to g3, the main move for black is knight to c6. And okay, queen to g7 doesn't work in this position because you lose a knight. So queen takes g7, rook here. If you move the queen, you lose your knight, so that doesn't work. So you would have to sacrifice a knight here, and after bishop takes, move the queen now, so you just lost a piece, that doesn't really work. So after knight to c6, you can try taking the knight first to make sure you don't lose your knight from d4, so knight takes c6, queen takes c6. Now in this position, queen takes g7 isn't the main move actually, so okay, queen takes g7, rook to g8, queen to h6, knight takes c4, you've just given the pawn back and opened up opened up the black rook and the black queen to your g2 pawn. So now after knight takes c4, queen takes c4, f3, I think this is fine for black. In fact, it might be better for black after the bishop comes to d7, and I think I would always rather have black here. So after queen takes c6, you shouldn't really be taking on g7 yet. You should play rook to e1. And the move players with black will most normally play is bishop to b7. And now, after the move bishop to b7, which puts even more pressure on the g2 pawn, the best move is to take on g7. So I don't know if you can remember that, but let's go over that before taking the pawn. So okay, a6 after bishop c4, bishop b3, b5 castles, bishop e7, queen f3, queen c7, queen g3. Knight c6, knight takes c6, queen takes c6, rook to e1, and after bishop to b7, now you take on g7. So queen takes g7, and rook to g8, of course, the only move. Rook to f8 wouldn't make any sense. Queen h6, and castles long for black. And in this position, white is supposed to have an advantage, even though black has an open rook and a battery on the g2 pawn. Now, one of the best games from black's perspective from this position is Kirill Georgiev against Vasily Ivanchuk, in which Vasily Ivanchuk won convincingly. The game was played in 1993. You can find it on chessgames.com and online in many places. And one game in which Ivanchuk won with the white pieces from this position is the game also from 1993, Ivanchuk Lev Polugayevsky. So you can watch how Ivanchuk treated this position with white and with black, and he won. So I would definitely recommend studying his games. Now, white's main move here is queen to h3, just trying to put some more defense to the g2 pawn, and after king b8, f3, solidifying the position. And the engines will give this as +1 for white, almost, but Ivanchuk is going to prove the engine wrong, and black definitely has some chances. So after bishop to c4, the Fischer Sozin attack. If black plays a6, you have to know this position with both sides, and I would definitely recommend studying Vasily Ivanchuk's games. From the early 90s, as I said, the variation was much more popular back then, but you might surprise a lot of people with it. But the main move isn't a6, the main move is bishop to e7, and after bishop to e7, white continues with bishop b3, the Fischer Sozin attack. You always do that. Castles, knight to a6, you want to play knight to c5, challenging the bishop on b3, f4, knight c5, queen to f3, a6, bishop e3, queen c7, g4, and b5. Now this variation I like for white. It's very fun to play. I find it more interesting than the last one, and in the main line, if you're black, if you play bishop to e7, this is what you have to be prepared for. And even though white is pushing a lot of the pawns in front of his king, it's actually a justified attack, and the engines agree with that. g5, continue the attack. Of course, the knight can't go to h5. So, yeah, okay. Now, this is a forcing line which you probably have to remember. Let's go back. I'm going to go over that one more time. So, after bishop to e7, bishop to e3, bishop to b3, castles. Knight a6 going to c5. f4, white shouldn't waste any time developing. He should just attack. Knight c5, queen to f3. Developing the queen to f3 before playing f4 wouldn't give white as much activity, of course. So, now a6, bishop to e3, queen c7, g4, b5, g5. Okay, so now a forcing variation, which if you are going to play the Scheveningen with black, you have to know, and if you're going to play the Fischer Sozin attack with white against the Scheveningen, you have to know this. And if your opponent doesn't know this, when you reach move 13, then you're basically going to win. So the move for black here is not to retreat the knight, it's actually to sacrifice a piece temporarily. Okay, so knight f takes e4. And after knight f takes e4, white of course captures. Knight takes e4, and now bishop to b7. You pin the knight, and you're going to recapture it later at your own leisure. So the move here is knight takes c6, which might be the hard part of the variation. This knight seems to be excluded from the game, and you might not think it's relevant if you have to calculate this position over the board, but this is actually the key move. So knight takes c6. And the point is that you want to open up this bishop on the diagonal, and you want to put pressure on black's king and use the fact that if this knight is to capture the bishop, then it's not attacking the e4 knight anymore. Okay, so f takes e6. And now, one more key thing is that you're not taking the e6 pawn. If you take bishop e6, then the pin is still here. And after bishop takes e6, knight takes e6, the knight would have time to come back and to put pressure on e4 once again if you're not, well, if black isn't 1200 or something. The second hard move to find is knight takes c5. You're actually going to sacrifice your queen. So okay, knight takes c5, of course giving the queen up. Bishop takes f3, and now knight takes c6, attacking the queen and threatening a discard check. And after the queen moves, it could go either to b8 or to c8. Let's say c8 because that's the main move. You play rook takes f3, taking the bishop, and after rook to f5, which is the main move here to make sure you don't lose this rook with check. The move is knight to d4 check. And after d5, you don't take the rook, you play rook to d1. And this position is equal and apparently a complete draw according to the engines. Now if you count the material, black has 5 pawns, white has 6, black has a queen, and 2 rooks and a bishop, and white has 2 rooks, a bishop, a knight, and another bishop. So you basically have a bishop and a knight for the queen. So it might not seem like a favorable trade, but the position is equal. And this is actually very well known. It has been played a lot of times, and this is still almost theory. One could consider this theory. So this position goes up to move 20, and yeah, you just have to remember this line. Let's go over it once again. So g4, b5, g5, and now the madness begins. So knight f takes c4, knight takes c4, bishop to b7, pin the knight. You didn't lose a piece, and now as white you have to remember knight takes c6, and after f takes c6, don't take the pawn with the bishop. You take on c5, giving up the queen. Knight takes c5, bishop takes f3, knight takes c6, threatening a discover check. And the queen c8, rook takes f3, rook f5, knight d4 check, d5, and don't take the rook, play rook to d1. And well, as I said, it's all zeros. It has been played before. You can study this position, and I'm sure you can trick either side with this variation if the other player is not familiar. So I think just this line is what makes the Fischer Sozin worth playing against the Scheveningen variation. This will give you enough chances. Okay, let's go over the last variation. Okay. So e4, c5, knight f3, d6, d4, c4, knight d4, knight f6, knight c3, e6, and f4. This is the Tal variation, or the Matanovic attack. As I said, Matanovic was one of the best Yugoslavian players of the 20th century. This attack was named after him. So it's basically a more aggressive combination of the classical and the other lines I just shown you. So a6 is the main move for black. Queen to f3, developing your queen after you've played f4. Queen b6, now taking the d4 knight, of course, and the main move is knight to b3, and after that queen to c7, the queen has served its purpose. And what's good about this variation for both sides is that it's pretty straightforward. There isn't that much theory, and there aren't that many lines you have to remember. So if you're trying to find a simple weapon against the Scheveningen, I would recommend this. It's aggressive enough, it gives white a lot of opening advantage, and it's simple to play. Here you continue with your development, bishop d3, b5, g4, bishop e7, and g5. And you might think this position is similar to the last one we saw. You can't actually sacrifice your knight here. You play knight f to d7, and after bishop to e3, knight to c5, trying to challenge the bishop on d3. So knight takes, d takes, and white castles. And, well, I think white has a slight edge. The engines will once again say it's almost equal, but it's playable for both sides. And black is going to castle short, black is going to attack on the queen side, and white is going to attack on the king side. Now, castling short for black isn't really that dangerous because white doesn't have that much time to attack. So now knight d7, bishop e2, opening up your rook, b4, knight b1, c4, and now rook to d4. And this might actually be one of the best lines for black if white chooses to go for this, but black will have to play perfectly to achieve this position. So if you play this with black, just remember that you have to play aggressively on the queen side and sort of neglect your castling and king side play for a while. And if you're playing this with white, prepare to be cramped on the queen side like this. So okay, let's continue. Knight d6, c3. You would like black to take, so you can recapture with the knight, but black plays a5, rook h to d1, doubling up your rooks, bishop c5, rook to d2, castles, bishop takes c5, queen takes c5, and h4. And now, this is probably what makes the Sicilian defense interesting. This is an opposite sides castling position in which both sides have a lot of chances, and this is the only variation in which the engine thinks black holds a significant edge. This is almost -1, but I'm not sure which side I would rather have. I think white has a lot of attacking chances as well. So okay, this was the Matanovic attack, or the Tau variation, a very aggressive way to play, so you might choose this as your weapon against the Schwenningen. Let's go back to the main line. This is the line I would definitely recommend. So after e6 to play g4, the Keras attack, I think this makes most sense. And if you're trying to find one feature of the Schwenningen Sicilian or one major downside, that's the fact that black has played e6 and the bishop is blocked, so playing g4 makes a lot of sense. And if you're playing this with white pieces and you want to win the game, just go for the Keras attack and try to defeat black. And black is much more likely to make a mistake in these variations than white. The side that's on the attack is always safer in my opinion. Okay, sorry once again if the board has moved in the middle of the video. I'm sorry for that. I didn't realize soon enough, and sorry if that ruined the watching. Thank you for watching. I hope you got something from this video. Let me know what you think in the comments below. As always, I have linked the introductory video of the Sicilian defense in the description below, so you can check that out first if you're not familiar with the basic theory. You can also find some other variations of the Sicilian. And yeah, thanks once again. Stay tuned for more chess, and see you with more opening videos. Bye bye. Hello guys, Stefan here. I'm finally back with the videos on the chess theory. I'm finally continuing my series on the Sicilian, and as promised a long time ago, I'm going to continue with the pin variation of the Sicilian, or better known as the Rossolimo attack, also known as the Nesmedinov-Rossolimo attack, named after two great players, of course, and Rossolimo is the most common name, but I think most players refer to it as the pin variation of the Sicilian. Now this variation is probably one of the most useful weapons for white to have against the Sicilian, because it sort of dampens black's attacking chances and black's counterplay, which is the normal idea behind the Sicilian defense. You tend to survive the opening as black because you give white some initiative and then try to have a lot more initiative in the center afterwards. Because well, most variations of the Sicilian tend to be very aggressive. Now the pin variation of the Rossolimo attack tries to stop black's plans. Now after e4 and c5, knight to f3, knight to c6, which is one way the player with the black pieces could play, playing the old Sicilian with knight to c6, not going for d6 or e6 or g6 or something else. Here black gave a chance to white to pin his knight, or not to pin his knight yet, but to attack his knight in a way which makes black's position rather uncomfortable. Now the Rossolimo attack starts after the move bishop to b5. And this move has a simple idea. The idea behind the move bishop to b5 is to give up the light square bishop for the knight on c6, and then to close down the pawn structure with the move d3 and sort of solidify the light squares without needing the light square bishop. And well, that's the simple idea behind it. Now black could respond in basically 4 different ways, and the game could go totally different from what white is expecting, but the general idea behind bishop to b5 is very simple and actually easy to understand for players with white, and it will be easily built on if you choose to play this opening. Now, I think, well, I'm studying myself. I have never played it in a tournament game, but I've been preparing to do so for a long time, and I think I'm actually going to implement this seriously into my repertoire. I just think that there's a lot of variations in which white could go terribly wrong, and so it requires a lot of study. Now, I'm going to continue with 4 main responses for black: g6, e6, d6, and knight to f6. Knight to f6 being the least common one, and I think the worst one. Now, the first thing you should note is that the move knight to d4, which black often plays in some variations, such as the Grand Prix attack or some other closed Sicilian lines after the knight has moved to c3 and the bishop has gone to b5 on move 3. In this variation, it doesn't work that well. Now, in the normal closed Sicilian lines, white will usually respond with bishop to c4. But in this position, it's actually fine to take this knight and close down the position with either d3 or to simply castle. If you simply castle here, then you are going to play c3 in the future. If your bishop gets harassed, then you're going to put it on c2 and have a fairly solid position. So the move knight to d4 and move 3 for black doesn't really work, and this point is going to be a liability. Now, if black chooses to defend it with the move e5, then f5 is always an option. You can already see that white's development is much better. White has already castled. The only thing that black has done is that he moved his pawn from c7 to d4. Now, if you think that's fair compensation for a developed bishop and for a castle king, then I think you have to reconsider. So okay, the move knight to d4 doesn't really work, so after the move bishop to b5, black should choose one of the following. The most common continuation for black is the move g6. And this is a very logical response considering what white has done, and black is simply preparing to put a lot of pressure along the long diagonal and to have the dark squares. Now, since white has decided to give up the light square bishop, that means that he's probably going to try to play the move d3, which leaves all of these squares much weaker than in other variations of the Sicilian. We're going to go over 2 main moves for white, and the first one, the most obvious one, is castling. The second one is bishop takes c6. So let's go over bishop takes c6 first. This is what white is intending, so let's just go with the plan. So bishop takes c6. Now, black, of course, has 2 ways to recapture. Sorry. I think the best way to recapture the bishop, well, arguably the best way, it's pretty much the same engine-wise. You have to choose because the games will look completely different depending on which way you take. The best way should be d takes c6, because that opens up your pieces and you are solidifying your queen side, but you are not getting another pawn close to the center, which seems sensible in, well, chess theory. After the move d takes c6, white should simply continue with the move d3, and black will play bishop to g7. Now, from here on, white could either castle or prevent black from pinning his knight on g4 with move h3, which I think should be your preferred move. If you just castle, then black, of course, always has the option of playing bishop to g4 and giving up his light square bishop, and that might seem like an advantage for white, but it actually isn't, because you need your knight to defend these squares, so I think h3 should be played. Knight to f6 for black, knight to c3, Castles, bishop to e3, you're simply developing all your pieces. Black has to defend b6, queen to d2, you're preparing to rid black of his bishop on g7, which is his main defender. e5 should be played by black, getting some control in the center. Now taking the pawn isn't really a good idea. Let me show you the variation. So if you take the pawn here, this is actually much better for black because black can capture here. And if you try to take the knight, then of course your knight is hanging here on e5. So that doesn't really work. You would have to go desperate with the move knight takes f7, and after knight takes d2, knight takes d8, then knight here would give black an almost better position. I think black is slightly better here. Black could even consider this move, and now I think the pawn structure is just better for black. Black is going to be able to put pressure on these pawns and eventually come up slightly better in this position. So let's go back. After knight to f6, knight to c3 castles, knight to e3, b6, queen to d2, e5. Just don't take the pawn because you are going to have a weakened position. Black, of course, doesn't have to play e5 in this position, but I think it's the best move because black is trying to prevent the move d4 in some lines. So from here on, if you're right, don't take on e5, you should play bishop h6, just trying to exchange the bishops, and after queen to d6, bishop takes, queen to d6 is now, of course, defending the pawn because in some positions this pawn is actually going to be hanging and black wants to play rook to e8 comfortably. So now bishop takes g7, king takes, castles, rook e8, and now a4. This move, the move a4, you have to remember, with white in positions in which black recaptures on c6 with the d pawn, because you want to put a break on black's move b5. Now b5 is of course prevented here. If he plays that, then a takes, c takes, knight takes, and the square is sufficiently defended. So I believe that the move a4 stops a lot of counterplay for black, and this is sort of the starting position of the opening, the end position of the opening, the start of the middle game. And well, the common plan for white is going to be to attack on the king side. You should always follow the opening principle or the middle game principle, in which you attack along your pawn chain. So if your pawns are facing to the king side, then you should attack on the king side, and you should consider ideas such as knight to h2 and f4. You should open up these lines. The black king is weakened because the bishops got exchanged, and I think white has a perfectly playable position, especially considering that this bishop is most likely going to be much worse than both of these knights. If you consider this knight going to e2 and then after f4 recapturing here, I think white has a lot of attacking chances. So that's what should happen after d takes c6. Just remember to play d3 to castle and then to exchange the bishops. The move h3 should be played because you don't really want to allow white to exchange his bishop for your knight. Now, after bishop takes c6, black could of course decide to capture with the b pawn, which makes more sense positionally. After b takes c6, black is bringing another pawn to the center, and now you have to approach the position differently. Firstly, I think you should castle here. So castles and bishop to g7. Here you have two options. You can either play rook to e1, or you can play d3. Now, both moves are eventually going to be played. Let me show you d3 first. After d3, I think black's best idea is to either play e6, knight to e7, or to try rook to b8. Now, rook to b8 is sort of tricky for black because black isn't really threatening to take the pawn. White has two responses here. The first one should be knight to c3 because black doesn't really want to give up his bishop for your knight. The second one, after rook to b8, could be knight b to d2 because black can't really attack this pawn, can't really take this pawn. The pawn is attacked twice, but there's a simple tactical trick that if bishop takes, rook takes, then you can play knight to b3, trapping the rook. So you're definitely going to be material up. If in this position bishop takes, you can also simply play rook to b1, once again winning material, so that doesn't work. So after d3, rook to b8, you don't really have to be worried about losing this pawn. You should just continue developing your knight. I think knight b to d2 could be a worse option because your knight should go to c3 and you're going to keep the move d5 on hold for black for a little longer. But knight b to d2 has its advantages as well. I mean, the c4 square looks very nice for the knight, but until this pawn gets eliminated, it won't really work. There's one idea, and that's playing rook to e1, knight to f1, and then knight to g6, and then in conjunction with the moves h4, h5, that could be a good plan. But let's continue with the most sensible continuation. So b takes c6, castles, bishop to g7, rook to e1 should be played instead of d3. I think this is a better approach. And in this position, black will normally play the move knight to h6, and there's a fairly simple reason for that. Now in this position, you want to actually strengthen the weak diagonal. So the best move for white is pawn to c3, and after castles, white is going to play d4. You're trying to break in the center and break up black's not pawn chain, but his pawn on c5. You want to get a huge center, and black should take c takes d4, and play d5. Now this is one of the most critical lines in the Rossolimo attack. I think there's a huge amount of theory and a lot of games from this position. Let me just turn on the live book. There's a nice win by Boris Gelfand from this position, played against Inar Kiev in 2016. I would advise you to watch that game. There's also a very nice game between Areshchenko and Wei Yi from this position. So this is a very theoretical line, and in this position, white basically only has one response, and that's the move e5. This move has been played 153 times before in strong players' games, so this is definitely the way to go. Now, the reason black has played knight to h6, as you can see now, the f5 square is freed up because white had to play e5, but that's actually not the reason. Black in this position is going to play the move f6. Now after f6, white should take. Playing the move e6 just weakens the position too much because black is going to be able to round up this pawn and capture it. It doesn't really work. So a simple move such as queen to d6 could lose a pawn for white. So in this position after f6, white should capture, e takes f6, and now h3, once again preventing white from pinning your knight. And now black's idea was to play knight to f7, and knight to f7 is strengthening black's king position, and in some variations, black could find an ideal square for his knight. If you imagine the knight going to d6 and then either to c4 or to e4, depending on which of these pawns becomes a liability first or moves first. If the pawn advances to b4, if the b pawn advances to b4, then the c4 square is just an ideal outpost for the knight. So remember this plan for black playing knight to h6. The move might seem ridiculous at first, but if you follow these lines, then it actually makes a lot of sense. After knight to f7, white should simply continue with knight to c3, and you should use this square with white pieces and get the knight to c5. Now, of course, black has a backward c6 pawn, white has a weak isolated d4 pawn, so the position is fairly balanced. It's almost equal. White stands slightly better. But this is, let's say, the critical position of the Rossolimo attack, which you should definitely remember if you decide to capture the knight on move 4. So just remember the differences. If d takes c6 or b takes c6, I would definitely advise you to look at least 10 or 15 games with each move, games by grandmasters. You can find them on chessgames.com, you can find them in databases, you can find them in books, and just try to get a feel for the position, especially if you play this variation with black. If you face this variation with black, you should be prepared. And if you're playing with white, it's completely different if white takes with the b pawn than if white takes with the d pawn. So okay, after g6, taking here is one option. The more sensible option, in my opinion, is castles. you don't have to capture immediately. Now, after castles, black can continue with bishop to g7. Once again, let me say that the move knight to d4 doesn't really work, because you can choose to play bishop to c4, but you can also take, once again, after c takes d4, c3, challenging the pawn. If black captures, you're going to capture with your knight and have a strong center. You're going to play d4 without any issues. But after a6, bishop to e2, bishop to g7, d3 should give you a much better position. In this position now, if black captures, you're going to take with your c pawn, and you're just going to have a huge center. Taking with the knight is okay as well. Once again, you can advance your pawn to d4 and play f4, and if you imagine having these 3 pawns here, then black just has no center and has no play. You are much better. So after castles, knight to d4 is not an option. Black should continue with bishop to d7. Here, white plays rook to e1. There's another move though. Rook to e1 is just the main move. Another idea after bishop to d7 is the move c3. Immediately, with which you are just trying to get a broad pawn center immediately. Here, black should play knight to f6, and now white plays rook to e1. Castles, h3, e5, and now d3. And here, this is probably what I would love to have the most in this variation if black plays this way. Even though, well, okay, let's just go over this. So if you take here, I'm sorry, and this happens, and white takes here. This is actually not so good for white, because black can always play rook to e8 and just take your knight. If you try playing here, then this position doesn't really work either, because black can take on d4. And now if you take here, then there's another issue. Now your queen is of course hanging, and you're just losing the game. So remember that you shouldn't really accept gifts in this position. So after e5, this pawn isn't really hanging. Let's go over that again. If you try to win the pawn with bishop takes c6, then d takes c6 opens up the queen, and well, your queen is basically undefended. After knight takes c5, if you try to win a pawn, a simple move, rook to e8, wins the pawn back. If you just move your knight to f3, you have given up your center, and black is going to recapture the pawn. If you try to defend, then c takes d4, and knight takes e4, lost your pawn back to black's great advantage. If you of course can't take knight, we just showed that, so rook takes e5 would win the queen. So remember that in this position after e5, you can't get tempted to win the pawn. Instead of that, you should simply play the move d3, solidifying your center. After d3, black is going to play d6, knight b to d2, bishop to d7, knight to f1. And you can get your knight either to e3 or to g3. Now a6 should be played, and bishop to a4, b5, bishop to b3. You want to provoke either knight to a5 or c4, which would be a mistake. Black's best move still is knight to a5, and now bishop to c2 and queen to c7. This is the start of the middle game in this variation. And I think white has a perfectly playable position. It's equal according to the engines, it's almost all zeros. But I think this knight is misplaced, and I think the knight is going to have to go back into the game via c6, where it came from. And black is actually the one that has to worry about the pawn break, and d4 is inevitably coming, so I would always rather have white in this position. So that's the move c3 and move 5. You can, after castles and bishop to g7, if you play c3, just remember that you're playing c3 in order to break the position up with d4. So after knight to f6, rook to e1, castles, h3, e5, don't take the pawn, play d3, and you're most likely going to end up with your bishop here. Your knight is most probably going to go to g3, it would also go to e3 and stare at the weak d5 square, and that's basically your plan. Now, the idea behind this opening is that white is going to prevent black's counterplay and attack himself. So this is trying to get the Sicilian defense in reverse, in my opinion, and that's why I love the Rosolino attack, and I think especially this variation is definitely worth exploring. Now let's go back to the main move. After bishop to g7, we just went over c3. The main move though is rook to e1, not trying to go for d4 immediately. Here black should play knight to f6, and here you can't give black time. This is probably the most theoretical line, and let me see how many games were played from this position. Okay, there were over 1500 games from this position, and by far the most popular move is what I'm about to show you, which I think should be played always. That's the move e5, and with this move you are just asking black to defend from move 6, and this is the most aggressive way to play. Black first continues with knight to d5, knight to c3. You wouldn't mind an exchange, of course, if black captures here. Then there are several ways to recapture. There are 2 ways to recapture, but d takes should be your weapon of choice, of course, because you want to solidify this diagonal. Don't be tempted to bring more pawns into the center or to break with d4, because this game is now going to look completely different. You're going to have attacking chances along the e file and along the d file, and you're going to use your bishops to break through black's position. So just, accept double pawns on the c file and accept that black has more central pawns, because you're going for an attack. But after knight to c3, black isn't going to take. Black has a much more sensible move, and that's trying to remove your bishop from the b file, and that's with the move knight to c7. And this move also does one more useful thing, and that's preventing the move e6, which would be deadly in some positions. Now your bishop is attacked. You placed it on b5 in order to exchange it for the knight on c6, so you're going to do that. Bishop takes. In this position, black should always take with the d pawn. Now knight to e4 should be played by white, and you can already see that white has a lot of attacking opportunities in this position, and a lot of technical tricks. I mean, in some positions, even knight to f6, if the king is still on e8, would work, because knight to f6 check, pawn takes check would, of course, win the bishop, so black has to be extra careful, and that's why black is going to play knight to e6 here, and that's, I told you that this move was useful because of that as well. It did chase off the bishop and force it to trade on c6, but it also defends in a critical moment for black. Here, you have to continue with your normal Rosolino plan, pawn to d3, solidifying your center, castles, bishop to e3, developing your pieces, putting some pressure on the c5 pawn, b6 defending, queen to d2, once again trying to exchange the bishop on g7, knight to d4, and here, taking with the bishop isn't good, of course. You don't want to give up your bishop. You should take with the knight on double black's pawns, give him a turn pawn in your position if you want. That's one name for it. So after knight takes d4, pawn takes d4, bishop h6, you're going to exchange the bishops. Of course, black can't take here because he's losing an exchange, but you have given black a much better pawn structure. I mean, the same pawn structure is yours, but you have a liability on e5, and you have on double black's pawns. And in this position, black continues with move c5, and now's your turn to prove your opening advantage. Black stands slightly better here. Taking with g7 could be played afterwards. You don't have to play that immediately. There's one attacking plan that I'm about to show you, but there's also some things you have to be wary of, and that's the fact that black's bishop is now coming to b7, and in some positions after the move e6 and the queen coming to h4, you could be under a lot of pressure as well, and that's why you can't afford to waste time in this position. And I think the most sensible move here is pawn to h4, and with this move you are trying to open up black's position. It's as simple as that, not giving him enough time for bishop to b7 and let's say queen to d5 or some other attacking ideas. So now you're just trying to checkmate black, and f4 could be played, g4 could be played. These positions could get crazy. I've done some analysis from this position on, and there's a lot of fireworks in this position. There have been 12 games with the move bishop to b7, about 8 games with the move queen to d5. So both moves revolve around attacking white. There's one attacking idea which I quite like, which has only been played 3 times, and that's the move f5. And now it has been played by grandmasters, of course. And in this position, I think white should simply take en passant, and after he takes f6, accept the fact that black has traded off white's main weakness, the pawn on e5, even though it has solidified his kingside. So yeah, this is the way to approach that. If instead of f5, black plays something normal, such as queen to d5, then bishop takes g7, king takes g7, and I think the move queen to g5 should be played, just emphasizing the fact that you're about to play h5 and open up the position. And even though it's equal, even though the edges don't seem to give white any advantage, I would always rather have white here. Firstly, the e7 pawn is about to drop. Okay, it's about to be traded off if black can recapture on e5 after that. But from here on, black should be really careful, and black is the one who could go terribly wrong. Not too many bad things could happen to white. I mean, okay, bishop to b7, and you can hang a mate in one, but be careful. So, okay, that was this position after castles. And we just went over the move g6 on move 3, and this is what you're going to face 3 out of 4 times. I think this is by far the most popular move and the critical variation. And it actually combines ideas of the closed Sicilian and the dragon Sicilian. And this is what you should be prepared for the most. Now let's go over the second most popular move. After bishop to b5, the second most popular line is the move e6, and that's preparing to put the knight on e7. Sometimes you're going to see that in the g6 lines as well, but most commonly black will not want to weaken all the dark squares by moving both his g pawn to g6 and his e pawn to e6. After e6, once again you don't have to capture the knight immediately. Once again, knight to d4 doesn't work because you can't take, and especially if black is going to play e6 and then e5 to solidify, it's a waste of time. So I should just castle. Knight g to e7, and here you can also play two different ideas, same as the g6 line. You can either play rook to e1 or c3. I think rook to e1 is the more sensible idea, especially now that the bishop isn't going to go to the long diagonal. After rook to e1, a6, chasing the bishop away, and in these lines, when the bishop has not gone to g7, you can save the bishop, and it's actually smarter to save the bishop in some positions because the e6 pawn is naturally supporting the d5 break. So you can imagine if you take here, black is one move away from breaking in center with d5 and having a huge central initiative, and that's why I think that after a6 you shouldn't give up your bishop. e6 is sort of a game changer in the Rossolimo attack, and you should be prepared to play bishop to f1 and just, well, you haven't wasted the tempo, you've managed to castle, and you have put your bishop on f1. So this is something you should definitely consider. Now the problem is that black can play d5 anyway. So after d5, e takes d5, knight takes d5. Well, you've given up your center control, but you have a very nice move to sort of challenge the center again, and that's d4. Now this position, this line with e6 and bishop f1, is another one in which you just can't afford to waste time. If instead of d4 you play something passive here, such as knight to c3, then black will stand slightly better. Now d4, knight to f6. Black could of course take, but why should he? If you take on c5, then bishop takes c5, then black is perfectly fine. The knight belongs to f6, so why not? And now bishop to e3. And this is a position in which you don't have that many attacking chances. Black hasn't given up too much by playing g6 and bishop to g7. He actually sensibly developed his pieces in the center, so I think in this position it's much harder to attack the black king than in the g6 lines. But still, just remember this idea with pawn to d4, and remember that after a6 you shouldn't really give up your bishop in this line. You should play bishop to f1, and after d5 take, knight takes, and play d4. Bishop f1 and d4 are two critical moves which you should really remember, and remember the ideas behind them. The whole position is going to revolve around these squares, sorry, not this one, and you should try to keep as much control over them. Now, after knight g to e7, you don't have to play rook to e1, you can play c3 and try to have more control in the center. This is a completely different idea, and it also frees up the c2 square for your bishop. So now after black plays a6, you can play bishop to a4, and after b5 you can play bishop to c2. And as you can see, this is a completely different setup. Your rook isn't on e1 and your bishop is on a whole other diagonal, putting pressure on the black king. The problem is that you have given black too tempted to develop his bishop to b7. Now after bishop to b7, once again, you can't waste time. Strike in the center. You have time to play d4 to open up the position. You should do that. So d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4. You can take with the c pawn as well. I just think that taking with the knight is better, and it has been played more times. If black ever takes, then you are going to recapture with the c pawn. Then you might be tempted to take with the c pawn immediately to free up this square, but black can play b4 anyway. So after knight takes d4, I think this is the best way to go. And well, this is the starting position, and you have to assess the position and see where your weaknesses lie and where your strengths lie. Now, your biggest weakness is of course this diagonal, and probably the fact that black is going to have a minority attack on the queen side and weaken your pawns. And thirdly, your knight is undeveloped, and if you want to develop it, you have to move your bishop first. Now, on the other hand, black has to decide what to do with his bishop and what to do with his pieces. Now, I think the move d5 could work for black immediately. I'm not sure whether that's the best idea. Now, some players with black are going to play g6, bishop g7 anyway, which I think is a mistake. And you can also play knight to g6 and bishop to e7, which might also be okay. But I think d5 should be played just trying to dissolve this e4 pawn and trying to get back some central control for black. Now, if you play d5 and white captures, then you're going to play knight takes d5 and your bishop is going to be open, so that has to be a good choice. So that's the move e6, which is actually it's not the most uncommon line. It's the second most played move in this position, but I think it's the most unique way for black to play this position. Now the third way for black to play is the move d6, and the move d6 is actually when I play the Sicilian and I face this, I play d6 because I would like white to capture my pawn, and I would recapture with the b pawn and just have d5 prepared. I can also play e5, and but this isn't really that challenging for white to face. I think it's just the simplest way for black to play because there's not a lot of theory. Now white doesn't have to capture, of course. The knight is pinned. White's going to castle. Bishop to d7 unpinning. Now taking here, I think is a waste of time. You can wait for black to move the knight if he wishes to. You should play rook to e1, knight to f6, c3, a6, chasing the bishop away. And now once again, taking perhaps isn't the wisest idea because then the bishop is going to come to c6 and you're going to face a lot of pressure on the e4 pawn. I mean, okay, you want to play d3 in some positions anyway, but ideally you would like to play the move d4 without d3. So I think once again bishop to f1 should be the move you choose. Bishop to g4, you haven't played h3 as in the other line, so now you are getting pinned, but you still have time for d4 because you played your pawn to c3. Now after e6, d5 should be played. This is well, it's a simple variation to learn because all the moves are basically forced and you don't have a lot of options, but positionally it's tough to play, especially the late middle games would be complicated, especially for black. I mean, I've faced this with black and my results weren't perfect. I have to work on these lines, but I usually play this with white, at least in blitz. I'm going to play it in tournament games as well. So now e6, preparing for the move d5 and d5. Now in this line, the position is fairly complicated, but black should be prepared to play aggressively and to play tough positions which are hard to calculate. Now the best move here is knight to e5, and after knight b to e2, knight b to d2, defending your knight, bishop to e7. And even though there's a lot of tension in the center, neither side should really relieve the tension early. Black should strive to castle his king, and to try to develop his pieces, and white should just let black decide what to do. Perhaps play h3, perhaps play bishop to e2 in some positions, perhaps play move c4 and e4 and try to open the position that way. In any case, this is one of the only lines in the Rossolimo attack in which the engines think that white is almost winning. That's because white has a lot more space and probably more active pieces, and I think that's not an objective assessment, because black isn't really that much worse. Now from this position on, there were no games played, but I think this would easily happen, and you should be prepared for that. In this position, after the move d4, the most common move for black is actually c takes d4. This is what humans play. I mean, this is what the most common move is. I'm not sure that that's the best option though. So after c takes d4, e5 should be played by black now, and after d5, knight to d4. This is what the theory says should be played, and there were a lot of games, strong games on this position, over 80 games. And I think that the best game you should definitely see from this position is Anand Garamian from 2016, which Anand had won convincingly. And in this game, in that game, Anand managed to get a slight advantage and then to hold on to it. Now here, the most common move is bishop to e3. That's what Viswanathan Anand played, and now knight to f3 was played by Garamian. And here, g takes f3, of course, and bishop to d7. So now it's tough to say whether white holds an advantage. I think white's king isn't that unsafe, and the pawn structure seems fine, and the bishop on f8 is of course locked down for now, but I'm not sure that I would like to have white in this position. Well, to be honest, I wouldn't like to have black either. This is just the most common way people play. So let's go over that again. After castles on move 4, okay, d6 castles, bishop to d7, rook to e1, knight to f6, c3, a6, bishop f1, bishop g4, d4. I think the best way for black to play would be the move e6, which I have showed you. So now e6, d5, knight to e5, knight b2, bishop to e7. But stronger players than me usually choose the move c takes d4. So perhaps you should play that. That might be simpler. C takes d4, c takes d4, e5, d5, knight to d4, and now of course you can take your queen's hanging. But bishop to e3, knight takes f3, g takes f3, bishop to d7. So these are two ways this position could go, and I wouldn't feel comfortable in any of them. Of course, with the black pieces with white, I would probably rather have this position. But yeah. So this is what you have to remember. After the move d6, just castle, and after bishop to d7, which is definitely going to be played, don't take the knight, play rook to e1, knight f6, c3 preparing d4, and black has to play a6, bishop f1, bishop g4, d4. And now this is for black to decide. With the white pieces, you should be prepared for both e6 and c takes d4, and just remember the differences. Once again, Anand Garamian 2016, that should be the key game to study from this position and to learn from. Okay, let's go over the last good move for black on move 4. And that's the move knight to f6. Now, this might seem provocative, but e5 shouldn't really be played. You actually have time to play knight to c3 in this position, and black should play queen to c7 just to prepare to recapture on c6 with the queen. White castles, knight to d4 actually works in this position, and here rook to e1 should be played, giving up your bishop and gaining a tempo on the queen. This is probably one key move which you have to remember. Don't get scared. Don't take the knight because you're going to lose your e-pawn. Just calmly play rook to e1, and after a6, bishop to e2. This is another hard move to find, but well, I think after the move d3, your bishop is actually more useful on e2. You could play, of course, bishop to f1, but bishop to e2 is just more precise. So after bishop to e2, black should play e5, and after bishop to c4, well, the move e5 gains some control in the center, but it leaves a gaping hole on the d5 square, so white is definitely about to use that. So play bishop to c4, losing the tempo now that the move b5 has given you a square on d5, and after bishop to e7 by black, d3 and d6, I think, even though engines give this position as equal, I think white is positionally much stronger than black, and I would love to have white in this position. You just have a free square on d5, and well, black could try to challenge you, but if he does, that will give you enough time to play the move f4 and open up the lines, and I think it's just much simpler to attack with white pieces here. I mean, just a simple continuation could be this. Let's say this happens. I think even allowing your pawns to be doubled here should be okay, because it's really hard for black to survive this position. I mean, you're going to play queen to g4. You're going to have a huge initiative. Okay, I know this was a lot of theory. Try to go over the video a few times if you didn't grasp it all. It's a tough opening to play. The Rossolimo attack is very complicated. If you play bishop to b5 with white, you have to be prepared for all 4 moves. If you play knight to c6 with black, then you basically have to prepare only one of these. But still, it's a tough job. If you play the Sicilian and you play knight to c6 on move 2, I think the best way to prepare for bishop to b5 is to prepare one of these 4 moves. Probably the best one is g6 subjectively. And if you play bishop to b5 with white, study all 4 of them. There's nothing else to do, I'm sorry. And I'm trying to do that at the moment. I plan to go deep into theory on all 4 moves, and I plan to make the Rossolimo attack one of my main weapons against knight c6 old Sicilians. Okay, everybody, I hope you got something from this video. I'm going to continue with the theory of the Sicilian defense. After I finish that, I'm going to do the Semislav, and yeah, stay tuned for more chess. Let me know what you think in the comments below, and see you later. Bye-bye. Thanks very much for watching. Bye. Hello everyone, Stefan here. I'll continue the series on the Sicilian with a very aggressive opening choice for white against the Sicilian, which is the Richter-Rauser attack. And even though it might not be as popular as, let's say, the Fischer-Sozin attack or the English attack system or the Yugoslav attack, I believe it's still one of the most aggressive ways to fight the Sicilian defense, and you can only enter it from the classical Sicilian, so it might be the best choice when your opponents don't go into the knight or into the dragon or something more thematic. Now, before I begin, I would just like to emphasize the input of one player and the attribution to the theory of the Richter-Rauser attack by Garry Kasparov. I think you should definitely study his games in order to comprehend the opening and to understand all the variations, especially his games from the mid-90s and the late 90s. There are a lot of beautiful victories he got in the opening. Okay, yeah, so about the history of the opening, it was named after Richter and Rauser, of course, one Soviet-Ukrainian and one German chess player from the 20th century, and they didn't really contribute to the modern theory that much. They've just been one of the first players to play it seriously, but I would say that the opening was developed at the end of the 20th century, and the theory developed in the 90s especially. There have been some new ideas since then, but it's been fairly straightforward and not so much has changed since then. And it remains a very strong weapon, as I said. So let's get into the opening. E4, C5, the Sicilian, knight to F3, knight C6, D4, the open Sicilian, CD4, knight to D4, knight to F6, and white defends the E4 pawn with knight to C3. And now, in the last video, I've covered an opening in which black plays E5, and we've been going over a lot of variations. And the Richter-Rauser attack starts with the classical Sicilian, in which black continues with pawn to D6, not going for chasing the knight away or something more aggressive, black simply prepares to develop his pieces and to get a small center, so to speak, with pawns on d6 and d6. And the variation starts after white plays the move bishop to g5. This is now the Richter-Hauser attack or the Richter-Hauser variation. Now the next two moves the next move for black is almost forced. Black plays e6 here because black doesn't want to allow white to capture the pawn on f6 and to have to recapture with the pawn. And white's idea is similar to what black does in the Nimzo-Indian. Black in the Nimzo-Indian wants to exchange his bishop for the knight on c3, and in the Richter-Hauser attack, white would like to exchange his bishop for the knight on f6 when the circumstances are favorable. That is when black is basically forced to recapture with the pawn. If black gets to recapture with the piece, then it's not a big deal. So the point of bishop to g5 is either to retreat the bishop if the circumstances are unfavorable, or even better to capture when black has to take with the g-pawn. And very often in these lines, black is going to have doubled f-pawns, so that is something to keep in mind. Another thing that players with the black pieces should be aware of is that in the Richter-Hauser, your king is going to be stuck in the center either on e8 or on e7 more often than not, and definitely more often than in most Sicilian positions. Sometimes you're going to castle queenside, sometimes you're going to castle kingside, but I would say at least a third of the time your king is going to remain in the center, and you're going to have an unsafe position. Now, that being said, the position is not bad, the position is just aggressive for both sides. Okay, now here I would just like to go over one sideline briefly. The second move, queen to d2, we are going to go over is by far the most common, but one sideline is bishop to b5, the Vitolin's variation, named after one Latvian player. And that can be played. It's just slightly unusual because white is basically offering to open up the the b file, and white is going to castle queenside anyway. So that might seem a bit counterintuitive, but that happens in some of the variations as well. Here black continues with bishop to d7, and now white captures with the bishop. Bishop takes c6, bc6, queen to f3. Threatening to capture on f6 twice, h6. And here, white actually doesn't capture on f6, white plays bishop to h4, and he keeps the tension. g5 would weaken black's position too much, and black here continues with queen to b6. Now, this isn't really a pawn sacrifice, of course. White can't capture on f6, and g takes, queen takes because the knight on d4 is hanging. White castles queenside here. So after castling, the b pawn is defended, and the d4 knight is defended as well. And now you can see that the pawn is hanging on f6, so bishop to e7, and knight to b3. And this is the start of the variation of the Vitolin's line in the Richter-Hauser. And as I said, it might seem a bit counterintuitive to offer to open up the b file, but the position is perfectly fine. The two knights are doing a great job defending the white king, and the black king is actually in more trouble than white's king because white has a lot of pressure along the f file, and white is almost ready to push his kingside pawns. But as I said, that's a sideline that you're not going to see very often. However, if you do play this position with the black pieces, if you do play the classical Sicilian, you have to be aware that white doesn't have to play queen to d2 here, even though it's the most common move. But let's go over queen to d2, and there are more than 10,000 games from this position with queen to d2. This is a very thematic position, and what white is basically trying to do, white is trying to castle queenside as soon as possible and attack on the kingside. That's the main plan. Now, white is going to have two main attacking setups, and one of them is going to be with f4, another one is going to be with f3. Now, f4 gives white more chances for a quick attack, of course, and f3 gives black less counterplay. So if you play f3, then your e4 pawn is defended, and in the Richter-Hauser, the e4 pawn is often going to be white's main weakness in the position, and black should usually strive to place his bishop on c6 and put pressure on the e4 pawn. So with f3, you're still preparing to attack, same as in the English attack setup, you would play against the dragon or something else, or the Najdorf, but the attack might be a bit slower. And with f4, you can see that e5 is immediately on the cards, which is a common break, etc. So yeah, f4 or f3 are the main plans of attack. So the position continues with a6 here, and black doesn't play a6 simply to prevent knight to b5. It's also to be able to play b5 as soon as possible, and perhaps bishop to b7, because black's main source of counterplay is queenside play, and it's already clear that white is casting queenside, and in fact that's white's next move in any game, in every game, and black is simply preparing to move b5 as soon as possible and trying to strike on the queenside to gain as much counterplay as possible. So a6 has to be played. Castles is the best move, and the only move almost, perhaps the only move ever played. I mean, there have been some more moves played, but this is by far the best. And now the position branches out. This is what you're going to get probably without spending any time on the clock for either side. This is just too well known, and this position is the start of the real Richter-Hauser attack. And here black gets to choose between two lines, and they are quite different. One of them is bishop to d7, another one is h6. Let's go over the h6 line first. Now, to h6, white can respond in three different ways. It's clear that you are going to have to retreat the bishop at some point or take the knight on f6. As I said at the start of the video, white does want to exchange the bishop, but not if the situation is unfavorable for the trade. So if you take on f6 now, black is simply going to recapture with the queen and have an okay position, putting pressure on f2 and being perfectly fine. So in the lines with h6, you don't capture on f6, you retreat the bishop most of the time. There is one sideline I would like to mention, which actually wasn't played that much until the late 90s, and it's sort of a new idea, and that's the line with knight takes c6. And in this line with knight takes c6, b takes c6, white is once again voluntarily opening up the b file to his own disadvantage, but it has some threats. White here continues with bishop to f4, retreating the bishop, and black plays d5. And in the h6 lines of the Richter-Hauser, there are a few things you have to remember. Now, for black, d5 and b4 are the main ideas. Of course, black can't play b4 in this line with knight takes c6, but d5 can be played. b4 and d5 are the main sources of counterplay, and two moves which would cause the most trouble for white. If b4 is played, then the knight has to move from c3 mainly to e2, and if d5 is played, you can see that black has a broad center which can be utilized easily, and that's why it's fairly common for the player with the black pieces in the Richter-Hauser to try and go for an endgame as soon as possible, and to try and trade as many pieces as possible to make sure he could utilize his broad pawn center. Now, I'm sorry, somebody just entered my office. Once d5 is played, black, of course, has a huge pawn majority in the center and can try and think of some ending positions already. Now, it doesn't mean that white is worse in this position. In fact, the engines will tell you that white is always better, but white has given black quite a lot of counterplay. Now the position continues with queen to e3, bishop to b4, putting pressure on the c3 knight, and now we are going to see the point behind knight takes c6 and how white gets enough counterplay as well. Here, bishop to e2 should be played, developing his last minor piece, and castles. And now, once the black king has committed to the g8 square, once the black king has castled, white has a clear plan of attack. White wants to attack the king side as soon as possible. So e5, dislodging the knight from the defense, and the knight on f6 is the main defender of a castle king on the king side. So after e5, once the knight has to move, black is already weakening his defenses significantly. Knight to d7, retreating the knight. Queen to g3, threatening bishop h6 right away. King to h8, queen to h3, now threatening, of course, bishop takes h6 once again, and after pawn takes, queen takes, bishop takes c3, forcing the queen to take. You don't really want to, you can't take on h6 because bishop b2 check, and you lose a pawn. And if you capture with the b pawn, then your position is too weak, so you do spend move taking with the queen. And now after queen b6, you simply bring your queen back. So white has a clear plan of attack, and white is faster than black, significantly faster. If you go back, after knight takes c6, b takes c6, bishop f4, d5, you can see that even though black has a favorable structure, white has committed his pawn to e5, and it's weak there, it's only defended by by pieces for now, but white gets a lot of activity. And here, queen to h3 is actually pawn sacrifice. You can see that. So queen takes f2, and after bishop to f3, black has 7 pawns, white has 6. But now knight takes e5. You don't want to capture with the bishop immediately because you lose the bishop. Once knight takes e5 is played, if you capture with the bishop immediately, then queen to e3, and after king b1, queen takes e5, so that wouldn't work. But after knight takes e5, rook to d2, queen to c5, bishop takes e5. White is a piece up, but the position is actually equal and slightly better for white, because now black gets to play f6, and after bishop to g3, this broad center is going to be quite significant for black, and is going to prove to be almost enough compensation. So this is a line in which black actually sacrifices a piece for, it's for 2 pawns, but those 2 pawns are very scary. You can already see that black can create 1 or 2 passed pawns in the center, and that would be enough compensation. And the highest rated game from this position was Martin Clemente Joel against Vosaklik Jerzy, I think that's pronounced that way, who are both 2600 grandmasters, so very strong players. Let's go back in this position. So okay, knight takes c6, b takes c6, bishop to f4, d5, queen e3, bishop b4, bishop e2 castles. White is attacking on the king side, dislodging the knight, allowing black to capture the f2 pawn and getting a piece for 2 pawns. Yeah, so if black does decide to go for that, this position is fine. Just remember not to take the knight before you play rook to d2, because then you're just a pawn down. Now in this position, instead of knight takes c5, which is the only move, I don't really know what to suggest for black. The engine thinks king to g8 is the best move, or king to h7, and that all seems to be equal according to the engines, but apparently it's really hard to defend, because if you, let's say, if you play something stupid like bishop to b7, then this sacrifice is just winning, and there's no way to defend. So you can see the evaluation bar on the right side of the board. But any other sensible move, such as king to h7, can be punished with a lot of activity right away with a move such as rook to f1. So you can see that the piece sacrifice isn't forced, but it is forced. I don't know how to put it. So you sack a piece, and rook to d2, queen to c5, and you take here. And now at least you can defend, and you have, well, the dark square bishop isn't perfect on g3, and black has too many pawns in the center, and it's actually great compensation. And this position isn't equal, but white is only slightly better. So yeah, I wanted to get into this line with knight takes c6, which actually has a lot of venom, and if white plays it properly, it could be a very strong weapon against the classical Sicilian here. And remember this line. As I said, it's a fairly new idea, and it hasn't been played much. Okay, let's go over 2 more common moves now. Another move that white could play after 8 h6 is either bishop to e3 or bishop to f4. Bishop to f4 is not that commonly played. It's the third most popular move. You might wonder what happens after e5, but it's actually a bad move for black, because knight c6, b6, bishop e5, the queen is hanging with checkmate, so you lose a pawn, and yeah, this position just isn't good. So d5 can't be played. So after bishop to f4, you play bishop to d7, firstly stopping this threat, because now the bishop is defended 3 times, and now after knight takes c6, bishop takes c6, f3, d5, 2 common plans are being put into action. Black is putting his bishop on c6, putting pressure on e4. You already have 3 attackers now, and black is pushing through with d5, and this position is perfectly fine for black. This position is just equal, and this is why I think that bishop to f4 shouldn't really be played. Even though it's an okay move, I think it's not active enough. So I would recommend either knight takes c6, which we just went over on move 9 after h6, or the main line after h6, bishop to e3. As I said, it doesn't make sense to capture on f6. You retreat the bishop because the queen can take on f6. And here black has 2 responses, either bishop to e7 or bishop to d7. Let's go over bishop to d7 first. After bishop to d7, you create an English attack setup, or you play f4. I think f3 is simpler to play and safer to play, because the bishop is coming to c6. In fact, black can immediately capture and play bishop c6. So b5. And after b5, which is black's common playing, either d5 or b4 now, black is threatening b4, so you take on c6. Bishop takes c6, knight to e2. Black is putting pressure on e4, trying to push through d5, queen to c7. In most positions, you are going to play king to b1, but here it's not really necessary. Knight to d4, attacking the bishop, bishop b7, bishop to d3, finishing your development, and e5. And in most Richter Hauser positions, white is going to be utilizing light squares, and black is going to be utilizing dark squares. And this is a perfect example of that. And especially in positions where black pushes e5, you can see that there are already significant holes on the light squares for black. Knight to f5, d5, trying to push through in the center and break white's bind on the d5 square. E takes d5, knight takes d5, and this is where I would like to stop. So this is the position with bishop to d7 now. In all of these positions, the engine is going to like white. That's just the way it is. And I think it's objective, as opposed to some other Sicilian positions. I think white actually does have an advantage here, because white's king is much safer, and white is up in development, definitely. Okay, but after bishop to e3, black doesn't have to play bishop to d7. I think bishop to e7 is a better and a more sensible move, just trying to castle. And here, white has 2 main responses, f4 and f3. f4 going for a quicker attack, f3 going for an English attack with a safer center, more solid center. Let's go over f4 first. So f4. Knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, b5. Black goes for his queenside pawn push and his queenside attack. Bishop to d3 developing, bishop b7, king to b1, putting the king into safety, and castles. Now, it's clear what both sides want to do. Black wants to play either d5 or b4, and white wants to play h3, g4, g5, and crush the black king. I think this position is easier to play with white pieces, at least for humans. The engines, I think, agree with me, and this is slightly better for white, but it's almost equal. And I think that the advantage is more significant than points 3 or point 4. I think that most humans would choose white in this position, even though black stands fine. I mean, black has sort of what he wants. He's going to push through on the queen side. He has pressure on the e4 pawn, and you can see that already now, if b4 is played, then the pawn is hanging. But white is the first to play. So e5 here. This is white's common break in the position. d5, f takes e5, dislodging the defender. As soon as this knight moves to d7, you can see that there are a lot of sacrifices that are going to happen on h6. And h6 is probably the square at which white most commonly sacrifices in the Richter Hauser. Yeah, another tactical trick that white can commonly play, if the queen comes to a5, which it often does, is the knight to d5 trick, which, especially if the bishop is on e7, can often lead to being a pawn up or even winning the position. After knight to d7, white continues with knight to e4, indirectly defending the g2 pawn and trying to put the knight into some key squares, trying to get the octopus knight on d6. So the bishop has to take, and let's face it, the knight on e4 was much better than the d7 bishop. Bishop takes e4, rook to c8, c3, queen to c7. And yeah, I would like to have white here. I don't know about you, but okay, black has b4 coming in and stuff, but I would always have white in this position. And that's why I think that in the main line after bishop to e3, bishop to e7, f4 is a better move than f3. But let's go over f3 now. So f3, going for a safer, slower, more solid attack with more control in the center. Knight to d4, bishop d4, b5, king to b1, rook to b8. And here there's an intermezzo move, a tempo move, which seems to be the most popular in modern theory of the Richter-Hauser, which I don't really know what it achieves. It gets the rook from b8 to b7, which might be significant, but that's what I think the move is about, is you play bishop to a7 attacking the rook to provoke rook to b7 and then play bishop to e3 back to make sure that the black bishop doesn't have the b7 square. And that's what I think the reason is behind the move. But you did waste the tempo, and the rook could easily transfer to along the 7th rank here. And if the rook wasn't on b7, then let's say rook to c7 or rook to d7 wouldn't be possible. And since black wants to push through with d5, I can see the move rook to d7 being useful. And that's why I'm not sure whether you should interpose the move bishop a7. Now, if you don't, after rook to b8, you simply play bishop to e3. I'm sorry, you simply play after rook to b8, you can simply play the move knight to rook to b8, b7, the move bishop to e3, but that wouldn't really make sense. You want to have pressure on the d file, and it's a common plan for white to use the semi-open d file, but I'm not sure whether the position with bishop on e3 is better when the rook is on b7 or on b8. But yeah, it's for you to decide. But however, the main line is bishop a7, rook b7, bishop e3, queen to a5, trying to put pressure on white's queen side, and now knight to d5. And this is the trick I mentioned. You normally get more than in this position because this is fine for black. But in some positions when the king has already castled, you can either gain the bishop pair, or if the rook is on b8, you could even win a piece like this, or force the queen back to d8. The point is that if, let's say, the rook is on b8 and the king is castled, if the queen captures the queen, then knight takes c7 will win a piece with check, and then you capture the queen. So in some positions this would bring you more than here, but here queen takes d2, knight f6 check, gf6. But it doesn't really want to take with the bishop because then the d6 pawn would be undefended. Bishop takes d2 and e5, and this is the starting position after f3, and I just don't think that white has as much as in the f4 line, so I would always prefer to play f4. And I have to say that I'm an e4 player, and I like playing against the Sicilian because I think white often has enough of an attack, and the Richter-Hauser is a great way to attack black. And I like attacking positions, I like Marozzi bind positions, and apart from the Marozzi bind, I think the English attack and the f4 line against the classical Sicilian in the Richter-Hauser are my favorite setups, and I think this is just great. So you have to choose in the h6 line after bishop to e3. If black plays bishop to e7, which is the most common move, I would suggest f4, but it's for you to decide whether you want to play f3 and f4. Garry Kasparov, who I've mentioned earlier, has played both moves, and he's had success with both. So check out his games, see what suits you best. But let's go back to castles on move a for white. Black doesn't have to play h6 here, which we just went over, which is one branch. Black can play the main line with bishop to d7. This is the main move, more common than h6. And here, white can also decide between f4 and f3. Once again, I would suggest f4, f3, bishop to e7. And here you can choose between two moves. And the positions are okay for white, but I don't find them as comfortable. Once again, you might feel comfortable in them, so don't take my subjective opinion seriously if you don't want to. Here, white should continue with h4, and after h6, you don't take the knight once again. You don't want black to recapture with the piece, so bishop to e3 and h5. One key thing to remember for black is that once white pushes h4, you want to play h5, stopping the pawns on the king side. Because if white pushes through with h5 and then g4, g5, black is going to be lost. Here, bishop to g5 back to the same square makes sense because now the bishop can no longer be dislodged. And another thing is that after bishop to e7, you don't have to play h4, you can play bishop to e3, simply returning the bishop, which you don't want to exchange on f6 anyway. And here black should continue with h5, stopping white's plans. White plays king b1, queen c7, knight takes c6, bishop takes c6, bishop d3, b5. The position is similar, but you can see that the difference is that the pawn is on h5 for black, and that black seemingly has a faster attack than in the h6 lines. And that's why I don't like move f3 against bishop to d7. I would recommend the move f4, which is the main line. And once again, Garry Kasparov has played both, started his games. After f4, the line is straightforward, but white has a faster attack than in the f3 line. b5. Bishop takes f6, g takes f6. In this position, black doesn't really want to capture with the queen because you can get a very fast attack in with knight takes c6, bishop takes c6, and here, and black is in a lot of trouble. I mean, the center has just opened up greatly to white's advantage. So after bishop takes f6, you take with the g pawn, and this is what I was talking about. White wants to capture on f6 when black captures with the pawn. Now black isn't forced, but black is better off taking with the pawn here. After g takes f6, king to b1, always play king b1, safety first. Queen b6, putting pressure on the d4 knight. Knight c6, bishop c6. The black bishop belongs to c6, putting pressure on e4. And now f5, opening up the king side, and more importantly, fixing the weakness on f6. And the main plans for white in this line with the bishop coming to d7 are to stop d5 for black. That's one thing. Put pressure on e6, f6, and if possible on the h pawn, whether it's on h5, h6, or h7, or block it with a piece. So that's the main thing. Stop d5, put pressure on e6, and f5 does exactly that. If you manage to open up the center this way, those pieces are going to have a major role in the attack. And as I said, black is often going to leave his king on e8 in the Richter-Hauser, and this is a perfect example. If I turned on the engine, it would say that the position is equal, white is slightly better, 0.4, 0.3, and the best move according to the engines is castles here. But if you castle with the black pieces, then you don't have that much counterplay, so I wouldn't suggest castling. It might be sounder and positionally safer, but I think you should play b4. And after b4, you get counterplay, and this is the main move for a reason. Knight to e2, forcing the knight back. Here, taking here is an okay move, but you allow white to open up the center to take e6, which is always very dangerous, so I wouldn't recommend that move. After knight to e2, I would recommend d5, simply blocking the center and not allowing white to capture, and then trying to put pressure here, so white is going to play knight to g3. I think this is just much faster, much safer. If you allow not to castle, then allowing white to capture on e6 and having to capture with the f pawn seems like suicide to me. Here black continues with h5, trying to dislodge the knight. If black gets h4 in, then the knight moves back to e2 and bishop takes e4 for free. So h4 stopping that. Queen to c5, getting into white's position. Queen to e2, putting pressure on h5, and here king to e7. King to e7 tries to connect the rooks, tries to, once the bishop develops to h6, have the rooks connected for the attack on the queen side, but hangs the h5 pawn, which is okay, but once again I would always have white in this position. The point of queen to e2 was to defend the e4 pawn. So now after king e7, knight h5 is actually in the cards, and bishop to b5 attacking the queen, queen to g4, defending the knight, bishop h6, bishop to d3, trying to exchange the bishops, rook h to g8, attacking the queen, and queen to e2, defending both the bishop and the g2 pawn, and if white captures, you are going to capture with the rook. Now queen to e3, trying to exchange the queens, but now first bishop b5, a b5, queen b5, and queen to a7. After queen to b5, taking on e4 is risky because you lose the rook. after queen to b7 check, so you have to retreat the queen. And this is still theory. There's a lot of games from this position even, and this is a thematic position in the main line of the Richter browser, and this is what you have to memorize. According to the engines, this is much better for white, but it's still being played by grandmasters, and this is why I think the Richter browser is a great attacking setup for white. You are often going to get strong attacking positions, even if black plays okay. So my recommendations. If you have to choose between f3 and f4, choose f4 because it's more aggressive. If you like positional chess, then choose f3. Remember a few key plans for both sides. If you're white, attack on the king side, play either f3 or h3, and strive to play g4, g5, h4, h5, etc. Use the semi-open d file. You can often have tactical tricks with your rook and queen here. If you put your queen on e1, then you will often have tricks of capturing the e5 pawn or d6 pawn because the queen is going to be on d8. Remember the tricks with putting your knight from c3 to d5 if the queen is on a5. That's a very common plan. If you're black, use b4 to dislodge the knight from c3 and gain space on the queen side, and use d5 to create a strong pawn center. If you manage to get d5 in, your position is going to be fine. Block the h file, play h5. Don't allow whites to push through with h5. Attack e4, put your bishop on c6, put pressure on e4. That's white's main weakness. Use the dark squares if you're black, and there is a common plan of playing, if the pawn isn't on e5, of playing bishop to h6, bishop to f4, and bishop to d5, and you can often get an attacking position like this. If you manage to put your bishop on e5, then your position is great. So yeah, attack the queen side if you're black, attack the king side if you're white. I think the position is fairly straightforward. You have to know two lines. You have to know after castles. This is going to happen in every game. If you're black, study one of these, either bishop to d7 or h6 in great detail. They're very different. They're very risky, and I think white is better in both lines. But who am I to speak? Many players, including Karyakin, Vasily Ivanchuk, Vladimir Kramnik, I don't know, countless grandmasters and even world champions have been playing this with black pieces. So the position is fine. I just think it's easier to play with white pieces. And if you are an e4 player, add this to your repertoire. It's a great attacking weapon against black. Okay, thanks very much for watching. I hope you got to learn something against the Richter browser. I hope you got some new attacking ideas about how to defeat the Sicilian defense, the classical Sicilian. And if you're black and you play the classical Sicilian, I hope you got to learn something and you got to solidify your knowledge in the Richter browser, because I'm sure you face it often. I have put the link to the introductory video on the Sicilian defense in the description below. Check it out if you're unfamiliar with the basics. And thanks very much for watching, and stay tuned for more chess. See you later. Bye. Hello everyone, Stefan here. Sorry for not making any videos for about 5 days. I had no time, I wasn't in Zagreb, I wasn't at home, and I just couldn't make it. So now let's continue with the Sicilian defense, with the theory. And this variation, the Prince variation I'm going to cover today, is probably my favorite way to face the Sicilian defense. And it's a variation which not many Sicilian players know that well. And it will be used as a great surprise weapon, even though there's a way for black to equalize right up to the opening if he knows what he's doing. So if you play the Sicilian defense and you play the knight or for the dragon, you should learn how to react to the prince or to f3. So after e4, c5, knight to f3, d6. The Prince variation can't be played if black should play knight to c6 or g6 or anything else. So after d6, you play d4, the Sicilian c4, knight d4, and now 99% of players with black are going to play knight to f6. And then about 99% players with white are going to play knight to c3. And that's your common way to defend the e4 pawn. Now there's another way. Of course, you could play bishop d3, queen to e1, queen to d3. Those are all dubious moves. But there's another good way to defend, and that's the Prince variation, and that's pawn to f3. Now, there's an obvious problem with this move. If you don't enter variations which are similar to the dragon, in which white goes for the Yugoslav attack, or something else with the setup, pawn on e4, pawn on f3, pawn on g2, castles, queen side, knight to c3, bishop e3, bishop somewhere, bishop c4, bishop b3, then you're going to have problems with your king side. And in the Prince variation, white is often going to castle short, castle king side, and that's why the move f3 is weakening the squares around the black king, especially the dark squares. You can see that here. Now, to this move, black has 5 ways to react. I would say there's only one good way, and there's only one variation which brings black more than equality, but he has to know what he's doing, and it's also double-edged, and he has to know theory up until move 15 in order to stand better. Now let's go over the sidelines first. The first variation white should know how to face is the move knight to c6, and this is the most boring variation. Now I will just immediately point out something. If black doesn't play e5 after f3, chasing your knight away immediately, you are always going to play c4 on move 6, and that's by far the best way to play, and you're always going to have a similar setup, and you're always going to play very much similar moves, and you're always going to try to have the same attacking plan, and that's castling queen side and attacking with g4, h4, etc., because black can't really castle queen sides in these positions. So we play c4, and whatever black does, if it's not e5 on move 5, you're going to play c4, because you are trying to get the Morozzi bind, get enough space in the center, prevent black from ever pushing d5, and gain more central control. After c4, you're going to play in the next 10 to 15 moves, 10 moves, knight c3, bishop to e3, bishop to e2, queen to d2, castling, or casting short if you want to play it safer. You can play it safer as well. Both moves are okay. I just think that castling queen side could bring you more attacking chances. So after c4, in this variation, black will most often play the move e6, and this move is preparing to play d5, because after d6 and f3, black is uncomfortable, and black doesn't usually want to be pushing through the Morozzi bind after playing d6, and in this position he has to. So he has to play e6, d5, and that's the most common plan for black, and you can already see that he's going to have a hard time doing that. This variation with knight to c6, though, on move 5 is the most boring one, because black has a forcing way to equalize, to exchange the queens, and to basically get the drawn position. So if you're playing this with black, if white plays f3, then you can get a forced draw, unless white makes a mistake which you don't know how to respond to, but that's new to figure out. So c4, e6, white should play bishop e3, so bishop e7, knight c3, castles, queen to d2, that's the setup I was talking about. Now in this position, black can push through with d5, this is move 9, and black should use the opportunity to do that. If he doesn't do that here, then at any other time this will be slightly inferior. So d5 here, you have to push through. E takes d5, e takes d5, rook to d1, you have to reinforce your position, and now this is basically an exchange of everything. Well, I will show you one way to avoid an exchange, which is the best way, but you will see that most often in your games after this variation, you are going to exchange the queens and get the draw. So now knight to e5 should be played by black, that's the best move. C takes d5, knight takes d5, and here you should play bishop to e2, simply trying to castle, and ignoring the fact that black is threatening to take your bishop pair. Castling is far more important in this position. So now bishop h4 check should be played, and here you should accept having your king on f2, because that's not a problem at all. So now bishop takes f2, king takes f2, and you can now, you did lose your bishop pair, but black lost it as well. And now knight takes c3, queen takes c3, rook to e8, bishop e5, bishop d7, bishop takes d7, queen d7, rook h3, 1. You can see that this position is most likely going to end in a draw. The pawn structure is symmetrical. Both sides have completely equal material. There are no imbalances in the position, and on grandmaster level, I think this would players would agree a draw in this position more often than not. So that's the move knight to c6. So after f3, knight c6, just learn these 19 moves, 20 moves, and you are going to have no problem playing this against stronger players and holding equality. But knight to c6 is a slight mistake in my opinion, at least from a human perspective. I think the engines would choose this as the first move, but simply because it's the safest way to play, and long term it provides black enough chances. But I think black should play differently. We're going to go over that later on. So c4, e6, bishop e3. Just remember your setup. Knight to c3, queen on d2, and black. If black doesn't push d5 here, just continue normally. You can castle queenside here. If you want to play it safe, then bishop e2, castle short. But I would recommend castle queenside. Let's go back. After f3, I would say the least popular move is the move g6, and against this you are going to simply transpose to the dragon. And knight to c3 can be played, but I wouldn't recommend it because after knight to c3, bishop g7, bishop e3, castles, queen to d2, you're now in the mainline dragon, and you have to know a lot of tier here. And if you're white and if you play f3, then you probably want to avoid the mainline tier. So here your plan is of course to castle queenside. Black is going to attack you on the c file. You have to push your kingside pawns and attack, but that's a completely different video. But after g6, I would recommend you not playing. You don't play knight to c3. You play c4 once again. So after c4, knight c6, knight c3, bishop g7, bishop e3. You have the exact same setup. The only difference is that black hadn't prepared d5 and he can't push through with d5. You're going to play bishop e2, castle short, and attack along the queen side. And I think white has an obvious edge here. So that's move g6. Because in the dragon variation, if you play the Yugoslav attack, then you play f3 later on. This is just the transposition of the positions. Okay, let's go back. After f3, so g6, knight c6, another move is e6, and this is basically transposing to the variation with d6 we saw earlier on. So c4 once again, bishop e7, bishop to e3, castles, knight to c3. Black is once again going to prepare the move d5, and he's going to play knight to c6, and you're going to transpose. Now let's go over one mistake. After f3, most players with black on lower levels, especially in blitz chess, confuse their move order and they play a6. Neither players think that a6 works here, and it really does not. Because after a6, c4, white is simply better. White has a lot of control. The move a6 is completely useless here. You can see that three pieces are controlling this, and white is never going to be able to push through with b5. And on the other hand, white wasn't threatening to play knight to b5 in this variation either, because white wants to get his normal setup with knight c3, bishop e3, bishop e2, queen to d2, castle short or long, and get the same setup. Now after this, after a6, especially if black continues with normal play, let's say he plays e6 here, I think this is the most often played move, then white should simply play bishop to e2, and after bishop e7 castle, and let's say black castles, you start develop normally, and you can see that white has a clear edge here. White has more space, white has better attacking ideas, the b6 square is weak, the d6 pawn is weak, black can never push through with d5, you're going to play queen d2, rook ac1, rook fd1, and have huge central control, and basically have everything you want up to the position. So the move a6 after f3 is a clear mistake and a waste of time, and you're never going to be able to enter neither of positions, so never play a6 after f3. Okay, so after f3, the move I would recommend for black, and the move that brings black equality if he knows what he's doing, is e5. This move is chasing the right way, and this is by far the best option black has. To this, white should always continue with knight to b3, and black should play bishop to e7, preparing to castle. Okay, there are other options. I will show you the other ones as well. So after bishop to e7, well, black shouldn't play bishop to b7, black should play something else, but I will show you this. This is the safest way to play, and in this position, black has already equalized. So after bishop to e7, you once again play c4 and get the same positions. But in this situation, black is able to play the move a5, and you're going to have to move your misplaced knight on b3, and you're usually going to do that by moving it to d2. So if black plays a5 in this position, you have to move your bishop right away in order to be able to play knight to d2 without blocking your bishop. So we play bishop to e3. And here, if black plays a4 immediately, then knight to d2, knight c6, knight c3 castles, or in this variation, black has given up the a4 pawn, which shouldn't really be taken, but still, let me show you what's, I think, from a human perspective, a better move. That's queen to a5. And after this, you play a3, preventing the knight from entering the position, castles, bishop to e2, and here black has a slight edge. I think black has a slight edge here, but after bishop to e3, black doesn't have to play a4 immediately. Black can also play knight to c6, which is an even better move. Now knight c3, castles, queen to d2, you get your same setup. a4 here. Now you, after moving the queen, you have to play knight to c1, but I think that's okay, because you're going to play knight to d3. And knight to d7, bishop e2, knight b6, knight to d5, and you're trying to exchange the pieces here. And after c5, black is slightly better, but I think the advantage is pretty much insignificant, and white stands okay. So this is one of the best variations black could enter. The only problem in black's position is the weakness on d6, and white doesn't really have a structural weakness yet. But let's go back. After the move knight to b3, so on move 5, black should play e5. Let me just go back to that position. So after f3, e5 is the best move by far for black. Knight to b3, bishop to e7 is the safest way to play, which we just saw, but I would recommend a much better move, and that's the move d5. And with the move d5, you are not allowing white to play c4, which is played in every variation we saw up until now, and you're basically interrupting the central control white has or could have had if you allowed it. So after d5, white only has one move, sorry, that's bishop to g5. Pinning the knight and not losing the pawn, of course. In this position, black shouldn't take, because after queen takes d8, king takes d8, white has castling rights and black doesn't. So in this position, I would recommend one move for black. There's another one. Well, there are two moves which are good. I would recommend you play d4. So that's the best move. You are trying to get more central control than white has, but this could cost you a pawn. Here in this position, white should play the move c3 while the knight is still pinned. Knight to c6, increasing the defense on d4. C takes d4. Black should play bishop b4 here. Knight c3, e takes d4, a3. Now, yeah, this is complicated. Of course, you are not losing a piece. You're not going to take here, but you have a chance to chase the bishop away, and the bishop can't retreat really. So a3, the bishop should go to e7, and now you play knight to b5, and now you're increasing the pressure on the d4 pawn, and you're going to take it back. However, after castles, knight 5 takes d4. I can turn on the engine so that you can see how much advantage black has. Okay, so this is about -1 for black, and this is why most players avoid this variation. This is perhaps the best way for black to play, even though it's not obvious why black should be better, because of course black is down a pawn. But still, for that pawn, black got a lot of initiative. So now, in this position, black should never play knight takes d4, because this allows white to equalize. Queen takes d4, bishop e6. Here, white is better, obviously. But after this, black should technically take the e-pawn, so knight takes c4, and white should play knight takes c6. Let me turn on the engine. Queen takes d1, rook takes d1, bishop g5, fe4, bc6. And in this position, black has regained the pawn, and white will have a hard time defending the e4 pawn. So I can show you the rest of the variation, which is pretty much forced. Bishop c4, bishop g4, rook d6, rook a8, castles, rook takes c4, rook takes c6. And once again, equal material, but black is much better. Black has the bishop pair, black has a better pawn structure, black has safer pieces. You are going to have a lot of problems along the diagonals. Your king is not safe, and well, there's basically no way to avoid this, but you can find some surprises along the way, which will at least cost black a lot of time. So, okay, this is the move I would recommend, the move d4. That's risky. I will show you, well, that's risky for black, but if you learn the theory, you'll be better. So after d4, white should play c3, knight c6, c4, bishop b4, knight c3, and so on and so on. After bishop to After d5, bishop to g5, the best move for black is to move bishop to e6, and this move is much safer than d4. Now to this, white should react with bishop takes f6. Queen takes f6 is a mistake, of course, because e can take on d5 and you're a pawn up. So now g takes f6, e takes d5, queen takes d5, queen takes d5, bishop d5, knight to c3. This is the beginning of the variation, and this is supposed to be slightly better for black, not according to the engines. The engines think it's completely equal, but I think black is better because of the bishop pair, and black has a lot more piece activity. However, white is going to be able to castle sooner, immediately, in fact, after bishop e6 castles. And white has a lot of compensation for the bishop pair, especially the fact that black's f-pawns are doubled. So knight d7, knight to b5, you're threatening to grab the exchange or the whole rook for the moment. Bishop a6 check, king b1, king to e7, saving that, and now after knight c7, rook a to d8, bishop d3. This is how the variation will continue. Once again, this is completely equal, but I would prefer black in this situation because I would have the bishop pair, and the f-pawns actually serve a purpose and control a lot of key squares. So that's the best variation. Let's go over from the top. So e4, c5, knight f3, d6, d4, c4, knight d4, knight f6, f3. I would recommend the move e5, and after knight to b3, you can decide whether you'd like to play bishop to e7, d5, or something else. But I would recommend the move d5. So this is the best idea. And if you're white, always play bishop g5. And here, if you're black, you can either play d4, which is far more aggressive and it could give you a lot of advantage, or bishop to e6, which is safer and which will inevitably bring you equality. So okay, that's it. Those are the variations I wanted to show you. I hope you got some new ideas how to play against the Sicilian with white. F3, the Prince Sicilian, is definitely not a common variation, not something you see too often, especially not on the highest level. But I think that it could be played. Well, it is played on the grandmaster level, but not nearly as much as the Nidor for something else. But definitely a good thing to know. And if you're black, I hope you got something from this variation and that you will learn how to defend yourself from the move f3. Okay, everybody, thanks very much for watching. I hope you got something from the video, and stay tuned for more chess. Once again, sorry for not uploading for too long. We are going to get back on track now. Thanks very much. Bye. Hello everyone, Stefan here after a long time. Sorry for not recording any videos, but I've had a mess at work and at home and I just had no time to record. But now I'm back and I hope to get back on track with the videos. And first of all, I plan to finish the Sicilian series in the next couple of days. I still have to record 5 more variations after this one. And that will be the end of the Sicilian series, and I will have covered all the main variations. In this video, I'm going to go over the O'Kelly variation of the Sicilian, which is sort of a sideline and not such a challenging variation for white to face. And if you want to surprise your opponent, it might be a good choice, but against well-prepared opponents or stronger opponents, let's say FIDE masters and above, it might not be a good idea, because the best thing you can get is sort of the mainline Nidor for the mainline Alapin Sicilian, which isn't so challenging for white. So let's get into the variation. After e4, c5, knight to f3, there are a lot of normal moves: knight c6, d6, e6, I don't know, g6 even, or knight to f6, the name switch variation. And the O'Kelly variation is pawn to a6, which is a move often played in the Nidor. Well, it actually signifies the Nidor variation of the knight to f6. But in this position, when knight to f6 hasn't been played yet, this is the O'Kelly variation, and it actually gives white far more options than he would have had if knight to f6 had been played. Of course, knight to f6 is threatening d4 pawn, a6 isn't, so white basically has time to do something else. White doesn't have to defend the pawn immediately. In normal Sicilian variations, the pawn would have either been attacked or something else would have been played. There are 4 responses that people usually play. One of them you should immediately discard, in my opinion, and we're going to go over that variation first. And 3 of them are sort of normal, 2 of them lead to slightly better positions for white, and one of them I think is the most challenging variation for black to face, and I would recommend that against the O'Kelly variation. Now, I think the main exponent of the O'Kelly variation is Irina Karash, a women international master from the United States, and she has been kind of successful with the variation, but still, I'm not sure she managed to prove that it's worthwhile playing this for black now. Nevertheless, if you play pawn to e4 on move 1 with white pieces, you are going to face this position once in a while, especially in blitz games, so it can't hurt to be prepared. And of course, yeah, I mean, it has been played on grandmaster level as well. It's a normal variation. It's just not the best way for black to play. So let's go over the dubious move first, a very tempting move though. So e4, c5, knight to f3, a6, and the move d4, which is probably the most natural move in the position, punishing black for doing something inactive. However, this move doesn't really do that well for white. It's not losing or anything, but it just gives black sort of a free hand in the center. It opens up the position mainly to white's disadvantage, and well, it nullifies white's opening advantage. That's basically it. So c takes d4 is the only response for black. Knight takes d4 is the only logical move here. If you take the queen, then knight to c6 comes with tempo. So knight takes d4, and now black plays knight to f6. Of course, now in this position, d4 pawn isn't defended. Playing f3 wouldn't be good. That just gives far too much activity to black after pawn to f3, e5, and I think black is just better after knight to b3. I think this even works. This is a fairly common trick in these lines where black gets to sacrifice the knight for a lot of activity, and wherever the white king goes, black is going to capture on e4 and be slightly better, despite being a piece down. So pawn to f3 doesn't really work. After knight to f6, you have to defend d4. You can play bishop to d3. That's a normal move. However, that leaves your knight undefended, so there are some possibilities of queen to b6 or some other moves. So the best move in this position is knight to c3. By far the best move, and now black has to play e5. And after e5, white has a strange decision to make. I mean, you are on the 5th move in the opening with the white pieces, and your piece is misplaced in the center on d4. Your knight doesn't really have that many good squares. One move which simply doesn't work is knight to f5. That can be discarded immediately because of d5, and of course you can't take because your pawn is undefended. Your knight is undefended, so your best choice is bishop g5, and after d4, bishop f6, gf6, knight to b1. If you get this with the white pieces, then you know something went wrong in the opening. If I turned on the engine, the evaluation is minus 0.7, almost minus 1 for black, so this doesn't work. So knight to f5 doesn't work. So after e5, you either have to play knight to e2 or knight to f3. After knight d2 e2, bishop to c5, a very active move developing the piece and putting a lot of pressure on the f2 pawn, which is undefended except by the king, and you can see that knight to g4 is coming in the very near future. So knight to g3, trying to develop your pieces. d6, bishop to c4, and now knight to g4. And if you castle, you lose immediately because castle's queen h4. You can't play h3 because knight takes f2, and that's it. That's lost. So after knight to g4, you have to play rook to f1. And in this position, black can't take the pawn because of queen to h5, winning the knight. So if knight takes h2, queen h5, either wins the knight or checkmates. But still, if you have to play rook to f1, that's not a very good position. But still, knight d2 might be the best move. I think this might be the best you can get, this position with rook to f1. Another move is after e5, knight to f3, which is still uncomfortable. After knight to f3, bishop to b4, pinning your knight, attacking the e4 pawn indirectly. So you can play bishop to d3, but this position just isn't good. I think these pawns are too weak, and you're going to have a rough time defending that. So after bishop to b4, the best move is knight takes e5, and here castles for black. Black could play queen to e7 and probably get an active position too, but the most precise move is to castle. Bishop to d3, defending pawn d5, and now castles. And you can see that black has too much activity, and the black is slightly better. It's not winning for black, but you don't want to get a position like this with white pieces. So I think that after e4, c5, and getting into the O'Kelly variation, the very tempting move d4 should just be discarded right away. This just doesn't work. Okay, so let's move on. Another move which I think shouldn't be played because you're sort of playing into black's hand is the move knight to c3. After a6, because this move, well, it either transposes to the mainline Najdorf in some positions, or it transposes to the Khan Sicilian in some positions. So let's say black plays d6 here, and you play d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight to f6. This is now the mainline Najdorf Sicilian. If you want to learn more about the Najdorf, you can check out the video on the Najdorf. I have put a link in the description below on several variations I have covered already, so I won't go into too much detail here, but you're basically getting into the mainline Najdorf. And I mean, it's not that black has managed to achieve anything, but with white pieces, if black plays a6 on move 3, you want to punish that. So you don't want to give him a chance to get into one of the best positions for black out of the Sicilian. The same goes for e6, which is black's second most popular move, because now after d4, c4, and knight takes d4, you are now in the Khan Sicilian once again, a fairly normal position for black. I have covered that variation as well. You can find the link in the description below too. So either going into the Khan or the Najdorf, I think isn't favorable because you have a chance to get a much greater advantage than a slight plus 0.3 opening advantage in a normal Sicilian. So these moves I wouldn't recommend. d4 because it loses, knight to c3 because it gives black a normal game. Now the main line, which also transposes to another variation of the Sicilian, is the move c3. And there's a variation called the Alpine Sicilian, the C3 Sicilian. I made a separate video on that as well. You can find it in the description, which is okay for white. I mean, it's slightly better for white, same as any other opening in the first couple of moves. And it's probably the most solid variation to play and the safest variation to play, but it doesn't give white as much advantage. So now after c3, black has to play d5. There are other moves. One sideline I would like to mention is the move e6, which sort of gives black a French defense position, and I'm not sure that many players with the black pieces who play the Sicilian also play the French. So if your opponent is unfamiliar with the French defense and he plays this by accident, then if you know how to play against the French, will help a lot. Because now after d4, d5, and e5, you are in the advanced French basically, because here the moves c5 and knight to f3 have been interposed, and now after knight c6, bishop d3, knight g to e7 and castles. This is still the O'Kelly variation. Technically, it's called the Venice system, but you can see that the pawn structure is a French defense pawn structure, and black has the French defense bishop. So I would say that white definitely has a slight edge here. We are going to attack along the king side. So this is one sideline after c3 if black plays e6, which I wouldn't recommend for black. The best way for black to play is move d5, and this position is sort of why the O'Kelly variation isn't as popular at the highest level when compared to, let's say, the Najdorf or the Dragon, because black is supposed to have a slight disadvantage here. Of course, you are in an Alpine Sicilian, in which you have played the move a6, which is arguably not useful at all. I mean, it does prevent the moves such as bishop to b5 or knight to b5, but the pawn is on c3, so there are no knights coming to b5, and bishop to b5 is, I mean, it could come in handy, but you wouldn't want to play a6 simply because of that. So you are basically in an unfavorable Alpine position for black, which is perfectly fine for white, of course, but as I said, there's a way to get an even greater advantage. So let's move on. After d5, white's best choice is e takes d5, of course. And black's main response is queen takes, but I would like to mention a sideline, a pawn sacrifice, which isn't weak at all. It's a very interesting way to play. In fact, so knight to f6. Sacrificing the pawn. Of course, you have given up a pawn because now white can play c4. And if white does play c4, then you play e6, and white has to capture. Bishop takes. Now you have this weak c4 pawn to attack. You have this backward d2 pawn, and black definitely has compensation. This position has been played a lot of times. There's a game Peter Leko against Turov from 2016, Sergei Tivyakov and Fier Alexander. So it has been played on grandmaster level, and there are about 15 games from this position in high rated games. So the gambit isn't unsound. The position is equal. The problem is, however, that white doesn't have to go in for this position, and I would recommend you, if you play this position with the white pieces and you see knight to f6, not to play c4, because the pawn is going to be hard to defend, and you're going to have a lot of trouble defending your d4 pawn and dissolving your d4 pawn. So in this position after knight to f6, I would recommend d4, just letting black recapture the pawn, and black has nothing better to do basically than to recapture the pawn. Because in this position now, if black should allow c4, now you don't have the backward d2 pawn anymore, and you can capture on c5 or do whatever you like because the pawn is defended sufficiently. So if you imagine, I don't know, black playing something stupid, then after c4, white is just winning. So d4 is what I would recommend, and queen takes d5, and this is now once again the unfavorable Alpine for black, and you have transposed back to the line where black recaptures the queen. So black could try this gambit with knight to f6, but as white you don't have to allow that, and I would recommend that you don't allow it. So okay, e takes d5, queen takes d5, d4, knight to f6, and this is the same position as the one we saw before, and now we move on to the main line. Here white should just continue development. The d4 pawn is sufficiently defended, so bishop to e2, e6, black develops the bishop, castles, knight to c6. And here both sides stand well. White has a slight advantage, same as in the Alpine Sicilian, but I would just always rather have white here because white is up in development by 1 point, that is, but still by 2 points. And white has a stronger center. White has a better knight on f3. I think the knight on f3 is better than the knight on f6. I think the bishop on e2 is far better than the bishop on c8. The bishop on c1 is better than the bishop on f8 because now you can play bishop to e3, or you can play bishop to f4, but I think bishop to e3 is more active because you don't have to worry about any knight to h5 or something like that, and you wouldn't want to isolate your pawn on d4, so the best move is to defend it with bishop to e3, so if he takes, you can take with the knight and not have to worry about moves such as e5 in the future. So now c takes d4 is the best move, knight takes d4 and e5. And well, this is the most accurate way for black to play, but if you look at the position, and if you follow the basic rules in chess, the main ideas of chess openings, then white is not following them pretty well, because white is playing actively in the center before he has castled his king. White still has to develop 2 of his pieces. I'm sorry, black has to develop 2 of his pieces. His king is unsafe on e8, his queen is in the center of the board, which doesn't make any sense either. So if you think about it, black doesn't really have a good position. The engines will say that white is better, only slightly better, perhaps by half a pawn, but from a human perspective, I think this is easier for white to play. Now, of course, there have been games from this position, grandmaster games, and people do play this with black pieces, but I think everybody would rather have white. You have bishop to f3 coming in, you have c4 chasing the queen away, you're going to develop your knight somewhere nice and have a solid center. The main move here is c4, but yeah, let me just give you several other options. After knight takes d4, black doesn't have to play e5, which I think is too risky. However, it's the best move, so But if you're already in this position with the black pieces, perhaps you want to play something safer. You could try knight takes d4, which isn't good, but at least it doesn't open up your king and the e file. Bishop takes d4, and now bishop to c5, trying to exchange some pieces off. Bishop to f3 chasing the queen away, and queen to d6. Once again, a better position for white, but at least black is one move away from castling, and black's king isn't in danger yet. So after knight takes d4, you can take with the knight, or you can play e5. There's another move that's bishop to d7, preparing to capture on c6 with bishop if need be, but after bishop to f3 and queen to d6. I think white has a lot more space, white's bishops are far more active, and once again, black is 2 moves away from castling, white is better. So yeah, e5, the riskiest but the best option here, knight takes d4, e5. The best move for white is c4, getting the tempo on the queen. Queen to d6, and now knight takes c6, exchanging the queens would leave you with an isolated pawn, and white would have a 3-2 pawn majority, which would be fairly easy to utilize. It's easy this way anyway, because it's always better to have a pawn majority on the queen side than on the king side, if both kings have castled on the king side, because it takes your king far more time to arrive here and defend the pawns. So structurally, white is already better, because white has 3-2 on the queen side, and black has 4-3 on the king side, which is easier to defend because you have your king on g1. So if you take the queen, then after a rook takes, you can just develop white's rook on the d file, and you have isolated your pawns, and basically reduce the scope of your bishop even more, because in this position the bishop can go bishop d7, bishop c6 at least. And if you take with the b pawn, then c6 is taken. So queen takes c6. The best move. Now, bishop f3 doesn't work because of e4, even though it might be, well, yeah, bishop e3 doesn't work because of queen takes e4. So knight to c3, bishop to e6, developing, attacking the pawn, b3, bishop to b4, attacking the knight, and queen to c2. You can also play rook to c1, but I think it makes more sense to play the a rook to d1 and the f rook to e1 and put your rooks on these two files, because you don't want to open up the c file, really, you want to chase away the bishop and push your pawn majority. Now, this position isn't winning for white. This position is slightly better for white, but once again, I think these two pieces are worse than these two. The knights are equal, white's rooks are more active, white's king is safer, the queens are equal, but the main thing is that you have a 3-2 pawn majority, which is going to be easier to utilize than white's pawn majority. And this is the main line. This is what people mostly play against the Alpine Sicilian. And well, it's a good move. C3 is a good move, and against the Ochelli Sicilian. And C3 is a good move. It's a solid move. You are going to get favorable positions for white with the pawn majority on the queen side if you know what you're doing. So this is, I would say, the second best move, but I'm not a grandmaster, and grandmasters use C3 as their first choice. What I think is the best and the most active continuation after a6 is the Morozzi bind position with c4. And I just love the move c4. I play it against most Sicilians if I can. In fact, I play it whenever I can. And I combine it either with f3 or with f4. And I just love the bind that you get on the d5 square, which is black's main break. So both of your pawns are defending d5. So I think this is a very aggressive move to play. The engines give them as equal, c3 and c4, but the ideas behind the opening are well, very different. Your idea here is to push through with d5, same as in the Kramnik Sicilian. So you have played c4 to be able to play d4 after that. Of course, in this position, white can't play the move e5 because you're just going to take it. So the best move for black in this position is the move e6, and after knight to c3, controlling d5 even further, because now black has prepared the move d5, and let's say after the move knight to f6, he might even succeed. Queen to c7, defending the e5 square, and now bishop to e2, preparing to develop. You can also play d4 immediately here. I think they will usually transpose, but I prefer the move d4. The engine thinks bishop to e2 is better, which might be more sensible to castle first before you open up the center, but I think d4 is okay here. It's not as if you're risking anything. So let's go with this d4 move. So c takes d4 has to be played, otherwise d5 is going to be played, and white will have too much space in the center. So c d4. Queen takes d4. It's better to take with the queen because now you are sort of preventing black from developing his bishop comfortably. So black is going to play knight to c6 here, gaining a tempo on the queen. And remember that in these positions, the queen goes to e3. You want your queen on e3 to stop queen to b6, because after queen to b6 and let's say bishop to c5, black is going to have a lot of activity because your king isn't castled yet, your b2 pawn might be hanging, etc., etc. So knight to f6 here, h3. You want to prevent the knight from coming to g4. You want to, keep your queen on e3, d6, bishop e7, castles, and b3. And now in this position, this is where I would like to stop, because there are too many possibilities from this position on. This is a straightforward Morozzi bind position, sort of a hedgehog setup for black. And black is going to play rook to d8, b6, bishop e7, perhaps knight to e5. White is going to play rook to d1, bishop to b2, rook to c1 perhaps, and try to open up the center favorably, perhaps try to jump into d5 with the knight. Let's say bishop to b2, rook to c1, knight to d5 would work, because black can't take. So let me just give you an example continuation. Let's say this happens. In this position, white is already threatening the move knight to d5, which might not be winning, but I always find this position is better for white. And if you have a bind on the position, black has far less space, and your only problem in the Morozzi bind setups is your bishop, which is mostly stuck on e2 behind its own pawn chain, but that doesn't give black the option to push it on the queen side, so there's an upside to it as well. In this position, this knight to d5 move is common, because now if he takes, he can't move the knight because you win the piece. In this exact position, it might not be as good. I just wanted to show you the pattern. So the move d4 is definitely playable. Just remember that your queen belongs on e3 and that you have to play h3 at some point to prevent knight to g4. The second move which you could play is bishop to e2, simply first preparing to castle, b6, preparing to play bishop to b7, castles, bishop b7, and now d4. The position will transpose in most cases. cd4, queen d4, knight c6, queen to e3, knight to f6, and we have the same position once again. You have a Morozzi bind, you have a bind on the d5 square, you have more space, you have a worse light square bishop, that's true, but you have compensation for that definitely. In the database, there has only been one game from this position, and it was a draw, but if you turn on the engine, it gives almost +1 to white, because engines love space, and engines love a strong pawn center, and humans do too, and it's not one of those engine advantages which humans don't know how to exploit. It's actually fairly easy to understand this position and to gain an even greater advantage if black isn't careful. Of course, once again, it isn't lost for black, it isn't winning for white, but white just always has a slight edge in these lines. So yeah, this is what I would recommend against the Ochelli Sicilian. I would recommend move c4, because I think this move gives you the greatest advantage. The second option is pawn to c3 instead of c4, and these two could be played. Yeah, I mean, you are going to face a6 in your games, and you might even see normal Sicilians transposing to the Ochelli sometimes if black is uncareful and loses a couple of them. Okay, once again, sorry for not recording any videos for a long time. I'll get back on track now. Once again, you can find the links to the Alpine Sicilian, the Khan Sicilian, and the Najdorf in the description below, so you can see the variations the Ochelli Sicilian could transpose to. And that's it. Thanks very much for watching. I hope you got something from this variation, and stay tuned for more chess. See you later. Bye. Hello everyone, Stepak here. In today's video, I'm going to cover one of very rare variations of the Sicilian defense, one that isn't played as often as the main lines, such as the Najdorf or the Dragon, or some other variations, and that's the Nimzowitsch variation of the Sicilian defense and opening, which, even though it doesn't give black the best chances against e4 in the Sicilian defense, it can be very interesting to play, and it might serve as a great surprise weapon for the player with the black pieces, especially if their opponent isn't well versed against playing against the Elephant defense or the Alpine variation of the Sicilian, which this opening greatly resembles. And it was of course named after Aaron Nimzowitsch, one of the greatest players ever in history, one of the chess theoreticians that said the fundamentals of chess. So the opening can't be unsound, definitely. And it was played in the beginning of the 20th century. There's a great game, Nimzowitsch-Spielmann from 1911. You can check that out. And the opening is still played. And strong grandmasters play today even, and you can often transpose into Nimzowitsch Sicilian middle games from other openings such as the Alpine Sicilian, the C3 Sicilian. So it's something that could be very useful for both sides, for both for players playing 1 e4 and for players playing c5, because regardless of which variation of the Sicilian you play with the black pieces, if your opponent plays c3 on the second move, the Alpine Sicilian, you can easily end up in the Nimzowitsch Sicilian, which you might never play in the first place. So firstly, as always, I have put a link to the introductory video on the Sicilian defense in the description below, and I will also link the video on the Alpine Sicilian, so you can check that out as well. And let's go. So white opens with pawn to e4 with c5, the Sicilian defense, knight to f3. White is going into the usual open Sicilian probably, expecting normal moves such as d6 or knight to c6. But one of these days you might face knight to f6, the Nimzowitsch variation of the Sicilian defense. And this move might seem counterintuitive, it might seem provocative, same as one knight f6 in the Elephant defense or the Aliokin defense. And black is basically asking white to play pawn to e5. Now, well, even though this move might seem tempting, and even though it's the main move, there are upsides and downsides to each move in chess, and the same thing applies to e5 here. And as soon as white plays e5, this pawn has now become overextended and hard to defend. Now, normally once you play e4, you can always play d3 to defend, you can play knight to c3 to defend your e4 pawn, but you can't really do much to defend your pawn when it's on e5, apart from achieving d4 or defending with your knight. So this move has its downsides, and usually in the advanced variation of the Nimzowitsch Sicilian, white isn't going to have that much central control, and white is going to have to expect a very tactical battle in the center. And I love this variation because it usually produces insane games. And if you like calculating, and if you think you can out-calculate your opponent, I would definitely recommend this with white. You could play knight to c3 and move 3 as well, which is the closed variation. We are going to go over that next. But e5 is definitely the most aggressive way to go. Of course, black only has one move, that's knight to d5, same as in the Aliokin defense. And now white can choose between 3 different moves. 2 of them are basically transposing to the Alpine Sicilian, the C3 Sicilian, and I'm going to show you that position now. Wait, okay, let me flip this board. So okay, let's see, e4, c5, c3, the Alpine variation of the Sicilian, the C3 Sicilian, after knight f6, e5, knight to d5, the knight is going to the same square as in the Nimzowitsch, d4, cd4, knight f3, knight to c6. This is one of the main lines of the Alpine Sicilian, and this is what you are most often going to see. Now if we get back to this board, after knight to d5, if white plays c3, there is, well, this is basically the Alpine Sicilian now, but it's still called the Nimzowitsch because you started that way, but you can definitely expect the same positions. The main move here for black is knight to c6, and now we have achieved almost exactly the same position, so d4, cd4, cd4, and d6, and if you compare these two boards, they're almost the same. So after d6, and this is a highly theoretical position, it has been played more than 1,000 times in Grandmaster games. It's roughly equal, black is supposed to have equalized already, and neither side really has that much central control. White's central pawns are quite loose, and black's knights are loose as well, so it's a very complicated position. But let's go back. After the move c3, black doesn't have to play knight to c6. The second possible move is e6, which is a very forcing variation, and after the move d4, black is sort of going for a different plan, so those are the two main approaches against c3 and move 4. So after e5, knight d5, c3, as black, you have to decide whether you want to get into the complications of the C3 Sicilian sort of main line with move knight to c6, or get something a bit different with pawn to e6. I would recommend knight to c6 because that lets you equalize easily. And let's go over two of white's responses. As I said, d4 is the main move, and after cd4, d6, bishop to c4, putting pressure on the loose knight, knight to b6. This is similar to the Caro-Kann, but in reverse, the main line. And after bishop to b5 here, I think I would rather have white, just because white has a lot more space and more piece activity. Black is down in development as always in the Sicilian, so I would rather have white, but black is perfectly fine and in fact completely equal, even according to the engines, which is a wonder in the Sicilian defense. The main move here is d takes e5, and after d takes e5, knight takes e5. Of course, you don't want to allow black to trade queens this way. And now the main move is bishop to d7 pinning, knight takes d7, queen takes d7, and knight to c3 developing. White is left with an isolated pawn, but he still has a nasty pin on c6 to play with, and black is most probably going to have an isolated pawn on c6 when all of this settles down. So a quite equal position in which both sides have chances. Now let's go back. After knight to c6, white doesn't have to play d4, which is the most obvious move, which is basically the Alpine Sicilian. White could go for bishop to c4 as well, which is sort of the Alpine Sicilian as well. You don't have to play d4 immediately. Knight b6, bishop b3, d5, e d6, queen d6, knight to a3, trying to get into c5, the knight's controlling that, trying to get into c4 and into d5, and now a6 to stop knight b5, and castles, bishop f5 developing, d4, of course taking, cd4, knight d4, knight d4, cd4, and e6. And this is the starting position, but as I said, this is very closely related to the Alpine Sicilian, and most players who choose to play the Nimzowitsch variation will most likely want to avoid this, but you won't be able to, and study the Alpine Sicilian as well. So those two lines are very closely related. That is, if after e5, knight d5, white decides to play the move c3, and this would basically tell you immediately that white wants to play c3 Sicilian. So okay, that's one thing. After knight to d5, white of course can play d4 immediately, and after d4, the line is quite forced, and you basically have to study these next 6 or 7 moves. So you take c takes d4, queen takes d4, e6, protecting your knight of course, bishop c4, knight to c6, attacking the queen, and the best move is queen to e4. Retreating isn't as useful because you want to keep pressure on this knight, and going to d3 would leave you open to attacks with knight to b4 or something like that. And now after queen e4, black has to react, so d6, breaking the central bind white has on with his e5 pawn, e d6, knight to f6. You can capture the pawn, but this is perhaps just more spectacular, and most players choose to play this. The engine thinks that both moves are about equal, so knight f6, queen to e2 retreating, bishop takes d6, castles, bishop to g5 pinning the knight, h6, bishop h4, bishop e7. This is, I would say, the most normal position one could get out of the Nimzowitsch variation of the Sicilian defense. And, well, this is just perfectly equal. I don't think either side has that much to play for yet, and both sides have equal chances. White is yet to develop the knight to c3, and black can most often play b6, bishop b7, getting the bishop to the long diagonal, because you don't really want to move your e6 pawn. That would show the power of the bishop on c4. So this is a very normal way to play. So after e5, knight e5, d4 is a very forcing line which you can study easily and achieve equality. If, however, white plays c3, then be prepared for also sorts of explosive lines and start developing Sicilian as well. The link is in the description below. But let's get to the main line now. So e5, knight e5, the main move is knight to c3. After knight to c3, of course, black can decide to capture. That leads to, well, a slightly better position for white, but I wouldn't recommend players with black to play this. It just seems too passive. Even though the engines probably prefer this move, I think you should go for the main line. We're going to go over that in a minute. So knight takes c3 is a move. White has a slight edge, nothing major, but you can't really hope for an advantage with the black pieces, and that's why I would discourage everyone from playing this. So d3, of course. Knight c6, bishop f4, e6, blunting the bishop, queen d2, queen c7, castles long, and after h6, h4, b6, and black wants to fianchetto the bishop and castle long. That's the plan. And after bishop d3, bishop b7, bishop b4, castles, and c4, I think white just has a huge advantage here. If you turned on the engine in this position, it's about plus 0.9 or almost plus 1 for white, and that's because of the space advantage and the more active pieces, and the fact that the e5 pawn is actually useful here. It's stopping any breaks black could have. If black chooses to break with f6, then of course this bishop becomes a monster, so black can never hope to open up the position. c4 just prevented any further breaks, so I think this is just much easier for white to play. You could play it, it's supposed to be equal, people have played it, but I'm not sure you could win this position with the black pieces, especially against a stronger opponent, so I would advise you not to go for that. So, after the move knight to c3, playing knight takes c3, I wouldn't recommend. The main move is pawn to e6, which once again might seem counterintuitive, letting white double your pawns on the d file, but that's the main move, and this has been played a lot of times. This is probably the main line of the Nimzowitsch variation of the Sicilian, and this is what you will usually get. So e6 on move 4, white of course captures, knight d5, e d5, d4 breaking in the center. And now knight to c6, developing, dc5, bishop takes c5, queen takes d5, and queen takes b6, protecting your bishop. Now, you do have an isolated pawn on the d file, your bishop is still greatly undeveloped, and you might have trouble developing it in the future, but luckily there's a forced variation grandmasters have played numerous times, which you simply have to study. And you might think this is a strange choice now that white will make, the move white will make, but that's the main move, and it's supposed to give white the biggest advantage. Two more moves have been played before. One has been played only once, that's bishop to d3, and queen to d2 has been played 2 times. And the main move, which many weaker players would probably never find in a tournament game, is the move bishop to c4, which has been played over 100 times. And there's a great game, Shirov-Markos from 2014. You should check out that game in which Alexei Shirov won brilliantly. He was 2700 then, Markos was 2600, so 100 points rating, but still, that's a very instructive game. So Shirov-Markos from 2014, Shirov won. So the main move in this position is bishop to c4, and you might find this strange because you are allowing black to capture here with check, but which is the main move, but this actually gives white a significant advantage. So bishop takes f2, king d2, castles, you of course don't want to allow white to capture here. Now rook to f1, you don't have any checks here, the bishop is covering them, bishop c5, knight to g5, and now if you look at all of these pieces, you can see that white has more than enough compensation for the fact that black captured the pawn with check. The material is equal. White's pieces are much more active, and this advantage, according to the engines, is almost winning for white. And the sad thing is that this is the main line of the Nimzowitsch variation, so be careful with the black pieces. Let's go over this again. I perhaps started to digress too much. So e4, c5, knight f3, knight f6, e5, knight d5, knight to c3, the main move. Now e6, the main move for black. Knight takes d5, e takes d5, d4, knight c6, dc5, bishop c5, queen takes d5, queen b6, bishop c4. A hard move for white to make because you give up a pawn with check. But now bishop takes f2, king d2, castles, rook f1, bishop c5, and knight to g5 is just better for white. So if you play the Nimzowitsch variation with the black pieces, which I think is a fun opening choice, it's definitely a sound opening, and this advantage doesn't have to be winning for white. You should be really careful if you're playing a strong opponent because he might actually know all the theory, and he might know the theory up until move 12 and just be much more active here. And even though the material is equal, I think everybody would rather have white in this position. If you continue the variation, knight d4 check, king to d1, knight to e6, trying to save the position. The main move here is knight e4, and now d6, exploiting the fact that the queen is aligned with the king. So e d6, rook to d8. You have 3 attackers now and only 2 defenders. So bishop d3, well, preventing the rook from pinning the queen to the king. Bishop takes d6, queen to h5 is the main move, and now this is where black is supposed to have reduced white's advantage, and there's a really strange move which is the best move in this position for black now. Firstly, taking on h7 isn't checkmate for white because the king can run away somewhere. Secondly, the bishop is half pinned to the king if the black bishop moves, so those are 2 things to consider. One move which has been played most in this position, which might seem surprising, is f5, and after f5 the main move is knight takes d6 and queen takes d6, and after that queen takes f5, knight f8, queen f7 check, and king to h8. This is the main line, but this is +1 for white. There's another move, you don't have to play f5 here, and perhaps the database is wrong and most people have been following theory, and this is a theoretical move, but there's a better move. After queen h5 you can play queen to c7, which might seem too dangerous, but after knight takes d6 your pawn is hanging, but you don't have to capture the knight immediately. You can play g6, and after that the queen is hanging and the knight is hanging, so now knight to b5, g takes h5, knight takes c7, knight takes c7, and once again the material is equal. Both sides, white does have a bishop pair and black has doubled pawns on the h file, and white is better, but black is surviving this position, and I think this is the best way to play. So if you play this position, if you play the Nimzowitsch variation with the black pieces, and you know the theory, and white plays the main line, this is the worst that you can expect if your opponent knows everything. But I'll prepare them, find some surprises on earlier moves, and make something happen for yourself. Now, most people below the Grandmaster level are not going to know that, so this position can easily be applied, and white could be defeated much earlier on. So this was the move e5, the advanced variation of the Nimzowitsch Sicilian. Let's go over the second most popular move. So e4, c5, knight f3, knight f6, knight to c3, the closed variation of the Nimzowitsch. And this move is just avoiding all the stuff with advances and all the positions similar to the Alpine and all the aggressive positions with c3 or d4. And just telling black that you're looking for a safer, more closed position with, more positional maneuvers and not that many tactics. Here, black has 2 moves. Let's go over the sideline first. The sideline is pawn to d5, just opening up the center immediately and provoking white to advance the pawn once again. Now, if the pawn advances here, then the main move is knight f to d7. And now, this doesn't really work. White doesn't really have that much for the pawn sacrifice. The main move here is knight takes d5, and after that, knight takes c5, and you don't have to capture here because your knight is going to be captured. So bishop b5 check, knight e to c6, and now c4, and this is what you would normally get. So white doesn't get that much for pushing the pawn on e5, and I think that white shouldn't play that. So after d5, e5 is a sideline which you might use with the white pieces, but I wouldn't really recommend it. I'm sorry, knight f7, knight takes d5, knight e5, bishop e5, knight e6, c4. I'm not sure white has that much. Firstly, we're going to have a hard time pushing through with d4, which you would definitely like to make, and black is going to fianchetto his bishop, play e6, bishop e7 castles, and be perfectly fine. So after d5, I think the best move, and by far the most commonly played move, is e takes d5, knight takes d5, bishop e5 check, bishop to d7. You're not hanging your knight because you can take the bishop, of course. Knight to e5, attacking the bishop. And now, well, the main move is bishop takes b5, which once again might seem hard to find. And the move for white here is very aggressive, but it actually gives black a perfectly fine position. You don't recapture the bishop. You play queen to f3, threatening checkmate. And the positions get quite aggressive now. So f6, knight takes b5, f takes e5, and now queen sacrifice. We're going to go over this one more time, don't worry. So queen d5, queen takes d5, a temporary queen sack, and now after knight c7, king f7, knight takes d5. Well, material is equal, both sides stand equal, and I'm not sure which side is better. The engine gives a slight edge to white, but it's insignificant. So let's go over this once again. So d5, e takes d5, and this is a forcing line. You have to remember this, because if you play this position with the white pieces, you play knight to c3, your opponent plays d5, you just have to know this. And if you play the switch variation of the Sicilian with black, you have to know this. So e takes d5, knight takes d5, bishop b5 check, by far the best move. Bishop d7, knight e5, bishop takes b5, and sorry, queen to f3, f6. You don't have to get checkmated. So after f6, knight takes b5, f takes e5, and now if you're white, you have to remember this temporary queen sacrifice and use the fact that the knight can fork the king and queen after the recapture. So queen takes d5, knight c7 check, king f7, knight takes d5, in equal position. So this was the sideline after knight c3, d5, which you have to remember. The main move after knight c3 is knight to c6, and this now resembles normal positions, in fact. It could transpose to many variations of the Sicilian depending on which pawn moves black makes, and it could even be a normal closed Sicilian with g3, bishop g2, where white fianchettos, and it could transpose it to many things. And this is, I would say, the most positional you could get out of the switch variation of the Sicilian, and something which is great for practicing positional chess. The main move here is bishop to b5, queen to c7, and the move queen to c7, as in many other variations of the Sicilian, is supposed to put pressure on the e5 square. So we want to double the pressure here, not allowing to move e5 now anymore, and perhaps playing e5 yourself, which is common in many variations as well. In fact, if you've seen game 1 of the World Championship match, Carlsen Caruana played a few days ago, they had a very similar position to this one. They were playing Grossolino, which is also bishop to b5. So castles for white, knight to d4. You wouldn't mind the doubled pawns here. In fact, after e5, I think black would have a great center. Rook e1, a6, chasing the bishop away, bishop f1. Going anywhere else would block your pieces. Bishop to e2 has been played, but I think bishop f1 is better. And there's another thing, after bishop to f1, you have two more available squares, and in many variations, white is going to play g3 and bishop to g2, or even bishop to h3. So this just gives you a lot more options, and it doesn't block in your rook or your queen. The main move for black here is knight to g4, and this isn't really threatening that many aggressive things on h2 or on f2. It's simply preparing to remaneuver the knight to the e5 square, where it's much more useful, especially if this knight is gone. g3, preparing to fianchetto, knight takes f3, queen takes f3, knight to e5, remaneuvering, and queen to e2. The queen was attacked, and now black has to open up his position, develop his pieces, and white is white is finished his development. White wants to play d3, open up the dark square bishop from c1 and play bishop to g2, fianchetto on the king side, and the development is basically over. And the best plan for black here is to create a Scheveningen pawn structure with e6 and d6 and have a small center. Perhaps in some variations prepare the d5 break, but basically be prepared to face the move f4, which is coming, and you can see it's coming. So e6, opening up the dark square, bishop d3, d6, bishop g2, bishop e7, bishop e3, castles, and now if I were white here, I would play f4 almost instantly. It has been played 3 times before. a4 has been played as well, but f4 is the most logical move. And after knight to c6, there are many plans for both sides, and the game goes on. I think black has great potential on the queen side. You have b5 prepared, b4, a5, a4. You could create a lot of problems for white there. And white has initiative on the king side, and a more active bishop pair, but pushing these pawns will create a lot of weaknesses. So I think I would actually prefer black in this position. The engines will tell you that it's a slight edge for white. You can see that it's plus 0.4, 0.5, nothing major, and the position is almost equal. So this is what is most likely going to occur after the closed lines if white plays knight to c3. So yeah, e4, c5, knight f3, knight f6, knight to c3. The closed variation. If you want to play a safer game with the white pieces, a more positional game, I would definitely advise you to go over this, but be prepared for the move d5 and study this variation. And if you want to play more aggressive chess and you face knight to f6, just play e5 and go into Alapin, Alyokin, and Nimzovich hybrids and play aggressive chess. Okay, everybody, I hope you got something from this video. I hope you like this variation. Let me know what you think in the comments below. And stay tuned for more chess. I'll continue the series on the Sicilian tomorrow, and it should be done in a few more days. Once again, if you're unfamiliar with the basic theory of the Sicilian, there's an introductory video in the description below, and you can also find the link to the Alapin C3 Sicilian, which is closely related to many variations of the Nimzovich Sicilian, so study that as well. And yeah, that's it. Thanks very much. Thanks for watching, and see you later. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, Stefan here. Today I'll finish the series on the Sicilian defense with the last video on the Moscow defense, on the Moscow variation, sorry. And it's been more than 20 videos, it's been a very long series. It took a long time, but yeah, now it's complete. You can find all the variations in the playlist on the Sicilian defense theory. And the last video, as I said, is on the Moscow variation, or the Kanal-Sokolsky variation of the Sicilian, the Kanal-Sokolsky attack, which is, I've saved it for last because it's probably the most popular anti-Sicilian. And as an e4 player, I like those types of positions, so I wanted to save the Moscow for last. It's a very nice way to avoid the mainline theory in the Sicilian defense. If you don't have too much time to study theory and opening moves, and if you want to find a quick weapon against the Sicilian, then the Moscow is a great choice, because you avoid the Najdorf, you avoid the Dragon, you avoid many mainline highly theoretical variations. So let's go into the opening. e4, c5, the Sicilian defense, knight to f3, d6, and now you don't play d4, which you would play against, you don't go into the open Sicilian with pawn to d4 and allow the trade. You play bishop to b5 check. This is the Moscow variation, or the Kanal-Sokolsky attack, and you're avoiding a lot of theory, and you are immediately putting pressure at black's position. And what's also important, you are in some positions going to trade your light squared bishop, which can be trapped, especially in the Roxy-bind setups. So black has to react. There are 3 moves. I'm not going to talk about queen to d7, because that loses the queen. You can cover either with the knight or with the bishop. And bishop to d7 is the most popular way to block, and knight to c6 and knight to d7 are the second and third most popular. We're going to go over knight to c6 first. And knight to c6, of course, does allow white to capture immediately and to double black's pawns, but once black captures with the b pawn, he's going to have virtually an extra pawn in the center, because if black manages to get d5 in, then the b pawn is going to be able to capture if e takes d5, c takes d5. So yeah, it's actually not as unsound, and black does win the bishop pair that way, and it's a perfectly okay idea. Now white doesn't have to capture, of course. White has several options. White can either push through in the center, castle, or take. Let's go over takes first, because I think that's the least common move. So bishop takes c6, of course, black has to capture, b takes, and now white castles. And here, there's one really good move for black, which I would recommend you always play, and that's the move e5, which sort of creates a bind on the center, sort of a Maroczy bind in reverse, with the addition of these 2 pawns, so solidifying the center even more. And I really like this setup for black. Even though black is behind in development, you can see, of course, that white is up 4 points in development, actually, and black has a strong center. I think black has more than enough compensation. According to the engines, the position is equal. Now, once black has created his formidable center, white has to break through it, and white plays c3. This is the only move to prepare the move d4. And now black has 2 options. Once again, one slightly less aggressive and one very aggressive. You can either play f5 or knight to f6. I would recommend the move f5, because that simply prevents white from activating his central pawns and gains even more initiative and even more time. So e takes f5, bishop takes f5, d4, c takes d4, c takes d4, e4. And I like this position for black, because if black manages to play d5, then it's going to be really hard for white to play in the center. But it's still theory, and white is perfectly fine. White can play queen to c2, putting pressure on the c6 pawn. This knight can't be taken because queen takes bishop, and white is going to be slightly better. Rook to c8 and knight to g5. And in this position, black is supposed to be slightly better even, but it's fine for white. And as I said, this is the best way for black to play, I believe, after bishop takes c6. So after bishop takes c6, b takes castles, e5, c3, play f5. Don't wait for white to react in the center. Don't give white time. Just play f5. Open up the position. You are undeveloped, so it might be risky, but it's risky anyway. You are too far behind in development, and f5 cramps down white's position even further. So e5, bishop f5, d4, which is the best move for white. c4, c4, e4, and black has a great position. Now the second option after c3 instead of f5 is to play knight to f6, which is, I think, better for white, but it might be sounder for black because you actually develop a piece. Here white continues with rook e1, bishop to g4. h3, chasing the bishop away. You don't take, you play bishop to h5, d4, that's why I played c3, c takes, and as black you have to remember, whenever white plays d4, you take it with the c pawn. There's basically no positions in which it's not good to take. Here there are 2 options. Knight to d7 is the best move, e takes d4 is actually a bad move, and knight to d7, bishop to e3, bishop e7, knight b to d2 is how the variation continues. And if black gets tempted to take the d pawn, then white is, well, for a grandmaster this is winning, this is almost +2. For a normal person it should be winning anyway. So e takes d4, and the point is, you don't capture the d pawn, you play g4. And now, after knight takes g4, you don't take the knight, because that's good, I mean, black is sacrificing a piece. But after h takes g, bishop takes g, black has some activity and annoying pressure on f3. So, after g4, well, if black doesn't give up a piece, then he's just going to be worse after bishop here. This just isn't good. In fact, let me see, has this ever been played? No games from this position. The engine thinks that the best move is here or e5. In any case, you can see that white has a huge advantage. So the best move after g4 is for black to take, and for white not to take on g4, but play knight takes d4, putting pressure on c6. And now after knight to f6, saving the knight, queen to a4, putting additional pressure on the c6 pawn, and after queen c7, knight takes c6. And this is in fact winning for white. You have tremendous pressure along the e-file, you have tremendous pressure along this diagonal, you're threatening these hard checks with your knight, and your position is just superb. So remember that in this line after c3, knight to f6, rook e1, bishop g4, h3, bishop h5. After d4, c4, c4, don't take the pawn. Just play knight to d7, because your knight is better on d7 because you want to prepare f5 in many positions, and your knight is actually in the way on f6. So don't take because it's losing. So knight d7, bishop e3, bishop e7, knight b to d2. Now you can continue with castles and prepare the move f5. You still have a broad center and you still have a lot of activity. Okay, so these are the 2 most common variations after bishop takes c6. After knight c6, white of course doesn't have to take. I think the best move and most active move is d4. Here once again, once white plays d4, you take it. So c4, knight d4, bishop to d7. The knight was attacked twice. Castles, knight to f6, knight to c3, g6, bishop e3. White well continues to develop normally, and this is sort of a dragon position now by transposition, and you can use the normal dragon plans. Often white is going for a simple English attack setup with now bishop g7, f3, castles, queen to d2. This is now an English attack, and I wouldn't want to go too much into that. You can see that in the dragon variation videos. And yeah, you can check that out over there. And the third option after knight to c6, and the most common one, is castles. Simply not taking the knight, not pushing through in the center. This is the least aggressive option, but it's actually what's most commonly played. Black continues with his development, bishop d7, rook to e1, knight f6, c3, preparing d4, and now a6. And the move c3 is very useful not only because it prepares d4, but because now in many positions you have to retreat to f1 or take the knight. Here you can play either bishop to f1 or you can play bishop to a4, and after bishop to a4 you can play bishop to c2 and put pressure on the h7 pawn. So this side, bishop to f1 is more defensive and sounder, I believe, and bishop to a4, b5, bishop to c2 gives you more attacking chances. The main line is bishop to f1. Here the game continues with bishop to g4, h3, chasing the bishop away, and here the most common move is actually to take the knight, because if you play bishop h5, bishop g6, if white decides to push through with g4, then after d3 your bishop might be trapped, and it might be hard to break through. So you take on f3, bishop takes f3, queen takes f3, g6, preparing to get once again going for a dragon-like position, even though the c and the d pawns haven't been traded yet. d3, bishop g7, bishop to e3, castles, knight to d2, and so on. A normal attacking setup for white here, which I would say almost resembles a royal pest position, with a lot of maneuvering in between if black had managed to get his bishop to g7, and white will often go for a common plan of knight f1 or knight f1, knight g3, or knight f1, knight to e3. And go for d4. Now the difference is that the black bishop is on g7 and not on b6 or on b7 or on a7. So I think that white has even more control over this diagonal and over this diagonal. So I think the position is very good for white. And as always, the engines give this as better for white. Well, half pawn better, but still the engines always like white. So this is what I wanted to say about the move knight to c6. So 3 options: either castles, takes, or d4. I think d4 is the best move and the most aggressive move because you get to open up the position, you get to put pressure on black immediately, and I think this is just fine. This English attack setup is what I like to play. So, but on the other hand, most Sicilian players might be comfortable in these setups where white plays the English attack, so we might want to go for takes, which might surprise them. So yeah, decide what you want to do. Okay, the second move after bishop to b5 is knight to d7, and here once again there are 3 options. One option I would like to emphasize, it's actually the third most commonly played option. The first moves are to castle and to play d4. Those are the 2 most common moves, and I think the best move is c3. So c3, you are preparing to put your bishop away to c2, if you would want to do that in some positions, if b5 is played and b5 is going to be played. And you're also preparing to move d4. I really like this setup idea, this c3 Sicilian idea, that you can reinforce d4, and especially after bishop b5 check, you have a place to tuck your bishop away. Here, black can continue either with a6 or knight to f6. Knight to f6 is better. Knight to f6, queen e2, and now a6, bishop to a4, b5, and bishop to c2. So yeah, your bishop is perfect on this diagonal. e4 is usually your weakest pawn because the black bishop is going to get to b7, so this is the perfect placement for the bishop. Bishop b7, castles, e6, black is developing normally, and now d4. After d4, bishop e7, rook e1, castles, knight b to d2, queen c7, knight to f1. I think white stands great. And once again, your knight is going to g3 or to e3. Once your knight gets to g3, then your position is going to be great. You might even consider rook a to d1 and d5 to weaken the e5 square in this position. And if black takes, you might weaken d5 sometime, and you might want to consider. So yeah, after d5, if takes, then your knight is going to be able to go to f5. That was what I wanted to say. So if you manage to get rid of the e6 pawn, then the f5 square is weakened, and you might use it afterwards. And your rook and queen are perfect on d5. So I really like this setup after pawn to c3, and there isn't really that much black can do to stop that. Now, one important thing, which I think is one of white's biggest advantages in this line, is that white's dark square bishop is much better than black's, and there really aren't that many prospects for the bishop on e7. So yeah, this is the c3 line. I'm not sure why it's not the most common, but yeah, I like it. I like the c3 line the most, and this is what I prefer playing. But the most common line after knight to b7 is d4. So let's go over that. d4, opening up the center immediately. Black takes. Once d4 is played, c4. Black can also play knight to f6, but they transpose. Queen takes d4, a6, bishop takes d7, bishop takes d7. Once black has played the knight on d7, you don't always have to recapture, but I believe it's better to recapture because you are going to want to create the Monoxy bind with c4. And once your pawns are on c4 and on e4, your light square bishop is usually your weakest piece, so getting rid of that will help. So bishop d7, and now c4. And now you can see that if your bishop was on e2, where it's usually situated in most Monoxy bind positions, it's actually the worst piece on the board. So now I'm happy to have traded my light square bishop for the knight that would usually be on c6. Knight f6, bishop to g5. White can also play knight to c3, but they're going to transpose most often. Bishop to g5 is a different move because to bishop to g5, black can decide not to fianchetto, because if black fianchettos here, then white can consider capturing and doubling black's f pawns and weakening the d6 pawn. So to bishop to g5, black should be playing e6 and bishop to e7. And if bishop to g5 is not played, if knight to c3 is played, then g6, bishop to g7 is the way to go. So after bishop to g5, e6, knight to c3, bishop to e7, castles, bishop to c6. This is the normal setup, putting pressure on the e4 pawn. And let's say rook f to e1, castles, rook a to d1. This is, I would say, the end of the opening, and all the pieces have been developed. And if instead of bishop to g5 here, white goes for knight to c3, you can play g6. And here, if white plays bishop to g5 now, then you have time for bishop to g7. That's why after g6, white castles and you play bishop to g7. And this is sort of a dragon Monoxy bind position. I don't know how to describe it better. So yeah, this is the main line. This is what happens after d4, and perhaps the reason why d4 is the most popular move is that you get this Monoxy bind setup, which is really hard to break for black, and you've gotten rid of your light square bishop, so it's very tempting to go for this, and I'm not really sure what black can do to avoid that. So d4, cd4, queen d4, a6, bishop takes d7, bishop d7, c4. Yeah, I'm not really sure there's much black can do, so this is one of the main advantages of the Moscow variation, in my opinion, and one of the things why I love playing it is that you usually get this setup without your bishop, and that's great. I hate having the Monoxy bind with my bishop on e2. Okay, let's go over the third most popular move. After knight to d7, the second most popular move is castles. Not playing d4, not playing c3, but castles, and this might be the soundest. And here, black has two main responses. One is a6, one is knight to f6. Let's go knight to f6 first, because that's sideline. Knight f6, rook to e1, now a6, and they could transpose, but they usually don't. Bishop to f1. In this position, putting the bishop on a4, of course, loses a piece. Never do that. Just remember this position. If your opponent plays a6, remember that you can lose a piece easily, so just be careful. So after a6, usually bishop to f1 is the correct move. Bishop to c4 almost never is. b6, d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop to b7. And, well, a few key points to remember. White is going to be playing either for the Monoxy bind or the English attack setup most often in the Moscow variation, and black is almost always going to have his bishop pointing at the e4 pawn, so remember that. And black is either going to fianchetto and have a dragon-like pawn structure, or play e6 and bishop to e7 and have a Scheveningen pawn structure. So these are sort of the main plans for both sides. f3, e6, c4, creating the Monoxy bind, bishop e7, knight c3, castles, bishop to e3, rook to c8, rook to c1, queen to c7, queen to d2. Fairly normal position, and this is what I was talking about earlier. You would like to have this bishop exchanged off for this knight. I believe so. Yeah, in this position, it's not really favorable to do that, but you still get a very comfortable Monoxy bind. So this, as an anti-Sicilian, avoids all the mainline theory, but gives you most of the advantages of having white pieces against the Sicilian. So I like the Moscow variation. So okay, that's the move knight to d7, the second most popular move. So remember that as white, you can either play d4, castles, or c3, and I prefer c3, but all three moves are fine, in fact. And now let's go over the main line. After bishop to b5, perhaps the most natural move is to cover with the bishop. And now, if white decides to retreat the bishop, that would be a loss of tempo, so white almost always takes. So take the bishop. Queen takes. You don't really want to take with the knight, even though it's a good move, but I believe that it's much more natural to be controlling e5 and d4. So just give yourself an option to put the knight on c6. I think that's much safer. Queen takes d7, and the queen on d7 isn't really that bad. And here, white has two options. Once again, I prefer the move c4. Castles is the most commonly played move, so let's go over c4 first. c4, and here, black has three responses. Let's just get one of them out of the way. There's a variation that Vladimir Hort has played in the 80s, 70s, 80s, which I'm sure it's seldom played today, but you might encounter it, and there's the move queen to g4, seemingly forking two pawns, which is not that popular today, but somebody might play it against you. Now, don't play something stupid, such as queen to e2, and then after queen takes g2, rook to g1. That's bad for white. Just castle and allow the black queen to capture on e4. You are going to have an almost winning position. So queen takes e4, you play d4, breaking through in the center. C takes d4, knight takes d4, knight to f6, knight to c3, and the queen is forced to run away. Queen to d4, offering the trade, queen to d3, declining the trade, attacking the b2 pawn, and the knight isn't hanging. If the black queen takes the knight, then black loses too much material, he loses the rook. So this position is just winning for white. Even after queen to b3, this is more than +1, and white has given up a pawn, but this lead in development is just too much for black to handle. Of course, if you waste too much time, if you're not quick enough, if you give black a few moves to develop, then black is going to be fine, but the lead in development is worth the pawn sacrifice. So after the move c4, you don't have to be worried about queen to g4. The two main moves for black are either knight to c6 or knight to f6. After knight c6, you play d4, breaking through in the center. You've created your Maroczy bind, and you just want to destroy black's central control. c4, knight d4, knight to f6, knight to c3. You're going to go for the normal Maroczy bind setup with f3 castles, bishop to e3, queen to d2, and we've been through this in several videos already. You should be aware of the Maroczy bind setups. So g6, f3, bishop g7, bishop to e3, castles, castles. This is your normal setup. Your next moves are queen to d2, rook to c1, rook to d1, reader rook to c2, rook to c1. And remember the tricks with knight to d5. You could even go for f4, you could even go for h4, h5 if black isn't careful. You could exchange the darks for bishop on g7. So a normal Maroczy bind setup in which, more importantly, white doesn't have his bishop stuck on e2. The second most popular move is knight to f6, which basically transposes to the same position. It doesn't really matter which knight black starts with, you are going to go for the same move order. So a very good thing about the Moscow variation, if black goes for the main line with bishop to d7, on move 3 already, you can be sure that you know what to do for the next 7 moves without any issues. You can play them at tempo without thinking. So bishop d7, queen d7, c4. And whatever black does, he can only play queen to g4 and give you a winning position. But whichever knight black moves, you have the same move order and you have the same Maroczy bind setup you want to achieve. So this is easy. That's why I would recommend move c4 after bishop d7, queen d7. The most popular move is castles, perhaps because it's harder to prepare for this. There are more lines to consider. Black can once again play knight to c6 or knight to f6. Let's go knight to f6 first. This is the sideline. Rook e1, knight c6, c3, preparing d4, e6, d4, c4, c4, d5. And this would be the main line of the canal, what used to be called the canal attack, the main line of the Moscow variation. This is considered to be the main line, and there are more than, I think, 700 grandmaster games from this position. e5, knight to e4, knight b to d2, knight takes d2, bishop takes d2, bishop e7, rook c1, castles. And these are the features of the main line. And if, as black, you go for the main line with bishop to d7, and if white responds with castles, which is the main line, you have to be aware that you're going to have sort of a French defense pawn structure without the bishop stuck on c8. And who's better here? I'm not really sure. The engine thinks it's completely equal, which I don't think is good for white, because in the positions with c4, white seems better. So I would just recommend you always to play c4 and move 5 instead of castles. But after castles, if black doesn't go for knight to f6, which is sideline, if he plays knight to c6, you're most often going to end up in the same position. So c3, knight to f6, d4. D4 is not a pawn sacrifice. You can defend your pawn with rook to e1, but that's really unnecessary. If rook e1, then e6 and d4. But if you play d4 immediately and black takes, which is the main move, you're going to get the pawn back. So knight e4, and now we play d5, forcing the knight to go to e5. If the knight goes somewhere else, then black is just too passive. You can't really go here or here or here. That's just horrible. So the knight goes here. You want to trade the knight on e5. So knight takes e5, d takes e5, and rook e1, winning your pawn back. I think this is fine for white. Once again, not as good as c4 on move 5, but playable equal. Here, black continues with knight to d6, and white recaptures the pawn. And black goes for the kingside fianchetto here and wants to castle. So yeah, but black will castle either way. But fianchettoing is a very common plan, especially because you gain a tempo on the rook. So g6, rook e1, bishop g7, and now after bishop to g5. Black can go for knight to f5, black can go for castles kingside, but I believe that, black has to defend the e7 pawn here. That's the problem. That's why I input this move, bishop to g5. This is not the most common move, but this is what I was thinking when analyzing the position of the board. There are normal moves like knight to d2 and trying to get the knight to f3, but bishop to g5 actually poses a question to black immediately, and now black is forced to defend the e7 pawn. If he castles, then white is going to capture. If he doesn't do anything, white is going to capture. So the move knight to f5 is common here, and when I was looking at this over the board, I wasn't really sure why the move g4 doesn't win. I guess it's because the move f6, and I couldn't really understand how knight to f5 can be playable, but apparently the main move here is knight to a3 and then castles, and this is still theory. But let's just see. After knight to f5, knight a3 has been played 4 times in Grandmaster games, queen to d2 has been played several times, and g4 has only been played once, and black won that game. So let's see how. After g4, black played h6, and white played bishop to f4. This is the game Walter Becker against Friedmar Schirm. Those are, I guess, they are FIDE masters. So yeah, I'm not sure black is winning here. This is equal. Black is slightly better. Let's see. Let's see if after h6, yeah, white can't really take, so g4 doesn't work. So anyway, this wasn't really what I wanted to show you in the video. This was just my analysis after looking at some middle game positions. So yeah, bishop to g7 and fianchettoing your bishop is common, and if bishop to g5, I guess black shouldn't really be worried about anything, but because he has knight to f5. A position slightly better for white, and after knight to a3, yeah, you could castle either side. I think castle queenside is more aggressive, so I would prefer that. So this is what I wanted to show you. Let's go back to the beginning. So a very nice anti-Sicilian position, which avoids a lot of theory. You don't go into the main lines of the open Sicilian. You play bishop to b5, forcing black to decide what he wants to do with the check, and he can either block with the knight or with the bishop. 3 most common moves, in fact 3 only moves, and I hope I managed to explain what to do against each one. In most positions, I would recommend the Maroczy bind with c4 and playing more aggressive moves. And yeah, if you want to surprise black, if you want to get black out of the mainline theory, this might be a great choice, because even though it's a very popular opening, I'm not sure that too many people are aware of the details in the position, and I'm not sure that too many people are aware that it's an opening. I've actually talked to several people who weren't aware of the variation, who just mistake it for the Rossolimo, which is something completely different. So yeah, a great weapon for white, something to reduce the learning time. If you're just starting with d4, this might be a great way to start fighting against the Sicilian, and I hope this helps. And if you play the Sicilian defense, I hope this gave you something too. Yeah, thanks very much. Thank you for watching, and stay tuned for more chess. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, Stefan here. Today I'm going to continue the series on the Sicilian defense with one of my favorite attacking setups for white. This variation is quite uncommon compared to some other ways to fight black in the Sicilian, and I'm not sure many people that play the Sicilian know this very well, so it might be a good surprise weapon for those of you who face the e6 Sicilian. So that's the Kramnik variation, named of course after Vladimir Kramnik, the great Russian Grandmaster, world champion, and one of the best players in history. It was played before, but not to such a great extent, and not so well, definitely. Not by mistake either, but nobody has contributed to the theory of the opening that much. Now, the variation is great because there are basically only two lines which you have to remember well, and white can hardly ever be worse after the opening. That's at least what I think and what the engines think. You don't have such a huge opening advantage if black plays well, but, well, if you remember 10 or 15 moves, you are going to be okay. So let's start. After e4, c5, knight to f3, black plays e6. And now, in normal Sicilian, such as the Khan Sicilian, the Paulsen Sicilian, the Taimanov Sicilian, and some other variations, white will play d4 here, open up the position, and after black plays a6 or knight to c6, white can then play c4 and create a Maroczy bind. Now, in the Kramnik Sicilian, you play c4 immediately on move 3, so after e6 you play c4. And this is now the Kramnik variation of the Sicilian defense, and there's basically nothing black can do to avoid this after e6. Well, if you play c4, you've played c4, you enter the variation. And now you can already see the features of the variation, and that's the fact that black can hardly play d5 while you are preventing it with 2 pawns. White's plan is commonly to reinforce the d5 square with the move knight to c3 and the move bishop to e3 if that's ever allowed, mainly to play bishop to e2 and to castle kingside. So that's White's setup. It's similar to what you would do in the English attack or in the Yugoslav attack, but with the exception of your knight being on c3 after you play c4. So it's a very strong attacking setup in which the only major downside is the fact that your bishop is hemmed in on f1 or on e2, and especially if you exchange the pawn after d4, c4, knight d4, f3, then your bishop doesn't really have any scope from the e2 square. On the other hand, if you develop it to d3, then your queen has less scope as well. Now, to this move, black basically has only one response, and you are going to see only one move in more than 90% of your games, and that's knight to c6. That's stopping sort of stopping the d4 push. And here, this is where the position branches out. White can choose to play either aggressively or passively from this position. I believe that both variations lead to a slight advantage for white. The only thing is that the more aggressive variation could lead to a big advantage for white if black isn't careful. After I finish covering the basic ideas and the theory, I'm going to show you one game in which Vladimir Kramnik himself defeated Garry Kasparov. It was played in '96, and he chose the more aggressive line. And in my games, I've always chosen the more aggressive line I'm about to show you. I played one game in a tournament in Krakow in Poland in 2016 in which I faced 21-something national master from Ukraine, and I played this variation. He ended up winning, but I was much better after the opening. He didn't really know the theory, but I lost in the middle game anyway. So it's a very tough opening for stronger players to crack if white knows what he's doing. Now, let me go over the more passive line first, and that's the move knight to c3. With knight to c3, you are reinforcing the d5 push. You are defending your e4 pawn in advance of knight to f6 being played, and it's a basic normal developing move. Now here, black can choose either to play e5, closing down the position, or knight to f6, which will basically transpose because black is going to play both moves anyway, so it doesn't really matter what he plays first. If black goes for e5, you're going to play d3 and then knight to f6, and if black plays knight to f6 first, then bishop to e2, e5 is going to be played in almost all the games. Now, if black doesn't play e5, you shouldn't really be playing e5 yourself. The difference is that you can play d4, opening up the position. So let's say black plays something passive, such as bishop to e7, then you can play d4. And after this, you're okay. I mean, this is what you wanted to achieve anyway. Let's say black castles here, you castle, queen c7, bishop to e3, and this is your normal setup which you were trying to achieve anyway. So this is how the games could go. There's a pattern in these positions which you should remember, which can also be applied to some positions in the dragon and the accelerated dragon. And that's when you have a Maroczy bind created. You can play the move. Let's give a bad move to white. Let's say bishop to b7. You can play the move knight to d5. And now that's not really a piece sacrifice because if black takes, you are going to be better after he moves the knight. If he doesn't move the knight, he's going to lose it. If he does move it, then he loses the queen. So you're going to get your piece back with a slight edge, and the pawn on d7 is going to be weak. Even if the pawn is on d6, is going to be a weakness anyway. So remember that. So after knight to f6, bishop to e2, e5 should be played by black. If black doesn't play e5, then you should push through with d4. Now it's of course impossible. So white continues with castling. Black goes on to castle as well to develop the pieces. Bishop to e7, d3, castles. And now the key move from this position to ensure that you get your attack in faster than black does, even though you are weakening the d4 square, is the move knight to e1. Now of course, black could jump into d4 immediately. It's not wise though. It's better to develop his pieces first, and you're preparing to push f4. So now after d6, opening up the bishop, white plays f4, and now you can see that white is faster in the attack, and you're going to at least open up the f-file at your own leisure and have some attacking chances. Now the knight can of course return to f3 after the move f4 has been played. The knight isn't going to be stuck on e1. It's not useful defending c2 or d3. So remember this key maneuver. So knight to e1, f4, knight back to f3. That's your attacking chance in this position. Now here black could try some queenside counterplay with moves such as a6, and you play a4. Never mind that the knight could jump into b4 because it doesn't really do that much here. The d3 pawn is significantly over defended for now. So black is most commonly going to play knight to d4, and you play knight to f3. Now if black wants to give up his great knight for your horrible bishop on e2, which is your worst piece in these positions, then that's fine. You're never going to see that, unfortunately. So yeah, he's not going to take. Black is normally playing h6 here to prevent knight to g5, and you just continue your development. Bishop to d2, e takes f4 should be played after the bishop is developed because white just lost the tempo. So e takes f4, bishop takes f4, bishop d7, and now you can take here and recapture with the c pawn after you move your knight to d5. That's one of the best plans. So exchanging some pieces and getting rid of black's best piece. So knight takes d4, c takes d4, knight to d5, knight takes d5, c takes d5. Always recapture towards the center. Now you still have two central pawns, and black has a problematic pawn structure. As you can see, black has two isolated double pawns on d5. Now the engines will tell you that the position is equal. Both sides have the bishop pair. Both sides have some weaknesses. White has a weakness on d3. Black has a weakness on d6 and on d4. But I think it's much easier to play for white, even though black's light square bishop is much better than yours. So that would be the downside of the position for white. Now in this position, well, you could choose several things which you could do with black. I think one of the best moves is bishop to g5. Remember not to take the d6 pawn. This would lead to an advantage for black. Just play queen to e1, trying to get your queen into the attack to g3. So after bishop takes f4, rook takes f4, queen d6, b4. Let's say rook a to c8. The position is pretty much equal. But as I said, black has two permanent weaknesses. You have only one, and well, black has a better bishop. So remember that after bishop to g5, you play queen to e1. If you play bishop takes d6, then after bishop takes a4, attacking your queen, queen takes a4. Black doesn't have to recapture the bishop immediately. He can put in a check with bishop to e3 check, and after king to h1 then recapture. And I think that black is slightly better in this position. Firstly, he got rid of one of his doubled pawns. The material is equal, and his bishop is probably the best minor piece on the board. Well, not the best minor piece, probably the best piece on the board. I would say that it's stronger than white's rooks. So yeah, this would be the line with knight to c3 on move 4 for white. As I said, you should carefully plan your attacking strategy. The good news is that you basically only have one, which is the best in the position. Remember that you don't have to be afraid to trade the knights on d4. Remember that if black doesn't push e5, either move 5 or move 4, then you should strike with d4 in the center, seizing the opportunity to open up the position. So after e5, you just castle and you go for a plan of knight to e1, f4, and after you stop queenside counterplay, just put your knight back to f3, exchange on d4, put your knight on d5. After black exchanges, you capture with the c pawn, and black is going to have two weaknesses. You are going to have one, and white should always be okay in these positions. I don't see how white could be worse if he knows the theory thus far up until move 10 or 12. So okay, this is the line which promises white a slight edge, but nothing major. Now let's go back. After the move knight to c6, so c4, the Kramnik Sicilian knight to c6, I think a far better move, but a far riskier move as well if you don't know what you're doing, is the move d4. And d4 is trying to exploit the fact that black couldn't over-defend the d4 square, so black still didn't have time to play the move e5. And another thing is that because black played e6, of course the move knight to f6 hadn't been played yet, so your pawn on e4 isn't weak, which doesn't really apply to positions with d6, knight to f6. So yeah, you should strike with d4 immediately. That would definitely be my recommendation instead of knight to c3. even though this position is harder to play, and you are, you will often find yourself in tactical games which are hard to calculate, and in which an opponent stronger than you is going to have a clear edge because he's more experienced and faster in calculation. Now here, black, of course, has one move. Black should never allow the move d5, so c takes d4, you recapture with knight. Of course, knight takes d4, and now knight to f6, attacking your e4 weakness. The move f3 doesn't really work. I'm going to show you why. You have to defend with knight to c3. If after knight to f6 you play the move f3, if black continues passively, then you're fine. I mean, what can black do? Black can play, let's say, this, and you can defend like this. And black is, black didn't seize the moment to use his advantage. He had one chance. So after the move f3, black should sacrifice a piece for 3 pawns. And this pattern you might have seen already. It's common in e6 Sicilians, in which the queen is already open to the attack on the h4, the a diagonal. So now in this position, black should play knight takes e4, and after f takes e4, queen to h4 check, king to e2 is the best move. Queen takes e4 check, bishop to e3 covering up, defending the knight, which was now attacked twice. Bishop to c5, triple attacking, knight to c2, defending queen to c4 check, grabbing the third pawn, queen to d3, queen g4, king e1, bishop takes c3, queen takes c3, castles, knight to c3, and I would never want to have this position with the white pieces, even though I have a piece for 3 pawns, which is better in theory. Your king is stuck in the center, black's queen is active, black is fast to play the move d5, perhaps b6 and bishop to b7, and pressure you along the diagonal, and even the moves such as f5, f4 could be deadly. So I definitely wouldn't recommend playing f3 after the move knight to f6, because, knight takes e4 is not a deadly threat. According to the engines, the position is sort of equal, but, I would just rather have black here. The material is equal, you have 3 pawns for the piece as black, but you are attacking, which is always easier than to defend. So after the move knight to f6, you should defend your pawn with the move knight to c3. Now there's a clear downside to this. Black can immediately play bishop to d4, and now there's only one way to defend this position, and this you have to play precisely. You have to take the knight on c6. Once you take the knight on c6, if black decides to take here, then you simply capture, and after black captures, then you can play f3. This doesn't really work anymore. Because there aren't that many pawns to grab and there aren't any attacking pieces, so white is just better here. I believe that after f3, black should just continue with castling and just leave you be in the attack. Now you have the bishop pair, and black has more central pawns, but your double pawns along the c file can actually come in handy. So I don't think that's a problem. So that after knight to c3, bishop to d4, knight takes c6, I believe that bishop takes c3 isn't a good move. Black should choose between b takes c6 and d takes c6. Those are the two main moves. Now let's go over b takes c6, which is stronger, but let's do d takes c6 first. Now after d takes c6, you can obviously exchange the queens and relinquish black's castling rights. So now queen takes d8, king takes d8, you play bishop to d2, not allowing black to double your pawns. If black takes here, bishop takes, knight takes e4, you can take on g7, so you're not going a pawn down, so that works. So in this position, black should play e5, retaining your pieces, and not allowing e5 from white, which was actually a threat in this position. So here, white should castle queenside. Once again, this doesn't work. Black can't grab the pawn here. Well, actually, wait. Now you are losing an exchange. Let me just check this. Wait, let me see. This is we check. I'm sorry. Yeah, after black castle, it doesn't work because he castled, so we check. So yeah, this doesn't work. So after castles, black should play king to c7, and now this is a threat. So you play f3. And after the move f3, black should continue with bishop to c5. b4, this is a tactical idea because after bishop takes b4, you can play knight to b5 check, and after c b5, bishop takes b4, b takes c4, you can play bishop takes c4, bishop e6, bishop takes e6, f6, bishop d6 check, king to d8, bishop takes e5, and you can see that white has a clear edge in this position. Firstly, you have the bishop, which has much more scope in this position when all the diagonals are open. Secondly, black has a weakness on the e6 square, and black is a tempo down. It's hard to calculate, but at least white will have another move after this check. So I think that the move d takes c6 should be played carefully by black. Of course, you have huge drawing chances because you exchange the queens, but I think that white is always going to have a slight edge. I'm not sure how black can win this position unless white blunders. So after knight takes c6, I would definitely recommend the move b takes c6 for black. Firstly, you are capturing towards the center. You are strengthening the d5 break, which can actually be played soon enough. And you're not exchanging the queens, so that's a far better move. Now in this position, the move which saves white from losing a pawn is bishop to d3. You are accepting, of course, double pawns along the c-file. If black wants to give up the bishop pair, that's not such a huge problem. You have defended your e4 pawn. Once again, the move f3 wouldn't work because of this tactic. So if instead of bishop to d3 you played f3, then knight takes e4, f takes e4, queen h4 check, etc., as I showed you before. But in this position, black can choose the opportunity to play the move d5. And this is once again a spot in which you have to be careful. You can easily go wrong. The best way to capture here is to play e takes d5, opening up a possibility for a check along the e file. And black should play e takes d5 here. So after e takes d5, you should castle. Firstly, you are unpinning your knight, so now this could be sort of a threat, and black's king is still in the center, so any attacks along the e file could be deadly. Black should play d takes c4 here. And now, of course, you can recapture the pawn immediately. I think a much better move is to play queen to e2 check, just declining the queen trade, and after queen to e7, you can either capture the queen if black wants to defend like that. If black defends with the bishop, I think it will be better because he is undeveloping his piece. So now, I prefer to take here, so queen e7, king e7, rook to e1 check as an intermezzo check to develop your piece, bishop to e6, and now bishop takes c4. This is sort of the beginning of the variation. The material is of course equal. Black can double your pawns here and get a completely symmetrical position, so it's not such a strong attacking position for white, but you should always have a slight edge because you already have a rook developed and black's king is pinned. So here I think that black should play rook h8, preparing to play king to f8, and you can use the opportunity to exchange the bishops to your advantage here with bishop e6, f6, isolating black's e pawn, and bishop to d2. Now black can't even double your pawns along the c file. I think even though the engines give this position as almost all zeros, I would prefer white always because look at your pawn structure. At least in any endgame, you are going to be able to put black in Zugzwang. You have a lot of pawn moves to play. And you have 2 weaknesses to target, 3 in fact, yeah. So I would always rather have white here, and this is the best possible scenario for white if black plays perfectly. So black would make a mistake far sooner than this. So let me just show you what the position could continue like. So rook a to d8, rook e2, bishop c5, you still have to be careful, of course. Knight to a4, just getting the bishop away from the diagonal. Bishop to d4, and now the move bishop to c3 shouldn't really be played. You shouldn't really exchange the piece. It's rook to c1 is a far more active move. Your b2 pawn is defended, and I believe that this position is better for white. And this is where I would like to stop with the theory. because I think the main ideas have been shown. So just remember that after knight to f3, e6, c4, knight to c6 is always going to be played. If it isn't played, then it means that black sort of made a mistake. Because if knight to c6 isn't played, d4 is a much stronger move. And now you can choose to play either knight to c3 or d4. I would recommend the move d4 against stronger players and against weaker players. Perhaps play knight to c3 if you have an opponent whose strength is similar to yours and you're expecting a long positional grind. So knight to c3 could be a good move. Against stronger opponents, d4 is an aggressive move which will bring a lot of fun, and against weaker opponents, well, it's the best way to crush them fast. Okay, now let's go over one of Vladimir Kramnik's games in the position. So e4 by Vladimir Kramnik. His opponent is Garry Kasparov, and it was played in 1994. Garry Kasparov was 28.05, Kramnik was 27.10, so Kasparov was about 100 points higher rated, playing with the black pieces. C5, knight f3, e6, c4, knight to c6, and Kramnik plays d4 here. We have c d4, knight takes d4, knight to f6, of course, knight to c3, and the bishop to d4, as I said. And now knight takes c6. Kasparov took with the b pawn, of course, which is a better move. Bishop to d3. This was all seen. This is all the main line. e5, once again, one of the better moves. Of course, black could also castle in this position, or play the move d5. So this is another possibility you have to calculate. I just think that the move d5 is much stronger because you are resolving the central tension. But if you are playing this position with the black pieces and your opponent is much weaker, then the move e5 could actually be a good way to keep the tension in the position and not to exchange the pieces. Now both sides castled. Bishop to e3 was played. d6. Of course, black still has one extra central pawn. Knight a4. This is a strange move, a move which I really couldn't understand, and I've never been able to use it in my own games, but Vladimir Kramnik knows better, of course. Now d5 was played because the move knight to a4 is weakening the d5 square, so I'm not really sure that's a good idea. d5, e takes d5, c takes d5, a3, chasing the bishop away, bishop to e7, c takes d5, knight takes d5, and now bishop to c5, offering the trade of dark square bishops, knight to f6, rook e1. And here I believe that white stands an edge. Of course, both sides have the bishop pair. However, black's pawns on e5 and on a7 aren't as good as white's 2-to-1 majority on the queen side, which can be utilized easily if black isn't careful. And secondly, black's bishop pair is staring at white's king side, so that's another advantage, I would say. In this position, though, Kasparov decided to exchange, so knight takes c5, queen b6. I'm not going to go into too much detail. I'm just going to show you how the game went, just to give you an idea of how the Kramnik Sicilian could be played. You can see that it's a fairly open position in which both sides, of course, are given the opportunity to blunder horribly. But if you're careful, you should be okay. I think this is now a huge advantage for white, this pawn on b4, and this is actually what I like about the position. And this is what often arises from the Kramnik Sicilian for white, that you're going to have a passed pawn on the queen side, while black will have a 4-to-3 pawn majority on the king side, with your king and at least one or two pieces defending. So white could cause trouble to black's position soon enough with this pawn. Here, Kasparov continued with queen to b8, attacking the pawn on b4, rook b1, rook a7, bishop c4, queen e5, knight to d3, queen c7, knight to f4. Yeah, of course, the bishop can't be taken here because the rook is hanging. I got lost for a second, so the queen can't take the bishop. Rook b7, now it would work. Bishop f1, bishop f5, b5, pushing the pawn forward, g5, knight e2. Yeah, I mean, it's not winning, but if anybody stands an edge, then it's definitely white. And here, now this already is winning. This is now more than +1 because white's passed pawn is actually a strong trump card in the position, and white is going to have a free king in the attack, while black is going to have to guard the b pawn from advancing. And yeah, in this position, after Kramnik tactically gave up a pawn, this is now just winning. So yeah, I don't want to go any further. Around here, Garry Kasparov resigned, and Kramnik won the game. So remember that here, after knight to c6, d4 is the most aggressive move. After cd4, knight d4, knight f6, knight to c3, never play f3, play knight to c3. Black is going to play bishop to b4. You have to take on c6. If black takes with the d pawn, exchange the queens. If he takes with the b pawn, play bishop to d3 to prevent black from winning the e4 pawn. And here you have to be prepared for e5 and d5. d5 is going to end up exchanging some pieces, and d5 is going to provide you with a more, fighting game, but both are okay. So yeah, I wanted to show you this position, even though I decided not to cover a lot of minor variations of the Sicilian, such as the Kramnik variation, because I believe this is actually a great way for white to fight the Sicilian. And secondly, many players with the black pieces aren't familiar with this line, so try it in your own games, and I hope it goes well. Definitely let me know in the comments below if you have seen this, if you have played this, if you have any improvements to suggest, any great games to suggest, and let me know what you think. Okay, I will continue with another variation of the Sicilian tomorrow. Thanks very much for watching. I hope you got something from this video, and stay tuned for more chess. See you later. Bye. Hello everyone, Stepan here. Today I'm going to cover the Kalashnikov variation of the Sicilian defense, continuing the series. And the variation is not as complicated as the Scheveningen or the Najdorf for the Dragon, which we've already covered. It's sort of a minor variation compared to the main lines in the Sicilian, but it's nevertheless a very fun variation, which is, well, it could be an extremely useful weapon for players with black to have in their repertoire. After pawn to e4, c5 the Sicilian defense, knight to f3, knight to c6, d4, c takes d4, and knight takes d4. Here, black can choose to enter the Kalashnikov variation of the Sicilian. So about these general moves in the Sicilian defense, I have made a separate introductory video. If you're unfamiliar with the ideas of central control and pawn structures for both sides, you could check that out first to give you a brief introduction. I will link it in the description below. And today we are going to go into the Kalashnikov. So c takes d, knight takes d, and the Kalashnikov variation starts after pawn to e5, an aggressive pawn move by black, forcing the knight to move from d4 immediately. Now there's another variation called the Sveshnikov Sicilian, named after Russian Grandmaster Sveshnikov, which has these two moves inserted first. So knight to f6, a normal move, which sort of forces knight to c3, unless white wants to play f3, going into those f3 lines, after which black plays e5. And this is now the Sveshnikov Sicilian, also known as the Lasker Pelikan variation. But about that variation, I'm going to make a separate video, even though they are very similar, but the moves inserted make a difference, a significant difference. So let's get back to the Kalashnikov, the immediate e5. Now, some players or some people know this variation as the accelerated Sveshnikov, which is visually true. You don't wait to play knight f6 and for white to play knight to c3, you play e5 immediately. Now, why does black play e5 in this position? Firstly, unlike in many other variations of the Sicilian, black is immediately fighting for central space and for central control and trying to challenge the central squares symmetrically, one could say. So e4, e5 has been played. In other variations, such as the Scheveningen or the Najdorf for the Dragon, black is playing in a modern fashion, either creating a small center or trying to fianchetto and castle. In the Kalashnikov variation, black is trying to play aggressively from the start of the game. Now, the move e5, of course, creates an overextended pawn, an overextended e-pawn, which is going to be hard to defend and has its downsides. We are going to talk about it a little bit later. Now, what are white's choices? Of course, white could make a lot of different knight moves. We're going to briefly cover them all. Of course, knight to e6 is absurd, so we're not going to go into that now. The first move which might come to mind is knight takes c6, which after b takes c6, bishop d3, knight f6, and castles gives black an equal position. Black has already equalized, as in most variations of the Sicilian, black's main break is pawn to d5, forcing through white's blockade through the e5 pawn, and if white gives black this huge center with the 2 pawns on e5 and d5, black is going to be equal or slightly better, and that's why after e5 almost nobody will take on c6. Another move which doesn't make too much sense is knight to f5, which once again gives black the option to play d5 immediately. So d5, queen takes d5, queen takes d5, e takes d5, bishop takes f5, dc6, bc6, and black is once again equal or slightly better. Despite the isolated pawn, black has more than enough, and white has completely given up his opening advantage, and that's why after e5 nobody will play knight to f5. There are a few more moves. Knight to f3 and knight to b3 are sort of similar, and once again give black far too much activity, and white is losing his opening advantage. So let's say knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, bishop b4, once again attacking the e4 pawn, pinning the knight that's defending. Let's say bishop to d3. Now, of course, you already have an option to double white's pawns on the c file, but d5 could be played, and it's the best move. Now, e takes d5, knight takes d5, putting a lot of pressure on this knight, and after knight to d2, black is supposed to be slightly better in this position. So the move knight to f3, even though it might seem tempting, even though it might seem normal, doesn't give white anything. In fact, it gives black a slight edge. The same could be said about knight to b3, knight f6, knight c3, bishop b4, once again pinning the knight, bishop d2, b2, and now bishop takes c3, and castles. And in this position, black is black is better. This is, if you turned on the engine, this is -0.5 for black, which is extremely rare in the Sicilian. And let's say bishop d3 here and d5, e takes d5, knight d5, castles, knight takes c3, b takes c3. Black has a lot to play for. The material is completely equal, but white's pawn structure is ruined on the queen side. Black can look forward to moves such as f5 and e4, bringing the knight to e6 and having a much more comfortable position. This knight is of course misplaced on b3, so that's another key point. So let's get to the main move. After knight takes d4 and d5, white will play only one move in 99% of your games. If white plays something else, you can meet that easily. Yeah, by the way, there's another move that's knight to e2, and after knight f6, knight bc3. This knight is misplaced because the e pawn is controlling the key squares for the knight to maneuver to, so this is already equal for black. So the one move that players with white will play in this position is move knight to b5, and this is the only move that makes sense. Now, this move is, if you don't do anything about it, you can enter the Lowenthal variation of the Sicilian, which starts after the move a6, which allows knight d6 check, bishop takes, queen f6, queen takes f6, knight takes f6, and knight to c3, which is almost equal. This is the Lowenthal variation, but I don't think players with black should enter this position. I think the Kalashnikov is much more comfortable to play. So the main move after knight to b5 is the move d6. Of course, preventing the check, because now you have the bishop and the queen defending. Now, if you look what's happened out of the opening, there's one key thing to be aware of. One is that white played knight from g1 to f3, from f3 to d4, from d4 to b5, and now it's about to move once again in a few moves. So white has spent a lot of time maneuvering this knight to b5, and you could argue whether that's an accomplishment or not. On the other hand, black has, with his pawn thrusts in the center, created a horrible hole on the d5 square, which is going to be the focal point of attention for both players. Black in trying to get rid of the weakness, and white trying to exploit it. And black has also created a backwards pawn on d6, which is extremely hard to defend. So that's about the upsides and the downsides. Another upside for black is that white is nowhere near activating his position as in many other positions of the Sicilian, and white doesn't really have an attack yet. So this is basically the starting position, and white is good and bad for both sides. Now, I think that for aggressive players, the Kalashnikov is an extremely useful weapon to have. We're going to go over two moves white could play in this position. There are two good moves for white. If white chooses to play something else, then he is going to be equal or worse. One of these moves is knight 1 to c3, which is the main move, and the other move is c4, which we are going to go over later. And the move knight to c3 exerts pressure on the d5 square. Playing the other knight to c3 would leave your knight undeveloped, and if your knight goes to d2, then it doesn't have that much to do. You really don't want your knight controlling these two squares, which are protected, or this square. You want your knights to be controlling d5, and even though it might seem uncomfortable putting your knight from b1 to c3 because you have nowhere to go with this knight, nowhere to maneuver this knight, this is actually a key idea in the Kalashnikov, which black has to be aware of, and which white has to be aware of. And of course, black's most logical continuation, and by far the most commonly played move, and the only move that's played in this position is a6, forcing the knight to a ridiculous square a3. And this is what the Kalashnikov Sicilian is all about. Now, if you count the moves the white knight has made, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, and this is 4. So if you consider the fact that white has spent 4 tempi to get his knight from g1 to a3, that might sound ridiculous, but for that, white got several things to exploit, as I said already. One is the weakness on d5, the hole on d5 in black's position, and the other one is the backwards pawn on d6. So that's what white got in compensation for that. And the plan for white generally will be to control d5, the plan for black to be to dissolve his weakness on d6 and to force through the move d5. And white has to do all he can to protect this square and to stop the break, and black has to do all he can to force that break through. Now, white's most logical plan in the game, if you play against the Kalashnikov with the white pieces, is to play knight to d5, c3, knight c2, knight e3, and to double the pressure on the d5 square. The game continues with move b5, threatening to capture one of the knights if white should allow the move b4. So white reacts with knight to d5, as I said, the most logical continuation. Now here, black can either play knight g2 e7 or knight to f6. It doesn't make that much of a difference. Knight g2 e7 is the best move, trying to challenge the knight this way. White continues with c4, trying to break through black's bind on the queen side. And this move might seem counterintuitive for black, but the move is knight to d4, and you don't do anything about this pressure. In fact, you sacrifice a pawn in this position. And after c takes b5, you don't take the pawn back. You play knight takes d5, and after e takes d5, you play bishop to e7, preparing to castle. Of course, you have given white a chance to win a pawn. He has won a pawn, but the position is almost equal. And trying to save the pawn, in fact, loses immediately. Let's say that after e takes d5, you play knight takes b5. Now, after knight takes b5, a5, bishop b5 check, white is of course winning. And after ab5, knight b5, bishop e7, knight d4, e d4, and queen d4, white is once again winning. So you can't win the pawn back. You have to be aware that this position loses a pawn. So c4, knight d4, cb5, knight takes d5, e takes d5, and bishop to e7. If you count the material, black has 6 pawns, white has 7 pawns, the double pawns on the b file though, but white is about to capture on a6 if he chooses to. So black is a pawn down in this position, but he has more than enough in compensation for that. If you compare the knights, the knight on a3 compared to the knight on d4 is more than enough compensation. Now the game continues with bishop to d3, castles, and here black should play f5, trying to get counterplay. According to the engines, this position is much better for white. It's +1. It has, despite that, been played by strong grandmasters, and it might not be the best variation to enter with the black pieces, according to the engines, but from a human perspective, you have a lot more activity than white does, and you have already made attack compared to white, especially with move f5 and looking forward to playing f4, queen b6, bishop b7. You have a lot more activity. Now, if you compare the pieces and the pawns, I think black's center, black's knight, and black's ability to transport the bishops to a more active diagonals gives him more than enough compensation. After f5, white should capture, so b takes a6, and you can play bishop takes a6, and after bishop a6, rook a6, bishop b3, which is once again +1 for white. Or after b takes a6, you can continue more aggressively with the move f4, or with move queen to b6, which is I think the best move. And after queen b6, bishop b3, now you capture, bishop takes a6, bishop takes a6, queen takes a6, and you allow this, bishop d4, e d4, queen d4, and bishop f6. In this position, black is supposed to have equalized. Now, taking with the queen on d4 is a mistake. White could play several different moves. Taking the pawn is a mistake, but still, even though black is material down, black is perfectly fine. Only slightly worse according to the engines, and from human perspective, not worse at all. I would always trade this bishop for this knight and the pawn, any pawn. Of course, not on the 7th rank or something. So let's go over that once again. So c4. Knight to d4 is the move. If you take here, you are allowing white to put a lot of pressure on d6, and this is not a good idea, because now if you take here, white can take with the queen, and your position is losing, so don't do that. After c4, the move is knight to d4, and white is going to capture cb5. Knight takes d5, e takes d5, and bishop to e7. Don't be tempted to recapture this pawn, just castle and concede to being a pawn down. Now there's another variation of knight to d4, which is slightly worse for white. He doesn't have to take on d5. Another variation is bishop to e3, and you can now once again play knight takes d5, e takes d5, and you get to play knight to f5 in this line, which removes all the threats of your pawns being doubled here and your pawns being captured. So after knight f5, white is best advised to save the bishop. Taking on b5 isn't good because you can take here. So bishop to d2, bishop to e7, you don't care about the pawn once again. cb5 and castles, just let this pawn go. So b takes a6, bishop f6, bishop to c4, and e4. And your plan is to activate along this diagonal, along the e file. White is going to be forced to castle very soon. Let's say he plays rook to b1. You can play bishop takes a6, and white has to castle now. Taking here would be a loss of time. And yeah, taking here wouldn't be good because let's say white takes, and let's say white castles now. I think this tactic works. Yeah, so you get to win some material. You get to win a pawn, and now you're equal material and much better. So in this position with bishop to e3, where white doesn't take on b5, black is perfectly fine. Taking on b5 is the critical line to play. Yeah, so just remember that in both variations, whether white takes on b5 or not, you have to give up a pawn. You have to concede to being some material down, and you have to get more activity for compensation. And you need to play actively aggressively and break on the king side and start making moves that are going to confuse your opponent and force him to make a mistake, which in compensation for the material, black has a much easier time fighting these moves than white. White's bishop is blocked by its own pawn, white's bishop on d2 is passive, white's knight is on a3, so white will have a much harder time doing any aggressive stuff. So let's go back. The critical position, e5, knight b5, d6, knight 1 to c3 is the line that we are looking at, a6, forcing the knight away, knight a3, d5, threatening to win the knight with b4, so knight to d5, knight g to e7, c4. You can also play c3, but it's not as aggressive. c4 is much better, so c4. Knight to d4, ignore the pawn, and now the critical line is c takes b5, knight takes d5, e takes d5, don't take the pawn, develop at castle, so bishop e7, bishop d3, castles, and f5. Once again, better for white according to the engines, but if I were playing this position, I would rather have black any day, because my pieces are more active and they have an attack. White doesn't, white just has an extra pawn, which is almost completely irrelevant in the position. So let's go back. e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, d4, c d4, knight d4, e5, knight b5, d6. The second move white could choose to play is c4 immediately, and I think this line is much simpler for black to face than knight 1 to c3. I think this is sort of a waste of time because it gives black one extra move to maneuver his pieces and to develop. So the main move here is bishop to e7, knight 1 to c3 now, and now after a6, knight to a3. Black of course can't play the move b5, which is the point behind the move c4. So you can't go b5 and threatening b4. You play bishop to e6 instead. And you can, well, and after this, knight to c2, the maneuver we discussed, we are going to go over that, but you can also play f5 immediately, which I think would be my preferred method. I've never had this position in a tournament game, but if I did enter this position, I would definitely choose f5 instead of bishop to e6 because it's much more aggressive. So after f5, e5, bishop f5, bishop to d3 challenging the bishop, you don't have to do anything about it. You can play bishop to e6, you don't have to capture. Save your bishop pair, castles, knight f6, knight c2, castles, and as I said, white's plan is going to be knight e3, knight d5, putting more pressure here. And black's idea is to force through d5. In this position, the material is equal, and black is perfectly fine after f5. But after knight to a3, the main move is bishop to e6. If you want to play a safer game, you can play this. It's common to play f5 after this as well, but not as common because if you play f5 now and e takes f5, you will play bishop takes f5, which will mean that you have lost the tempo playing bishop to e6. So now white's idea is knight c2, knight e3, knight e5, so knight c2. You can play bishop to g5 here, trading your, let's say, passive bishop. You don't want to develop your knight to f6 if your bishop is on e7 because your bishop will be passive on e7. So you now go for a trade. White plays bishop to e2, ignoring that. You can capture or leave the bishop there, but the problem is that if you don't capture on c1, you can never develop your knight to a sensible square. So I would choose capturing on c1, so bishop takes c1, rook takes c1, knight to f6 developing normally. Now there's no possibility for white to pin the black knight on f6, castles. And this is the starting position. Now, what you can notice here, same as in the knight to c3 variation, is that while playing the move c4, white has created a similar weakness that black has since the start of the game, and that's the whole on d4. So now black can jump into d4 and white can jump into d5. Even though the position is equal, only perhaps slightly better for white, I think it's much simpler to play white here, even though black doesn't really have any losing chances yet. Simply because white can choose to use the d5 square at his own leisure, and black will have to wait for the knight to move from c2 to do the same thing. And if you imagine the knight, let's say knight here, let's say this happens. I think white is slightly better here, and white has a more permanent weakness to exploit, that being the d6 pawn. And the d6 pawn will mean that in any endgame, if the pawn structure remains like this, black is basically going to be losing. And if you imagine all the pieces being off the board, just the pawn structure being this way, white is going to play b3, f3, march his king up here, and just have a much easier time targeting d6 than black is going to be able to target any of white's pawns. So if you play the Kalashnikov with black, I would advise you not to trade off the pieces, because in any endgame, your d6 pawn is going to be a horrible weakness which white will easily be able to exploit. So just keep the pressure up and try to create as many attacking chances as you can. And sorry for this variation, by the way, this doesn't work because you can capture here, but still, I was just going to show you the central tension idea, which would arise around the d5 and the d4 squares, which are key in this variation. So basically, the Kalashnikov revolves along the d file, and who can control these key squares. Now, in the middle game, both sides will generally want their rooks on d8 and on c8. You don't want your rook on e8 because it can't have any significant impact on the game. The c line, the c file, and the d file will be the files where most of the fighting goes on. And yeah, as I said, black is going to try to force through either d5 or f5. Your main idea is to weaken the e4 pawn, and you want your breaks here to relieve white of his great central central control. So yeah, you want to play either d5 or f5 with black. If you achieve that, you're going to either be equal or better, or you're going to have great attacking chances. So the variation is definitely viable for black, and it's very fun to play. You do, however, have to be aware of the weaknesses that you're creating right out of the opening. If you're a novice player or a beginner, having these weaknesses, having a hole on d5 and a backwards pawn on d6 might be too much to handle against stronger opponents, but it will also teach you how to play positionally and how to think about weaknesses, weak squares, and weak pawns. So I think for training purposes, or if you're just starting out with chess, it's great for learning positional chess as opposed to some other aggressive openings such as the dragon, which are much better for tactics. I think that if you play 10 or 20 tournament games in the Kalashnikov, you're going to be very aware of how to handle weaknesses in your position. So I think this variation is one of the best variations for training positional chess. Okay, everybody, thanks very much for watching. I hope you got something from this video. Let me know what you think in the comments below. I will continue the series on the Sicilian with the Sveshnikov, a very close relative of the Kalashnikov, and very soon we are going to be over with the series, and I think I'm going to continue with the Semislav after that, finally covering one d4 opening. Okay, thanks very much for watching. Stay tuned for more chess, and see you later. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, Stefan here. I'll continue covering the Sicilian series with the hyper-accelerated dragon. I've already covered the accelerated dragon Sicilian and the dragon Sicilian in 2 videos, 3 in fact. There are two parts on the dragon Sicilian. You can find them in the description below. I have linked them. And the hyper-accelerated dragon is sort of, a mild deviation from the accelerated dragon, and you have to know it basically regardless of whether you play e4 and face the Sicilian, or if you play the dragon Sicilian or the accelerated dragon Sicilian, because it's important to understand the nuances between the positions and to be able to face them properly once somebody plays them against you. So e4, c5, knight to f3, and g6 is the hyper-accelerated dragon. The normal positions after knight to f3, which will lead to the accelerated dragon, are knight to c6, and then after d4, cd4, knight d4, now playing g6, and you are in the accelerated dragon. However, in this position after knight to c6, white doesn't have to play d4, which is the main line. White can simply play bishop to b5 and get into the Rossolimo attack, the Rossolimo attack, and probably disrupt black's plans of going into the accelerated dragon. So if you want to play the accelerated dragon, white can easily avoid it with bishop to b5. Now in this position after knight to f3, once you don't play knight to c6, but you play g6 immediately instead, the move bishop to b5 doesn't make any sense, and black can simply avoid that. On the other hand, though, in this position after knight to f3, knight to c6, if white goes for the main line with d4, then after c takes d4, knight takes d4, and g6, you do have your knight controlling the d4 square, so you have a bit more control over this key square, and let's say after c4, you can play bishop to g7 main line, and now you have two attackers here. So the difference is that your knight is controlling the center when you plan to enter the accelerated dragon. Once you play g6, your knight is not on c6, obviously, so that's the main point, which gives white a lot more control over the d4 square. So regardless of what white decides to do, and there are 4 good options for white from here on, he has more control over d4. And after white plays d4, which is the main move, you can see that black would definitely benefit from having a knight on c6. So okay, this is sort of the main move. We are going to go over 3 more moves altogether. And I would just like to mention one move briefly, one move which I think isn't really that good. After g6, white can try playing h5. It has been played. It sort of gives up the opening advantage for white. It gives black a slight edge, but if played properly, it's an equal position. It does look aggressive, but you're never really going to get anywhere with this pawn. And in fact, the 2 most popular moves are either h5 or knight to f6. So both of them controlling the h5 square and not allowing the move h5 for white. Of course, if black does allow h5, then white will be better, but black doesn't have to allow it. So I don't want to go into too much detail with this move, but if you would like to surprise your opponents, perhaps if you're playing somebody lower rated or much higher rated and you think they might not know this variation, try playing h5, it would be fun. Black could of course go wrong and you could get a fine position, but against serious players I think this would just give up your opening advantage. Once again, it has been played and white has won a lot of positions with this move, but it's really not good objectively. So okay, we're going to go over d4, c4, c3, and bishop to c4. Let's go over bishop to c4 first, because I don't think that move gives white that much of an edge. So after bishop to c4, the main move is bishop to g7 here, white castles, black plays d6, opening up my square bishop, and now d4. In almost any variation of hyper-accelerated dragon, white is going to play d4 and strike through in the center. That's the key idea in the opening. And one more thing that you have to be aware of, that in a lot of games, I would say 50% of the games in hyper-accelerated dragon, you're going to transpose into the accelerated dragon, sometimes even in the dragon, and sometimes even in the Benoni, some strange Benoni positions. But just be aware that white's main plan is to play d4, and your plans are basically the same as in the accelerated dragon, but this variation, hyper-accelerated dragon, often leads to more positional lines and strategical play instead of tactical attacking play. So even though I think most people think the hyper-accelerated dragon is more aggressive than the accelerated dragon, but it's actually vice versa. Okay, so d4. Another move that white would go for here, I would just like to show that sideline first, is move c3, preparing to move d4, and black can't really do anything to stop that, so after knight f6, attacking d4 pawn, white can simply defend with rook to e1, and now black castles, and d4. There's another move that you could play here, d4 is sort of risky after knight e4, rook e4, d5, this doesn't work, yeah, so after castles, bishop to b3 first, and then preparing d4, and that will work then, so that is the main move. So knight c6, h3, d5, black can stop that, black can try and stop that. So after c3, knight f6, rook e1, castles, it's sort of a different position, so it's, I would say, less aggressive, and especially if you allow black to play the move e5, then you're going to have a close position, and it's basically going to, if you look at this position, no, sorry, here black is only slightly better, but in this position, which I want to show you after e5, a position in which white is supposed to have an advantage, but it's, I would say, fairly easy to play for both sides. Now, both sides are going to want to break through on the f file, so you can imagine moves such as, I don't know, knight to e8, knight to d7, or knight to h5, and f5 just breaking through, and whichever side manages to push through on the f file first, I think is going to have an advantage. White, of course, has an advantage because he has this very well placed bishop on this diagonal, which prevents the move f5, so black is going to have to waste another time before playing king to h8. So that's basically the point of the variation. So white, if he would like to achieve this position, I think would be okay. So c3, knight f6, rook e1, castles. Once again, he could go for d4. It's not horrible. I mean, after knight takes c4, I'm sorry, after d4, knight takes c4, rook takes c4, d5. you can continue playing this. It's really not that bad. You can take the pawn and just have a sort of a normal game. It's not that bad. But yeah, this is what you're going to get most often after playing c3. But let's go back to the main line. So after d6, you can either play d4, d4 or c3. I would recommend d4 because it's more aggressive and it avoids these closed lines. And if you are unfamiliar with closed positions such as the stone wall Dutch or the Benoni or especially the Czech Benoni or something like that, then it's going to be really hard to maneuver through these positions. And once again, if you do get this even by mistake, f5 is your main idea. For white it's f4, and you could consider a queenside pawn push as well. But d4. After d4, as black, you should remember that usually you can take the pawn, and in fact you should take the pawn. I think in almost all the positions it's safe to take, and it's the most precise move. So c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight f6. This is sort of this is the main line. Now knight to c3, castles, h3, preventing the move bishop to g4. And yeah, this is what you will most probably get now. The position is aggressive, but it's I think playable. It's not risky for black. It's a fine position. I think I would consider playing this myself, and I think I prefer the hyper accelerated dragon to the accelerated dragon because once again it avoids the Rosolimo. So if you want to prepare a position like this, if you want to prepare a dragon pawn structure, then I think it's important to be able to maximize the chances of entering the pawn structure you would like, because the Rosolimo is a completely different game. So if you have broad knowledge in Sicilian pawn structures and positions, then playing the accelerated dragon might be fine. But as I said, the hyper accelerated dragon with g6 before knight to c6 just restricts white's possibilities some more. So it might be a good idea. Let's go over some more moves. So knight c6. Bishop e3, knight takes e4, knight takes e4, d5. This is normally just straight pieces. Knight takes c6, b takes c6, bishop to d3. This is the main line, but it will go either way. Once again, it's an equal position. The engines think it's completely equal. I think white has a slight edge because white has an isolated c-pawn. But yeah, taking on b2 here doesn't really work because it was c6. So the main move is going to c7. This has been played a lot of times. There are about 20 games from this position, 20 Grandmaster games, so this is still theory. So this is the sort of the main line of the bishop to c4 line, which I think bishop to c4 doesn't give white that much of an advantage, and I would avoid playing this move. So I think with the black pieces you would be happy to see this move. So if you play the hyper accelerated dragon, the move bishop to c4 shouldn't really be that challenging. Bishop g7, castles d6. Now once again white would play the d4, c3. C3 will lead to closed positions, but most often you're going to see d4 take it. White's going to play h3. If he doesn't, the move bishop to g4 could be good to provoke the move f3. Knight c6, bishop e3, a normal position. But let's get back to the main lines. Okay. c4, c3, and d4. I would like to go over my favorite move with the white pieces here. Well, perhaps my second favorite move. I don't know. I play either c3 or c4 against hyper accelerated dragon. I like them both, and I think they're both very aggressive in their own ways. And I think they are the two most challenging ways for black to face white in this position, even though d4 is the main line. So okay, c4. Now you're creating the Morozzi bind immediately out of the opening. That's clear. And the Morozzi bind, even though it's very sound for white, it's a very strong pawn center that you're creating. You don't give black too many options. You're restricting black's space. Your piece activity is better. Your only downside in the position is the light square bishop, which is stuck behind its own pawns. This position doesn't really give white that much activity as you might think, and you often end up maneuvering, and you often end up in a slow position in which a tempo or two don't really matter that much. And weaker players, especially weaker players such as myself, and I play the Morozzi bind, I often find myself liking to play in this position. So if you want to play aggressive chess against the Sicilian and with the white pieces, you probably want to win. I would recommend avoiding this in some lines, even though I think it's the best way to play. And if you would like to play it, I would recommend you do what I'm doing and trying to study as many Morozzi bind games as you can and trying to figure out what the strong players are doing, because more often in the Morozzi bind than in any other setup that I play, I find myself liking the plan. But I digress, never mind. So c4, controlling the d5 square, putting pressure on black center, getting space, and yeah, a normal set. Bishop g7 mainline, d4, opening at the center, c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight to c6. This is now the accelerated dragon you can transpose, but as I said, this is going to happen in most hyper accelerated lines, most lines. There's another move here, which is knight to f6, and this is now technically still the hyper accelerated dragon. For some reason, after knight c3, knight c6, which is almost the exact same position, and bishop to e3, this is the hyper accelerated dragon, and knight c6 first, and then bishop to e3, knight f6, knight c3 is the accelerated dragon. So, well, I'm not sure why, but basically the position is going to transpose. So if you want to play this with black, be aware that playing g6 on move 2 doesn't really matter. If white decides to go for the Morozzi bind, you're going to enter the accelerated dragon. I went over this already in detail in the video on the accelerated dragon. You can find it in the description below, so I'm not going to go over that once again. Castles, bishop e2, d6, castles, knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, bishop d7, queen to d3. This is the main line. You can study that in the video below. Okay, so that was the c4 line, the Morozzi bind line. Okay, let's go over. Bishop to c4, we went over that. And let's go over d4. D4 is the main line, and d4 is what you are going to see most often, not h4, so let's delete that. So g6, d4. Striking in the center immediately, using the fact that black hasn't played knight to c6, and yeah, opening up the position, because if you look at it, black made 2 pawn moves, both on the flanks, and neither move, well, c5 is controlling the center, but white has played 3 moves that control the center directly. So okay, d4, as I said, in most cases you're going to want to take, so c takes d4 is the correct move, and c takes d4 is the main line. C takes d4, knight takes d4, knight to c6, c4. Okay, so now once again I'm biased to the Morozzi bind, so I want to play this, and after bishop to g7 you can transpose, and this is what's going to happen most of the time, as I said. You are once again in the same position, but you don't have to play that after knight to c6, so I can play knight to c3, or enter the modern variation of the accelerated dragon. So once again, check that out in the description below, in the video on the accelerated dragon. So the main line is going to lead to the accelerated dragon in, I would say, 50 to 70% of the game. So after d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight c6, which is objectively the best move. Now you are in the accelerated dragon because you've transposed to the same position. This is the same position you would play bishop to g7 here. However, there is a way to avoid that, and there is an aggressive move here which sort of can't be played in any other position. So this is probably one of the key positions to study the hyper accelerated lines, and with white pieces you want to be aware that this move exists. After d4, black can sacrifice a pawn. It's not a real pawn sacrifice, it's a temporary pawn sacrifice, but you have to be aware of that. And the move is bishop to g7, and this is the pterodactyl hyper accelerated dragon. It's, well, not dragon, it's actually hyper accelerated pterodactyl, so it's a specific dragon for some reason. So bishop to g7, temporary pawn sacrifice. Now white can take, white doesn't have to take, white can play 3 moves, I think. Well, 4 moves in fact. White will play c4, but I'm not really going to talk about that because that would once again transpose to the lines we talked about. The main move is of course d takes c5, and after queen to a5, c3, queen takes c5, regaining the pawn, and yeah, it's what the pawn sacrifice was about, the temporary pawn sacrifice, getting the queen out and sort of disrupting white center control. Now, after bishop to g7, even though d takes c5 is perfectly playable, I would recommend the move knight to c3. just allowing black to take, and now there's nothing better than to take because now queen to a5 is in check and you're not getting your pawn back because of bishop to e3. So c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight to c6. This is now still technically the hyper-accelerated pterodactyl, but it will transpose bishop e3, knight to f6, and bishop c4 castles. This is now the accelerated dragon modern variation once again, and the main line of it. However, after knight to c3, there's another attempt which you could go for, and that's queen to a5. Just this is the second most popular move, in fact. But after bishop to e3, yeah, now knight to f6, you have given up a pawn, but you're going to take here if white allows that. So white can't really take here, and it's a complicated line. But I think that simply playing c takes d4 is better. Yeah, I think it's a much safer option. This has been played, and the main move here is queen to d2 for white, and after queen to d2, knight to c6, just keeping the tension in the center. And here in this position, white will normally play move d5, and after this, the variation is still sharp, but there isn't that much going on anymore. The pawn is once again defended after d5, so white has relieved the pressure on the only weakness in black position. And now after here, and let's say bishop to e2 and d6, this is now normal Sicilian position, in which black has a slightly misplaced knight, but white has two objectively weak pawns in the center. e4 is weak, therefore d5 is weak, and I think black has a safe game. And this has once again been played a lot of times in Grandmaster games, but I think playing queen to a5 on move 4 is slightly more risky for black because it's not knowing the best moves that matters, it's knowing the bad moves and how to punish them that matters. And in this line, after queen to a5, there are a lot of aggressive moves for both sides which would get you into trouble, I think. So after the move knight to c3, I would just recommend c takes d4 and playing a normal position in the modern accelerated dragon. Once again, after dc5, queen a5, regaining the pawn, we went over that, and there's another move. After bishop to g7, if you play, if you're familiar with the Benoni structures with the white pieces, you can play d5. And after d5, d6, it's not technically a Benoni, but it's a Benoni pawn structure. And after pawn to c4 and knight to f6, bishop to d3, I think white has a significant edge here because you want to push through with d5, you're going to castle. You might even remaneuver your knight to d2 and play f4 and have an aggressive setup that way. And I don't really see the advantages of this position for black except for his dark sword bishop on g7, which is a monster here. But after knight to c3, I think its power can be dampened a little. But okay, let's go back. So we went over d4 and bishop to g7, this temporary pawn sacrifice, which I think if you play the hyper-accelerated dragon, this is one of its main features and one of the things that differentiates it from the accelerated line. So play this, just play something that's interesting. I would play this if I played the hyper-accelerated dragon. So yeah, okay, and now so d4 is the main line, and it either transposes to the accelerated dragon or you play this pterodactyl variation, which is I think the best way to play for black if white goes for the main line. And now let's go over c3, which I think is the toughest way for black that white could play, and I think c3 is the most challenging move for black. It looks less aggressive than d4 and then c4, but it's in fact a very aggressive move, and I think the games which arise from the c3 lines are the most interesting hyper-accelerated dragon games. Bishop to g7 is the main line once again, and now yeah, okay, let's go with this island first, and I like it the most. Okay, okay, after c3, black basically has two moves. He can either play bishop to g7 or d5. Silman gives in his book the accelerated dragons the move f6, knight to f6 as well, but I really don't like this position. I think this just shouldn't be played. Yeah, I'm not even sure what the main line here is. I think it's this. Yeah, I can't remember, but it goes something like this. So he gives this move knight to f6 in mode 3, but I really don't think this should be played, especially if you don't understand the names of Sicilian or the Iokin defense or stuff like that, which involves maneuvering your knight for 10 moves in a row. So I would recommend the two main moves, either bishop to g7 or d5. Let's go with d5 first. d5 is considered to be the most aggressive way to face this, to face c3 in the hyper-accelerated dragon, and the engines give it a slightly worse than bishop to g7. So okay, e takes d5, white takes. Queen takes d5, d4. This resembles the Alpine Sicilian a lot, and it has a lot of similarities. Of course, and now after d4 you play bishop to g7. Okay, so now white has two options. One of them is knight to a3, the other one is knight b to d2. So you are trying to develop your knight. In either case, you're threatened as black with bishop to c4, which isn't really a threat, but if you're not careful, there could be a lot of issues along this diagonal and on the f7 pawn, because this knight could come either to e5 or to g5, the queen could come to f3, and you could be in a lot of trouble. So I would say playing d5 is risky, but if you know what you're doing, you shouldn't really get into trouble. The most commonly played move is knight to a3, the engine gives knight b to d2 as the best move. I think knight to a3 is the most interesting move because you always have knight to b5 and threatening to take the queen, take the rook, etc. So knight to a3. And now after c takes d4, which is the main move, as I said, you could play knight to b5, threatening here, in which case black could either play knight to a6 or something else to defend. The most commonly played move here is knight to a6 with 90 games, and there are a lot of Grandmaster games from this position. And in fact, black scores better than white here. The engines give it as equal, but after knight to a6, black has won 29% of the games, and I would recommend 3 games if you would like to see them. One of them is a draw, and 2 are wins by black. One of them is when Giri defeated Vasily Ivanchuk in 2013, and the other one is where Giri defeated Shahryar Mamedyarov in 2013. So Giri played this variation a lot 5 or 6 years ago, and I would recommend you study his games, and this is a very exciting way to play. So okay, knight to b5, knight to a6. Now the main move in this position is knight b takes d4, just taking your pawn back, and after knight to f6, bishop to b5 check. Just checking the king and bishop to d7, and now you can either play queen to e2 with white pieces. You can take on d7, and well, I think taking on d7 is the best move. And here you can take with the knight, you can take with the queen, taking with the knight is best, I think, and castles. Yeah. So this is sort of the end of the theory in this line. Well, not the end of the theory. For super grandmasters, it goes a long way further, but yeah, this is sort of the position you should know. Now, if you think about the pros and cons for both sides, I think it's fairly equal. White does have 3 to 2 on the queen side, and that would mean that he could push through a pass pawn easily, and compared to black's 4 to 3 majority on the king side, but that's really not that big of an advantage, in my opinion. So okay, after d5, e takes d5, queen takes d5, d4, bishop to g7, knight to a3 is what we went over now, and after c takes d4, knight to b5. After c takes d4, you don't have to play knight to b5 though. There's another very aggressive move. Knight to b5 doesn't recapture the pawn immediately, of course. Recapturing the pawn could be played, but it's just too passive. 2 moves should be played, either knight to b5 or bishop to c4, what we talked about earlier. So putting pressure on this diagonal, using the fact that black's king is still stuck on e8 and that you have a lead in development. And that by capturing with c on d4, black just locked in his, I think, only developed piece apart from the queen. So okay, the tempting move and the main move is queen to e4 check. And now, it might surprise you, but the main move for white is bishop to e3. After bishop to e3, you can't take. We are going to go over that later on. Knight to h6 is the main move, and after knight to h6, you are preparing either knight to f5 or knight to g4, attacking the bishop here. But that's clear enough, so neither side has much here, and the position is equal. Black is going to castle, white is going to castle, and everybody's going to be fine. However, after bishop to e3, I think some players with black might take the bishop, especially low-rated players, so let's see what happens. Sorry, let me turn this. So d takes e3. This is now immediately losing for black. Yeah, it's immediately losing because now after bishop takes f7 check, what do? You can either take the bishop or play king to f8. If you take the bishop, then knight g5, clear enough, winning the queen. If you play king to f8, then queen d8 check, king takes f7, and now once again knight to g5, losing. So the bishop can be taken. Well, probably nobody will take, but still, it's good to know this. So after bishop to e3, knight to h6, don't take the bishop, and if you go on in the position, the main move here is c takes d4, taking back with the pawn, and castles. So now, yeah, the bishop would have been threatened, but the pawn isn't here anymore. Castles, and bishop to g4 is one of the main moves, putting pressure on the bishop. You can take on h6 with your bishop from e3. I think retreating the bishop to e2 isn't really that good. I wouldn't recommend that. The second most popular move is knight to g5, just attacking black's queen, so you have time to trade, actually. Yeah. So let's say this happens, bishop takes d1, knight takes c4, and bishop to g4, and the position is equal. So yeah, this is what I think is most likely to happen after you play d5. So c3, d5. This might surprise players with white because bishop to g7 is by far the most common, the most popular move, and you don't really expect people to play much else than bishop to g7 after playing g6. So d5 could be a great surprise weapon, and you could win a lot of games with the black pieces, especially if white doesn't know all the positions and all the tricks which you guys. Once again, study Anish Giri's games. He's I think the strongest player who plays this regularly. At least he used to be before he started playing slightly passive chess. Okay, let's go to the main line now. So bishop to g7. If you don't want to play d5, bishop to g7. So d4, c takes d4, c takes d4, d5, and now e5. And as in the lines with d5 and in the lines with bishop to g7 we saw before when we sacrificed the c5 pawn temporarily, this is one of the main features of the hyper-accelerated dragon. This position actually can't rise from the accelerated dragon or from the Sicilian dragon, regular dragon. Now, white did advance his pawn on e5. So this is sort of the main feature in the position. White has a lot more space, but white has a weak pawn on d4. So the position continues bishop to g4. Bishop to b5 check, knight to c6. The main move, you might be surprised, is to give up your bishop pair here and to weaken the c6 pawn because it's going to be really hard to dissolve your weakness on c6. So bishop takes, pawn takes, knight b to d2, e6, closing down the pawn triangle. And if you ask the engines what they think of the position, I'm going to turn on the engine. In fact, you can see the evaluation bar on the right side of the board. They think white has +1, but this position has been played by 25 and 2600 grandmasters, so I really don't think it's that horrible. The engines just hate having less space, so they will always think white is better. And white is better, but not that much better. White isn't winning, and in most grandmaster games, +1 is a winning advantage. Okay, castles, knight to e7, let's turn on the engine. Pawn to h3, chasing the bishop away, and since you really don't have anywhere to go, you have to take. Bishop takes f3, knight takes f3, castles, and queen to a4, putting pressure on c6, queen to b6, and bishop to g5. Once again, engines think it's much better for white. I think it's slightly better for white, and this is one of the few true hyper-accelerated dragon variations which you should know, and variations which can't transpose to the accelerated dragon. So I think you should study this. So okay. You should check out the game. Well, if you want to play this with white pieces, I would recommend the game Vladimir Kramnik against Maxim Bashir-Legral from 2010, which Kramnik won convincingly. And if you want to study this position with the black pieces, there's a great game, Alexander Grishuk versus Raul Mamedov from 2017, which Mamedov won, and a game in which Vugar Gashimov defeated Sergei Movsesian with the black pieces in 2010. So these three games, I think you should see. So Vugar Gashimov, Raul Mamedov, and MVL have played this with the black pieces, so study their games. Yeah. Okay, I actually wanted this to be a shorter video when compared to the Accelerated Dragon one, but actually I think it turned out to be longer. I'm sorry. I hope you managed to understand the difference between the lines, and I think it's very important to play all three, to play the Dragon, the Accelerated Dragon, and the Hyper-Accelerated Dragon if you want to understand the nuances in the positions properly. So I think studying these lines, which we just went over, is key if you want to be good at the Dragon Sicilian. And yeah, I hope you managed to learn something. Thanks very much for watching, and see you tomorrow or the day after tomorrow with more videos. Stay tuned for more chess. Bye-bye. Hello everyone. I'll continue the series on the Sicilian defense with the Grand Prix attack, which is one of the, I think, best ways for white to surprise black, and perhaps the most fun way for white to play against the Sicilian, if you don't want to go into the open lines. And definitely a variation which isn't that common. I mean, it isn't common because the engines will say that black equalizes right up the opening and that white doesn't have any advantage. But, I mean, white has so many attacking ideas that they more than compensate for the loss of the opening advantage according to the engine. So I think that Grand Prix should be played regardless of your level, and that it could be a great weapon even for grandmasters. So after e4, c5, white doesn't go for knight to f3 or c3. White plays knight to c3 going into the closed Sicilians. And now, after knight to c6, I played this variation a couple of times. I played bishop to b5 immediately. This is continuing the closed Sicilian, but I would then transpose to the Grand Prix later on. But the normal Grand Prix move order is after knight to c6, f4 immediately. This is the Grand Prix. And with the move f4, white is preparing to have a simple attacking setup. And your attacking setup is always going to be similar or even the same, regardless of what your opponent does. Now, there are a couple of things that you have to remember. Now, your king is almost always going to be castling kingside. That's one thing. Castling queenside in the Grand Prix isn't really that common because white is weakened on the queenside and black has already made attack with his pawns storming on your queenside. So your king is most often going to be castling kingside. Secondly, your plan is as follows. After moving the pawn to f4, your knight is going to f3. Your other knight is of course on c3. You're going to play d3. You're going to castle, and your queen is going to go to e1. And the move queen to e1 is one of the most famous features of the Grand Prix and some other lines. And the point of the move queen to e1 is to prepare the queen coming to h4 and attacking your opponent's kingside. So these are some common ideas you should bear in mind. And your main weaknesses, I would say, are the c2 pawn and the light square bishop. And that's why in most variations of the Grand Prix, white is going to play bishop to b5 and then bishop to c4 if the bishop is chased away, and then white is going to try to exchange this bishop for this knight. How do I change the colors? Okay, like this. You change the bishop for this knight, and strategically you are better because your pawn chain is going to be on the light squares, you have the pawns on c2, d3, and e4, which makes it pretty hard for black to attack along the light squares, and that means that your light square defender is better off out of the box and exchanged for black's knight, which once your pawns are on c2, d3, and e4, could have a very comfortable square on d4, and there isn't really a good way to challenge him, besides with your f3 knight, which is needed in the defense, and you shouldn't really exchange it. So your main strategic plans are to castle kingside, get your queen to e1 to prepare an attack, exchange your light square bishop if possible, play d3, you're going to develop your bishop either to d2 or to e3, that will depend on the situation. Okay, now let's continue. Black has two normal replies in this position. The first one is g6, the second one is e6. This is slightly uncommon. I will just go over this variation once again. After knight to c6, you can play this move bishop here, and after the knight goes to d4, bishop here, black can play a couple of different moves. I think the most common way to play is either g6 or e6, or sometimes d6, and I think e6 is the best way, and then you play f4 and knight to f3, so you can transpose to the Grand Prix like that. And that's technically still a traditional closed Sicilian, but after f4 in this line, the engines don't recognize this as the Grand Prix anymore, but I think they should. But just a digression. Okay, let's go back. So knight c6, f4 immediately the Grand Prix, g6 or e6. Let's go over e6 first. Now the move e6 is preparing d5. That's fairly obvious and simple. If your opponent plays e6, that means that he's going to be developing his knight either to e7 or to f6, and you can't really know. And the second thing is that the bishop can still fianchetto despite black moving the e6 pawn. He can still go g6 and bishop to g7. But in most cases in this line, black is going to play bishop d7 and knight to f6. Now to this you have to react with knight to f3. You have to start developing your kingside pieces in order to castle, and black is best advised to play d5 immediately here. So d5. And now to this, you might think that the move e5 is good, or perhaps even d4. I think the best option here is to simply continue your development, because black isn't really threatening to take or to cramp your knight with the move d4. I think that the move bishop to d5 is the best move, because now if black pushes here, then you simply play knight here, and e3 isn't an option because bishop e3, so you're okay here, and the black's center will be too weak. So after the move bishop to b5, black should play knight to f6, and here you could play e5, but I think taking on c6 is technically much stronger to weaken black's control of the center, and as I said, exchanging this bishop for the knight. So bishop c6, b6, and now e5 chasing the knight away, and the knight should go to d7. Of course, going to e4 isn't as good, even though it's dislodging your knight, but after moves such as knight to g5, you're going to recapture the pawn, perhaps even queen to e2, and black is going to be a pawn down. So knight to d7 is the best move, and here you have to continue with your plan, which we discussed. So now d3, developing the bishop, castling, queen to e1. This is your plan. So d3 first, bishop e7, both sides castle, queen to e1. Now you can see that on the d1 square, the queen was useless, and now it can slide over to the king side and cause a lot of problems for black. Now, in some positions in the Grand Prix, it isn't uncommon for white to push h4, g4, g5, h5, and to start an attack like that. So the queen is supporting the move h4 also. And in many variations, you're going to play f5 if the position allows it. So Grand Prix is one of the best attacking tries for white to play against the Sicilian, and this is one of the rare positions in the Sicilian in which white is most commonly going to have the initiative. And the black doesn't really have that much counterplay. Black is technically equal or even slightly better, but if white manages to get an attack going, then white was then great. Here the best move for black is c4. Now d4, bishop a6, you don't have to recapture immediately. And this is a fun line I analyzed in which white gives up the exchange. This isn't theory anymore, this is just a line I found. I mean, after d4, black can recapture immediately, of course, but bishop a6 is better. And now there's a line for white to sacrifice the exchange, which I like. So cd5, bishop takes f1, and now you don't recapture the bishop, of course, you take on e6, and you attack both the bishop and the knight. So in this position, bishop to c4 will be the best move, and now e takes d7, queen takes d7, and after bishop to e3, white has 2 pawns for the exchange. Of course, I mean, the position is equal. Black does have the bishop pair and the 2 rooks, but I think your knights are great in this position, and they are very mobile. They have the e4 square. This is a great strength in the position, and they also have a lot of squares such as g5, d4, etc. So I think the knights are great in this position, especially along the dark squares, which aren't really that weak because white still has the dark square bishop, so white can have a lot of play. Okay, so that was the move e6. And I think this variation is slightly uncommon. So if you see that, just remember your normal developing plan. Knight to f3, after d5, don't react to this, play bishop to b5, knight f6, bishop takes, always exchange your light square bishop if you can for the knight on c6. That's always a good idea in the Grand Prix. So bc6, e5, knight d7, d3, bishop e7, castle, queen e1. This is your plan. And the bishop is most likely going to go to e3, but remember not to put it on e3 when your knight is here because you lose a piece. Okay, so let's go back. After f4, the most common reaction for black is move g6, preparing to fianchetto the bishop, and in this variation, the knight is almost always going to go on f6, of course, because you don't want to play both e6 and g6, but knight e7 can be played as well. So after g6, knight to f3, bishop to g7, bishop to b5, once again trying to exchange the knight for the bishop for the knight, and here black doesn't have to allow it. Now the only move for black in this position is to move knight to d4, and this is where the position branches out. Now before continuing, we just went over the move bishop to b5. I would like to cover two sidelines for white first. Even though bishop to b5 is by far the most commonly played move and technically the best move, there are two moves which could be okay. There's one which leads to a very aggressive continuation, and that's bishop to c4. Now after bishop c4, e6 should be played because black has to protect the f7 square, and after this, white can either play passively with castles, which I wouldn't recommend after the move bishop to c4, because this is now just way too passive for white, and then in positions such as this one, white doesn't really have any attacking chances, and this is almost -1 for black. Black is going to get the strong bishop on the long diagonal and just crush white. But after bishop c4, e6, there's a great move for white, and there's move f5. Now technically, this is equally bad as castles on move 6, but at least it gives you a lot of attacking prospects and it can confuse your opponent. Now the best move here, which I'm not sure many players with black would find, most would take, I believe, is knight g to e7. And now to this you take fe, and de, and now d3. And now if you weakened black's king side somewhat, you have provoked a lot of weaknesses, you can see that the position is weak. And after b6, which is the best move, and castling, you see that white has great pieces here. Okay, the rook is there. Here the queen is going to get to e1, and here this bishop is a monster, and it's not really easy to evict it. So I believe that white has a lot of prospects in this position. And after the move bishop to c4, move 5, and e6, I would recommend the move f5. Now the other sideline after bishop to g7 is the move g3, and this is the slowest way to play the Grand Prix, I think, and I wouldn't recommend it, but still, if you want to have a safer game, and perhaps get your opponent out of his opening preparation if he knows that he played the Grand Prix, this would be a great surprise weapon. So now after g3, once again, the most common move is e6, now bishop to g2, you play g3 because you want to fianchetto, knight to g7, castles, d3, d5, and black is playing d5 here as in many variations of the Grand Prix, because he has to get this central break in. If he doesn't, then white has a lot more control. Now, to d5, you don't really have to react. I believe that taking is almost always a bad move. I mean, not a bad move, but a less than ideal move. e5 is better in most situations, but you also want to be careful with the move e5 because you want to have a chance to play f5 if needed. So I believe that you should be careful when deciding what to do with the pawns. And there really isn't one rule which would apply to all positions. You should assess the position carefully and be aware of what will happen if black captures and if black pushes the pawn. So these are the two things that you always have to look out for in the Grand Prix. So bishop c4 and g3 on move 5 sidelines for white. Now let's go back to the main line. Bishop d7, bishop b5. Knight to d4, only move for black. And now white has 3 moves. One of them is castles, which I think is the most common and technically the best move. a4 is the engine choice, which is preparing to open up the rook if black decides to capture, but doubles white's pawns. And one last move is knight takes d4 here instead of a4 or castling. I think that after knight to d4, white should simply castle. And once again, you want to exchange this bishop for this knight, and if the knight captures, then the knight has lost the tempo virtually. So I think that white should be happy if black takes here and you capture. Wait, after castles. If knight takes on b5, I think that knight takes b5 is a great position for white, and black does get d5 in, but it's still okay. Let's go over the sidelines first. So castles is the best move, and after knight d4, a4, black should of course play a6, and the bishop should retreat to c4, nowhere else, and now e6, and the position continues normally. The only thing is that the moves a6 and a4 have been interposed as opposed to the bishop c4 move on move 5, and there isn't really much difference to the position. Now after knight to d4, you can also take on d4. So knight takes d4, c takes d4, knight to e2, and now the best move for black, which is slightly counterintuitive, is knight to h6. Well, I mean, not that counterintuitive, because after knight to h6 you can push with e5, and here you castle. And I believe that this is also good for white. Your bishop is slightly misplaced because you want to play the move d3, and you haven't managed to exchange your bishop, but you can play bishop c4, a3, and prepare to tuck your bishop away if needed, and you still have a okay position. Then you still have a bishop pair as opposed to many Grand Prix positions. But still, I think that castling on move 6 is the best idea, because if you castle, you have provoked the move knight takes b5, and if black plays knight to d4, trying to chase your bishop away, and you just castle, and if he returns with the knight back to c6, then that's just a waste of 2 tempo. Now, if he captures, then he lost the tempo to capture the bishop you wanted to exchange anyway, so I think that's strategically okay for white. Even though the engines would say this is equals or slightly better for black, I think you've managed to achieve what you wanted out of the position, and you exchange your worst piece. And now, after you play the move d3, you're going to have a pawn structure along the light squares, and the light square bishop won't be in the way anymore. So now, of course, knight b5, and here, there are two moves for black, one passive move, one active move. The passive way to play this position would be d6, and after this d3, knight f6, queen to e1, white is once again continuing with his normal plan d3, queen to e1 preparing to get to h4, but after knight takes b5, black should play d5, immediately striking in the center, even though this might look weakening, and you might think you're putting your queen out too soon, because what happens if e takes d5, queen takes, and here knight gains the tempo? First of all, black could capture with the bishop, which he probably wouldn't want to do, and secondly, the queen can just return back, it's not that bad, or even go to c6. But after d5, the most common move for white, by far, is the move e5. There's one sideline though, and that's e takes d5, which I wouldn't recommend. I think this is too weakening. Now the best move for black is a6, now knight to c3, of course, knight to f6, d4, you have to give up your extra pawn, of course. Now knight takes d5, d takes c5, knight takes c3, queen takes d8, king takes d8, b takes c3, bishop takes c3, rook b1, king c7, and now after bishop b2, bishop takes, rook takes. The position is equal, and that's why I think white shouldn't go for that. The number of pawns is equal, but your c pawn is horrible on c5, and you're most likely going to lose it. And it's equal, but the only side that could win is black, in my opinion. So after the move d5, I would recommend you don't take on d5, because it would only lead to a slightly better drawing position for black. So after d5, play e5, close down the position, and lock down black's best piece, the bishop on g7. That's my recommendation. So after e5, black will once again continue with a6, chasing the knight away. There's another move. Well, okay, a6 is supposed to chase the knight away to c3. So now you might wonder what happens if black plays d4 first. Now that isn't as good, because now white can play c3, and after a6, the knight doesn't really mind going to a3. So knight a3, d3 isn't really scary, because now knight to e1, you can't play this, because knight takes c4, knight h6, queen to f3 are going to capture the pawn. Bishop e6, knight takes d3, c4, knight to b4, rook to b8. And this position, of course, white is a pawn up. It's not the safest pawn in the world, but it's pawn up, and this is almost +1. So that's why I'd recommend black to play after the move e5 to play a6 immediately, and d4 is a mistake, because getting the knight to a3 isn't really so threatening. So after e5, if you're black, play a6. Now to a6, knight to c3 should be played, getting back with the knight, bishop to g4, pinning white's knight on f3, and now you can play either d4 or queen to e1. I think queen to e1 is not the best move here. I think d4 should be played, and after c takes d4, you can play either queen takes d4 or knight to e2. Of course, d3 isn't a threat, and you would much rather recapture with the knight, because in this position, after queen takes d4, black will have to develop the knight to h6 anyway. Now you stand to gain to serve as a tempo gain for black. So I think playing knight to e2 and capturing with the knight is much better, because you will be controlling the f5 square, which is technically the weakest square in your position. Okay, so white's main problems, of course, are f5 and d4, and if you can manage to, from this position after c takes d4, play this, and let's say black develops here, you capture here, now you are controlling the square at least a bit, and of course black doesn't have the c pawn to chase your knight away. So this would be the end of the main line in the Grand Prix. I wouldn't like to go any deeper, because you never know basically how the position is going to branch out. But you have to remember a few key points now. First of all, you always aim to exchange your light square bishop. Let me go back. You aim to exchange your light square bishop for black's knight on c6. So that's one thing. Secondly, you're trying to play the move d3. You're going to play knight to f3. You're going to castle kingside, play queen to e1, and prepare queen to h4. And you're going to develop your bishop either to d2 or to e3. And this is your setup that you're aiming for. And there isn't really much black can do about it. So just remember what you have to do: get your attacking setup, and then after you get to about here. Well, let's say here, you have to be prepared to risk a lot in the Grand Prix. Now, you should note that, of course, this diagonal is weak. You could have problems along this diagonal. So a move such as c3 can sometimes be played. Bishop to d3 can be played to strengthen it anyway, and you have to be prepared to play moves such as queen to e1, let's say h3, chasing the bishop away, g4, queen to h4, and starting an attack. A move such as knight to g5, perhaps even playing the move f5, sacrificing here. And the Grand Prix is a very attacking setup for white, and it's supposed to be you aren't supposed to invest in defense in this opening, and you're supposed to create an attack which will be faster than your opponents and not worry too much about defending. So this is an opening I would recommend for dynamic attacking tactical players, because it often gives a lot of possibilities for tactical chess and attacking chess. Okay, that's basically it. I hope you got something from this video about the Grand Prix. I will continue the Sicilian series with the Najdorf. I'm going to be making 2 videos, one on the main line and one on the sidelines, perhaps 2 or 3 variations in each video in depth, and they're going to be slightly longer than usual, and they're going to be out in about 2 or 3 days. So okay, thanks very much for watching, everybody, and stay tuned for more chess. See you later. Bye. Hello everyone, Stepan here, after a long time. I've had a bit of a holiday last week and I wasn't in Zagreb, so I couldn't record any videos. Well, I could have, but I didn't bring my microphone with me or anything, so I just did stuff for my business which I had to do, which was urgent. And now I'm back, and now, after all the fuss is over, I can finally make daily videos once again. And I decided to cover theory during the next month, and the only games I'm going to cover will be my own. I'm going to be playing one more tournament this month, so that's it. And the other videos will be on the Sicilian defense. After the Sicilian, I'm going to be doing the Slav, and the semi-Slav, and then I'm going to be doing the King's Indian defense, as requested. So, continuing the Sicilian defense series, we are going to cover the Najdorf Sicilian, which is probably one of the sharpest and most heavily analyzed openings in all of chess. And I'm going to be doing two videos, part 1 and part 2, because there's just no way to fit all the lines into one video unless I'm going to be making a 2-hour-long video. And in the first video, I'm going to be covering the three main responses to 5a6 by black. Firstly, we are going to be going through bishop to e3. The English attack, we are going to be going over bishop to g5, which is the main line, and bishop to e2, which is the Opocensky variation. Those are the three most popular, and the fourth one will be pawn to f3, which is a bit of a sideline, but even though it seemingly transposes to the bishop e2 lines, it can be kind of tricky, so we're going to cover that as well. And in part 2, I'm going to be doing the Fischer-Sozin attack, bishop to c4, the Adams attack, and the Amsterdam variation, as well as some of the sidelines, such as rook to g1 and move 6, which is a very weird line. It's called the freak attack, and it can, well, it's not good for white. Black is supposed to be immediately equal, but it can be tricky. So, okay, let's begin. The Najdorf variation starts after, of course, pawn to e4, c5, the Sicilian defense, knight to f3, d6, d4, white is going for the open Sicilian, immediately striking at black's center, c4, knight to f6, and now white can still, of course, avoid the Najdorf with moves such as f3, but let's say white is going straight into the mainline Najdorf, so knight to c3, and now pawn to a6. And of course, black doesn't have to go for the Najdorf occurs after black plays pawn to a6, and after pawn to a6, black is simply preventing all of white's pieces from coming to b5, and that's the sole purpose of this move. Now, another thing that this move does, but that's a long-term thing, and that doesn't have to be utilized at any point during the game, is that black is able to play d5 without having to worry about his pawn being taken, and then bishop to b7, and that could come in useful in some variations such as the Dragendorf, which is a combination of the Najdorf and the Dragon. So let's say black plays g6, b5, bishop to d7, bishop to g7, and you can see that this tempo is going to be useful. Now, white has, I would say, 10 good ways to respond to this move, and we are going to go over the three main moves in this video and one sideline. In fact, let's go over the sideline first. Now, the sideline is pawn to f3, and this is, well, I usually like playing pawn to f3 if I'm able to play c4, or if I'd played c4 already, creating a Maroczy bind, castling short, and having a comfortable position. The only downside of that move is that your light square bishop is stuck behind your pawn chain if your pawn is in c4. In this situation, after white has played knight to c3, f3 isn't such a big deal, but arguably it's also a waste of time. Now, black could do two things in this position. One, he could play e6, and secondly, he could play e5. I think you have to play one of those two moves, preparing to castle and preparing to develop your pieces. Now, we're going to go over e5 because pawn to e6 is slightly passive, and it justifies the move f3 because black isn't quick enough to punish the move f3. So we're going to go over the main line, so e5. Now the knight shouldn't really go to e2, and there are no more squares. Basically, if you go to f5, then black is going to take it, and you're going to have double pawns along the f-file. Black is going to have a monster center and just be better. So knight to b3 is the only square, and now bishop to e7, preparing to castle. Bishop to e2, bishop e6, bishop to e3, knight b to d7, and both sides castle. And this is the beginning of the variation. This is the main line. And in fact, black has equalized already. But only due to the fact that white has played f3. Now, if you think about the attacking possibilities, it's obvious that white has to prevent the move d5 from being played. If black gets the pawn breakthrough, then he's going to be strategically better. And secondly, black can attack on the semi-open c file, and that's his main attacking idea. On the other hand, white can go crazy and play g4, h4, and just crush black if black isn't careful. So now the most sensible move for white in this position is knight to d5, and that's reinforcing the defense of d5 and simply preventing the move d5 from ever being played. Now in this position, black should capture, so knight takes d5, e takes d5, bishop to f5 is the only move, and now queen to d2 should be played. Now, black has a bad pawn on d6. But white's position isn't solid either. So now h6 should be played, making some room for the bishop, because otherwise g4 would be a problem. Rook a to c1, bishop to g5, offering the trade of bishops, and now bishop takes, h takes. And this is what you'd normally get if both sides know what they're doing. Now, this trade of bishops on g5 was useful for black because he's trying to prevent the move f4 from ever being played. And now white doesn't really have that much counterplay going on. On the other hand, if I was black in this position, I think I'd go for the plan of rook to c8, b6, knight to c5, and trying to reinforce my position that way. Of course, if white at any point takes, then b takes c5, and black has resolved the issue of his weak central pawn. And yeah, that's basically it. I mean, you have to put pressure on the c2 pawn. You can play rook to e8 as well, and you can go for e4. You can play queen to b6, getting the tempo. If the knight should ever move, you can grab this pawn. And yeah, I mean, white should be careful with f3 because with best play, you can see that black's position is fine, and white doesn't really have anything out of the opening, I would say. So that's after a6, white playing the move f3. That's a sideline which is useful to know if you're a Najdorf player. And so just remember that after f3, you should either play e6 or e5. e5 is more aggressive. After knight b3, just go and castle. First of all, your knight is always going to go to d7, your bishop is going to go to e6. Those are just visually the most sensible squares. And now white should play knight to d5, and you take it. So knight takes, e takes, bishop f5, queen to h6, makes some room for the bishop. Okay, c1, bishop g5. You should offer these trades to prevent the f4, the f3 pawn from moving forward. Bishop takes, h takes. Now you can play f6, solidifying your pawn if you'd like to, but I don't think that's necessary, and you are taking away a square from your knight as well. And at the moment, the queen is defending also, so no point in doing that. Okay, let's go back. a6. Let's go over, I think, the best line and the most heavily analyzed line, and that's the English attack. Now, the English attack is designed to put a lot of pressure on black's position and to force black to play aggressively. And you have to, well, if you play a6, then you have to be prepared for this. And the English attack is bishop to a3. Now, after bishop to e3, I'm sorry, after bishop to e3, black can respond in several ways once again. Now, I think the best move in this position is e5 once more. So once again, forcing the knight back to b3. You can also play e6, sort of a passive move, and you can also play knight to g4, which is the anti-English variation. And this is, I think, the worst variation for black. So let's go over that first. After knight to g4, I'm sorry. White can do two things. Firstly, he can play bishop to c1, which is for some reason one of the most popular moves, but I think that it isn't the best line. Black has actually justified the move knight to g4. Now the knight should go back, so knight f6, bishop to e2, trying to develop normally, e5 now, knight b3, bishop e7, both sides castle, and bishop to e3, bishop e6. Now you can see that the position is quite similar to the other lines, except for white, the fact that white hasn't played f3 and black has castled already. So after bishop to e6, white should play h3, preventing the knight from coming back. Knight to c6, you don't play knight to d7 in this position because it's better to keep defending the d6 pawn. Bishop to f3, knight to d7, and you can perhaps try to play f5, and I have actually analyzed this line, so let's say queen to d2. Now f5, according to the engines, is not a good idea. The engines would recommend knight to b6 and trying to grab the bishop pair, and in this position white simply has to play bishop to e2 and you grab the light square bishop. But I don't think that offers you that much. I mean, okay, you're strengthening these squares and you have more control over the critical d5 square, but I don't think that black has gained that much. Instead of that, after queen to d2, I would recommend the move f5, even though the engines think it's not the best idea. You are playing humans and you should play aggressively. So now after f5, white of course has to take. If he doesn't take, he's just in a lot of trouble. In fact, he's losing the dark square bishop immediately. So e5, bishop f5, knight to d5. You can see the downside, of course, if you weaken the d5 square. But now knight to f6, offering the dark square bishop if white would want to take it. But the best move is knight to b6, so rook to b8 and c4. And if you allowed white to reinforce the d5 break, but you have an open file, you have a semi-open file, and in fact, if this knight should move, you're immediately threatening, okay, let's say, well, I don't think this is a good move, but let's say this is played, let's say takes, let's say this, you're immediately threatening to take here and grab the bishop, so there are already a lot of threats, and this is in fact immediately losing for white, so the move f5 could bring you a lot of attacking chances, so yeah, I would definitely recommend that after e5. I'm sorry, not after e5, after knight to g4. Yeah, so after knight to g4, bishop to c1, knight f6, bishop to e5, knight b3, bishop e7, castles, both sides develop normally, and after queen to d2 is played, which is the most sensible move, just strike on the king side with f5, open up the position. Now let's go back. In this position after knight to g4, white doesn't have to retreat the bishop immediately. He can play bishop to g5, which I think is a much better move, because you are forcing black to weaken his king side. So now black has to play h6, bishop h4, and now g5 is basically the only move to play. If you don't play that, then h3 is going to happen, knight f6, bishop f6, e6, or gf6, and you are sort of coming into a bad Bronze Larsen Khan with several 10 feet down and without your c6 pawn. So that wouldn't be a good idea. Now bishop to g3, bishop to g7, h3, knight to e5, knight to d5, and in this line, well, white is slightly better, I think, visually. You can see that immediately, and I think that white's knights are much better than any of black's pieces, and I think white is better here. And I would say this is the downside of playing knight to g4. Now after knight to g4, bishop to g5, if you don't chase the bishop away, I think you are just worse. Well, in fact, what can you do? I mean, if you try developing normally, then this is going to happen, and you have a weakness on d6, and you're just worse. So okay, let's go back. After bishop to e3, two more moves remain, and I think both are better than knight to g4. Firstly, I would recommend the move e5. This is the most aggressive line, and I would say this is one of the, well, most heavily analyzed variations in chess, and there were, well, let me just check how many games from this position. About 20,000 Grandmaster games from this position, and you can see how well analyzed it is. Of course, the knight should once again go to b3. Knight to f3 wouldn't be a good idea. Bishop to e6 developing, f3 now. And in this line, well, this is the main line, English, and white is preparing to castle queen side and strike along the king side, and black is going to do the opposite castle short and attack along the c file. So now bishop to e7, queen d2, castles. This is the main starting position of the English attack, and this position you should know by heart if you play the Najdorf or if you play the move e4 or move 1, because sooner or later you're going to face a player who plays the Najdorf or knows the Najdorf, and you're going to be in trouble if you don't know what you're doing. Now the first thing to remember is that you have to be quick, and if you play this position too slow, you're basically going to lose, and the side that gets their attack in faster is most commonly going to win. Now first of all, you have to develop your knight, so knight b to d7, you want to keep the c file open. G4, white is beginning his attack, B5, G5, B4, and yeah, this is what usually happens. Let me tell you how many games there are from this position, around 4,000 games, so this is, well, played very often at the highest level. Now in this line, white could take on f6, white could also move the knight. It's much more popular to move the knight to e2. If you, after b4 take here, then b takes c3, queen takes c3, knight takes f6, knight to a5 is the position, and it's equal. I think it's much better for white to simply play knight to e2 and ask black what he's intending to do, because the knight usually has to go back to e8. So after b4, knight to e2, the knight has to go to e8, over defending the d6 square, and trying to get some attacking, because the knight can come in via c7 and b5 and cause a lot of havoc on white's queen side. Now white should continue with f4, the most aggressive move, a5, and black shouldn't really be bothered with what white is doing, because you can always, for now, exchange this bishop. Of course, white is threatening to tap the bishop, which still has two squares. F5, and still you don't move the bishop away. I know it's complicated, but the best move is to play a4. And now, well, once again, white could capture. I think it's not that wise to capture this pawn, because you are going to be opening up the rook. And let me just show you one variation. Let's say this happens. Okay, in this line, if black takes a takes b3, then taking on d7 is just losing. Well, you can't really grab this piece because this is going to be over really quickly because the king can't approach. So let's go back here. After a takes b3, your best move is to take with the c pawn. If you try e takes f7, then rook takes f7. Well, black says thank you. You've opened up his rook, and after king to b1, I think the best move is b takes c2. You can also take on a2, but after b takes c2, queen takes c2, taking on g5 is just good for black, and I think that black stands better in this position. You can see that white's king is much more open than black's, and white is in a lot of trouble already. So let's go back here. After f5, a4, white shouldn't be capturing the bishop on e6. The best move is knight b to d4. And yeah, once again, I know it's complicated, but that's just the best variation. Now you should take e takes d4. And now white shouldn't recapture on e6 immediately. In fact, the best move is knight takes d4 and now b3. King to b1, b takes c2 check, knight takes c2, bishop to b3. And this is how you lose your bishop with black. And this is the best variation for white. And now after ab, knight to a3, white is supposed to have a huge advantage, almost +1. And even though visually white's king seems unsafe, there aren't really too many attackers around the king, and there aren't too many ways to exploit the weak position of the king. On the other hand, black's pieces are cramped on the first and second rank on 5 squares, and white has the bishop pair, white has a pawn avalanche coming towards the black king, and black would easily find himself in trouble soon enough. So now the best move is knight to e5, trying to untangle, h4, continuing the attack, and now queen to b8. Once again, almost +1 for white, and the best way for white to play. Now, if you can remember all these moves, there are still, by the way, some games from this position. This is sort of the end of the mainline English attack theory. in the Najdorf, then you're most probably going to be winning a lot of games with either side. But yeah, this has to be studied a lot. Now let's go over it once again. So after bishop e3, e5, knight to b3, bishop e6, f3. This is all sensible and normal, both visually and strategically. So now bishop e7, queen d2, castles long, knight b to d7. And now both sides should push their pawns. So g4, b5, g5, b4. Now remember, with white, don't take the knight on f6, just retreat. Knight to e8, f4, a5, f5, a4. Once again, don't take, play knight b to d4. This is a very hard move to spot in a game. Even though it's a classical game, it's really hard to calculate all of this. If you can remember the position this far, this is move 15. After knight b to d4, white is supposed to be better. And well, with black, if you go for this line, you should know how to exploit it afterwards, and you should play aggressively. Now, there aren't really any ways for black to equalize if white is playing black good. I'm sorry, if white is playing well, unless black plays aggressively. So now e takes d4, knight takes d4. Don't take the bishop on e6. You will have time to do it later on. You can see that the bishop has no squares. So now knight takes here, b3, king to b1. Don't take the pawn. Don't open up the position for the rook. Don't take the bishop either. So king to b1, b takes c2 check, knight takes c2, bishop to b3. This is the best way for black to lose the piece back. A takes knight to a3. Remember this line if you play the Najdorf or if you play e4. You just have to know this. I think that well, this is high level stuff, and if you learn this, you are going to have a theoretical knowledge of about a FIDE master, I would say, in this line. But you can study this line in about a week. What I would recommend is checking out about 50 to 100 games from let's say this position after castles long, and just see what the high level players are doing, and you're going to get better and better. And one more thing: don't use the engine. Stand over the board and think about the position. And after you have some ideas of your own, you can check them with an engine afterwards. So okay, let's go over one more line after bishop to e3 in the English attack. Let's go over the move e6. So this is the second sideline, the second most popular move. To this, white should play f3. b5, white is attacking immediately and preparing to flank the bishop, queen to bishop to b7. You can see that the position is quite different, and that black sort of has a better attacking position in this line. What I like to do in this position is knight to d7, knight to b6, knight to c4, and after that rook to c1, trying to exchange my knight for the light square bishop. After that, the sort of thematic exchange sacrifices on the city square work. You can also play b4, a5, a4, and you can have a lot of attacking chances. Now let's see what the main line is. So g4 for white, h6. Preventing the pawns from moving forward, but now h4, knight b d7, rook to g1. And well, white is faster in the attack, but black hasn't castled yet, so this is actually an advantage in this position. e5, knight to f5. You can't develop your bishop, but you can do one of the most important things for black in the Sicilian defense generally, and that's the d5 break, so now use it. When you spot an opportunity to push d5, you should take it. So now d5, knight takes d5, knight takes d5, e takes d5, g6. And now in this position, well, you can't really recapture the pawn immediately, but after you chase the knight away, knight to g3, knight to f6, you're going to take the pawn, and you will be equal, if not better. Knight to e4, knight takes d5, castles. Yeah, I know it's complicated, but it's quite a different position to e5. I would recommend a couple of games from this position after g6. There's a game Barnsley Tony versus Claridge John. It was quite a nice game. Black won this position. I can show the game, actually. Wait. Okay, so now after g6, this is how the game went. Knight to g3, knight f6, bishop to d3, knight takes, bishop to e4, knight takes here. Now your bishop is hanging on b7, but it doesn't really matter in this position. You can't really take, because after bishop takes bishop, queen, check, king takes queen, and you can play knight to c4 check. I think that's correct. Queen takes e3, queen to a5 check, king to e2 castles. And well, yeah, you can see that black is playing aggressively. This is how you should play the Sicilian. Rook g to e1, bishop e7, h5. I'm just going to go over the game quickly, just to give you an idea of how the English attack could get if you play the position correctly. Now, of course, both sides have chances, but this is just much better and in fact winning for black already. Here, white resigns, so remember that you have to play the position aggressively, and that's as simple as that. So yeah, after g6, there are a couple of games that you should study if you'd like to learn this position. I'll show you a few more games, or recommend, in fact, after rook to g1. There is a great game from 2002. You can find it on chessgames.com. Peter Leko versus Alexei Shirov. You can find it on chessgames.com. There's also a game in which Peter Leko defeated Judith Polgar in 1999 with white pieces. It was an excellent game. Well, I don't really want to show it to you here because it's going to take too long to do that. But remember to study Peter Leko's games from this position, because he used to defeat e6 quite easily against the Najdorf. Yeah. Okay, so now let's go back. We just went over the English attack, bishop to e3, and we went over f3. Now we are going to go over the main line for white. After a6, the main line is bishop to g5, and this variation most often leads to the poison pawn variation, or it would go to the classical main line of the Najdorf. I'm not sure what the correct name for that variation is. Now in any case, black plays e6, and this variation is much easier for black to play than any other, I would say. There's not that much theory. White should play f4 here. This is the main move. And now if black wants to go for the poison pawn variation, then queen to b6 is the move. But if he wants to avoid that and play a more solid game, then bishop to e7 is I would say, the best move in this line, and I would recommend that, especially for novice players. Queen to f3. Queen c7 castles. Once again, white is castling queenside and striking at black's kingside position immediately. Knight b d7, g4, b5, a3, rook to b8, and you can see that black has chances as well. And you don't have to go for the b2 pawn, the poison pawn. You can play this variation. You can see that your pieces are perfectly set up for an attack. And I think this position gives black a lot of chances. And in fact, according to the engines, this position is more favorable for black anyway, much more than queen to b6. Bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, bishop takes b5. Yeah. Well, this is something you have to be prepared for. Once you play a6, b5, and white has two knights and the bishop staring at your b5 pawn, and the queen and the rook here staring at the king, then white can sometimes sacrifice a piece, and in this position it actually works. You should give up one of your bishop. So now bishop takes b5, a takes b5, knight d takes b5, queen to b6, your queen is under attack. But now you lose another pawn, so it's in fact three pawns for the piece. Rook takes d6, queen to d8. Here, black is better. It's about minus 0.5, but black has to prove that, and white has a huge initiative. These 3 pawns, the g, f, and the e pawns, are very dangerous. The knight is very dangerous, both knights in fact, and the queen as well. So in this position, white has to be quick, and black has to be careful. Rook h to d1 is the best move, putting a lot more pressure on the position, and castles. Now g5. Attacking the bishop. You shouldn't chase away the rook. You should exchange pieces as soon as possible. So bishop takes c3, knight takes c3, e5, trying to break up white's central control. It's pawn sacrifice, but still, in this position, white should play h4. I think the move f4 is okay as well. But you're actually doing black a favor in this position because you're closing down some of the lines. If after e5 you take here, I think black stands better than in the previous positions because he can take here, we check. So you have to be careful about that, and you're about to lose another pawn. So here, yeah, okay, black can win the piece for two pieces for a rook, but I think black is just winning here because he has two rooks and the queen versus queen, rook and knight. And white does have a few extra pawns, but well, you could call this position even. So okay, let's go back. After bishop to g5, e6, f4, bishop e7. These positions can get quite tricky. If you're black, you have to be prepared for some piece sacrifices in this line. Well, white can do that always, and you have to castle and hope for the best if you're black, I think. And yeah, just try not to give white enough time to attack, and try to create some taking chances of your own. Now let's go over the poison pawn variation. Bishop g5, e6, f4, queen to b6. This is probably one of the most popular lines in the Najdorf, and probably one of the sharpest. Now the poison pawn variation should be played like this. White should play queen to d2, just giving up a pawn, but defending the c3 knight. So now queen takes b2, rook to b1, queen to a3, the only move. And now there are two moves that white will go for. Both are great. Both are very aggressive. The most commonly played move is e5, but the engine recommendation is f5, and both are quite different. Let's go over e5 first. This is well, there were 2,000 Grandmaster games played from this position, so a very heavily analyzed line. And one thing I should mention, according to the engines, black is winning here. This is -1, but it's really hard to prove for a human. So d takes e5 should be played. F takes e5, knight f to d7, bishop e2, bishop to b4. Putting pressure on the c3 knight, double taking the c3 knight, rook to b3. Now, well, one variation which seems reasonable is bishop takes, queen takes, but that's just far too risky because your queen is misplaced. So the best move is queen to a5, a3, chasing the bishop away, and now bishop to c5, taking this knight. Now knight to f3, and you're preventing white from castling. You have a very strong bishop pair. You can castle immediately. In fact, I think this is the best idea. Here, if this should happen, I think black stands okay, and you have a monster bishop on d7, and you are at least equal. The e5 pawn is weak. You have good knights. Your queen is okay, and well, you don't have any weaknesses, and white has two. White has three, in fact. So that should be enough to win with precise play. And after queen to b6, queen to2, queen takes b2, rook b1, queen to a3, f5, which is a better move, and a move which actually keeps some of white's advantage. White should simply black should simply allow white to take on e6. You should play knight to c6, f takes, knight takes c6, b takes c6, and bishop to e2. White's preparing to castle. Now here, black has a much stronger center. Once again, white has isolated pawns, and as you can see, black has 6 pawns. White has only 5, but the position is equal because white has some attacking chances. I think this position is better for black, and I think if you play the Najdorf, you should go for queen to b6, regardless of what white plays. If he plays e5, you're better. If he plays f5, well, you are visually better, but the engine would say it's equal. However, I think that if white goes for the main line, e6, f4, you should play queen to b6. This is just, it's an evergreen variation in the Najdorf, and if you don't play queen to b6, you might be considered a coward sometimes, I'm not sure. Well, yeah. So bishop to e7 or queen to b6 could be played. I would recommend bishop to e7 if you want a solid game, queen to b6 if you want to be a tough guy and play aggressively. Okay, one more variation. After a6, bishop to e2, the most solid line, well, the slowest line for white, seemingly giving up the opening advantage, the classical variation of the Najdorf or the Opocensky variation of the Najdorf. And black should approach that similarly to most other lines, playing e5, chasing the knight away immediately, knight to b3, bishop to e7. And yeah, I mean, one downside of e5 as opposed to e6 is that you are not reinforcing the d5 break, and you might think that's strange, but the tempo on the knight and misplacing the knight to b3 is very important as well. Knight b3, bishop to e7, castles, bishop e3, bishop to e6. You've seen this already, and this is the most common setup for both sides, queen to d2, knight b to d7. And this is what black goes for in most lines, getting the knights to f6, d7, bishops to e7, and d6. And this is how you approach most positions. Now, this is equal, perhaps even slightly better for black, but once again, any endgame is better for black because black has more central pawns, but in early middle game, this is just the end of the opening phase. White is always going to be better because you have a weakness on d6 and white has far more active pieces, especially if you compare the dark squared bishops. This one has absolutely no scope, and this one is already a monster. So yeah. After this, one common plan for white is a4. After rook c8, a5, queen c7, rook f1, rook f8, queen to e1. And with this move, white is preventing a pawn advance on the queen side by black and trying to actually prevent some sacrifices on the c3 square. And now, soon enough, white is going to start his own attack along the f file. And well, it's equal, it's playable. And one thing to remember is that you should be careful with either side. So, okay, we just went over the English attack, the Opocensky variation, the main line, and the f3 line. And I hope you got something from this overview of some lines of the Najdorf. I would like to hear your opinions, your additions to the lines, and what you prefer playing in the comments below. And I'm going to be doing part 2 either today, either this evening, or tomorrow morning, so stay tuned for that as well. And once we cover the Najdorf, we are going to continue with the other lines in the Sicilian. Thanks very much for watching, everybody. Once again, sorry for not making any videos for a long time, but I was on holiday, and thank you. Stay tuned for more chess. See you later. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, Stepak here. I'll continue with part 2 of the Najdorf Sicilian with a couple more variations, some very popular and 2 variations which really aren't played that often. One of them is quite okay for white, another one is completely absurd, but as a Najdorf player you should be prepared nevertheless. Firstly, let's get to our Najdorf position. So e4, c5, knight d3, d6, d4, c4, knight d4, knight f6, knight c3, a6. So the Sicilian Najdorf. And in the first video we went over the main line, the English attack, the Opocensky variation, and the f3 sideline. And here we are going to go over the Fischer-Sozin attack, the Amsterdam variation, the Adams attack, the Zagreb variation named after my city, and the Freak attack, which has several other names, I think, which is rook to g1. Which is quite a bad drive for white, but if played properly and if black makes some mistakes, then white has a very strong attacking position, so the opening shouldn't be neglected. Now, first of all, let's start with the Fischer-Sozin attack, which quite unjustly was named after 2 players. It was really developed by Bobby Fischer. Sozin had little to do with the opening, so it should be called the Fischer attack, but still. So the Fischer-Sozin attack is bishop to c4, which it's also called the Lipnitsky attack. I'm not sure everybody calls it that, but yet another player who was somewhat involved in the development of theory. And bishop c4, as opposed to the other lines with bishop to e2 or bishop to e3, prepares to develop the bishop to the most active diagonal force. It's striking at the f7 pawn immediately and putting pressure on black's king side. So it's a very sensible move. If you ask the engines, though, they would say that the move is incorrect or imprecise and that black is already equalized, but I can't really agree with that. Now, black has one move in this position. Playing e5, as in some other lines, would be quite risky here, and it would weaken the position further because the bishop on c4 is reinforcing the d5 square even more. So black should keep defending the d5 square. So the best move here is pawn to e6, preparing to develop the bishop to e7 normally, and preparing to castle. To this, white reacts with bishop to b3. White can also castle, but the position will normally transpose, and you're going to be playing bishop to b3 and castles anyway, because the move b5 is coming, and in fact the best move for black here is b5 immediately, preparing to chase away the knight from c3, and you can see that if white should allow there are some possibilities for this for b4, and then this pawn is dropping off. It doesn't quite work yet, but you will see. Now another move that black can play instead of b5, and I'm going to go over that first, is knight b to d7, a slightly less aggressive variation, which allows white to go extra aggressive now, and white should be playing the move f4, preparing the move f5, or queen to f3. Now the move f4 is immediately opening up the king side, as you can see, since black is 2 moves away from castling, that could become quite risky, and this is, if black plays knight b to d7, I would definitely recommend this move. Of course, you can also castle, you can play bishop to b3, you can develop sensibly, but the move f4 is quite a justified aggression in this position. Now here, black should continue with knight to c5, trying to get rid of white's bishop pair and putting additional pressure on the e4 pawn. Queen to f3, defending the e4 pawn, bishop to e7, going for castling, bishop to e3, castles, castles. Now castling queenside in this position, even though it might seem fun, really shouldn't end well for white, because after b5, b4, black has already made attack, and after black gets rid of the light square bishop, you're one defender down, and you're going to be in a world of pain, so castle kingside here. Queen to c7. And now, even though white has castled kingside, the pawn on f4 provides a lot of attacking support, and white should continue with g4. And I think this variation of the Fischer-Sozin attack after black develops with knight b to d7 is one of the most fun variations of the Sicilian, and well, you should start this position. Now once again, black doesn't have such a quick attack as he does in some other lines where white is castling queenside, but on the other hand, white did weaken his kingside significantly, so if the attack doesn't work, then black is going to be better in almost any endgame. Now black should continue with b5. We have g5, chasing away the knight. Knight f takes e4. Yeah, okay. So now, yeah, this is the most tactical variation I chose to show you. Now going to d7 or to e8 could work, but it really shouldn't work. And there's a tactical way to sacrifice a piece here, and this I think you should know with black, and if you're white, you should be prepared for this, because this is still theory, and there are 31 games played from this position. The highest rated players were Skoročenko, Popovic, Arkady Najdic, Golub, Mikhail, so a lot of grandmasters have been playing this, and there were 31 grandmaster games played here, so this is still mainline theory, and you should know that knight f takes e4 works. Now how? Knight takes pawn, and you play knight takes e4, and of course black doesn't give up a piece with knight takes e4, he plays bishop to b7, pinning the knight to the queen, and you can notice that there isn't a comfortable way to defend. In fact, there are no ways to defend. Now, white can go tactical here as well. There are two moves that white could play. One of them is knight takes c5, giving up the queen. I believe that's an inferior option. I think that knight takes e6 is much better. Now we will see how both could work. If knight takes c5 here, then bishop takes f3, and knight c takes e6 can be played, attacking the queen, and if f takes e6, then simply knight takes e6, attacking the queen and threatening a discovery. So the position is, according to the engines, minus 0.1 or all zeros, so completely equal, and I think that this position is okay. Now if you don't know the theory, then you are going to be in trouble. The best move here is queen to b8. And now you should play rook takes f3. Now if you count the material, white has 2 rooks, 2 bishops, and a knight. Black has 2 rooks, a bishop, and a queen. So basically you have 2 bishops and a knight for queen and bishop, so 2 minor pieces for the queen. Now as the position continues, the best move for black here is rook to c8, saving the exchange, and now you can play the bishop to d5, you can play bishop to d4. You will find a good way to use your discovery and have equality, because your pieces are far too active. This bishop pair is too strong, and you also have threats of f5 and f6. So this is a fun line to remember, and you should definitely know that. So after, if black develops with knight b to d7, you should play f4, but be prepared for those tactics. So knight c5, queen to f3, bishop e7, bishop e3, castles, castles, queen c7, g4, b5, g5, and now knight f takes e4 does work. And just remember to take the knight, and after bishop to b7, you can either take on c5 or on e6. I will show you what it looks like when you take on e6. So knight takes e6. F takes e6, knight takes c5, bishop takes f3, knight takes e6. The position is quite similar. You're once again threatening those discoveries, and after queen to c8, rook takes f3. You can also play queen to b8, and the position is similar. So remember that. Of course, the line with knight b to d7 could lead into something completely different, but well, you get to decide what you want to play. Let's get back to the main line. So after bishop to b3, d5 is the main line. Okay, white should castle here, and let's see what happens if black does decide to chase away the knight. So let's say b4, knight to a4, and now if knight takes e4, then rook to e1 is simply better for white. This pawn is completely useless. The engine evaluation is almost +2, and white is just better. The best move here is knight to f6, and now after you pin the knight, you can see that all of your pieces are far too active for black to cope with them, and one pawn that has been sacrificed is completely meaningless in this line. So if you're playing this position with black, play bishop to e7 after castles. If you go for b4, knight to a4, don't take the pawn on e4, it's far too dangerous. Now let's go back to the main line. So castles, bishop to e7, queen to f3, queen to c7 should be played. You aren't really threatening anything here. Well, I can show you that as well. If you try this, then bishop to b7 is just better for me. I'm sorry, the cannon, once again, I live in Zagreb near the upper town, so every day at noon the cannon goes off. So okay, queen to f3, queen to c7, so don't play e5, it's a waste of time. You should play queen to g3, threatening to take the g7 pawn. Now this is where the position gets quite tricky. After queen to g3, well, black should castle, and bishop h6 should be played, even though black doesn't have to give up the exchange. Black can play knight to e8. And now you simply continue developing. Rook a to d1, bishop to d7, f4, going for an attack, knight c6, and you should take that, knight takes c6, bishop takes c6, and now f5. And this is sort of the, well, end of the mainline theory. There were still about 30 games from this position. The highest rated game was Vasily Ivanchuk, Boris Gelfand, and, well, you should definitely check out those games. Once again, Boris Gelfand's games are absolutely the best reading you could get on the Sicilian Najdov. Today, Maxim Vasil-Legrave is probably the best player, but Boris Gelfand is one of the strongest Najdov players theoretically, so definitely check out his games. And I wouldn't want to go any further with this, because you could play that this position in several different ways, but just remember this position. Remember the idea of f4, f5 causing trouble for black, queen to f3, queen to g3, bishop h6 to force the knight to e8 and dislocate it, and of course this rook is now stuck here. And even though the engines will tell you that the position is completely equal, all zeros, I think that white's position is much easier to play. Of course, Gelfand, Dembiel, and Kasparov or Fischer or all the other Najdov players will disagree, but well, Okay, let's cover some of the other lines. This variation with pawn to f4 is called the Amsterdam variation. Now after a6, we just went over the Fischer-Sölzin attack with bishop to c4. Now we are going to go over f4. And therefore, even though the idea might seem similar to the lines in the Fischer-Sölzin attack, or perhaps even some lines in the Grand Prix, it's quite different. Now, black has, well, 4 moves he could play. I think there are 2 good moves. The main move here is e5, and the main side line is queen to c7. I'm going to go over that first. This line with queen to c7 is super fun, so if somebody plays the Amsterdam variation against you, I would recommend the move queen to c7 on move 6. Now white should continue with bishop to d3, and you go for fianchetto your kingside bishop. So something in between a dragon, the Najdorf, and I'm not sure what. So this is similar to the Dragendorf, except for the fact that white has interposed the move f4. Castles, bishop g7, knight f3, knight b to d7, queen to e1, similar to the Grand Prix attack. White wants to get his queen to h5. b5, you're preparing to fianchetto. Now white can play e5, you take, d takes e5, f takes e5, knight to g4, triple attacking, and now e6 should be played. And now, if you don't know what you're doing, it's quite tricky for black, you should take the pawn. And now white plays queen to e4, seemingly winning a piece because the queen is attacking both the rook on a8 and the knight on g4, but you have a move to save the position. Queen to a7 check, and after king h1, knight to f6, and you're defending everything. Now there were still about 20 games from this position. The highest rated was Polzin Reiner versus Luke van Beely, so definitely look at Luke van Beely's games from this position. He knew how to handle the Amsterdam variation very well. There is his victory against Polzin, which is remarkable. You should check the game out. It's from 2006, so Polzin Reiner versus Luke van Beely. Check the game out definitely. Now after f4, queen to c7 is, I would say, the best try for black. You can play e6, but that's far too passive. You can also play knight b to d7. I think that's passive as well. The main move after f4 is the move f5, and now you are simply forcing white to make a decision. The best move here is knight to f3, and after knight to f3 you continue developing from here. Knight b to d7, defending the e5 pawn, which was now attacked twice, and also covering the queen. A4. And white will usually have ideas of a4, a5, and the purpose of that is to stop b5 and the bishop fianchettoing. So a4 is quite an important idea for white in these lines. Bishop to e7, bishop d3, castles, e takes f4. Now the best move here is king to h1. Taking isn't that good because if you take bishop f4, then queen to b6, king h1, queen takes b2, and black is up a pawn, almost winning. So after e takes f4, you should play king to h1, and after knight to c5, you can recapture the pawn safely. Bishop takes f4. So remember that your b2 pawn can be hanging in these lines. Bishop to g4, queen to d2, rook c8, knight d4, knight takes d3, grabbing the bishop, c d3, d5, e5. And this is sort of the end of the theory. There were still a couple of games played from this position. Once again, it's all zeros, but I try to show you the sensible moves. Of course, as in any opening, you can find surprises of your own. Let's say from this position, you don't have to play knight b to d7. You can play takes on f4 immediately and see what happens. It might not be a good idea, but I would definitely advise you that you sit over the board, look at this position on every move, and try to find an interesting idea which you don't know how to solve. Then try to solve it, and then see what the engine says afterwards. Check out your ideas with an engine. If some of them bring your position from 0 to plus 0.5 for white, and you're playing with the black pieces, then that's still okay. You're not playing an engine. So if it looks tricky, your opponent is going to waste time and lose incitement. So try to do that. Okay, let's go over the Adams attack. Back to our position. So after a6, the Adams attack is h3, and this move was played. I think it was the first time it was played was about 20 or 30 years ago. So it's not that common theory. Well, it has been played sometimes by players who weren't in the world top, but Michael Adams introduced this to the Najdorf, and it became a very popular weapon for players with the white pieces. Now, once again, you have 2 moves. You have either e6 or e5 from this position. I think that e6 is much better. e5 is far too risky here. Knight d to e2 and h5, you have to stop g4, and now white can either play g3 or bishop to g5. In all lines, your position is to lose. So after h3, I would definitely recommend the move e6. And now white simply shows the purpose of the move h3, and that's to play g4 immediately. And white is going to fianchetto the bishop on g2, white is going to castle, white is going to play f4, e5, or g5, h4, and try to be faster in the attack. Now here black should continue with d5, trying to break down the central control. Another move that black could play is bishop to e7, even though I wouldn't recommend that move. Now if bishop e7, then g5 can be played, knight f to d7, bishop e3, b5, a3. You can see that even though white's position is quite loose, white is better here. One thing you can get is the bishop pair. So now after h4, rook c8, h5, knight to e5, f4, knight e to c4, position similar to the Dragendorf, and some other variations of the Sicilian in which you have a major attack along the c file, but it doesn't really do much if white is quicker. So now after bishop takes c4, knight takes c4, queen to d3. Black has a good attack, but after f4 comes, after g6 comes, and after white starts opening up lines, your king isn't going to be happy on e8. So try to avoid playing bishop to e7 after g4. After g4, I would recommend the move d5. And now after e takes d5, knight takes d5, knight d to e2, bishop to b4, you are putting some pressure on white's position because now you're highlighting the fact that white king is still stuck on e1, and the move f4 or the move g5 isn't really such a strong threat because the knight isn't on f6. Now here white should continue with bishop to g2, both sides castle, knight takes c3, knight takes c3. Well, you can take here doubling pawns, but I think you should preserve your bishop. Queen to c7, queen d4, knight to c6. Queen to c4, now bishop to d6, just saving your bishop and trying to make something happen with bishop h2 check, trying to put the king on h1, etc. So this is sort of the end of the theory. Just remember that you shouldn't really allow white to cramp your position down while your knight is still on f6, and so after h3, play 6, and g4 is going to be played in every game, play d5. And white really has to react here. If he plays the move e5, then you simply have a better position, I think. And white is almost always going to play e takes d, knight takes d, and he's going to play knight d to e2. And now after bishop to b4, you have a position which is easier to play, I would say. So, okay, this was Michael Adams' attack in the Najdorf, a very fun variation, and I'm actually looking for some lines to avoid my common play against the Sicilian, and I'm going to be facing the main line Najdorf, so I'm choosing a variation which I'm going to play, and I believe that h3 is going to be my weapon of choice to start with, because I think that the position offers a lot of attacking chances, and if black isn't careful, white can win easily. On the other hand, if black knows what he's doing, then the position is just equal. Okay, let's go over the Zagreb variation. After a6, the Zagreb variation is sort of a medley between the Najdorf and the King's Indian attack, because white plays g3 here, fianchettoing his bishop, and after e5, knight d to e2, well, the difference is, yeah, that the knight doesn't have to go to b3, the knight can go to e2 because the bishop is going to fianchetto, so he isn't blocked in. Knight d2, bishop to e7, bishop to g2, castles. You can see that white has a comfortable position, and that Black doesn't really have an attack. He has a weakness on d6 as always, and I believe that this is quite a solid way for white to play, even though it doesn't give that many attacking chances. Now black should seize the opportunity to play d5, while white still didn't play a4. Knight to d5, knight b to d7, knight e3, bishop b7, bishop e3. Now knight takes d5, knight takes d5, knight to f6, trying to trade off some pieces. a4, knight takes d5, e takes d5, and f5. And I believe that this is the reason why the Zagreb variation isn't that popular. Because now white also has a weakness on the d5 square, and the move f4 isn't really that easy to face, and white could end up in a lot of trouble if he isn't careful. So if you allow this position to happen, then I believe that black is better. Let's check out the engine evaluation. The engines give this a slightly better for white, but I think I would rather have black here. I think I would rather have black, because what's white's attacking plan? What does white do here to make any progress? Black can take the c file, black can play f4. Okay, well, white can open up the position here, but that still shouldn't give that much to white. So okay, this was the Zagreb variation. Now let's go over one mental line. This is the freak attack. Wait, let me get back to the top. So e4, c5, knight c3, knight c6, and rook to g1. Well, this variation is strange. It might look strange to you, but it could be tricky for black if he doesn't know how to face it. Now remember that if rook g1 is played against you, play e5, and after knight to f3, you can play knight to b3 here as well. I think knight to f3 is much more sensible. Bishop to e7, bishop to e3, developing normal, bishop e6, queen to d2, castles. And now, this is where you have to decide what you're going to do and how you're going to be attacking black's position. The engines give this as -1 almost. Let's check out the evaluation. -0.8, so clearly better for black. But you can see that it isn't really that easy to face this position with the black pieces. I mean, you can play h3 here. You can start an attack immediately. Let's say black tries his normal rook to c8. What do you do in this position with the black pieces? I mean, you could easily end up in a lot of trouble if you don't know what you're doing. Of course, if white doesn't get his attack going, then he's just going to be worse. Let's go over this again. So after... sorry, I played knight to c6 here. Wait, delete. a6, rook to g1. Yeah, sorry, I had a wrong move input into the game. So e5 here, knight to f3, bishop to e7. There are a couple of moves you could play. I think h3 is a very sensible move because you want to play bishop to e3. Let's say black castles here, bishop to e3, let's say knight to c6, queen to d2. So this is the starting position. And basically your plan with white pieces after the move rook to g1 is to play g4, g5, h4, h5. I think the best way to play this position is to move the knight away and then to start with f3, g4. Well, if black isn't careful, he's going to be in trouble. So definitely something to try out, at least in a blitz game, and definitely something most Najdorf players have never seen. So it could be a great surprise weapon. Perhaps you can find an interesting move on move 10 or 15 to try and surprise black. Of course, in this position you should almost always castle queenside. Sometimes consider keeping your king on e1 if black's attack is too fast, but a very fun attacking position to try out. Thanks very much for watching. I covered most of the mainline theory in the Najdorf. If you have something to add, please leave it in the comments below. If you are unfamiliar with the general theory of the Sicilian, I will leave the link in the description with the introductory video I've made, and I will also link, you can also check out the entire playlist for some other variations of the Sicilian. If you got busted in the Sicilian too many times, try out the Caro-Kann or the French. I've covered all the variations in depth, and thanks very much. The Khan Sicilian is up next. I will cover that tomorrow, and stay tuned for more chess. Hello everyone, Stefan here. This is the first video on the Sicilian defense, besides the introductory one I made a few days ago. And first of all, if you're unfamiliar with the theory of the Sicilian defense, the ideas behind the move c5 and the variations which can occur, and the sort of main lines, like the Knight of the Dragon, etc., I would recommend you watch the introductory video first. I will put the link in the description below. And now we are going to focus on the accelerated dragon. This is the variation I decided to start with because it seems to be one of the most popular ways for black to fight white. I will also link two games I have played against the accelerated dragon last month, one of them in the Croatian Cup, actually both of them in the Croatian Cup, and in one I had an easy victory because my opponent didn't really know the theory, and in another one I won despite making the theoretical mistakes, so I think you can learn something from those games. I will also write down some of the prominent players who play the accelerated dragon on a super high level, so you can study their games. Okay, first of all, let's get to the position in which the accelerated dragon occurs. So after e4 by white, c5 the Sicilian, knight to f3. This is what the accelerated dragon branches out from. After knight to c3, it isn't really possible to enter the accelerated dragon. Same can be applied, the same can be said about pawn to c3. So now knight to c6. If black plays d6, then once again it's really, I'm not sure if it's impossible to enter the accelerated dragon, but I think it might be. So now d4. C takes d4, knight takes d4, and now g6. This is the accelerated dragon, and the Sicilian dragon is where black fianchettos the bishop, and then plays the move d6, knight to f6, and starts to create an attack along the queen side, while defending against a kingside onslaught by white on the h and the g files. And this variation is just a faster version of that, and with the move g6, black is basically giving up his attacking plan for the game and giving white an opportunity to decide how he's going to approach his attack. Now there are three moves that white could play here. Firstly, I'm going to go over the most passive move, and that's the exchange variation, the accelerated dragon, and that's simply taking on c6. Now once you take on c6, you have given black a positional advantage, and after black takes with the d-pawn, of course, nobody's going to take with the d-pawn, and he captures the pawn towards the center. Now you can see that black has... okay, I'm sorry. There's a cannon in my town that goes off every day at noon, and I get startled every time, and everybody does. So okay, that was the cannon. So after b takes c6, taking towards the center, black now has more central pawns. You can see that he has the e-pawn and the d-pawn, white only has the e-pawn, and that means that any endgame is going to be favorable for black. However, white does have chances in this opening, and the position is equal. The main move for white here is exploiting the weak diagonal, which is weakened with the move g6, and the white should play queen to d4, attacking the rook. Now after the queen to d4, knight to f6 is the main move, and now e5, chasing the knight away, knight to d5, and now white can afford to play the move e6, of course, once again attacking the rook. Now, there really aren't that many options for white. He could play, for black, I'm sorry, he could play knight to f6, but that's just an inferior move. But the main move is f6, so this is what black should be playing. And you can see that black is sort of suffering because of his central pawn majority, and white did manage to exploit that, but there's really not that much in the position for white, and there's no way to gain material advantage. The main move here is e takes d7, and after bishop takes d7, normal development, knight to c3, and now queen to b6. So you can see that neither side has really made any progress. Black's structure is now compromised. He has lost his d pawn or exchanged it, and now it's not that easy to exploit the central majority he has. Black does, however, have you could say a safer king, despite it might not look visually so. But in any case, the position is equal. So after knight takes c6, if white wants to go for this variation, then you should know this forcing line with queen to d4, knight f6, c5, knight d5, e6, and if black doesn't play f6, then you could gain small edge. I think that after knight to f6, you should take on f7, and after king takes f7, of course, black has lost castling rights, and white should be better. So okay, that's the exchange variation, and I wouldn't recommend you play that because I think it's too passive for white, and I think white would get a larger advantage up at the opening. Okay, let's go back. The move g6, so back to the beginning, and on move 5, we already went over knight takes c6, the exchange. The main line is the move knight to c3, and with move knight to c3, you're trying to form a position similar to what you would play against the dragon, and you're trying to transpose into the mainline dragon. You can also play the Yugoslav attack, you can play the bishop Sozin attack, and you basically get to attack along the king side, and black gets to defend and attack along the c file. So that's the main plan. And after knight to c3, your basic setup is f3, bishop c4, bishop b3, bishop e3, queen to d2, castle queen side. So that's what you're going to do. And black is going to play bishop g7, knight to f6, castle short, queen to c7, d6, bishop to d7, rook to c8, and try to attack along the c file and play the moves such as b5, a5, etc. So what's most important to remember in the accelerated dragon is that the side that gets to attack faster is usually better and is usually going to have a huge advantage because the accelerated dragon isn't an opening such as the Perk or the Pirc, or some lines in the Caro-Kann, some lines in the Royal Peasant, which you get to maneuver a lot. In this position, you actually have to make every move count, and losing time is something that could cost you a full point. In many cases, maybe in all cases. So after knight to c3, both sides should go on with their plans as soon as possible. So bishop to g7, bishop e3, knight to f6, bishop to c4, castles, bishop to b3. So these are the first few moves. So after bishop g7, first develop your dark square bishop, knight to f6, that move has to be played, bishop to c4, castles, and now you don't have to play bishop to b3, but you are going to have to play it anyway. So moving the bishop in advance is a good idea. You could also play f3, you could play queen to d2, both moves are okay, but bishop to b3 is just the main move. Now black here has a couple of options. There are two main moves. I would say that the best move here is the move d6, even though that's not the most commonly played move. So I'm going to go over the most commonly played move first, and that's the move a5. Now the move a5 is very aggressive, and it's planning to chase the bishop away from the square and to capture the e4 pawn. Because once you advance the pawn to a4, the e4 pawn is going to fall. So after castles, which is the main move for white, a4, knight takes a4, knight takes e4. You've just traded your flank pawn for white's central pawn, the only remaining central pawn. So now you have an even larger positional advantage should an endgame occur. But if you've just ruined your pawn structure, you have activated white's pieces a bit more. Your knight is misplaced on e4, and it's not really that clear that this bishop is any worse than black's rooks. I would say that it's even better, and I would say that this is the best piece on the board now at the moment. So I think that black shouldn't really be playing a5 because now after a move such as knight to b5, d6, I think that white has an edge. So I think that the move a5 isn't as good. However, it is the main move. So if great players have played it, then it must be okay. I'm just going to show you. I'm just going to go over some positions. Okay, the highest rated game is Almasi Zoltan versus Kravnik, Anand Malakov, Timofeyev, Vengu, Svidler, Peter. So a lot of great players have played it. Perhaps I'm wrong, but I think that the move d6 is more solid in this position. So after bishop to b3, I would recommend the move d6 and not overextending on the queen side. And okay, you could argue that the move a5 is stopping any ideas of casting queen side for white because after the a file gets open, then casting is just too dangerous. And the move d6 is slightly more passive, but it's more solid as well. So I think this is the better option. Now to d6, white usually reacts with the move f3, solidifying his defenses because this pawn is going to be weak, and especially if the knight gets misplaced. So now bishop to d7 and queen to d2 should be played. Those are, I think, the moves that you're going to see in 99% of the games because those are the only logical developing squares for black's light square bishop and for white's queen. Now here, black has two options. Once again, I think that the best option by far is to play the move rook to c8, but we are going to go over that a bit later. First, let me go over after queen to d2, the move knight takes d4. Now, if you take on d4, then of course after bishop takes, you should just given white a greater possibility to exchange your main defender, and exchanging your dark square bishop into the dragon or the accelerated dragon or the hyper accelerated dragon is never really a good idea because if your dark square bishop falls, then it becomes really hard to defend. On the other hand, the knight on d4 is the main defender of the c2 square, and since you're going to play rook c8, let's say queen c7 and attack on the c file, then that weakens white's defenses as well. So to this, after bishop takes d4, black should continue with the move b5, and white should continue with the move h4, just both sides going for a menacing attack. Now a5, h5, a4. This is what you're going to see most likely in most games. Now, this position is sort of strange, and white's only move, of course, is here. And after that, white is giving up the bishop, but if white gives up the light square bishop, or let's say if black takes, then his bishop here is falling and getting exchanged. So I think that this position is very favorable for white. If you ask the engines think this is +1, I think, or something. Yeah, this is +0.7, +0.9. Yeah, so definitely better for white. And in this position, black shouldn't take, black should play rook to c8. So okay, and you can see that visually white does stand an edge, and I think that the move knight takes d4, move 10 shouldn't be your first option, perhaps as a surprise weapon, but I think that's provoking a bit too much, and I think that you're making too many weaknesses. Instead of that, after queen to d2 and move 10 by white, I would recommend the move rook to c8, because you're going to have to play it anyway. And why not play it now? Now, you might wonder what happens if a7 drops. I think you should just leave the pawn up with knight c6, bishop c6, bishop a7, or yeah, I think you could even try the bishop weight. Knight takes c6, rook takes c6, bishop takes a7, b6. Yeah, okay. So the bishop is falling off anyway, the pawn can't be taken. And after rook to c8, white should castle queen side. And now you can see the beginnings of both sides attacking plans. And I think that this is one of the most fun positions in chess, and especially if you've played positions such as the dragon, the accelerated dragon, the dragon dwarf, which is a combination of knight and dragon, then you know how fun this can get and how fast you have to attack in order to make any progress or to stand a chance in the game. So now, okay, black's main move here is knight to e5. And you are trying to get your knight to f5 to provoke white to give up the bishop. So now after king b1, which has to be played at some point, rook to e8, h4, h5, you have to stop white. Now this is a problem, and if you give up, if you win a pawn here and open up lines, then it's risky as well. So this should always be calculated very well. Here white's main move is bishop h6, and now knight to c4, provoking bishop takes c4. Now after rook takes c4, you do have the bishop pair, but black can deprive you of that immediately with bishop takes g7. And after king takes g7, you can see that both sides have some trouble in the defense. I would say that white is significantly better here because his attack is faster. But it's really hard to justify the accelerated dragon anyway, and if you don't manage to outplay your opponent in the opening, and I have shown you the best moves for white here, then you're going to be in trouble whatever happens around move 15. So I mean, not in trouble, but white is always going to have a slight edge. So now here after king takes g7, g4 should be played by white, and you can see now that there's some problems on the king side. So now h takes, and here, this is a very fun forcing line I have studied a few months ago. Now after h takes g4, white, of course, shouldn't be playing f takes g4. That would be just a waste of time. White should play h5. And here after h5, the position gets really complicated. Black's best move is rook to h8. If you take, then I think you're losing. I'm not sure why, but okay, let's see. Okay, takes here. Yeah, okay, yeah, queen to g5. Okay, sorry. Queen to g5 is too strong. So, okay, rook to h8. And after rook to h8, h takes g6. You have to take with the f1, f takes. And now, after f takes g4, and bishop takes g4, there's a really nice move for white in this line, and I was hoping I could surprise one of my opponents who plays the accelerated dragon with this variation, but I went for another line. I didn't end up playing knight to c3 on move 5. So here after bishop takes g4, you can play e5 as white, and now this position gets really complicated. After e5, of course, black has to take d takes e5, and now knight to e6 check. Of course, if the bishop wasn't on g4 covering e6, then the queen will drop, but white can play that anyway. Now we'll see why. Knight to e6 check. Bishop takes e6, and now queen d8, rook d8, rook d8. If you just want an exchange, but black has 2 pawns to show for that, so I think that position is balanced, but I would always rather have white in this position because I think that the 2 rooks are too strong for the king, which is stuck on g7, and you can always find some mating ideas. So let's go over that line again. So after rook to c8, on move 10, castles, knight to e5, king to b1, rook e8, h4, h5, you have to close down the position. If you don't play h5 and you allow h5, then I think you're going to be mated very soon. h5, bishop h6, white should always try to exchange the dark square bishop on g7. Knight c4, bishop takes c4, rook takes c4, bishop g7, king g7, and here g4. And here black has to react fast. So now after h takes, which has to be played, white shouldn't make a mistake of taking on g4, because if f takes g4, then simply bishop takes g4, and after the bishop gets to h5, then white can't make any more progress. So h5 should be played, and after rook h8, which is the only move, h takes, f takes, f takes, bishop takes, e5. A very fun position in which you get an imbalance of material. So d5, knight e6 check, bishop takes e6, queen d8, rook d8, rook d8, and white has 2 rooks and the knight, so an exchange down for 2 pawns. So this is what I wanted to show you after knight to c3. Of course, after knight to c3 and move 5, the position can branch out in many different positions, but what you have to remember is bishop to g7, main move, bishop e3, knight f6, bishop c4 castles, and bishop to b3. And if you're black here, I would recommend to move d6, which is far more solid than the move a5. If you're white, play f3, so the fair position, bishop d7, queen to d2, normal developing moves. And now it depends. If black plays rook to c8, then as white you're going to be castling queenside, perhaps not immediately, but at some point. And if white plays knight takes d4, then you are basically never going to castle queenside. You're going to have to cope with the move b5 and the menacing attack along the queenside, and it's best to castle short in that position. Okay, so that was the main line with knight to c3. Now let's go over the best variation for white, and I think this move is what discourages many people from playing the accelerated dragon. Now the 2 games I've played last month, you can find in the description below, have both been in this exact variation, and that's the move c4 after g6, the Morozzi bind. Now the Morozzi bind has one simple idea behind it, and that's to prevent the move d5 and to restrain black's pieces. Now, in most cases, black is going to have trouble developing, and white is going to have more space. Now, the problem for white is that in many positions, it's not that easy to convert, and you can't have a winning advantage sometime. But when playing against lesser players, I would say anything less than FIDE master, you can basically get a better position up to the opening after the move c4. Now let's see why. Black should continue with bishop to g7 here, of course. And now bishop to e3, the knight was double attacked, so we have to defend. Knight to f6, attacking your pawn on e4. Now knight to c3 should be played. Of course, playing f3, I believe is not that good. You're going to play it in some positions afterwards, but knight to c3 is a developing move, so it's better to play that. Castles. Bishop to e2, preparing to castle short, d6, castle short. And now you are going to be castling queenside, firstly because your queenside is weakened with move c4, and secondly, you're trying to get a small positional edge in the center and on the queenside, especially on the d5 square. Now, if at any point white should play e5, then d5 is a permanent weakness, which should be enough to convert to a victory. Now bishop to d7, queen to d2, once again the only logical squares to develop. And here in this position, black is best advised to take, so knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, and now bishop to c6. And this is the starting position of the accelerated dragon, and I believe that this position is going to occur in any game in which the players are rated over 1500, and this far you have to know the theory. And now, what's that good for white in this position? Now, the engines would give this as about 0.9 for white, which isn't really true. Your advantage isn't that big, but it's just easier to play. Now, white's main problem in the position is the bishop on e2, which isn't really active, especially after the move f3, which is going to have to be played. And the main problem for black is that his pieces are basically restrained. The knight on f6 doesn't have any good squares. You're never going to be able to play d5. If you play rook on c8, then I can play b3, and black has far less attacking ideas than white. Now let's continue. f3, this is the main move. a5, trying to gain space on the queen side, and this is perhaps the most active plan. Now b3 should be played to stop a4. Knight to d7, trying to control the squares c5 and d5, and that's probably the best plan for black. And in this position, trading the bishop off isn't really that good. I mean, white shouldn't be taking on g7 because you can't get a fast attack as you can in the other lines because your king is stuck on g1, so you can't really play g4, h4, h5, etc. So to this, white should give up. White should decline the trade and play bishop to e3, and now knight to c5 should be played by black. And once again, the games could branch out in many different ways. The position you have to remember is this setup for white with the pawns on g2, f3, e4, c4, b3, a2, and this is the structure that you're going to be playing if you go for the Morozzi bind against the accelerated dragon. And I would say that this structure is much favorable for white because it's just easier to play. It's not that hard to maneuver your pieces. You have a lot of time, unlike in the main line. You can actually play moves such as rook to d1, bishop to f1, queen to c2, rook to d2, rook a to d1, and you will most likely have enough time to play that in many positions. And black should try to find an active plan. Now, that's not easy, but you should perhaps try to attack on the king side, or you should try to play queen to c7, rook f to b8, and try to advance here and break up white structure. Perhaps even give up your bishop for the knight so you can weaken the queen side even more and try to gain some advantage that way. Okay, those are the 3 lines I wanted to show you. This is basically everything you have to know about the accelerated dragon. Now, of course, these are just the basics. If you would like to master the opening, definitely go over at least 30 or 50 games for each move, knight c3, c4, and knight takes c6, and study the games of grandmasters in those lines to get ideas of your own. This was just the introduction into the accelerated dragon, so this would help you start playing it, but try looking at the games over the board and try getting your own ideas. Once again, please don't use the engine. The best way to study an opening is to find your own ideas and then find out why they're wrong. In some cases, they will be correct, but perhaps not as often. Okay, everybody, I hope you got something from this theoretical video on the accelerated dragon. Any feedback, questions, recommendations in the comments are more than welcome, and stay tuned for more chess. Thanks very much. Bye. Hello everyone, Stefan here. I'll continue the series on the Sicilian defense with the C3 Sicilian or the Alpine Sicilian, or the Alyapin Sicilian. It was named after Semyon Alyapin, a Russian grandmaster or a master who lived in the 19th century, in the early 20th century, and it's a defense which was not really held in high regard up until the, I would say, second part of the 20th century, when people realized that Black's second move d5 isn't such a strong response and that Black doesn't equalize easily. Prior to that, it was considered that after the move c4, c5, c3, and then d5, Black has already equalized, but then that changed. So after e4 and c5, White doesn't go for knight to f3, which is entering many of the Sicilian lines such as the knight or for some other popular variations. Neither does he play knight to c3, which is entering the close Sicilian lines, resembling the King's Indian attack or the Grand Prix or some other variations. But White is simply preparing to push d4 and support it with the move c3. So White plays the move c3, and that's why this is called the C3 Sicilian or the Alpine Sicilian. Now, this move has a simple plan. It's preparing to push d4. However, it has a clear downside as well. The first one is that the knight has lost its natural developing square of the c3 square, and the knight is going to have to go somewhere else, because if you try to develop now, you're going to have to play d4 and then knight to d2, or in most cases in the Alpine Sicilian, you're going to play knight to a3 and then knight to c2 or knight to c4. So first of all, you have a problem with your b1 knight. Secondly, this is a position which often results in an isolated queen spawn for White, and your d pawn is most often going to be isolated, and you're going to have a structural defect because of that. Besides that, there are no other downsides for White. For Black, on the other hand, this could be a surprise, because this isn't an opening which is often chosen by White. And secondly, it doesn't give Black that many options that he often has after knight to c3 or knight to f3. So this is restraining Black's repertoire quite a lot, and if Black isn't prepared, he could easily enter a variation he doesn't know and fall victim to that. So now to c3, there are basically only two moves, either knight to f6 or d5. As I already said, d5 was considered to be the best move for a long time, and only recently, I mean 30 or 40 years ago, people realized that the move isn't so strong, and today the main move is actually knight to f6. So knight to f6 or d5 should be played by Black in this variation. Let's go over d5 first. Now this move is first of all, it isn't provoking a tempo gain, because if e takes d5, queen takes d5, the knight can't go to c3 to chase the queen away, so this isn't a tempo loss for Black. And it's an okay move. I mean, it's hard to say which move is better, the engines like them both, but they are just very different. Okay, to d5, White has only one option you have to take, so e takes d5, queen takes d5, and the best move for White here, and probably the only move for White here, is the move d4, because you have to start developing your pieces, you have to open up your bishop, and if you don't play d4, then Black is in some positions threatening the move c4, and after that you can't play d4 without Black being able to capture en passant. Now to d4, Black has several moves. Black has three moves basically, but two main moves. The first move is the move knight to f6. After knight to f6, White should just continue normal development and play knight to f3. And now, after knight to f3, once again, Black has two options. This is technically this is called the barman defense after queen takes d5, but most people just call it the Alpine or the c3 Sicilian. So after knight to f3, Black can play either bishop to g4 pinning the knight, or e6, closing down the bishop still inside the pawn chain, but still a good position. I think bishop to g4 is a more natural move, and especially if you're a beginner, you should choose this, because it's restraining White's development, it's weakening the defense of d4, and most importantly, you aren't closing down your bishop on c8. But after you play e6, your bishop is most often going to develop on the b7 square, so it might be okay. Okay, so after bishop to g4, White should unpin with bishop e2, e6 now, that the bishop is outside the pawn chain, h3 chasing the bishop away, bishop h5, and castles. You can also castle instead of h3, both moves are okay. Now knight to c6, normal development, bishop to e3, and now c4, c4, and bishop to e7. And you have to notice that in all variations, when Black captures on d4, you are going to recapture with your c pawn. That's why you played c3 in the first place of move 2. So you have to support your center with the pawn, because your d4 pawn now is controlling a lot of key squares, and now your knight actually has a square to develop to. So in some variations, especially in the barman defense, you're always going to wait for Black to capture on d4, so you can capture with the c pawn and thus free up the c3 square for your knight. So that's the best move and the only move. If after c takes d4 you capture with the bishop or with the knight, then you have still left your knight undeveloped on the b1 square. You are restraining the Black knight from coming into b4, but that's really not a big threat. So always capture with the pawn. Remember that. So after c takes d4, bishop to e7, this is sort of the beginning of the mainline barman defense. Now the second move after knight to f6, knight to f3, if not bishop to g4, is the move e6. Now to e6, White has three moves. I think the best move is knight to a3, because you aren't preparing the move bishop to c4, you are simply preparing to play knight to c4 or knight to c2. And to this, Black has two moves. He can play either queen to d8, immediately removing the queen from a square which it will be chased away from. So to this you continue with knight to c2 or knight to c4, and then after knight to c6 you play normally. Or the more commonly played move instead of queen to d8 is knight to c6. And after knight to c6, you can play knight to b5, and now you're of course threatening to win everything, forking a family fork, queen, rook, and king. So to this, Black has to play queen to d8, and now White captures away from the center with d takes c5. This is, I believe, the only variation of the Alpine in which White captures with d takes c. Now in this position, if Black takes the queen, Black is losing. I will show you that first. So queen takes d1, you simply play king takes d1, and you have, as Black, you have lost the pawn, and you're threatened to lose the rook, so you have to do something about it. And after king to d7 and b4, White is a clear pawn up and winning, and White still has castling knights and back pieces, and the bishop pair is more powerful, etc., etc. So after d takes c5, don't exchange the queens, that's losing. You play bishop takes c5, simply recapturing the pawn. And if White takes on d8, you play knight takes d8. You can either play king takes d8, it's okay as well. I mean, yeah, okay, if White takes on d8, you have to play king takes d8, because otherwise you lose the exchange with knight to c7 check, so be careful. Okay, so after e6, knight to a3 is the main move, and for White. And remember that after knight to c6, you can play knight to b5 to provoke this exchange, and after queen d8, dc5, perhaps Black is going to make a mistake and lose, but if he plays bishop to c5, just exchange the queens and ruin Black's castling rights. Instead of knight to a3, White can also play bishop to e2 in this position, or bishop to e3. I think bishop to e2 is a more natural move, because you are preparing to castle. So after this, knight c6 castle, c takes d4, once again taking with the pawn and accepting an isolated queen's pawn. Bishop to e7, knight to c3. I mean, you can't really say whether the d4 pawn is a strength or weakness. For now, it's definitely restraining some of Black's attacking pieces, but in any endgame, Black is going to have a structural advantage because of that. If you add the engines, this position is almost all zeros, perfectly equal, but I think that both sides have something to play for. Visually, at least, you can see that Black's bishops are worse than White's, and he's going to have to waste a couple of moves to get them to better squares, and especially the light square bishop, which isn't that easy to develop. You have to play b6, bishop to b7, move the knight somewhere, and it's not clear where, just to be able to activate. Okay, so that's the move bishop to e2, and bishop to e3 is another idea. I mean, you're simply reinforcing the d4 square, preparing to develop the queenside pieces. So cd4, once again cd4, regardless of the fact that you play bishop to e3. Now knight to c6, knight c3, queen to d6. Of course, the queen had to move. In this position, the queen didn't have to move. You can also play bishop to b4, but I believe that you don't want your bishop on b4. You want it on the d6 square, so on this diagonal. So I believe it's better to play queen to d6. So now a3, stopping any ideas of knight b4, bishop b4, bishop b7, bishop d3, castles, and this is the starting position. You should remember once again. You can see that white's bishops are better, but white has a worse pawn structure. White had to waste tempo to play a3, but black has sort of inactive pieces compared to white's. All in all, an imbalanced position, but still equal. Okay. So that's it after 5 e6, and we have just gone over, so d5, e takes d5, queen takes d5, d4, and knight to f6. So after knight to f6, we were looking at knight to f3. Now instead of knight to f6, black can play knight to c6, and this position we will most often transpose to the knight to f6 lines. But okay, let's see. To this, white once again reacts with knight to f3, bishop to g4, a similar plan by black, bishop to e2, now c d4, once again c d4, taking with the pawn, and e6. In this position, black doesn't have a knight on the f6 square, white doesn't have a knight on the c3 square. Other than that, it's pretty much equal. And this position is also key because it resembles some variations of the Caro-Kann, and white can sometimes have trouble along this diagonal, and especially in this position. So white should always be careful. And from black's perspective, I believe that the best plan is to, at some point, develop the knight to f6, retreat the queen, or perhaps put it on h5, put the knight on the d5 square, blockade the d4 pawn, and round it up. So that's, I believe, the best plan for black. White, on the other hand, should exploit the fact that black is severely underdeveloped, that the king is still on e8, and that I mean, it's in the center, so it's vulnerable to attacks, and you should try to get some attacking chances here. Okay, so that's the move knight to c6. After the move d4, so black doesn't have to play knight to f6 or knight to c6, black can also play e6 immediately. And I believe that this is a great surprise weapon, even though I think engine-wise this is the best move, but practically speaking, I think you should go for moving either knights, but it could be a great surprise weapon if white isn't as prepared in the LP. So after knight to f3, knight to f6, it could transpose to the main line with knight to f6, but you should try to find something else. You should play around with this position and find some surprises. I was preparing this line against, I was preparing to play the c3 Sicilian against a player who always plays weird positions, and I was actually looking at this b6 and bishop to b7 immediately here, in which case I think I would have gone for castling long and we would have had a weird position, but it never happened. But okay, let's go back. So after e4, c5, c3, the Alpine, we were just going over the move d5, e takes d5, queen takes d5, d4. And this position is exactly why people thought this variation to be equal for black, because after, let's say here, white accepts the isolated queen's pawn, it's not really clear which advantage white has, and to be honest, I believe that black has equalized, but it's still considered to be a good opening. Now let's go over the main move. So e4, c5, c3, knight to f6. This is the main move. And similar to the Aljochin defense, this move is of course provoking the move e5, chasing the knight further away. So e5, this is the only move. Knight to d5 is the only move, and d4 is, I think, the best move, but there are other options. Now we will look at this. So d4 is one move, knight to f3 is the second move, and they will most often transpose, but there are some positions which are unique for each move. So let's go over knight to f3 first. After knight to f3, black should play one of two moves. One move is d6, one move is knight to c6. Let's look at that now. So after knight to c6, simply attacking the e5 pawn. d4 should be played reinforcing the center, and c takes d4. This is the main line, and this is what most often happens after the c3 Sicilian. Here, white doesn't have to recapture immediately. In fact, the main move is bishop to c4, leaving the pawn undefended for now, or unrecaptured for now. So now knight to b6, attacking the bishop, bishop to b3. You can also play bishop to b5 in some positions, but I think that bishop to b5 should be played only after d6 has been played already, because otherwise the knight isn't pinned. So now d5, this is the main move, and you have to remember this is white. Whenever black pushes d5 and your pawn is on e5, which is always, you always take en passant. That's the rule. I don't think there's a single line in the Alpine in which you don't take. So e takes d6. In this position, black can either take the d6 pawn or play e6. I think taking on d6 is better. Queen takes d6 castles, bishop e6, challenging the bishop on b3. So now bishop takes, queen takes, and now knight takes d4, knight takes d4, and I believe this is the only line which you don't take with the pawn, because you don't have to accept the structural disadvantage. Now you take with the queen, and after rook to d8, you play queen to h4. And okay, I think that engines find this position completely equal. I like it much better for white, because first of all you have castled, and secondly you have your queen isn't as misplaced as it might seem. You're going to play bishop to e3, you're going to play knight to d2, knight to f3, and have a perfectly solid position. On the other hand, black has some ideas of knight to c4 and threatening the b2 pawn, but still, it's all far-fetched. Okay, so after knight to c6, d4, c takes d4, we just went over bishop to c4. The main move, of course, is to simply capture the pawn, and this move isn't worse. I think that bishop to c4 is just more aggressive, but c takes d4 is good as well. So on d6, bishop c4, knight to b6 once again, and now bishop to b5, because the d6 pawn has moved already, and now you are pinning the knight, so I think this should be played here. I believe that a6 is not a good move, because if a6, bishop c6, bc6, then your pawns are isolated and weak. So d takes c5 should be played, that's the main move. Knight takes c5, increasing pressure on the c6 knight, bishop d7. Now here you can either take the knight with the bishop or the bishop with the knight. I believe that knight takes d7 is the best option. Queen takes d7, knight c3, e6 castles. This is the starting position of the main line Aljochin defense. Now once again, white has an isolated queen's pawn. Black is ready to blockade it with putting the knight on the d5 square, but white has a lead in development, and if white manages to gain an initiative in the attack, he's going to be able to materialize on that advantage. Otherwise, black is simply going to be better in any endgame, because he will easily round out the d4 pawn, blockade it, and then attack it and capture it. Okay, so after the move knight to f3, on move 4, we just went over knight c6, d4, c takes d4, and then c takes d4 by white, and bishop to c4. Now the second move after knight to f3 is the move d6 for black, and this is immediately challenging the overextended e5 pawn. Okay, so to this there's only one move which white could play, I believe that's d4. So now c4 of course taking with the pawn, never take with the knight. Knight c6, bishop to c4, and we have almost transposed to the last line instead of the pawn not being on c3. So now knight b6, once again bishop to b5 because the knight is pinned, because the d6 pawn has moved. d5, knight d5, bishop d7, knight d7, this is the same variation. Yeah, I'm just going to show you one trick here. In this position, you have to take with the queen, and after you take with the queen, white castles. After knight takes d7, if black recaptures with the knight, then white has a huge advantage, even though it's not immediately obvious why. White can play d5 here, and this isn't winning material, it just wins such a lead in development which black can hardly catch up with. First of all, yeah, queen to a5 doesn't work because of knight to c3 attacking the bishop. So now knight c5, bishop to e3. It's not a spectacular move, it's just developing a piece, but still it's restraining all the black pieces, and for now black is only playing with one knight because the other one is pinned. So now a6 should be played, bishop e2, knight f6, knight c3, g6 castles. And this is more than +1 for white. You can see that white only has one more move to finish development, and black has two, but black's knight on e5 is misplaced, black's pawn on b7 is weird and weak, and I believe that white is much better here. So okay, that was the move d6. So after d6, you play d4, c4, c4, knight c6, bishop c4, knight b6, bishop b5, d5, knight d5, bishop d7, and knight d7. So that's the variation. Okay, so we went over knight to d5 and knight to f3 sideline on move 4. Let's go over the main move. After knight to d5, the main move for white is the move d4. And after d4, black has to take on c d4, and you don't recapture, you play knight to f3. After cd4, if after knight f3, if black ever takes on c3, then queen takes knight. It loses a piece, so that doesn't work. So black will play knight to c6, defending. Now c takes d4, or bishop to c4 once again, and that's transposing to the line we just saw. So after c takes d4, d6 should be played once again, disrupting white center control. Bishop c4, once again transposing. Knight to b6, bishop to b5. You play bishop to b5 when the d pawn has moved. You play bishop to b3 when the pawn is on d7 still. So now d5, knight takes c5, once again increasing the pressure on the c6 knight. Bishop d7, knight takes d7, queen takes d7, knight to c3, e6, castles, bishop to e7, and this is the start of the main line. Once again, both sides have the same problems, same ideas, and the game continues as in the other variations. So okay, these are the lines I wanted to go over in this video. One good thing about the Alpine Sicilian is that it's fairly easy to remember for both sides. Unlike most other variations of the Sicilian, it's fairly straightforward, and both sides have similar plans in almost every variation. And I believe it's a good weapon for white to fight the Sicilian, and it's definitely one of the most popular anti-Sicilian openings out there today. Okay, I hope you got something from this video. Thanks very much for watching, and stay tuned for more chess. I'm going to be making videos on every other variation of the Sicilian. I'm finishing up the series on Bobby Fischer, Hosiyar, Capablanca, and much more. Okay, thanks very much. See you. Bye. Hello everyone, Stefan here. I'll continue the series on the Sicilian as promised with the Taimano variation, which is probably one of the lines or in a series of lines or variations which cause a lot of confusion for a lot of players because the names of them usually, don't signify one variation but rather transpose into one another, so nobody's really sure which variation they're playing, and that's especially true with the Taimano variation, which is often confused with the Paulsen or with the Khan. I have made a separate video on the Khan Sicilian. You can see that, you can see the link to it in the description below. And the Paulsen isn't really a separate variation, it's more like a branch of the Sicilian, from which then the Khan and the Taimanov branch out. So I don't think the Paulsen could be characterized as a variation. It should rather be thought of as the Sveshnikov positions, the Scheveningen positions, or the dragon positions, which are, for example, all the dragon positions have the bishop on g7. The same way all the Paulsen variation have the pawn on e6 in the Sicilian. So with the pawn on e6, you have entered the Paulsen, and that could then become the Khan, the Taimanov, the Kramnik Sicilian, and many other variations. So if you ask some of the opening books, they will often tell you that you are in the Paulsen Sicilian when you have already entered the main line, let's say Khan or something else. So okay, the Paulsen variation, normally, the Paulsen branch of the Sicilian defense, normally starts after pawn to e6 and then white playing knight to c3. We're going to get to that a bit later on. And the Khan, which I've covered in a separate video, is characterized by a6, and the Taimanov is characterized by knight to c3 by white and queen to c7 by black. Now, there has been a lot of arguments regarding some other moves. For example, Mark Taimanov himself preferred the move knight g to e7 in some positions, perhaps after queen to c7, but definitely including that move. And black could also choose knight to f6, so... And there's still a lot of debate as to which the mainline moves of the Taimanov are, but we're going to go over all of that. The Taimanov variation was called after Mark Taimanov. Of course, he was a great Soviet player. He had a very promising career early on, and he managed to live up to that. From the 40s to the 70s, he was in the world's top 20. What's especially interesting about him is that he was also a world-class pianist, so he had two very artistic professions in which he was great. So, and somebody once said that even though he sucks at chess, he always has the piano. Maybe he said that himself, I'm not sure. But he was definitely a versatile genius, as opposed to many other chess players. He's perhaps unjustly best remembered by his defeat against Bobby Fischer in the 71 World Championship candidates, the last rounds of the candidates, where Bobby Fischer beat him 6-0. But in his defense, Bobby Fischer also crushed Larsen, Petrosian, and everybody else. So Taimanov was just another subpar player to Bobby Fischer, which doesn't mean he wasn't one of the world's best. Let's get into the variation now. So e4. Okay, I'm going to flip the board so you can see the variation from black's perspective. So e4, c5, the Sicilian defense, knight to f3, pawn to e6. So now this is the Sicilian French variation or the Sicilian Paulsen, according to some. And after d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight to c6. Now, from this position on, white will most commonly play knight to c3, and now a6 is the Khan, and queen to c7 is the Taimanov variation. And this is the move that characterizes the line. And with this move, black is doing one important thing in the variation, and that's reinforcing the e5 square, and also developing a piece, of course, because once you have moved your e6 pawn, your dark squares have just become weaker, and you basically want to reinforce the dark squares around your king. And you can also often have trouble if you develop your knight to f6 with the move pawn to e5, and now queen to c7 is reinforcing that idea. So after queen to c7, white has several choices. He could either play bishop to e3 or bishop to e2. I believe that bishop to e2 can often transpose, but it could also lead to some more passive variations for white. So probably bishop to e3 should be your only move. I'm just going to go over one sideline before we get into this. After c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight to c6. The Taimanov can also be achieved if white chooses not to play knight to c3, but to play a more aggressive knight to b5. And this move used to be the preferred way to play this variation for white, maybe in the mid-20th century. And according to the modern theory, knight to c3 is much better. Well, I believe it is because knight to b5 is sort of a bluff, and you're going to end up with your knight on a3, and then you are going to have to move it to c2 to get it back into the game, which isn't a bad thing. Of course, you're going to have more control over d4, but I believe that's still a waste of time. So after knight to b5, white has a simple threat, and that's to capture the dark square bishop and to get your queen to d6 with knight d6 check, bishop takes, queen takes, and that clamp down black's position completely, lose the bishop pair for him and give white a slightly better position strategically. So black has to play d6 here. Now c4, creating a Morozzi bind, and this is called the Sen variation or the Shen variation of the Paulsen, although it's the Taimanov. I'm sorry, it's a bit confusing. And with the move c4, white is preparing to get his knight to c3, probably the knight from b1, and to get his other knight to a3 and then to c2, and sort of reinforce the d5 square to a point which black just can't break through, which is always a good thing in the Sicilian because d5 is black's main break. Now knight to f6 should be played by black, knight c3, a6, chasing knight away, knight to a3, bishop to e7, bishop to e2, castles, and this is the starting position of the same variation of the Taimanov. And I believe that the main line is better for white, even though if you manage to read out your knight from a3 to a useful square, then the Morozzi bind is, I believe, the best way for white to play against any Sicilian. So this is my preferred position, but I believe that objectively the main line is better, the main line with knight to c3. So remember that after knight to c6, you might want to confuse your opponents with knight to b5. It would be a great surprise. Some players may react badly to this, and once black chases your knight away, just go to a3, and your common plan is, as I said, knight to c2, perhaps even knight to e3, although I'm not sure if you could achieve all that much, perhaps in conjunction with the move f4, f5. But yeah, research this position, it could be a great way to play. But let's get back to the main line. After knight to c6, knight to c3 is the main move. Queen to c7, bishop to e3. Okay, so the move bishop to e3 does one simple thing. We are preparing to castle queenside, and against the Taimano Sicilian, same as against the Dragon and some other lines, white shouldn't lose any time, and white should attack as soon as possible, and that often involves opposite side castling. And well, castling queenside is the only logical thing here, because you can do that well in about 2 moves, and you have already made attack on black's king side because of the sort of strong d4 pawn, and after the moves f4, f5, black is already in a lot of trouble if he doesn't prevent it. So bishop to e3 is designed to play queen to d2 castles as soon as possible. Now to this, black should react with pawn to a6, once again to stop the move knight to b5, at this point any knight to b5. And another move is knight to f6 now. The move knight to b5 in this position, if knight to f6 is played, could once again, well, couldn't be answered by d6 in this position, but the move such as queen to d8 would do the job, because now knight to d6 isn't really a threat, because you can take twice. Okay. The only problem is the move e5, but for now it's defended, so this could work. But still, I believe that after bishop to e3 you should waste one move, well, not waste one move, but play a prophylactic move just to stop knight to b5, because your queen on b8 isn't really as active as on queen 7, as on c7, because you have pressure on the semi-open c file, and you're also not underdeveloping your rook, so a6 should be your move here. In knight to f6 lines though, after bishop to e3, knight to f6, white has another great idea. You don't have to play knight to b5 as I said, because that's defended. You can play f4 here, and well, I think this move should give white more than a slight advantage, because you are starting an attack as soon as possible. So now bishop to b4 should be played, pinning the knight on c3, knight to b5, defending the knight on c3 to make sure you don't get your pawns doubled, and threatening knight to d6 in some positions. Now here, e5 isn't really a threat, so it shouldn't have been played, because knight to d5 is a move, because the knight on c3 is pinned, so e5 would actually be a horrible blunder in this position. Queen to a5 by black, putting more pressure on c3, e5 now, knight to d5, bishop to d2, and now, since all the squares are defended, since the knight on c3 is sufficiently defended, now you need to resolve the tension as black, and this would actually, I believe, give black a slight edge. So now, knight takes c3, b takes c3, bishop to c5, and you have doubled white's c-pawns. If you ask the engines, they will say that the position is equal. I can turn the engine on. So it's plus 0.3, 0.4 for white. Nothing really major. They think it's equal, but from a human perspective, I believe that black's position is easier to play, because you are quick to castle and then put a lot of pressure on the c-pawn. Of course, you do have a problem with the light square bishop on c8, but perhaps b7, bishop a6, especially now that the bishop on c5 can simply be reinforced with the move b6, and it can't really be moved from the square. So yeah, and in this position c4 is the move, attacking the queen, and queen to d8. So yeah, this is definitely a position to research if you don't want to play a6 on move 6. So bishop to e3, a6 is the main move. If you play knight to f6, you basically have to be prepared for the move f4. And just remember that bishop to b4 and pressure on c3, knight b5, queen a5, e5, knight d5, bishop d2, knight takes c3, b c3, bishop c5. No, you don't have to play c4, but perhaps it's the best option, because firstly you are over defending your knight on b5, you are opening up an attack on the queen, and you're also extending the scope of your bishop in some positions. So yeah, so let's go back to the main line. So queen c7, bishop to e3, a6. Okay. Now after a6, white needs to continue his plan and just castle queenside as soon as possible and develop an attack. So queen to d2, knight to f6, the most logical move, castle queenside. And now once again, well, the thing about the Taimano Sicilian and about most variations which branch out from the Paulsen is the fact that after the move e6, your f8 bishop has a lot of squares to develop, and you're not confined to e7 or to g7 as in the Dragon. You do have a lot of options. Now, it would be such a good idea to develop your bishop to d6. It doesn't really do that much. You could go to c5, which once again isn't such a good idea, and you could go to b5, which is b4, which is in this position the best move, and developing the bishop to b4 is sort of one of the biggest advantages of the Taimano Sicilian. And the fact that you get to play around with your bishop as opposed to having it stuck on e7 is a great advantage of the Taimano and the Paulsen systems. Now, as in the Yugoslav attack, the English attack, and well, basically most variations of the Sicilian where white castles queenside, he should continue with the move f3, reinforcing the e4 pawn, and well, what's more important, preparing the move g4 without the pawn being captured and just starting an attack. Because rarely can black castle queenside here, perhaps he can't in any variation, and you can safely expect black to castle kingside, and you want to be prepared for the move g4. Now, if you think about it, black is already 2 moves away from being in trouble and having to decide what to do with the f6 knight. So let's say black castles in this position. And g4. And now you can already see that you're going to have to move your knight. So the move f3 is actually very dangerous, even though it might seem sort of passive. Knight to e5 should be played by black. This is the most active move. Of course, as in the Dragendorf, the combination of the Dragon and the Najdorf, this pattern is very common. You are preparing to get rid of the bishop pair in the Dragon as well. So you are preparing to play knight to c4 and capture either the light square bishop, which is going to have capture on c4, or the dark square bishop, which white definitely doesn't want to lose. So you are simply threatening the bishop pair. White should actually ignore this and play knight to b3, which is the best move. b5 by black. If you play knight to c4 here, that would be, well, that's an okay move. The problem with this idea in this position is that you're trading a piece which you have moved 3 times. So knight b8, c6, knight c6, e5, knight e5, c4, and white will capture with a move that hasn't moved yet. So with a piece that hasn't moved yet. So you're basically giving up 3 tempi to get the bishop pair, which isn't such a good trade. So in this position, after knight to b3, play b5. This is more active. Because you have to react quickly to white's threats, who is preparing his attack on the king side. Okay, after the move b5, white should continue with the move queen to e1. And now, well, queen to e1 might look strange. The move is designed to be able to unpin the c3 knight. So after queen to e1, you can put your bishop on d2 and unpin. And this is sort of a passive move. There's another move which is okay instead of queen to e1. After b5, queen to d4 is a good move. You're attacking the bishop, so black is forced to do something, and you're forcing him to underdevelop his knight back to c6 to defend the bishop and attack the queen. And after queen to d2, black can castle. So I mean, black would repeat, of course. White would, black would repeat in this position. After queen to d2, he could play this, and then once again a repetition. But I believe you can't have a draw in this position that often. So yeah, this position is sort of strange, and you can do a lot of things, and neither side really has a great advantage. But remember that after knight b3, b5, you have to do something about this spin, which is getting uncomfortable. I don't think bishop to d4 is a good move. Perhaps queen to e1 is the best option, so let's go with that. It does look safe. So after queen to e1, bishop to e7 should be played, because white is preparing to unpin, and you should reinforce your defenses. The bishop isn't really doing such a good job there, and you're also preparing to play the move b4. So after queen to e7, well, bishop e7, white can now change plans, and I'm going to show you one aggressive line which I have been looking at, which I think is a great weapon, which probably most players with black won't expect. After the move f3, black is preparing for white's attack with g4, g5, h4, h5. And there's another great way to play, and that's the move f4. You have wasted a tempo with f3, f4, but I believe this could cause a lot of trouble for black if he's unprepared. knight g6, e5, knight to g4, attacking the bishop, and white should just ignore that, knight to e4. Okay, so this position is now getting very complex, and you can see that white's pieces are, well, better and safely placed, but less active perhaps, especially the bishops, which don't really have that much scope. And black's pieces, with the exception of the knight on g4, are perfect. The light square bishop is preparing to come to b7 on the most active diagonal. The knight on g6 is okay, and the knight on g4 is just bad. But white has a lot of attacking chances with move h3 and g4, and now starting an attack. Nevertheless, it might surprise you that black should castle in this position. So castles, bishop to c5, trying to trade off the dark square bishop to b7, ignoring that, h3, and now knight to h6. So with knight to h6, you are preparing to play knight to f5 in some lines, but still it might not be the safest option. The best way to play this might be to trade the bishop and then play knight to f5 to have the e7 square. So there's another move though. After h3, you don't have to put your knight on h6. You can play knight to e3. This is a tactical move which uses the fact that that some of white's pieces are loose and it isn't really a free piece to take. Okay, look at this. So queen takes c3, just grabbing a free piece. Bishop takes c4, grabbing the knight, and now after queen takes c4, you can take on c5 because you've removed the defender of c5. So this position is okay, and now you have also freed up a square for the knight on e2 if black chooses to play f5. So yeah, this is the position I wanted to show you. So now let's go back. Let's go back from the top. So e4, c5, knight f3, e6, d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight to c6, the Paulsen variation of the Sicilian, the Paulsen branch of variations. And some people also call this the Taimanov already. I believe that the Taimanov occurs after knight c3 or knight to b5 and queen to c7. And well, a variation in which black has a balanced position, some advantages and some disadvantages, of course, weakens dark squares, a better bishop on f8, and a more active position than some other variations of the Sicilian. And on the other hand, he's also giving white quite a lot of time in the attack, and that could backfire, of course, with white castle queenside. So if you are black in this position, remember that white is going to be castling queenside and starting a quick kingside attack. You should counterattack on the queenside as soon as possible with the moves a6, firstly designed to stop knight to b5, and then b5, bishop to b7. And you should approach this position as though it were a weird dragon Sicilian, maybe a dragon Neidorff combination, and play it that way. If you want to study the variation, definitely check out Mark Taimanov's games. He was probably the biggest exponent of the opening, of course, it was named after him. And you should also study the theory of the Paulsen lines with pawn to e6 and get comfortable with the variations after pawn to e6, because black can't really decide to enter the Taimanov. You could easily end up in the Kremlin variation of the Sicilian or in the Khan or something else and get confused and lose, because the theory is really complex here. Okay, thank you very much for watching. I hope you got something from this video. I hope I managed to well explain well enough what the difference is between the Paulsen, the Taimanov, and the Khan. And I hope you got some new ideas as to what to do with the Sicilian defense. Once again, there's a link in the description below with the video on the Khan variation. There's also a link to the introductory video on the Sicilian with all the main variations and the basic theory and basic ideas. So check them out if you haven't already. Perhaps before continuing on with the Sicilian series to get a better idea of the better understanding of the opening. Thanks very much. Stay tuned for more chess, and see you tomorrow. Bye bye. Hello everyone, Stepan here. Today I'll continue the Sicilian series with the Sveshnikov Sicilian, which is probably one of the most popular variations on the highest Grandmaster level. Not as popular as the Neidorff or as the Dragon Sicilians perhaps, but it's somewhere out there at the top. The variation used to be called the Lasker-Pelikan variation, and some people still refer to it that way even today, because it was pioneered by Manuel Lasker at the beginning of the 20th century, and Jorge Pelikan used to play it in the 50s, but nobody really attributed to the theory of the opening as much as Evgeny Sveshnikov. And Evgeny Sveshnikov is a strong grandmaster still, and he popularized the opening in the 70s, and together with Gennady Timoshenko, he was the pioneer of the modern Sveshnikov, I would say. So I think it's just to call the variation Sveshnikov Sicilian today. So, okay, let's get into the opening. So after e4, c5, the Sicilian defense, knight to f3, knight to c6, d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4. If you're interested in the Kalashnikov or the Lowenthal variations, you should check out the video I put in the description below. So if black would play e5 here immediately, that would be the Kalashnikov or the Lowenthal, you can see that in the description below, the video I made on that. But today we are going to focus on Sveshnikov. So here, black doesn't dislodge the knight from d4 immediately. He plays knight to f6, putting pressure on the e pawn. Defending the pawn with f3 is playable, it's dubious, but it's playable. But the main move is knight to c3. And here in this position, black goes for a very aggressive central pawn push, e5, same as in the Kalashnikov variation. But here the situation is different because the knights have been placed on f6 and c3. So black is forcing the white knight to move, that much is clear. Now, moving the knight to e2, to b3, or to f3 doesn't really work, and black is accepting a lot of weaknesses in the center to get the initiative in the opening, to get an opening advantage to fasten his development. And placing the knight either to e2, b3, or f3 would play into black's hands and give him just the time he was wanting to get with the aggressive move e5. Now, once black plays e5, two things are clear. He's leaving himself with a backward d pawn, which is most probably going to end up on d6 and be a permanent weakness in the position. And the second key factor that arises from the move e5 is the weakness on d5. And in the Sicilian defense, of course, once you trade your c pawn, you don't have as much control on the d file. And once you play your pawn to e5, then d5 is a permanent weakness, which can no longer be contested by any pawn. Of course, neither by the c pawn nor by the e pawn. So you can imagine several pieces coming into d5 later on. It would be perfect to situate the knights there. In the Sveshnikov, a key maneuver is something along the lines of the knight coming to c2, then coming to e3, and then putting pressure on the d5 square. So black is playing e5 to gain time and to gain initiative, but he's leaving himself with two permanent positional weaknesses: one weak square, one horribly weak square on d5, and one very weak pawn on d6. Usually, now the thing is that white can't usually exploit both, because if you want to occupy the d5 square, then you can't really put pressure on d6. And if you want to pressurize the d6 pawn, then you can't really occupy the d5 square. So yeah. So as I said, moving the knight into f3, e2, or b3 is too passive, and it gives black exactly what he wants. One other move which shouldn't really be played is the move knight to f5, which is sort of challenging, even though not really, because black gets to push d5 immediately. And now after e takes d5, your knight is hanging, but you're attacking black's knight in return. So e takes d5, bishop takes f5, and now d takes c6, and b takes c6 would leave, I think, would leave black with a quite okay position. If you turn down the engine here, this is just slightly better for white. It's almost completely equal, and white has basically given up his opening advantage. If you let the engine run a little deeper, then now it already gives black a slight edge. But as I said, white is basically giving up his opening advantage with the move knight to f5. So that shouldn't really be played, because black can immediately strike in the center with d5, and that would solve both of his problems provoked with the move e5. It gets rid of the weak d-pawn, and it strengthens the d5 square. So if you play knight to f5, both problems which arise for black after the move e5 are solved, so don't play knight to f5. So the only move after e5, the only move that's played, there are about 20,000 Grandmaster games with this move and about 200 games with all the other moves together, combined together. So the only move you can play is knight d to b5. Now, this variation is called the last Pelican variation, or it used to be called, as I said. Some people still refer to this system as the last Pelican, and the Sveshnikov is only one variation of that. But today, this whole system, this thing with e5 on move 5 for black and knight d to b5 is called the Sveshnikov. So here, the line is pretty straightforward. Black doesn't want to allow this, doesn't want to take his bishop pair, because if white manages to check on d6, then bishop takes, queen takes. White has too much of a bind on the position. The other knight is coming into b5, you're threatening knight c7 checks, knight d6 once again, and this just can't be allowed. So the only move for black here is pawn to d6. Let me flip the board for those of you playing with the black pieces. So d6, this is the only move you can play. The only way to prevent knight to d6 is to put the pawn there because it's now defended twice. White continues with bishop to g5, pinning the knight, threatening to get his knight into d5. As I said, this is the main weakness in black's position, and this move, bishop to g5, indirectly attacks the d5 square. You are basically removing the defender because the knight is pinned to the queen. And now the thematic pawn push, a6, chasing the knight away. The knight doesn't have any squares except for knight to a3, and this is where the position branches out. This is the starting position of the Sveshnikov Sicilian. You might think that the knight is misplaced, and it sort of is for the moment, but as I said, white has a plan to get this knight back into the game. So the plan is as follows. If black didn't do anything, you would do this. Knight to d5, probably trade here, play c3, then knight to c2, knight to e3, knight to d5. This is your plan. Remove the knight from c3, play c3, then transfer the knight from a3 to d5 or to e3 if you want to control f5 as well. So this is your plan. This knight is actually great here because you can get it from c2 into e3 and then either control f5, either put the knight on f5 or to d5, or simply leave it on e3 to control both the key squares in the position. And these holes are actually horrible. This slides where bishop is still defending f5, but there really isn't anything contesting the d5 square. From here on, there are two variations. One of them is b5, which is the main line, and the other one is bishop to e6, which is referred to as the bird variation of the Sveshnikov. We're going to go over that first. So bishop to e6. After bishop to e6, white has one good move, basically, not transferring the knight from c2 to d5, but playing knight to c4 and then going into e3 that way. You have time to do that, basically, because the other variation with b5 doesn't give you that option, which you would like to use. And of course, after bishop to e6, you don't have to do this whole thing. Firstly, your knight will be captured here, but you don't have to do this whole maneuver. You can simply play knight to c4, and if white wants to waste the tempo to get rid of your knight, sure, give up the bishop pair, sure. So after this, black has one best move, which is rook to c8. And here the engines give the position as +1 for white. Let me turn on the engine just so you can see that. You can see that on the right side of the board. But that's really not true. The engines over-exaggerate advantages in positions like this. In fact, if you let it run a little deeper, it's going to diminish the advantage. But still, it's too big of an advantage objectively. So after rook to c8, white's best and only move is to remove the defender of d5, so bishop takes f6. Now here's where the bird variation of the Sveshnikov branches out. You have two options. You can take with the g-pawn, you can take with the queen. I think both moves have been played equally often. Both moves have around 10,000 games or 5,000 games from this position, so they're good. Both moves are good, but they're quite different. Let's go with queen takes first. So queen takes f6, you don't double your pawns on the f5, which is what you have to concede to most often in Sveshnikov, and black has to accept the fact that he's going to have double f-pawns. Now, on the other hand, you can push through with f5 and weaken the control of the center by moving the pawn on e4, but yeah, we're going to get to that. So queen takes f6. Knight to b6, threatening the rook, gaining a tempo, rook to b8. And now knight c to d5, and you can see that these holes have actually been amplified by the queen going away from b6, because once the queen was on d8, it was controlling the b6 square, and now you can't really do anything to remove the knight from d5, and white has a central bind. Queen to d8 now, putting the queen back, c3, not allowing the black knight from entering the center, bishop to e7, developing, bishop to c4, strengthening the grip on d5. As I said, as in most Sicilians, the game is going to revolve around the d5 square, and especially in the Sveshnikov Sicilian. This is probably the most thematic Sicilian variation there is, because all lines and all variations revolve around the d5 square. So bishop c4, castles, bishop to g5, getting the bishop on a more active diagonal, a4, trying to put even more control over the center and over the queen side, king to h8, queen to e2, and now g6, and black is, as you can see, preparing to push through with f5, getting some counterplay. White is trying to get a queen side pawn avalanche. White has more central control, but as I said, the position is basically equal. Engines give white an edge, always, in most Sicilians, and objectively, having such a big hole on d5 is a weakness, but yeah, it's nothing major, and the Sveshnikov with bishop to e6 on move 8, the bird variation, remains a very powerful defense for white. Now, this is what will happen if you take with the queen. One more thing I want to highlight about the Sveshnikov Sicilian. I think it's an opening which is really straightforward and easy to learn, much easier than, let's say, the Najdorf, because most lines are forcing, and this line, for example, with queen takes f6, there aren't that many alternatives for either side. So knight to b6 is the best move. You want to control d5. Rook b8, you're still defending your b7 pawn. Knight c to d5, a very logical move. Queen to d8, the queen was attacked, move the queen. c3, not allowing the knight to enter the position. Bishop to e7, developing. Bishop to c4, strengthening the grip on d5. Castles. All the moves are logical, and even over the board, if you didn't know the variation, you would probably find all of these moves. So the Sveshnikov is straightforward and easy to learn. So that's why I think it's a valuable opening to have in your repertoire, because you could hardly get a worse position out of the opening, even against a much stronger opponent. So let's go back. So bishop to e6, the bird variation. Knight c4, rook c8, bishop takes f6. We just took with the queen in the previous line. Let's take with the g-pawn now. This is, I would say, a better move because it's more aggressive. And I prefer this move. Now, there are two things white could do here, basically. White could either play bishop to d3 or knight to e3, and the difference is only slight. Knight to e3 is the main move, and now bishop to h6, attacking the knight, and you are most often going to get this knight, and you want to trade your dark square bishop for this knight because it controls central squares. Bishop to d3, bishop takes e3, f takes e3, queen to b6, attacking both pawns, and now queen to c1, defending both pawns. Now, the difference is that in this variation of the gf6, where you don't play knight to e3, but you play bishop to d3 first, is that after knight to e7, knight to e3, bishop to h6, you can now castle, and after bishop takes e3, f takes e3, queen to b6, you can play queen to f3, attacking the f6 pawn, not caring about the b pawn. And now if queen takes b2, then simply knight to d5, and your position is perfect. I think this is a big advantage for white. The engines give it as plus 1.2, and there were still some games from this position, but I think white has too big of an advantage here, and this shouldn't really be played. If you continue the line, bishop takes, e takes d5, f5, black does have some chances on the king side, but I think it's not enough, and I think white's position is just much easier to play. So after bishop to d3, knight to e7, knight to e3, bishop h6, castles. Taking here isn't really that good because after queen d6, of course, white is going to defend the e3 pawn, but you don't really care about your b pawn because you can always play knight to d5. And that's why I think that after g takes f6, most players with white will play bishop to d3 because it's simply a better move. Knight to e3, bishop h6 does allow black a much stronger queen to b6. So let's say bishop d3, bishop takes f takes queen b6. Queen to c1 is usually played here. Let's see. If queen to f3 is played here, let's see what the problem is. Okay, your rook is hanging. Sorry. Yeah. I forgot about that. Okay, so yeah, the difference is that once you castle, you can play queen to f3. If you don't castle, then queen to c1 has to be played because after queen takes b2, both your knight and your rook are hanging. So yeah, queen to c1. And here, black's main move is h5, and after h5, white should castle nevertheless, putting pressure on the f6 square. And after rook h6, king h1, knight to e7. The position is more comfortable for black, but still, I think that it's easier to play for white, and white objectively has an advantage despite having double central pawns. Black has double left pawns, and white's double pawns actually control more key squares, and I think this is just a better position for white. So this is what you would get after bishop takes c6, and it's almost unavoidable. So knight c4, rook c8, bishop takes f6, g takes f6 is very aggressive. And as I said, you are going to get either a position like this or a position like this. So in either case, you have to be prepared to play the position with your king in the center and with double left pawn. So if you find that too risky, after bishop takes f6, take with the queen, and still concede to a slightly worse position with slightly less space, but safer, I would say. So this is what you get after bishop to e6, and this might be the reason why bishop to e6 is not the main line. And I would actually recommend the other move, which we are going to go now. So after d6, bishop to g5, a6, knight to a3. We just went over bishop to e6, the bird variation. The main move and objectively the best move is b5. And now you can see the first difference, the most obvious difference is that the knight doesn't have the c4 square and that the knights are threatened. So one of the knights has to move or something has to be done in order not to lose a piece. This is the main move, and this is the Sveshnikov Sicilian. This is the Sveshnikov variation of the Sveshnikov Sicilian, if you want to call it that. The moves after 5, e5 for black are still called the last Pelican or the Sveshnikov, but this is the Sveshnikov variation of the Sveshnikov, or the Sveshnikov variation of the last Pelican. Okay, white has two moves. White can either take the knight on f6 or put the knight on d5 immediately. Now the knight is pinned. Sorry, the knight is pinned, of course, so after knight to d5, which is the main line, the knight can't take. But let's go over the sideline first. The sideline is bishop takes f6, and after bishop takes f6, you never take with the queen here because of knight to d5, which is much stronger here. You take with the g pawn, and after knight to d5, you have two options. You can either play f5 to immediately dissolve your weakness, or you can play bishop to g7. They're quite different. Let's go over both. The main move is f5. So after f5, you want to get rid of your double pawn. You're challenging white center and trying to remove the e4 pawn from the equation. So bishop to d3, defending e4, bishop e6, castles, and now bishop takes d5. You take the very strong central knight, and once bishop takes d5, e takes d5 has been played, the whole on d5 isn't such a big problem anymore because if a piece is put on a weak square, then the weakness of the square is amplified, and if a pawn occupies the square, then the weakness is dampened, and you don't really feel the consequences of the weakness anymore because the pawn can't do anything in your position, is blockaded by the d pawn. And this actually solves both of black's problems, both the weak d5 square and the backward d6 pawn, which is now much harder to attack once there is a pawn in front of it. That's why I think this is the best line for black, and I think black should play this line. Basically, I think this is the best move. If bishop takes f6 is played instead of knight to d5, so bishop takes f6, g takes f6, knight to d5, f5, and after bishop d3 defending the pawn. Let's just say that taking here isn't good because you allow black to develop with tempo, and black is fine. Bishop d3, bishop e6, castles, bishop takes d5, e takes d5, knight to e7. Black is perfectly fine here. Even the engines think that the position is equal. Now all of a sudden, white has a weakness on d5, and okay, black's king is much less safe than white's king, and black is behind in development, but black is perfectly fine. Black has a strong center. Even the double left pawns are useful here, and black is fine. Okay, now from this position on after knight to e7, white has two options. White can win a pawn temporarily, okay, with knight takes d5. Let's go over that first. If a takes b5 is played, then you just lose the game because of bishop takes b5 check, and you're forced to give up your knight, and that's just, well, we don't have to discuss this position. So after knight takes b5, you don't take the knight, you concede to being up and down, so in this position, black has 6 pawns, and white has 7 pawns. You play bishop to g7, and after bishop to g7, the knight has to return, knight to c3, e4, bishop to c4, knight to g6. And you've given up a pawn for a lot of activity, and you can see that this bishop is definitely a monster. It's much better than this bishop. This knight is coming into the key e5 square, and it can't really be dislodged because if f4 en passant. So I would actually prefer to have black in this position, despite being a pawn down, and despite having double pawns on the f5. And the position continues queen to h5, putting pressure on the f5 pawn, bishop takes c3, b takes c3, and queen to f6. Now, well, the engines think white is slightly better, but black is perfectly fine. So this is what happens after knight takes b5 on move 14. There's another move though. After e takes d5, knight to e7, you don't have to play knight takes b5. There's a safer move for white, and there's move c3. And after c3, you don't allow black that much activity, and you don't win a pawn. So you can either choose to win a pawn and give activity to black or not do that. It depends on your style of play. After c3, black continues with bishop to g7, queen to h5 once again, putting pressure on f5, e4, bishop to e2, castles. You castle despite not having a g-pawn, it's safe. There aren't really that many pieces black can attack with. Knight to c2, rook to c8, knight to e3, f4. And you are utilizing your double left pawns as much as you can. Of course, you're putting pressure on white's king side, and you're going to get a knight to g6, and all of your pieces are going to harmonically attack white's king. So I think this is the reason why the Sveshnikov Sicilian is so popular, because it just gives black a lot of activity without too much trouble, actually. And in these lines with bishop takes f6, I think black is fine. I think black is much better than when white doesn't take on f6 immediately. But okay, so knight to f5 here, rook to e8, a4, knight to g6, ab5, ab5, bishop e5, rook to e5. And there's a very interesting game, Peter Leko against Sergei Karyakin, when Karyakin was very young. I'm not sure what the year was. Let me check. Okay, Karyakin, Leko from 2004. Peter Leko was black in this position, and he defeated Karyakin. In marvelous fashion, I would advise you to look at that game. I mean, to be honest, Karyakin was 2500 then, and Leko was 2700 something, so it's not that uncommon, but still a very instructive game. So okay, we're going to stop here with rook to e5. There are still about 20 or 30 games from this position on. This is still theory for grandmasters, but let's move on. Okay, so that was move f5. After knight to d5, f5. Sorry, f5. We're going to go over one more move. Instead of f5, bishop to g7 can be played as well, and after bishop to g7, bishop d3, knight to e7, knight takes e7, queen takes e7, castles, castles, c4, f5. And I'm not a big fan of this variation. I think it's much better to play f5 immediately, because now you still have a weakness here, and to be honest, it's tough for the white knight to get in there, but knight c2, knight e3, knight d5, and you didn't get rid of your weak d6 pawn, you didn't get rid of your weakness on d5, so I would much prefer the move f5 to the move bishop to g7. So yeah, f5 immediately dissolving your weaknesses, and there isn't really that much white can do to avoid that. You are giving up your light squared bishop, but that doesn't really matter. So in positions with knight to a3 and bishop takes f6, I'm sorry, knight to a3, b5, and bishop takes f6, I think black stands fine. Now let's go with the main line. After b5, the main move isn't bishop takes f6, is the move knight to d5. And I think this is the most challenging way to play, and I think this is the toughest variation for black to face. So knight to d5, and once again, as I said, the line is fairly straightforward and easy to learn. The moves you're about to see have been mainline theory since probably the early 2000s, and not much has changed since the 70s even, and there aren't that many branches you need to learn. So bishop to e7, developing your bishop, defending your knight twice, of course. Bishop takes f6 now, bishop takes f6, c3, castles, and now the thematic maneuver, knight c2, knight to e3, so knight to c2, bishop to g5, getting your bishop on a more active diagonal, removing it so that the knight can't capture, and now we continue with a4, putting pressure on black's queen side, b takes a4, always take, rook takes a4, a5. Yeah, bishop c4, putting more pressure on the d5 square, rook b8, b3, defending the pawn, king h8, knight c2, e3, g6, and this is what you will normally get. Unfortunately, you have to learn about 20 moves of theory. Fortunately, there aren't that many variations you have to learn. So okay, let's go over that once again. Bishop to e7, black develops the bishop. Now white captures, because now black is threatening to take on d5. And as I said, if black captures, then white will have to capture with the queen, and then bishop to e6 is the tempo. And if white captures with the e4 pawn, you have just helped black defend his d6 pawn and get rid of the d5 weakness. So bishop f6, c3, castles, knight c2, the thematic maneuver, bishop g5, a4, getting space on the queen side, takes, a5, bishop c4, putting pressure on d5, rook b8, attacking, b3, defending, king h8, getting away from the diagonal, and preparing to play a5, which was hard to do. If you play a5 here, then you lose something. Knight c3, g6, and strengthening the f5 push. Now here, you have two variations to choose from as white. Let's go over one aggressive sideline first, and that's the move h4. h4 gives up a pawn, that's clear, and black has to take it. If he doesn't take, then he's just worse. So bishop takes h4, g3, bishop to g5, f4. And you could argue whether the pawn sacrifice is justified or not. I think it is, and you're giving up a pawn for a lot of activity. White has 5 pawns, black has 6, but black's a5 pawn is weak, black's h7 pawn is a permanent weakness, and black's bishop has to run away. So the h4 move is definitely aggressive and justified. I would prefer that to the main line. So bishop takes h4, g3, bishop g5, f4, and e takes f4, g takes f4, bishop h4, check. Your king goes to d2, but that doesn't really matter. You have a lot of pressure on black's king, and you can imagine several pieces coming into the position, and it's very easy for black to get in trouble here. Knight e7 is the best defensive try, queen to g1. Knight takes d5. As black here, you want to get rid of as many pieces as possible. Knight takes d5, bishop e6, trying to exchange once again. Queen to h2, g5. So yeah, this is where I would like to stop with the h4 variation. You can see what you can expect from that. As white, you are going to have to justify your pawn sacrifice. If you let black exchange of too many pieces, you're not going to have that much, and as white, you want to attack as soon as possible. So yeah, but let's go to the main line after g6. The main line isn't to play h4, it's to castle, and this is considered to be safer, and there are more games from this position. Now, since black has been preparing the move f5 for the last several moves with g6 and king to h8, now black is of course going to play f5, queen to d3, defending the e4 pawn. You never really want to take and develop black's bishop from c8, bishop to e6, rook to d1. After bishop to e6, you could take now, and then allow the bishop to take, but then your queen isn't really useful on d3 anyway. So it's not similar to positions in the semi-Slav where you wait for the bishop to develop and then take d takes c4 and play b5. It's not similar to that. Your queen isn't really useful on d3. Rook d1, queen to d7, f3, f4, and after knight to c2, this is still theory. The position is completely equal. In fact, the engines give it as 0, 0, 0, 0, and yeah, both sides have something to play for. And black is sort of playing for a King's Indian type of position, pushing through on the king side and using his wall of pawns in that way. And white will want to get activity on the queen side, push to a passed pawn if possible, and try to put pressure on black that way. So yeah, this is where I would like to stop with the main line. So yeah, with black, you have to be prepared for several things, and with white, you need to be prepared for the move bishop to e6, which I think is not as good as the main line b5. So yeah, as black, I would advise you to study both, but to play b5 against stronger opponents. And as white, you need to be prepared for bishop to e6 because you have to know how to get a slightly better position. And with b5, you need to be aware that black is perfectly fine if he plays well, and you don't have any advantage if black plays correctly. Okay, this is what I wanted to go over. I hope you got to learn something about the situation of Sicilian. I hope I managed to explain things properly. I hope I didn't go too fast or too slow or too in depth or not enough in depth. And I hope you got to learn something today. Thanks very much for watching. Let me know what you think, and stay tuned for more. See you later. Bye bye. Hello everyone, Stefan here. Today I'm finally going to continue the series on the Sicilian defense with probably one of the most fun variations of the Sicilian and one of the most aggressive ways for white to face c5, and that's the Smith-Morra gambit. Now, I myself have been trying to collect enough courage to play that move in a tournament game for quite some time. I never have, however, but I probably will in the near future, because even though the opening is really fun and, well, you could get interesting attacking positions from it, you do give up a pawn early on, and you'll see what the problems are. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that white is worse or that white is better, but it just suits players who know how to keep the initiative and to gain extra initiative in a position. And if you waste time once you've given up material, then you probably are going to lose or have a hard time regaining the material. Now, on the other hand, if you play aggressively and use every tempo, every move to increase your positional or strategical advantage, then giving up a pawn doesn't really mean anything. So after e4, c5, the Smith-Morra gambit is the move d4. And of course, you can see that white is giving up a central pawn after c takes d4. You aren't going to be recapturing with the queen because queen takes knight to c6 is, well, a waste of time basically. You play c3, and the point of the move c3, which is a sacrifice black has to accept, black can't really defend with e5, and after cd, ed, black have a weak pawn, which white could then recapture. With this move, white is simply giving up a pawn for faster development. And after d takes c3, and knight takes c3, you can see that black traded his only developed pawn, his only developed piece on the board, his c pawn, and in exchange for that, in exchange for the extra pawn for black, white has a knight developed and a strong central pawn on e4. Now, with the pawn on e4, white is of course controlling the d5 square and the f5 square, which is of course a huge advantage if black can't challenge that. And black actually has 3 responses. 2 of them will lead to a Scheveningen type of pawn structure with pawns on e6 and d6, and that's if black decides to play the e6 or d6 on move 2, on move 4. and they will most commonly transpose. Now, after e6, white should play knight to f3, and after knight to c6, which is black's most logical continuation, it will transpose to the main line with 4 knight to c6, which we are going to go now. But if after knight to f3, black chooses to play d6, now you are in sort of in Scheveningen type of structure in which white is a pawn down, but he has 2 developed pieces, and it's his turn. So after the move bishop to c4, I think I would always rather have white in this position. If you have 3 pieces developed, black only has his pawns on e6 and d6. And if you ask the engines, they are going to tell you that the position is minus 0.1, 0.2, so nothing significant, equal, perhaps slightly better for black, but black will have a hard time proving that advantage if it exists at all. And well, at least from a human perspective, having 3 pieces developed in exchange for a pawn is, I think, a good trade. If you prefer risky, aggressive chess, if you're a positional Petrosian type of player or Karpov type of player, then just go for the close Sicilian. Well, by the way, if you like the knowledge in the basic theory of the Sicilian defense, I have made an introductory video on that. You can find the link in the description below. And I will also link to some less aggressive variations which white would choose, so you can see something else, something different. After bishop to c4, black now has to start developing. So bishop to e7, trying to castle as soon as possible. White castles, knight to f6, queen to e2, and now the move queen to e2 is preparing the move e5, and black sort of has to react to that. So now knight to c6 has to be played, preventing the move e5, and after rook to d1. For white, which is spinning the d pawn. Now white is actually threatening the move e5. And in this position, well, let's say black castles, let's say black makes a mistake, then e5 is almost winning for white, because black would have to play knight to e8. Any other move loses some material, and after e takes d6, bishop takes d6, white just has a huge advantage. The development advantage is overwhelming. The queen spins, the knight on e8 is completely insignificant. The bishop is blocked by the e6 pawn. The rook on f8 has, well, we'll have to wait at least 2 or 3 moves to be developed. So in this position, black has to be careful about move e5. So after rook to d1, black's best choice and probably the only move is to play e5 himself, even though that weakens the critical d5 square in the position, and this is black's main weakness in almost any variation of the Sicilian, especially in some Rossi-Bind positions, and in this position as well. And now the fact that white doesn't have a c2 pawn doesn't mean anything. The c2 pawn would be insignificant in this position, and now considering white's positional and opening advantage and his advantage in development, this pawn sacrifice has already been completely justified, and I think that white has a strong advantage here, even though the engines prefer material still, so they can't really understand that. Okay, so after the move e5, white of course doesn't have to use his positional advantage, the weak d5 square immediately. I can just continue normally with, let's say, bishop to e3, and after black castles, rook a to c1, and now every single piece on the board for white is perfect, and this is why I think this variation is viable, and why I think this variation can be played, and the highest rated games were 26, 2700 strong grandmaster games, so, well, the strongest players in the world think the position is sane, so why not choose it? But these were the sidelines, and after knight takes c3, black can play e6 or d6, which we just went over, which are most commonly going to transpose into each other with a sort of Scheveningen pawn structure on e6 and d6. And in that case, just develop your bishop to c4 and try to play as aggressively as possible. Use your time advantage and don't play passive moves. Don't play moves. Well, I can't really think of a bad move here or a move that your intuition would cause you to play, which is bad. But let's say don't play b2 and b3 and bishop to b2. That's a waste of time. You have to keep developing. So knight to f3, knight c6 castles, and get all of your pieces active. Get your king safe and try to create an attack before black has enough time to develop. Now you can see that black's king side is completely undeveloped, black's c8 bishop is useless, and the a8 rook is, well, still a long time from moving anywhere. But let's go over the main line. After knight takes c3, black's main move here is knight to c6, and the move knight to c6 is trying to, well, hold on to the position, not hold on to the position, but try to fight white in the center as soon as possible without wasting time defending his position with the moves e6, d6, etc. Now after knight to f3, it's clear that white is going to be playing bishop to c4 as well, and black has to develop his bishop anyway, so black is almost always going to play the move e6. d6 is, well, less common here and less good in this position, because then you would either going to have to play e6 or g6, bishop to g7, and I think the move after knight to f3, the move e6, lets black do everything he wants to do in the position as fast as possible, and it doesn't waste any time. It's strengthening the diagonal, which is going to become critical after the move such as bishop to c4, and it's also preparing to play bishop to e7 or bishop to b4. Could also be played because the knight would be then would be pinned, and it's just a good move. So now bishop to c4, and yeah, another thing that black has to do, another thing black has to waste time with is the move a6. So now you are in a weird semi-Najdorf position a pawn up, and you just have to waste another pawn move because this is going to be threatened at some point, and after knight to b5, the knight threatens to come to d6, so black will have to play d6 to prevent that, so the move a6 is a prophylactic move to stop those ideas. Well, so if you're black, just remember that you have to play a6, that you have to play e6 in this position, because that's the fastest way for you to start developing normally, and those are with these two moves you are preventing most of white's threats. You can also play queen to c7, but after the move knight to b5, then if the queen has to retreat, well, I wouldn't want to have this position with black. Let's say queen to b8 would be a normal move. You are preventing this, but still, I believe that the move a6 is just better. So after a6, white continues with his development castles, and now I'm going to show you from this position on, this is sort of the starting position of the Smith-Morgan gambit. I'm going to show you the lines that I have been analyzing, which I think are just good for white, and lines in which black goes wrong, but you're not sure why, and all of a sudden even the engines agree that white has an advantage even though he's a pawn down. So, well, let me know if you can understand why. Here black continues development, knight g to e7, bishop to g5. This is a move that, well, you can play bishop to e3, which is definitely even visually more passive than bishop to g5, and it's not really clear what the move bishop to g5 does, but you're basically provoking either a6 or f6, because the bishop is a nuisance here on g5, and black's best moves are either h6, after which you retreat to e3 with your bishop, and you can just provoke the weakness, or after bishop to g5, f6, which is a better option, because you are giving your king an escape square. And you can imagine in some positions when the pawn is still on f7, and the knight has just developed to the e7 square, a move such as knight to b5 and knight to d6 would be checkmate, and black is in a lot of trouble if he isn't careful, and there isn't really a better way to develop, because if you put your knight on f6 instead of on e7, then the move e5 is actually forcing the knight to go back, and the knight doesn't have any squares. So f6 is the best move. You're giving your king an escape square. Well, knight to d6 will still be checkmate because it's covering f7 as well, but at least you're giving your king an escape route in some other cases. So after f6, bishop to e3 once again, and now b5. And b5 is a very aggressive move and a double-edged move for black, but if you don't play b5, then how are you planning to develop your bishop from c8? And after b5 is played, the engines agree that white is better in this position. Well, one move has been played around 70 times in this position with the white pieces, and the other move, which I think is better, has only been played once. The preferred move by strong players is bishop to b3, keeping the bishop at this diagonal. But I was looking at the move bishop to e2, and I think that this move could prove to be better, because once knight to d4 is played, you have some bishop to h5 ideas, and you are keeping your queen here, which after bishop to b3 is most commonly going to go to h5. So I think bishop to e2 is a better move because it keeps your position defended well enough, and you can't really expect to do much on this diagonal because in worst case for black is going to have to play d5, and your bishop is sort of in the way of that, and you can't challenge d5 that well. But yeah, both moves can be played after b5, either bishop to b3 or bishop to e2. Since bishop to b3 is the main line, we are going to continue with that. And I was actually analyzing this position for a couple of hours in the last tournament I played, and against an opponent who plays the Sicilian, I ended up playing normally with knight to f3, which I regretted because he crushed me. And had I played d4, perhaps the result would have been different. So after bishop to b3, black is going to play knight to g6, getting his knight out of the way and trying to castle finally. Knight to d4, and now bishop to b7. And black's best move is to take and to trade pieces here. And now white's plan is simply f4 and just winning on the king side. And this position looks too good for white, in my opinion. Once again, the fact that you don't have the c2 pawn is perhaps an advantage, even because after your rook comes to c1, it's going to have an open file. So I believe that white is better here. And after knight to d4, if black plays bishop to b7, believe it or not, I can turn on the engine. This is almost plus 1.5 for white, because you can now capture on c6, and after bishop takes c6, after f4, the bishop is misplaced on this diagonal for some reason. The engines would like to have the bishop here. I can understand that, because after f5 you at least have a couple of, at least you have another defender. And now after h5, which is the best move for black, which is absurd, and rook to c1, this is what I have calculated for my game, and I just thought that white has to be winning here. And still, in this position after knight to g6, knight to d4, I thought that any human would play bishop to b7, unless he has been analyzing this position in depth, which I thought my opponent probably hadn't done, because the Smith-Morgan gambit is a surprise for any Sicilian player. So yeah, this is the position which you could probably reach in your games. I think 2 points at which black would go wrong are here. I don't think black would trade on d4. I think developing a bishop seems much more logical, and I think most people will do that. And in this position after castles, knight g to e7, bishop to g5, I think most people won't find the move f6. Now, let's see what else has been played. Well, mostly f6 and h6, as I said, but some people have tried d6 as well. Queen to c7 has been played. I mean, all of those moves are okay, but I think they're too slow, and I think you have to force the bishop away from g5. Okay, so yeah, that's what I wanted to show you. Let's go over the opening once again. So if you want to find a great surprise weapon against Sicilian players, and especially if you're playing somebody much lower rated than you or much higher rated than you, in positions in which you can afford to take a risk in the first case, because you're probably going to win even though you're material down, because you are faster in calculation and you're stronger tactically and positionally. And if you're playing somebody stronger, well, you have nothing to lose. And players who are 2300, 2200, 2100, they aren't perfect, they aren't engines, nor are they grandmasters. So if you force them into a tactical position, then they might actually go wrong and you could win. So okay, c5, d4, and after c4, don't take the pawn with the queen, don't be a coward. c3, the Smith-Morgan gambit, d takes c3, knight takes c3. And if you like having development in exchange for material, you should definitely try it out. Now, if you want to study the opening, I can't really recommend a player who's been playing this a lot, because there isn't one. But you can find some games on chessgames.com, which are quite interesting. You can find some in the databases as well. And I would definitely recommend studying from here on, and studying the position in which you have the knight on f3, the bishop on c4, the dark square, the bishop either on e3 or g5, and castling short. You should never castle long in this position. And as I said, try to, well, your main plan in the position is to get all of those moves which I mentioned. Let's go to that position. Wait. So, okay, castles, knight g7, bishop to g5, f6, bishop to e3, d5. Okay, so let's say bishop to b3, let's say black plays well with knight to d6, knight d4, and let's say black exchanges. Now in this position, black should play, well, black should castle in my opinion, but the engines and the live book give different moves. Let's say the move bishop to e7 is played. Then simply f4. Your idea is always to play f4 to get f5 in and to open up the position. If your bishop is on b3, then he's going to be a menace on this diagonal. You can also play e5 if you put your bishop on e2. This is the position I have been looking at, because then black is basically forced to play f5 and to open up this diagonal. And then after that, h4, h5, and just checkmate and get a winning position. So I think it's really fun. I think you have a lot of attacking ideas with the white pieces, and that, well, this opening should be played more often. I'm definitely going to get enough courage to play it, probably next time. Okay, once again, you have a link in the description below with the basics of the Sicilian, some other variations as well. Let me know if you have any questions, suggestions, if you've been playing the Smith-Morgan gambit in your own tournament games. And thanks very much for watching. I hope you got something from this video. Sorry for not uploading anything for a long time. I had a lot of work to do, but hopefully now I'll have more time. And stay tuned for more chess. See you later. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, Stefan here. I'll continue the series on the Sicilian defense with the Sicilian Khan, which is a very interesting variation, and well, it's not easy to learn, but it has definitely less theory than the Najdorf, and it might be an easier choice for beginner Sicilian players. And of course, on the top level, it's been played very often, and it's one of the favorite variations of top grandmasters. It's quite different to the other open Sicilians. Well, it's similar to the Paus and Taimanov for the Scheveningen, sometimes considering the pawn structure, but it's definitely completely different to the Najdorf for the Dragon Accelerated Dragon, etc., because it has different opening ideas and different pawn structures. Now, the opening starts after e4, of course, c5, knight to f3. And here, black doesn't play d6, as in the Najdorf or the Dragon or any other Sicilian. Black plays the move e6. Now, there are of course a couple of differences to this move. Firstly, black is weakening some dark squares around his king, so that's the first point. And of course, once you move your e6 pawn, it's not as good to move the g6 pawn and to flank your bishop, because you can imagine all these dark squares being horrible weaknesses in the position. So this move to e6 immediately makes the game completely different to the Najdorf or some other variations in which black plays either d6 or knight to c6. Now, the Khan Sicilian continues with white, going for the open lines, the open Sicilian with d4 immediately, and after b4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, the Khan starts after the move a6, and this is the beginning of the Khan Sicilian, even though some people would argue that it starts on move 6, but this is actually the beginning of the variation. Now, if black plays the move knight to c6, this is then the Paulsen variation, and a6 marks the Khan. Now, one thing that you should note with black is that in this position, white doesn't have to go for d4. There's a variation which I prefer playing to the normal Khan, and that's c4 immediately, and that's the Kramnik variation of the Sicilian. Now we are setting up Amarozzi bind immediately at the start of the opening, not giving black an opportunity to go for any other variation, and this line is very interesting. I'm going to make a separate video on that. By the way, if you're unfamiliar with the basic theory of the Sicilian, I have linked the introductory video I made in the description below, so you can check that out first. I would definitely recommend it, so you can understand the pawn structures and the ideas here. But the move 3c4, the Kramnik variation, will be covered in a separate video. Now we'll focus only on the Khan. Of course, there are more ways for white and black to deviate from the Khan, but after d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, a6, this is now the Khan Sicilian. The opening was named after Ilya Khan, who was a Russian international master. He played during the bigger part of the 20th century. He was a very strong player, and it's not the same player that the Caro Khan was named after. The Caro Khan was named after Marcus Khan, and I think Horatio Caro. Marcus Khan was an Austrian player. So the Khan Sicilian was named after Ilya Khan. Now, the Khan Sicilian branches out into three different lines, basically: the modern line, the knight variation, and the Morozzi bind setup. And those are either bishop to d3, knight to c3, or c4 immediately. And we're going to go over bishop to d3 first. That's sort of the main line, even though bishop d3 and knight to c3 have been played about 10,000 times each in Grandmaster games. c4, the Morozzi bind, is slightly less common. So let's continue, bishop to d3. And this move, well, it prepares to castle kingside, of course. It's developing the piece, and it still leaves the possibility for c4 being played, which often is, but it results in a different setup as opposed to c4 being played immediately. Now, black has two moves in this position. The most popular one is knight to f6. Note that, of course, this doesn't work because black always has queen to a5 check and picking up the pawn, so don't do that if you're white. And the other move is bishop to c5 in this position. We're going to go over that first because that's sort of a sideline. Now, after bishop to c5, white pretty much has only one move. Defending with c3 would be a bad idea because you are taking away a normal developing square from your knight, so that wouldn't work. Moving out the bishop would be a loss of tempo. Getting the knight back to f3 might be a good idea, but I think that it's much better to gain a tempo if you can, so knight to b3 is the main move here. And now black can choose either to retreat the bishop to a7 or to e7. Now, both are quite different. If you retreat the bishop to a7, then of course you are going to have a position similar to the Caro Khan when your bishop is on h7, and once white plays bishop to d3, then you have to exchange. In this variation, it's different. Once the bishop gets to e3, you're going to allow white to capture if he wants to. Well, it's a tricky decision, but you can. So here white will normally continue with queen to e2, just so that he can play bishop e3 and recapture if black takes. Knight c6, bishop e3. Now, the main move in this position is d6, and black actually is allowing white to take, and the best move for white is in fact to castle, not to take. But if white does decide to take the bishop, just capture with the knight, and you can transfer your knight either to b5 or to c6 later on, and the knight isn't as misplaced as it might seem here. So after d6, white can either capture on a7 or castle. Castles is best. Now we will simply continue developing knight to f6. c4 now, setting up a semi-Morozzi bind in this position, which of course isn't as strong as it would be at the start of the opening. It's a different setup, and now black castles. And here you can see that this is sort of a hedgehog position, as many positions of the Paus and Khan or the Taimanov turn out to be. The pawn structure is a Scheveningen pawn structure, or Scheveningen. I'm not sure how to pronounce that Dutch name. It's a Dutch coastal touristic city, but the name is really hard to pronounce. Basically, the Scheveningen pawn structure is pawns on e6 and d6. And as in most Sicilians, well, black aims to push through d5, and white is going to be pushing d5 at some point. Now let's go back to knight to b3. You don't have to go to a7 with your bishop, you can go to e7. Now after bishop to e7, white castles immediately. There's no bishop to e3, of course, or queen to e2 because you don't have to challenge the bishop. Now black continues with d6, once again setting up his normal hedgehog pawn structure. c4, Morozzi bind. Knight f6, knight to c3, normal development, b6, and well, the move a6 at the start of the Khan Sicilian or the knight, or for many other variations, could sometimes be useful for playing b5. Of course, in this position after c4, b5 isn't possible, so we're going to play b6, bishop b7. If white doesn't go for the Morozzi bind setup, if white doesn't play c4, then b5 is a much better move, a space gaining move, and bishop to b7 after that. So that's basically the plan in all variations of the Khan, to play the b6, b5, and bishop to b7. Since you played the move e6, your bishop really isn't useful on this diagonal. And here white starts his attack after b6, so f4, knight b to d7, and the knight almost always goes to d7 in Khan Sicilian, as in, well, all hedgehog positions. And there's the advantages are threefold for that move being played. Firstly, you are reinforcing your f6 knight. In case of an exchange, you can recapture with the knight. Secondly, and most importantly, you are putting pressure on the e5 square, which is white's main break, and white is often aiming to push through e5. So if your knight is on d7, then you are reinforcing that. And in many positions, your queen is also going to be on c7, adding additional pressure to e5. And thirdly, after bishop to b7, you can play rook to c8, and if your knight was on c6, then the rook wouldn't be as effective. Of course, playing knight b to d7 is freeing up the semi-open c file, which is one of black's main trumps in Sicilians, so you want to keep it open for your rook. So that's why you play knight b to d7 and not knight to c6, even though it might seem tempting to control b4. Well, you control e5 as well, but as I said, there are many advantages to playing knight to d7. And lastly, after castles and rook to e8, you can also play knight to f8, and a knight on f8 is often a good defensive piece. Okay, after knight b to d7, queen to e2 is played by white, bishop to b7, bishop to d2, and castles, and this is the beginning of the variation after 5, bishop to c5. So just remember that after bishop to d3, black can go for bishop to c5, and after knight to b3, you can either go to e7 or to a7, and both setups result. Well, both moves result in similar setup, in which after both sides castle, the position should look something like this. Now, in the Khan Sicilian, white can either develop the bishop to d2 or to e3, and well, it's basically a matter of choice which file you want to attack on. If you'd like to attack along the d file and prevent the move d5 some more, then playing rook a to d1 is a sensible idea. Of course, after your bishop is developed to d2, it's not so good. You're going to play rook to e1. But yeah, it's a matter of choice, and both can be played differently. Now, there's another move after bishop to e7. White doesn't have to castle. There's another good move, which I believe should be well, which is my favorite, and that's queen to g4. And after queen to g4, you're asking, you're asking black to do something about his position. His g7 pawn is under attack. A normal move such as knight to f6 could work. But still, I don't believe that it's as good. Let me just turn on the engine for that. Well, yeah, of course, g6 is the best move, but after knight to f6 and queen takes here and this, why can't I take? Yeah, I knew that there was something about this, but what happens here? Yeah, this is supposed to be much better for white. I don't know why. I'm just telling you so that you know this is almost plus 2 for white. Well, yeah, after this, yeah. Okay, it's not that easy to see, but you don't really get to exchange pawns. You're just in a lot of trouble. Yeah. Well, you basically lose after a few moves. So remember that. After queen to g4, you can't play knight to f6 and exchange these pawns. It's really not a good idea. You should play g6. And after g6, the queen returns to e2. And well, you've provoked another weakness in black's position, and now you can see that the dark squares are just horribly weak. And if you manage to exchange black's dark square bishop, you're going to be better positionally. So yeah, that's another thing. And the position should continue with d6 nevertheless. Castles, knight to d7 once again. And here you should always be careful not to play knight to f6 too early because this pin can be annoying. So just try to develop first before playing knight to f6. So knight c3, queen c7, bishop d2, b6, rook a1, bishop to b7. And basically white is going to have to play f4, as in almost every Khan variation. And once white plays f4, you can play knight g to f6 and develop because this pin is no longer a threat. And white can play e5 here. Well, if you're white in this position, you should always play e5 if it's possible. If you're black, you should play d5. Just remember that. here the best option is to play knight to d5 and just try to hold off white's attack, and the g6 pawn actually came in useful in this position. Now I'm not saying that white is better after queen to g4, I'm just saying that you have provoked another weakness, and even though the position is equal for now, any mistake and further weakening of the dark squares would end up being terminal. Okay, after bishop to d3 we just went over the move bishop to c5. The main move here is knight to f6. Once again, don't play e5, you're going to lose the pawn, don't do that. The main move here is castles, queen to c7, and the move queen to c7 is reinforcing the e5 square, of course preventing the move e5 from being played. Queen to e2, d6 creating your Scandinavian pawn structure, going for the hedgehog setup, c4, once again going for the Morozov bind, g6. And here, well, it might seem strange that black is voluntarily going for g6, but in this variation, it's actually justified because you can see that, this diagonal isn't as strong. And since white played c4, this diagonal is pretty weak, and white is going to have to work hard not to mess up something technically. And in this position, it's okay. Of course, it's once again creating dark square weaknesses, but under much more favorable circumstances. White should continue with knight c3, bishop g7, knight f3, and the move knight to f3 is basically reinforcing the e5 break, and you are going to see that often that white is going to move his pieces away just to be able to play e5. Here, black should ignore that for the moment, and castle, this is the most important thing. Bishop to f4, once again going for the e5 break, knight c6 reinforcing e5, rook a to c1, knight to d7 reinforcing e5, and putting pressure along the diagonal, highlighting the strength of the bishop. Rook f d1, knight d to e5, and this is, well, this is still theory. There are still about 40 games, grandmaster games from this position, but I wouldn't want to go any further. The one thing you have to remember in bishop d3 lines is that you have to be careful with playing g6. You have to expect white to play c4, and try to hold off white's attack as much as possible. In these lines with knight to f6, white isn't going to go for f4, but if you play bishop to c5, you have to be prepared for f4. And there's a lot of theory. I would definitely advise you to look at about 10 or 20 games from each position, both bishop to c5 and knight to f6, just to see what suits you best. There are a lot of games on the highest level. Magnus Carlsen has played this, and many other great players. Just put the position on the board, look at their moves, and try to get some ideas of your own. And if your ideas aren't the same as theirs, try to figure out why theirs is better, or if it is, and then check with the engine. I think that will reinforce your calculation skills and actually. I'm sorry, I just have to turn on the sound on my phone, I forgot. And actually get you to become better at the Sicilian Khan. Okay, so this was the modern variation with bishop to d3, which is still the most popular variation. I'm not sure if it's the best for white. I always prefer the Morozov bind, so let's continue. After e4, c5, knight f3, e6, d4, c4, knight d4, a6, white doesn't have to play bishop to d3. The second most popular move is knight to c3, which is the knight variation, and which is probably well, this is the trickiest one to play, I would say, and perhaps that's why players with white are often going for bishop to d3. Now, black here has a similar setup he has to achieve. Get his pawn to d6, play either b5 or b6, get his knight to f6, bishop to b7, castles. That's your setup, and you're always going to go for that. The first move in the position is queen to c7, once again reinforcing the e5 break, and also importantly putting pressure on the semi-open c-file. Well, even though it's not a good idea, you are preventing queenside fianchetto from white, well, which might come in handy in some positions after g6. So remember that you have to play queen to c7. Now, some players, some people claim that the Khan Sicilian starts after 5, queen to c7 for black, but I believe that it starts after a6. But anyway, knight c3, queen c7. Here, white should play bishop to d3 once again. There's I just wanted to show you one thing. After queen to c7, you might encounter some players with white going for the English attack, which is played against the Knight, or for the Yugoslav attack, which is played against the Sicilian dragon, and it doesn't really work against Sicilian Khan. So I will show you that briefly, just so that you know how to punish it. If white plays bishop to e3 here, and if you know the English or the Yugoslav attack, that's f3, queen d2, castles long, g4, g5, g6, h4, h5, and crashing through on the king side. There's a simple way to punish that. Continue with knight to f6. E5 doesn't work because you can take it, of course. Now, if queen to d2 is played, going for queenside castling, there's a killer move here which actually gives black an almost winning opening advantage, I would say. There's a move for white to survive, only one move, but yeah, the move is bishop to b4, pinning the knight, and you can see that this pressure is quite uncomfortable. If you pin the knight, you're immediately putting pressure on the e4 pawn, threatening to take it. And now white has two ways to defend. One way loses immediately. If he tries to continue with f3, which is the normal English or Yugoslav attack setup, you can play d5, and this move is just winning. And here, well, basically whatever white does, he's going to be worse right out of the opening. Firstly, if white plays e takes d5, then you take with the knight, and now this triple pressure wins the pawn by force or more. If white isn't careful, this is just winning. There's nothing white can do. The best thing is, I think, to exchange queens and lose the pawn like this. So yeah, this should be easily winning with those weaknesses and a pawn up. After d5, another move is bishop to d3, which might seem sensible, but this actually loses a piece after e5. Now after the knight moves, you fork bishop and knight, winning. And after d5, if he tries to play e5, then you simply take the pawn, and you are once again pawn up, completely winning. Now one defense after bishop to b4, which is reasonable, is bishop to d3, and after bishop to d3, you play d5, once again opening up the position. E takes d5, knight takes d5, putting triple pressure on this knight. And one defense that white can employ here is knight d to e2, and now we simply have a better position after castles. Let's say a3, you can at least grab the bishop pair with knight takes e3, queen takes e3, bishop to e7, and this is about -1 for black, not winning, but still a much more comfortable position. Basically have an open center with the bishop pair, which should be quite a big advantage. So okay, I just wanted to go over that. So remember that after queen to c7, if you're playing this position with white, you can't go for English or Yugoslav attack. And if you're playing this position with black pieces, if white goes for bishop to e3, well, you should remember how to punish him. After queen to c7, the best move is bishop to d3. And now white continues with knight to f6, castles, bishop to c5. Once again forcing the knight to b3. You can also play knight to c6, I believe that's a sideline, but bishop to c5 is the preferred move by grandmasters. Now knight to b3 should be played. In this position, bishop to a7 isn't played. I'm not sure why it doesn't work. But bishop to e7 is recommended, and I believe that it's a much better choice because, well, at least you're not forcing yourself into a pin, and you still have to play d6, knight b to d7 to defend, and, well, there could be some problems. So bishop e7, and now f4. And once again, both sides are going for their normal setup, d6 here, and you can see that black is going for the hedgehog position once again, and white is going for kingside attack, a4, and this is a very strong move simply to prevent the move b5. If you don't allow black to play b5, then he's going to have to play b6, which, well, is inferior to that. It gains less space. In some positions in this knight variation, black can go for b5, but it's not as good. So now knight to c6 first, a5, and now you can go for b5, and white can take en passant, but I believe it's okay. So b5, a5, queen b5, queen b6 check, king to h1, and castles. And here you of course have an isolated pawn on a6. It's a weakness that you're going to have to cope with, but at least you didn't allow white to cramp you down. On the king side, you can play bishop to b7. Now we can once again see that the ideas are similar for both sides. White is going to either push through with f4, f5, I'm sorry, or with d5, and black tries to push with d5. So yeah, the best plan of attack is bishop to b7, rook c8, rook to e1, or rook to e8, rook to e8, rook to d8, and just try to gain some initiative. You can often have attacking ideas if white pushes his pawns too soon with the knight coming to e5, etc. So yeah, this is one of the most popular variations of the Khan, and this is the position you have to remember. I would definitely recommend picking up a book on the hedgehog structure if you are planning to play the Khan Sicilian with the black pieces, because basically any variation of the Khan is going to end up with black playing the hedgehog. Okay, let's go to our final variation. So after e4, c5, knight f3, e6, d4, c4, knight d4, a6. The last, and what I believe is the most fighting variation for white, is to play c4 immediately, setting up a Morozzi bind. This is also called the Reti variation, but I believe that the Morozzi bind is a more common name. Here, once again, knight to f6, and once again remember not to push e5, queen a5 check, picking up a pawn, queen in the position. White should continue with knight to c3. Yeah, let me just show you one more thing. After knight f6, e5, queen a5 check, knight to c3. You don't even have to take the pawn with check. You can play knight e4, and after queen f3, you can take here, both doubling up white's pawns along the c5 and picking up a pawn. This is even more winning. So after knight f6, knight c3 should be played. Once again, queen to c7, preventing the move e5, a3, and this is well, this move has one purpose, and that's to prevent bishop b4 winning the knight. And here black has two moves. One of them is b6, and this is the main line, preparing to flank to the bishop, developing. Another very fun move after a3. Well, I believe this is more fun to play, so I would recommend this move is knight takes e4, and this is a temporary piece sacrifice, which actually turns out to be quite favorable for white according to the engines, but I don't see why. And I was staring at this position for an hour and I couldn't see why. After knight takes e4, queen e5, there are two defenses to defend the knight temporarily, either bishop to d3 or f3. After bishop to d3, you can simply take the knight on d4 and your pawn up. And after f3, you can play d5. And after c takes d5, e takes d5, g3, d takes c4, bishop to f4. You're going to get the pawn back, but well, you're better in this position, I believe, visually at least. The engines like white, but I would always go for after a3, knight takes e4, at least to cost my opponent some time. But if you want to play a more solid game, just continue with b6, bishop to e3, a normal development, bishop b7, f3. In this position, of course, the queen isn't on d2 and the pawn is on a3, so there are no ideas of bishop to b4 and going for the same variation I just showed you. d6 going for your Scheveningen pawn structure, bishop e2, bishop e7, castles. Once again, the beginning of your position. And in this position, the difference is that once the Morozzi bind was played, the move f3 is often a good consolidating prophylactic move, solidifying his pawn structure. On the downside, the bishop on e2 is hemmed in behind his own pawns, and well, it's going to be harder to develop it. The engines actually prefer white. They give this as almost +1, but you should never listen to the engines in Sicilian positions because they like the fact that white has more space and more piece activity, but that's imaginary. Rook c1 here, knight b to d7, once again keeping the c5 open and preventing white from pushing d5, solidifying the f6 knight. b4, gaining even more space, rook a to c8, queen to d2, queen to b8. And now in many hedgehog positions, black has a plan of bishop to d8, bishop to c7, and putting pressure on the h2 pawn. It doesn't always work, but here that's the main move. Rook f to d1, rook f to d8, knight to b3 is the main move. And here white is actually going for the c5 break in some positions, and f4 is still an idea, of course not now because it's hanging. There's only one defender and two attackers, but those are just basic attacking ideas for white. And here, well, I have to confess that I'd rather have white in this position because I love the Morozzi bind setup, and this is what I play against the Khan. I don't play anything else, and I believe that the extra space can often lead to an advantage for white, especially because black's dark square bishop is a pretty weird piece, and you can't develop it normally to d8. Well, you can, but it would lead to some trouble. Here, note that of course queen takes doesn't work because of bishop to c7 and this. So yeah, this is just better for black, but in some positions you can actually lose that pawn. Okay, so we went over the Morozzi bind variation, the modern line, and the knight variation, and that's about it. I hope you got something from this video about the Khan Sicilian. It's a very tricky variation. Once again, I would recommend getting about 10 or 20 games in each variation and in all lines in each variation, looking at them over the board and trying to figure out why top players went for their moves, even though they might not have been best according to the engines. And well, you can try to find some improvements. Perhaps you're going to find something better than what they have played. Thanks very much for watching. Stay tuned for more chess. I'm going to be doing the Khan Sicilian next, which is the move c4 after e6, 3c4. That's an easier variation to remember, but it might be quite tricky for black if he doesn't know what he's doing. And yeah, see you later. Thanks very much. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, Stefan here. I will continue my series on the Sicilian defense with the Dragon variation, which is probably one of the most popular variations in all of chess and probably one of the most fun openings. And I have promised to record this video a long time ago now, actually more than a month or 2 months ago, and I just couldn't catch up to it, and now I finally found some time. It's going to be a two-part video, because Sicilian Dragon is such a vast opening and there's a huge amount of theory and the variations are actually quite different. And in the first part, this video, I'm going to cover only the bishop e3 lines, which are commonly known as the Yugoslav attack, and it's more of a setup, pawn setup and piece setup than a variation, but the positions with bishop to e3 on move 6 in the Dragon are usually referred to as the Yugoslav attack. In the second part, we are going to go over the classical lines with bishop to e2, the f4 lines, the g3 fianchetto lines, and the bishop to c4 lines. So we are going to go over 4 different moves on move 6 in part 2, and all of those moves probably don't have as much theory as this one move, bishop e3. And I think if you play the Dragon with black, you're going to face the bishop e3 lines much more often than any other. So the Dragon was, well, it was a popular opening in the 19th century even. It was played by Henry Bird, Henry Paus, and Pillsbury, and other great players of the past. And the Russian, he was an astronomer, I believe, Jotimirsky coined the term the Dragon Sicilian, or at least he claims to have done so, because the constellation of the stars called Draco resembles the pawn structure that black has with the g6 and d6. So that's about the history of the opening. So one of the sharpest openings in all of chess, and probably one of the best ways for black to fight for an advantage against e4 players, and definitely an opening which requires a lot of tactical skill and a lot of theoretical knowledge as well. So let's get into it. e4, c5, of course, the Sicilian defense. And by the way, if you lack knowledge in the basics of the Sicilian defense, I would advise you to watch the introductory video I've made on the opening theory and the main ideas for both sides. I will link it in the description below. So c5, knight to f3, the open Sicilian, d6, and now d4. White opens up the center, c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight to f6, attacking the e4 pawn. Now there are ways to defend it without knight to c3, and I've covered the prince variation, for example, with f3, but knight to c3 is the most common reply. And here in this position, black gets to choose the variation. I have already covered the knight variation, which is pawn to a6, which is probably the most popular variation of the Sicilian, and today we are going to go over g6, the dragon variation. This is where the opening starts. After g6, black has said that he wants to play the dragon. Now this is the star constellation. This pawn structure is supposed to resemble the Draco. You can Google an image online. I'm not sure it does, but still. And today we are going to go over only one move, and that's bishop to e3. Now this move, the Yugoslav attack, actually creates an immediate threat for black, and once you see this move, you know what white is planning to do, and that's probably the best part. The hard part is that it's really hard to answer this for black, because with this move, white is preparing to do one simple thing. Bring his queen to d2, castle long, play f3 to solidify his pawn structure, and just push his kingside pawns to play g4, h4, h5, g5, open up the position, and checkmate the black king. Now since black had already played the move c5 and exchanged his flank pawn, his flank c pawn, it's really hard to castle queenside, and black really is never going to castle queenside. So white pretty much already knows where the black king is going. The black king is going to g8, and the bishop is of course going to g7. That's the point of the move g6. You're trying to fianchetto your bishop and put pressure on this long diagonal. Now, on the other hand, when white has played the move bishop to e3, black can be pretty much sure that white is going to castle long. So this opening, the Yugoslav attacking the dragon, is most often going to result in an opposite sides castling position, which is going to be extremely sharp, and one move could decide the whole game. One thing you have to remember if you want to play e4 with white, and you're going to face the Sicilian at some point, or if you want to play the dragon with black, is that you just can't waste any time. The good thing is that it's a pretty well-trodden opening, and that there's a lot of theory and a lot of games, very instructive games, so you can basically remember the first 10 or 15 moves, just make sure that you don't go wrong. But after that, the bad thing is that you can't really afford a single mistake. If you waste a move, if you give your opponent one tempo or several tempi, which would be worse, then you're most probably going to be in serious trouble. So now let's continue. So white plays bishop to e3. One thing you have to do is castle and play bishop to g7 with black, so that's what you're going to do, bishop to g7. White can, white basically only has one move here. White would try queen to d2, but playing f3 is much safer, so solidifying his pawn structure. And not only that, not only defending the e4 pawn, but preparing to move g4 without sacrificing the pawn, because the queen is going to go to d2, so it's not going to support the g4 square anymore. So f3, the move f3 is double-purposed. And black now castles. This is his main idea. He wants to fianchetto his bishop, castle his king, and then start an attack of his own. Now we already said what white is planning to do. While white is trying to push his kingside pawns and start an attack on the castle king, black has to do the same thing on the other side of the board. So black's plan is most often going to be to play b5, b4, open up the position, and try to attack white. He could prepare that with move a6 and let's say the move queen to b8, but there are some positions in which black will, in order to gain time, even offer a pawn sacrifice. But we are going to get to that. So very sharp opening. After black castles, white will continue with queen to d2, and black can, instead of castling here, black will play knight to c6, but that will transpose to the same positions, because after queen to d2 now black is going to castle here, so it's the same thing. So f3 castles, queen to d2, knight to c6, and this is what you're going to see in probably 99% of all of your Sicilian dragon games with Yugoslav attack, bishop to e3. All of these moves are almost forced, and they just have to be played. And this position is where white can choose between two completely different options. Here, white has a choice. He can either castle or play bishop to c4. Now, if white plays bishop to c4, that's firstly developing the bishop. Secondly, it's preventing the move d5. It's putting another defender, this bishop when it's on this diagonal, it's preventing d5. So the move bishop to c4 actually prevents a pawn break for black. If white should on the other hand castle, then the move d5 is on the table for black, and black would choose to break in the center. So let's go over that. Now, bishop to c4 on move 9 for white is considered to be the main line, and it's probably the best move, because restricting your opponent's options is, the best way to approach a game of chess. And if you try to look at what your opponent can do, and if you prevent that in advance, that you are most likely going to win the game. So bishop to c4 is a prophylactic move which not only develops the piece, but prevents d5. However, after knight to c6, castling isn't a bad move for white. The engines will always give white a slight edge in the dragon, no matter what white does, except if he blunders something, but white has more space and black is cramped on the first three ranks, so the engines sort of give us a subjective remark on the position, and it's not really true what they say, but as in the King's Indian and in some other closed openings, black is always going to be worse according to the engines, but that's not true. So as I said, the move bishop to c4 is designed to prevent the d5 break. After white castles, which is just a different move order, if black doesn't react, white is going to play bishop to c4 on the next move, but black can react immediately and play d5, and I think the move d5 should be played. Remember this if you play this position with black pieces, if your opponent doesn't play bishop to c4, you most probably have time to play the move d5. Before playing knight to c6 or castling, it's risky, because you haven't developed your pieces yet, but in this position it's actually perfect. And white only has one way to react, and this will actually relinquish white to his central control and, dampen his attacking pressure somewhat. So e takes d5, knight takes d5. Now white's best try in this position is to play knight takes c6, b takes c6, knight takes d5, c takes d5, queen takes d5. So now if you count the material, black has given up a pawn. Black has 5 pawns, white has 6. This, however, means absolutely nothing, because black has more than enough compensation for that. So now in this position, you can see that black's bishop pair is much more active than white bishop pair. Firstly, this dark squared bishop is already perfectly placed. The light squared bishop stands ready to gain a tempo on the queen if the queen doesn't move, and it could also go to the f5 square. So you can see that this is a fairly aggressive setup for black, and I would always rather have black in this position, regardless of having lost the pawn. Now, there's an obvious threat in this position, and that's queen takes rook. So the queen is threatening to take rook on a8, and black isn't going to do anything about that. Now, the best move for black in this position is move queen to c7. Now, queen to c7 is a fairly aggressive move, and if black gives up the rook like this, if white takes the rook on a8, then the move bishop to f5 actually attacks the queen, which is now taken by the rook, and threatens checkmate in one. So let's check out both options. Now, if white doesn't take the rook, this is a very popular and very well-known drawing line, and there have been several games from this position in which the players just drew. So let's go over that. So the move is queen to c5, trying to exchange the queens. Now, if black accepts the queen sacrifice, then he is of course just worse. You can't checkmate with the two bishops and the rook, because white still has enough defenders. So black is basically forced to decline a trade, and he does that by playing bishop to b7, of course now attacking the b2 pawn, and if white blunders it, then the game is lost. So now queen to b5, once again trying to exchange, and the players will most commonly repeat the moves here. Of course, from this position, white could play queen to a3. That has been played before if he wants to avoid the draw, but black is still considered to have equality, at least. And once again, I would always rather have black in this position. So this move, after knight to c6, the move castles, could lead black into a very good attacking setup in which white is basically forced to accept the draw if he doesn't make a mistake earlier. So I think black should definitely go for that. So remember that if after knight to c6 your opponent doesn't play bishop to c4, strike in the center with d5. So d5, e takes d5, knight takes d5, knight takes c6, b takes c6. Of course, white has to take the pawn here, takes, queen takes. Of course, don't exchange the queens, give up your rook isn't threatened. Don't do something stupid like bishop to e6 and allow queen trades. Just be brave, play queen to c7. Well, okay, let's see what happens if white should take the rook. So in this position, we just went over queen to c5, which is well, the best move. If white takes, queen takes a8, then of course bishop to f5, threatening the mate in one, threatening to take the queen, and white has no way to prevent his queen being captured, so the best move is of course to take another rook, so queen takes f8 check, king takes f8, and now rook to d2 defending. And in this position, white has a pawn and two rooks for the queen, but the position is just equal. This is by the way also considered to be a draw, because engines think everything is a draw, but in this position either side could win, and I think this is a fairly aggressive way for black to play either way, regardless of what white does after queen to c7. So just remember that you basically don't have to defend your rook. So if queen takes, bishop f5, and white is forced to give up the queen. So okay, queen to d2, knight to c6, castles, we just went over that. If you play this position with white, I would just advise you to play bishop to c4 instead of castles, just not to give black the option of playing d5. So here, if bishop to c4, d5 is just not an option because white has just brought another defender in the game and you can't gain anything by doing that. So in this position, d5 doesn't work, black just has to develop, black just has to continue the development. Bishop to d7, now preparing to even capture on c6 if white should take, and here white should castle, which is now a completely different story because d5 doesn't work once again. Now instead of castling, white could consider two more moves. One of them is h4, which is an aggressive idea, which you are going to go for later on, but I think castling is more sensible. You want to bring your king to safety, then put it on b1 and then push your pawns. If white plays h4 here, black should continue with rook to c8, and after bishop to b3, because now this bishop was loose and the knight was threatening a lot of discoveries. White should continue with h5, just closing down the position. And here, if white continues with g4, just allow him to take, and you can play a6 and b5. You can take the knight and play. You can play knight to e5 and try to exchange your knight for this bishop. But basically, if you allow this position and white takes, just to capture with the knight to keep the lines closed. And I think this position is okay for black. So the move h4 and move 10 after bishop to d7 isn't really such a strong threat, I believe, and you shouldn't fear that with black. Another option, instead of the main line with castles, is knight takes c6 for white. And you shouldn't take with the bishop, you should open up the d file. So after b takes c6, you're threatening basically to put your rook on b8 and put pressure immediately. And in this position, if you play this with white, here you should castle kingside because this is now just too unsafe. So if your opponent captures, if you are playing this position with the black pieces, knight takes c6, just take with the b pawn, and this is basically forcing white to castle short, which is a concession because white has played f3, and white would basically like to have his pawn back on f2 because his position would be safer. So these are just two sidelines. Let's go back to the main position. After bishop to d7, castles long is by far the most popular move, and this is going to be played in almost any game. Now, white has finished his attacking setup, and this is called the Yugoslav attack setup for white, and it's characterized by the king being castled long on the queen side, the queen on d2, bishop on e3, knights on d4 and c3, the bishop on c4, and the rooks on d1 and h1. And this is probably, you could say this is the end of the opening phase on move 10. So now white has two ideas. Firstly, he wants to put his king on b1, and secondly, he wants to create a pawn avalanche on the king side and play h4 or g4 depending on what black does. More commonly, g4 will be played. So this is what white is doing. Black, on the other hand, has to decide what to do. Now, the most sensible thing is to put pressure on white's position immediately. And the first move you could make is rook to c8, which is the most popular line. Rook to c8. Now, of course, this bishop is once again loose. So if you imagined knight takes d4, queen takes d4 to defend the bishop, let's say knight to g4, just saying attacking the queen, and white is already in a lot of trouble. So white's move is bishop to b3. And this is similar to the Fischer-Strozen attack in the Knight of Defense, where white just defends his bishop in advance and moves it out of harm's way. Now, here is the first move in which at which black gets to deviate, and there are two really important lines from this position on. The main line is knight to e5, and this is a common idea in many variations of the Sicilian, especially in the Dragon. And the point behind this move is that you want to play knight to c4, grabbing the bishop pair. You can either take this bishop because it basically has nowhere to go. If it goes here, then you're going to double the knight and the bishop. So black will most commonly gain the b3 bishop, which is wasted to tempi, bishop to c4, bishop to b3. So knight to e5 is one line. The other line of the bishop to b3 is knight takes d4. This is a side line, so we are going to go over that first. And this is a very fun way to play, and I think I would choose to play this if I played the Dragon in tournament games. I won't be playing it in Blitz. But I started studying the opening very much in depth, and I like this variation because I think most players with white aren't really used to this. Most are expecting knight to e5, but this is a very sharp idea. Now, as I said, in many positions, or in all of them, black will want to play the move b5. Now, to play b5, you want to move your knight out of the way, so the bishop is defending. And if you eliminate the defender and play b5 immediately, you will notice that white's two defenders become one, and you have cleared the way for your bishop to defend the b5 pawn in one move. So this is actually a very sensible idea. So instead of playing knight to e5, you can try knight takes d4, and after bishop takes d4, you can play b5 immediately. And this is a rare case in the Dragon that black had started his attack before white. So I think this is a great idea, and the engines will once again say that white holds a slight edge, but that's to be ignored. White now has to react quickly. As I said, there is no time for either side to be playing empty moves and to not do anything. So white will continue with h4, a5, preparing to play either a4 or b4. Now h5, a4, a very sharp opening, and now bishop takes f6. This is an intermezzo move which white could interpose. You are going to take with the e pawn, of course, trying to bring more defenders to your king. So e takes f6, bishop to d5 defending. And now f5. You want to open up your bishop to your own advantage, and you want to put pressure on white's position. Now these pieces are actually very well placed, and I think black has a lot of attacking chances in this line. And if I turned on the engine, it would completely disagree. I think you can see the evaluation bar on the right side of the board. So this is let's say slightly better for white, and it goes from slightly better when it goes in depth to +1 and then to +0.5. So the engine doesn't really know what to do with this position. But if you let it run for a long while, then it's going to stay almost equal. So no worries. And once again, I don't think you should listen to the engine in the Dragon Sicilian because it's not objective. After f5, white's common response is h takes g6. Now h takes, you can't take with the f pawn, of course, it's pinned. E takes f5, and now this is where you have to be brave if you play the black pieces. Never capture, of course, on f5 in this position. You have to play faster, so play b4, attacking the knight. F takes g6, and white is going to give up some material for an attack, so b takes c3. But now g takes f7 check, rook takes f7, bishop takes f7 check, king takes, and now b takes c3. And here in this position you can see that black has two bishops, a rook and a queen, and 5 pawns. I'm sorry, 2 pawns. And white has 5 pawns, 2 rooks, and a queen. So the material is, well, let's count. Okay, so 9, 14, 20, 22, 10, 19, and 3 are 24. So white is material up. But I think it's actually easier to play for black because black has a lot more threats, and the bishop pair could be deadly in this position. And of course, black can immediately capture a pawn, so we can play rook takes c3 here, which is the main move. And this is actually still theory. We still haven't gone after the opening book. This position has been played, so I think you should remember this well. And I think this could be a great surprise weapon for players with black, and a great deviation to surprise white. So just remember that after the move bishop to b3, so rook c8, bishop to b3, you don't have to play knight to e5, which is the main move. You can play knight takes d4, and this position is well, it creates a forcing variation which doesn't give white a free hand on the king side. And white, if white doesn't attack, this variation which I have just shown you is the best way for white to play, but white will go badly wrong before that. So bishop takes d4, b5, h4. If white doesn't start the counter attack, then he's just worse. a5. h5, a4, bishop takes. If white doesn't play bishop takes here, then of course any move, let's say bishop to d5 now, could be responded by with knight takes d5. So this isn't smart. So white has to get rid of the defender first. So bishop takes, e takes, bishop d5, f5, and now, well, the resulting position, as I said, is slightly better for white according to the engines, but I think it's just great for black. Okay, bishop to b3. Let's get back to the main line. As I said, the main line, the idea in the main line is knight to e5, knight to c4, bishop takes c4, rook takes c4. You want to eliminate the bishop pair for white and start an attack. So now knight to e5, king to b1. White will always play king to b1 in these positions because he wants to get his king out of the c file, which is already semi-open, and the rook is already on c8. So now knight to c4. Of course, white can't afford to move the queen and lose the dark square bishop because one of white's main ideas is to play bishop to h6 and eliminate the key defender in black's position. So now bishop takes c4, rook takes c4. And this is where the problems start for black. This is the main line. This has been played many times in Grandmaster games, and this is a very well-known position. And this is basically a point at which white gets to start his attack before black does. So now g4. And you can already see that, well, black is going to be in trouble before white is, and the engines actually allow white in this position. So one idea, the main move in this position is for black to try and give up a pawn. Now b3. Here, if white captures, black has actually equalized. Knight takes b5, bishop takes b5, knight takes b5, queen to b8 gives black an equal position or even more, because now after knight to d4, rook at c8, rook c1, d5, g5, knight to e8, black has a lot of attacking pieces staring at the white king, and even though he has given up a pawn, that doesn't mean anything. So white is best advised not to take the b5 pawn. So after g5, g4, b5, white can't take. White's best move is b3, chasing the rook away. And now after b3, rook to c8, and well, white still really shouldn't take. Once again, the same variation applies. So knight takes, bishop takes, knight takes, let's say rook to b8 in this position, or even a6 would work, just chasing the knight away and trying to start an attack of his own. The white king is too exposed, and this structure doesn't really offer any defense for the white king, and the move h5, h4 is coming, so white is in trouble. So once again, white shouldn't really take. In this position, several moves can be played. The most often played move is actually knight takes b5, but I just don't think it should be played. According to the engines, let me turn this on, it's still knight takes b5, but it's a fairly scary move to make, and even though the engines give white an edge, I think it shouldn't be played. Well, I think the best move is g5 in this position. After g5, black can respond with b4, but you get to play g takes f6, and now let's say b takes c3 attacking the queen. You can play f takes c7 attacking black's queen, and now queen takes c7, and queen to d3 could be played. And well, I think this is better for white, but still, yeah. According to the engines, after rook to c8, knight d takes b5, and now queen to a5 should be played, using the fact that you haven't exchanged the knights yet. So if you take bishop takes b5, then knight takes b5, your queen doesn't have the a5 square. This is supposed to be the best variation, and white should respond with the move a4. This is, by the way, still theory. There have been more than 50 games from this position on, and black should continue with the move a6, and now knight to d5. Yeah. So yeah, I think this is tough for weaker players to play, and okay, let me just show you what happens here. Of course, you can't take the knight because your queen is hanging. You have to move your queen around. The move knight to d5 is just threatening to take your knight here. It's taking away key squares for your queen, so your queen has to go either go back or exchange. So now after queen takes d2, knight takes e7 check, and I'm sorry, knight takes e7 check and king to h8. I think white is just much better, and I think black is. I mean, black doesn't have that many attacking ideas as white does, so I think this position is just better for white. If you ask the engines what they think, it's more than +1, but still it's theory. So well, you can't argue with the toughest grandmasters. The main move here is rook c to e8, as you can see. So I think this position is too wild for us mere mortals to assess, and I think you should steer clear for that. So from that, so once again, after rook c8, if you want to enter the mainline theory, if you're playing somebody under 2300, I guess they won't know it as well as you do. You can take the pawn, but I would advise you to try something more sensible, not to open up the lines and just accept the move b4. So okay, let's go over the opening once again. As I said, we're just going over the Yugoslav attack, so let's get to our main position with bishop to e3. Let's go over white setup. The Yugoslav attack is bishop to e3, f3, queen to d2, castle long, and starting a pawn storm on the king side. Black has to fianchetto his bishop, castle short, put his rook on c8, bishop on d7, knight on c6, and try to pressure white on the queen side. So very double-edged opening, and I think the first thing you should do is study at least 20 or 30 Grandmaster games from this position, depending on which side of this you want to play. It would be great if you played both sides, because that's probably the best way to learn. And just try to get a feel for the position and practice. Yeah, one thing I would like to emphasize once again, if you are playing this position with white pieces, after knight to c6, remember that if you don't play bishop to c4 or move 9, but you castle instead, you're giving black the option of playing d5, so that would be a very sharp line. And another thing is that after bishop to b3, in the bishop c4 main line, black would either go for knight to e5 or knight takes d4, which is almost a forcibly drawing line, or just a much better attacking position for black, so try to remember that with the white pieces, be prepared for this move as well. So okay, that's it for the first part, the use of attack in the Dragon Sicilian. In part 2, which is coming up in 2 days, we are going to go over the classical lines, the f4 lines, the fianchetto lines, and bishop to c4. So there are going to be 4 more variations in the second video. Thanks very much for watching. I hope you got something from this video on the Dragon Sicilian. Let me know what you think in the comment section below. Please feel free to give any input you have for feedback, and stay tuned for more chess. See you later. Bye bye. Hello everyone, Stefan here. Welcome to part 2 of the Sicilian Dragon theory video. And after having covered the Yugoslav attack in video 1, in part 1, which is probably the most popular variation of the Dragon, and it's played probably as much as the 4 variations we're going to cover in this video, now we are going to go over the classical lines in the Dragon, the fianchetto lines, the bishop c4 line, and the 11 fish variation. So 4 different opening choices in the Dragon, and 4 variations black should be aware of if he chooses to play g6 or move 5 going into the mainline Sicilian Dragon. and some nice surprise weapons for white as well. So let's get started. We're going to go over the classical lines first. So e4, c5, knight f3, d6, d4, c4, knight takes d4, knight f6, knight to c3, and g6. This is the Sicilian dragon. By the way, if you are unfamiliar with the theory of the Sicilian defense, I have linked an introductory video in the description below. I will also put a link to the part 1 video of the Sicilian dragon, so you can check out the Yugoslav attack as well. And as I said, today we are going to go over 4 other moves. So the classical lines in the Sicilian dragon, as opposed to bishop to e3, which is the Yugoslav attack, start after bishop to e2. And now the conception behind this move is diametrically different from the Yugoslav attack, and the move bishop e2 is preparing to castle short, as opposed to bishop to e3, which is preparing queen to d2 and castles long. So if you're black in this position after g6 and you see bishop to e2, then you can be almost certain that white is going to castle kingside, because in the Yugoslav attack, in the long castling setup, white is going to play f3, bishop to e3, queen to d2, castles. And now playing f3 after bishop to e2 would be absurd, because this bishop would be blocked in by the pawn. So the move bishop e2 signals that white is castling kingside. Now that's, well, it makes the games less fun than the games starting with bishop to e3. Of course, there won't be as much fireworks, and well, there won't be that many attacking chances for both sides. Usually in the Sicilian dragon you expect opposite sides castling and fire on both sides of the board, pawn storms and chaos. In the classical lines it won't be as exciting, but this might be a safer approach for white to try out, and it would definitely dampen black's idea of trying to have an aggressive game with the Sicilian dragon, which is considered to be one of the most aggressive openings. So this might be a good anti-venom for highly aggressive players, and if you want to calm them down and have a safer game, then this might be the choice for you. So okay, from this position, black is going to continue with bishop to g7 and both sides castle. This is probably the most sensible moves both sides could make. Just black should get on castle and white should castle. And now you can see that white has basically slightly overextended e-pawn in this position, and black has a safe king. I mean, black isn't going to expect to be crushed by white's pawn storm, and they are awaiting a safe game. So now white has two different moves. I think they are very much different, and it will depend on your style of play. The first move is bishop to g5, which is considered the main line, and the second move is bishop to e3, which is slightly less aggressive. We're going to go with that first. Now, to this, black only has one good move. I think black should continue his development, so knight to c6. This is the most popular move as well, and the first engine choice. And now white gets to choose. Now, of course, the move knight to c6 is attacking the knight on d4, so white can either expect black to capture on d4 or not, but there's always a chance, and you have to calculate whether you want to capture with the bishop or with the queen. And so the first choice players with white will play here is move knight to b3, just declining the trade of knights and preparing to place the queen on d2, and in some positions exchange the bishop on g7. The second most popular move is the move queen to d2, but after queen to d2, you're actually giving black the option to capture your knight, and you're giving black the option to misplace either your bishop or your queen. Well, now whether that's in black's best interest could be debated, but still you're giving him that option. Now let's go over queen to b3 first. I'm sorry, knight to b3. So knight c6, knight to b3. Bishop to e6 should be played by black, just developing, since you can't capture the knight. And white should continue with f4 here. Now, f4 is emphasizing the sort of weak positioning of black's pieces and the fact that white could get in a fast pawn storm in the center and try to break up black's strong dragon position. This is called the dragon pawn setup. And the move f4 is preparing the move either the move f5 or the move e5. Now to this, black's best move is move queen to c8. Firstly, you're developing your queen. Secondly, you're supporting the f5 square. So in many positions, this now isn't an option because the queen is defending as well. So the move f5 has been stopped. And white has, a fairly weird move in this position, which you wouldn't expect to be played, which has been played by strong players. This is the main move. And for players who aren't grandmasters, it might be hard to understand, but the move is king to h1 here. And this move is removing the king from the weak diagonal, but it's also giving the e3 bishop to the g1 square, and it might be useful because in some positions the bishop could be attacked and harassed, and whether the knight is coming to g4 or not is a question, but you always want to have the f2 square guarded, and when the bishop is on g1, your h2 square is strengthened and your f2 square is strengthened as well, and this is the only unprotected piece in white's position, so technically it's sensible to remove it from harm's way. After king to h1, black continues with rook to d8, bishop to g1, as I said, and now black can strike with d5. This is the best move, and black has to seek counterplay in the center, otherwise he's just going to be slightly worse throughout the game. And if I turned on the engine, you can see the evaluation bar on the right side of the board. This is one of the rare positions in the Sicilian dragon where black is actually already equal or even slightly better. The engines give this as -0.2 or -0.1, so this is a rare case in the dragon, definitely. So if black doesn't play d5, well, what else can he do? The most popular move apart from d5 is move bishop to g4, which just offers an exchange, but I think this position is just better for white. And another move, black could try is move b6, so I think d5 is the only sensible option, and d5 should be played always, so remember that. So after d5, white shouldn't really be taking. The best move is to play e5, closing down the position, and now black should play the move knight to e4, and taking isn't very popular, which might seem surprising, but you're actually opening up an attack on your queen and giving black a free tempo, and the e4 pawn isn't really that hard to defend, as long as you have your bishop on e6, and you can hold on to the pawn. So after knight to e4, the game would continue, well, let's see what the most popular moves are. The most popular move is bishop to d3, just offering black a chance to save his pawn now, because now the pawn is hanging, and black will continue with the move f6, and whether white could take on e4 is, well, it's not even a question really, because if white captures now, then this pawn is hanging, so it doesn't really work, and I think this position is just better for black. I'm sorry, yeah, the queen is hanging as well, so it can't be, wait, so okay, in this position the bishop can't move because of the queen, but after f6, white will have to take here, and after he takes f6, I think black is just better here, so I think this doesn't really affect the game that much, and I think black still has a comfortable position. So let's go back. The queen pin confuses me. So bishop e6, f4, queen c8, king h1, rook d8, bishop g1, d5, e5, knight to e4, and bishop to d3. And after f6, of course, taking is out of the question because the queen is pinned. Okay. So this doesn't work, but after f6, the move is e takes f6, and after e takes f6, I think black has a great position. And the main move for white in this position is actually knight to b5, just not giving black an opportunity to double the pawns on the c file, and, well, in some positions threatening to enter the position, but I don't think it's that scary. And black should continue with f5 here and just solidify his knight, and this is now a permanent outpost for his knight. If white should take at any moment on e4, then black is going to have a very strong pass pawn. On the other hand, black has a weakened king, a very weakened king, and if you consider king safety, I would say white is definitely winning. Even though these bishops are around the black king, it seems there's just too much air around it. So okay, let's go back. So bishop to e3, knight to c6, we just went over knight to b3, and in these positions, if you're black, just try to develop your pieces as soon as possible and prepare the move d5. Now, another option white has is move queen to d2. Taking on d4 actually isn't that good. You should let white capture if he wants to have a better move in this position, and that's the move knight to g4. And after the move knight to g4, White isn't forced to take, but white should take in this position. And moving your dark squared bishop to f4 would be a tempo gain to g5 as well. So you're basically forced to give up one of your bishops. Giving up the dark squared bishop would be a bad idea. So bishop takes g4 has to be played. And after bishop takes g4 and f4, you can see that black has gained bishop pair now. How much is that worth? It can be debated definitely, but bishop pair is a positional advantage, and this position is most often going to be open, and the central pawns are going to be exchanged, and especially after a move such as d5 or e5 by black or e5 by white, a pawn exchange is inevitable, and the side with the bishop pair is usually going to have an advantage in the late middle game. So after f4, knight takes d4 could be played. Now taking the knight, bishop takes d4 and e5, and you can see that with this exchange, by exchanging the knights, black has actually opened up the position to his own advantage. And after bishop to e3, where white saves the bishop, e takes f4, rook takes f4, and bishop to e6, I would just prefer to have black any day. And the engines will say that it's equal, but I think black has a more comfortable position. So okay, this was the move bishop to e3 and knight to c6. So a safer option, I would say, for white, to which now after knight to c6, white would continue with either knight to b3 or queen to d2. And now let's go back to the main move. After castles, instead of bishop e3, knight to c6, white would go for bishop to g5, which seems more aggressive, and it sort of seems redundant because you would imagine that black is never threatening to capture the f6 knight. However, it's an aggressive continuation. Now after knight to c6, black once again continuing with the same move, continuing with his development. White should once again continue with knight to b3, declining the trade, bishop to e6, developing to the same square. In this position, black would also continue with the move a6, which is preventing knight to b5 and preparing b5 upon storm on the queen side. And to this, white should continue aggressively, just not wasting any time with the move f4. And after f4, b5, bishop to f3, b4, knight to a4, queen to c7, c4 should be played, and knight to d7. This is this is an aggressive line in which black is trying to break through on the queen side, and white is seeking counterplay on the queen side, on the king side. But I wouldn't recommend players with black to continue this way because these bishops and these pawns could be quite scary. So after knight to b3 and a6, if white knows what to do with f4, your queen side attack is most probably going to be too slow, and I think it's just more comfortable to have white in this position. Rather than that, after knight to b3, continue with bishop to e6, just sensibly developing your pieces and preparing rook to c8 and normal moves, perhaps trying to exchange the bishop on e2 and that sort of stuff. Now once again, white is continuing with the move king to h1. In this position, it's sort of preparing f4 and preventing the queen from checking the king on this diagonal, or even pinning the pawn. Rook to c8, f4, f4. And now black has a nice way to try and exchange a couple of pieces, because you can see that white has a lot more space, of course, and black's pieces are all cramped on the first three ranks, so an exchange would definitely favor black in this position just to give him some more breathing space. So there's this move, knight to a5, and if white captures, of course, the queen is coming to a5, which is a great position for the queen, but white should just continue with move f5, putting pressure on the position, and black has bishop to c4. That was the point of the variation. If you would like to see this variation in depth, there are two great games from this position, Kalifman Leko from 2000 and Bent Larsen Anthony Miles from 78, which is, I think, the best game from this position, in which Tony Miles crushed Bent Larsen. I should check the game out. And I think this might actually be a novelty by Anthony Miles, the move knight to a5, and I think it's a fun line to play, and if white isn't prepared, he can be in trouble. The main move here is bishop to d3. And after b5, supporting the bishop, queen to e2, b4, knight to d1. You can see that there's a lot of chaos in this position, and black sort of has overextended queen side pawns, but it definitely took away time from white's king side attack, and it gave white a lot more space. And if you have to move your knight to d1, the opening didn't go that well. I think for white, at least white didn't get everything he planned to get. The engines will say that white is slightly better. You can see the evaluation here, but I really don't think that means anything. So the game could continue like this, c takes d3. So yeah, I mean, I would have black in this position. It's just a subjective opinion. Okay, let's say knight to c6, knight to e3, and I think black is okay here. Black at least has a lot of attacking chances. This pawn structure, f5, e4, and d3 might seem scary, but it's actually pretty loose, and it's easy to target. Now, if this exchange happens, then h takes g6 means that black is fine. I mean, there's really no way for white to break through. So okay, this was the classical continuation with bishop to e2. The things you should remember is that the positions are going to lead to kingside castling for white, and not as aggressive positions as into Yugoslav attack. And just remember that if you are playing this with the black pieces, after castles and castles, you should prepare for bishop to g5 and for bishop to e3. Those are the two main moves. If white plays anything else, that means that he basically knows no theory. And the way to react to that is to prepare for the mistakes and the deviations. Just take some games from this position and study them. I mean, there's no other way. You should check out the game Peter Svidler Magnus Carlsen, which Magnus Carlsen won. It was played in 2010. You can find all of these games on chessgames.com and online. I mean, in several different places. So Svidler Carlsen 2010. From this position, I think that's a very instructive game as well. And I mean, there were probably 50 good players who played the Dragon throughout the years, and they have faced the bishop to e2 line, so it's really not that hard to find good instructive grandmaster games. So let's continue. This was the bishop to e2 is the main move, apart from bishop to e3 Yugoslav attack. Now we're going to go over the move g3 on move 6 for white, which are the fianchetto lines. And after g3, once again, it's kingside castling for white, and it's a symmetrical fianchetto position with the slight difference that this pawn is on e4 for white, and the knight positions, of course, are different. So it could be debated which side is better. I think in the fianchetto lines, black could be happy, and there's not that many things to worry about. Even though white's position is solid, there aren't that many attacking opportunities. I would even prefer the classical lines to the fianchetto lines. But once again, this position has been played by numerous great players. Vasily Ivanchuk, Evgeny Alexeyev, Judith Polgar, Efimenko. A lot of players have played this, so once again, check out their games. Knight to c6 for black. The good thing for black in these positions is that regardless of whether white decides to go for the fianchetto lines or the Yugoslav attack or whatever, you're going to have several moves which you have to play at the start of the opening, so at least you aren't going to be wasting time. No matter what white plays, your plan is to fianchetto your bishop castle and play knight to c6, and that's it. If not knight to c6 in this position, you can go for bishop to g7 immediately. And after bishop g2 castles, knight c6, knight d2 e2, you transpose, but let's get back to the main line, knight to c6. In this position, of course, black is once again challenging the d4 knight, so the main move, which might seem surprising, is the move knight d2 e2, just declining the trade and supporting the f4 square and the d4 square. So the knight is actually pretty handy here, and it's not blocking in the bishop because the bishop wants to go to this diagonal anyway. You could decide not to play knight d2 e2, the second most popular move is bishop to g2 immediately, but now you're giving black an opportunity to capture the knight and to exchange to his own advantage, actually. So if your opponent plays bishop to g2 here on move 7, not moving the knight, you should definitely capture. So knight takes d4, queen takes d4, bishop to g7, castles, and you already have a scary discovery on the queen. So in this position, white will either move the queen to e3 or to b4, which is the main move, and after queen to c7, a4 should be played by white, seeking some queenside play, because there really isn't that much going on in the center. Now if you're black, you can look forward to one thing, and that's moving your knight to the d7 square, and going either to c5 or to e5, and opening up your monster bishop on the diagonal. I think this position offers a lot of tactical possibilities for black, especially against players who are not 2500 or something, who aren't that good at spotting threats. So after a4, bishop to e6, a5, knight to d7, I just love these pieces. Your rook is coming to c8. You're going to have pressure along the c file. You already have pressure along the diagonal. The queen is sort of misplaced on b4. This pawn is okay, threatening something, but it's not that scary. And I mean, if I had to choose a side, I would always choose black in this position. Once again, the engines sort of think it's equal or that white is slightly better, but I don't see how that could be true. I just love white here. So okay, that's if your opponent plays bishop to g2 instead of knight d2 e2. But let's get back to the main move. Knight d2 e2, of course, declines this trade and keeps the diagonal. Let's say firstly it's supporting the c6 knight. It's not putting the queen on a risky square and forcing it to move once more. Now bishop to g7, bishop to g2, castles, and black should continue with rook to b8 here. Just preparing to meet white's threat of a4, which is once again applying in this position, because white really wants to destroy black's queen side here. White isn't going for a kingside attack. A4, A5, and trying to disrupt black's game over there. So A4, A6 to prepare B5, knight to D5 is the main move, and now B5 by black, just trying to liquidate the pawns on the queen side. And after A takes, bishop to G5. I think this position is equal, but it's fairly scary to play for both sides. If you're black, your b pawn is sort of loose, your bishop is still undeveloped, it's not clear where it should go. Bishop to e6 might be the safest square. You sort of have a lot of pressure on your e7 pawn, on your knight on f6, so you have to react. And if you're white, you aren't really threatening anything. All of these threats seem sort of vague and not as exciting in other dragon positions, so I really think that the Fianchetto lines should be used as a surprise weapon against players who aren't that well prepared against the Sicilian dragon. And this position, I mean, okay, so bishop to d7 by black, just not allowing whites to double the pawns on the f6 square, queen to c1, rook to d8, now triple defending the e7 pawn, rook to d1, knight to c5. This is the end of the opening phase, and not too many things have happened. I just don't like this position. I would never choose this with white. And if you're black, I mean, just go with the flow and try to make something happen with your b pawn and with your knights, which are quite scary in this position. You're also targeting the b2 pawn and pinning it to the rook with your bishop, so perhaps I would have black here in this position, but I'm not really sure. Once again, the engines will say that this is better for white, this is plus 0.7, but I don't think it's an objective mark by the engines. Now it's dropped down to 0.5, but still the engines think that white is slightly better. I would disagree. So okay, this was the Fianchetto line. This might be the least popular of the four that we are going to go over. The classical lines with bishop to e2 are the most popular alternative to bishop to e3, the Hosiyar attack. Now, let's go over bishop to c4. This variation doesn't have a name, as far as I'm aware of, so bishop to c4, and it's sort of a combination between the dragon and the Fischer-Sozin approach to the Najdorf, and white is just preparing to castle kingside once again in this position as well, and to develop his bishop to the most sensible square. It could be debated whether the bishop is better on e2 or on c4, but it's visually at least much more aggressive on c4, but it's serving the same purpose, allowing white to castle kingside as soon as possible. So now bishop to g7, castles, rook to e1, knight to c6, and bishop to b3. The same plan that white has in Fischer-Sozin, just removing the knight. White would also try knight to b3, but then a6 would prepare b5 and b4, so I think bishop to b3 is much safer. And after bishop to b3, bishop to d7, black is doing all the same moves that he would do against the Hosiyar attack. That's at least easy to remember for the players with the black pieces. And white is the only one that has to think in these positions if he wants to try out the bishop to c4 lines. So bishop to g5, trying to exchange the knight. And after rook c8, white is now going to liquidate a couple of pieces. Knight to c6, bishop takes c6. And this is sort of the end of the opening. Not the most exciting variation. This might be a good way for white to calm the position down and to get black out of his preparation. So I was actually studying this position for a game of mine, but my opponent didn't play the dragon for some reason, which he always does. So I think the bishop c4 lines are something that almost no dragon player would expect, and I think the positions are okay for white, especially the bishop on b3, which is I think much better than bishop on c6, and yeah, I think this position is fairly comfortable, and you're looking forward to moves such as knight to d5 and exchange, perhaps even giving up your bishop here and playing knight to d5 and c3. So yeah, for these lines, there were a couple of games which you should check out. I would suggest the game Chiba Dominik Vovk Yuri from 2012. Now the player with white who played this is, okay, I'll spell it for you, Csiba Dominik. I think that was a great game. I think he's a FIDE master, 2357, but the game is definitely very instructive to see. Another great player, a grandmaster who played this position is Robert Zelčić, one of the best Croatian grandmasters. You can check out his games as well. There's his draw against Igor Efimov from 1995, which is a very instructive game. So a lot of games once again to study and a fun opening to try out, and definitely a great way to surprise black. So after g6, after the dragon, you should try bishop to c4. It might surprise your opponent. And now if black tries something else other than his usual moves, casting, Fianchetto, knight to c6, you might get an opportunity to be better at the start of the game. So definitely worth trying out. Okay, let's go to the last variation, g6 and f4. This is this is the 11-fish variation of the dragon. It looks more aggressive than it actually is. At least I think so. It's not as aggressive as the Grand Prix. It's not as aggressive as the Hosiyar attack. It's just a combination of the two, and it's an okay opening. I don't think I would ever choose that against the dragon. Black here could continue with three different moves. The main move is knight to c6, and white takes, knight takes c6. Two alternatives are knight b to d7, just not giving white an option to exchange, and white is going to continue with bishop to e2. This is the placement for the bishop in most lines of the 11-fish dragon. Bishop g7, bishop e3, castles. This is one variation. Now, whether the move f4 has helped or not could be debated. I just don't see what the purpose of the move is if you're going to go for this setup. So I don't really understand why white would go for that, but there are much better players than me who have played this, so they probably can't be argued with by me. But let's go back. A more sensible try for black would be bishop to g7, and after e5 for white, yeah, I want to get back to this. If you don't play knight to c6 and you don't play knight b to d7, you are giving white an opportunity to play e5 immediately, so you have to be prepared for that. And this move might actually be a mistake already, even though it has been played and it has been played by grandmasters. I think less experienced players should never go in for this move, even though they might learn 10 moves of theory, because the position could get very complex. So now after e5, black is forced to play knight to h5, and white is going to play bishop to b5 check, and after bishop to d7, e6. Now, this is, well, it's not really a trap, but I think it's very hard to play black in this position. Now, the main move might actually surprise you. The main move is a mistake. There are two options. You can either take the bishop or take the pawn. Now, there have been 20 games with f takes c6 by black, but this is actually a mistake. After f takes c6, knight takes c6, bishop takes c3 check, an intermezzo, not allowing white to capture the bishop here. Bishop takes c3 check, that has to be played. B takes c3 and queen to b6. White can now continue with bishop takes d7 check, knight takes d7, and after queen to e2, I think white stands better. I think white stands significantly better, even though the engines will tell you that the position is almost equal. It's plus 0.3 for white. I think black's game is too unsafe. Your king is too unsafe. You can't castle either way. You're going to have to play knight to f8 to exchange these knights, and I just think white has a more solid position here. So after the move e6, the main move actually it has been played only 2 times, but it's much better than f takes e6 is the move bishop takes b5, and after of course white taking on f7, e takes f7, just take with the king, and after knight c takes b5, play a6. Your position is much better. You're going to play rook f8, king to g8, and have a solid king. Your king isn't going to be stuck on d8, and you won't have a knight staring at you on e6. So just remember these lines. If after the 11 fish f4 you want to play bishop to g7, be ready to face the move e5, and after knight h5, bishop b5 check, bishop d7, move e6. Remember that you should take with the bishop. Bishop takes b5, e takes f7 check, allow that, it's not scary. King takes f7, knight c takes b5, a6, chasing the knight's way, and you're fine. But once again, after f4, you should rather go for the move knight to c6 or knight b to d7, just stopping the move e5 altogether. If you decide to go in for that, please be prepared. Okay, the main move, knight to c6. Knight takes c6, b takes c6, and white has exchanged the knight on c6 in order to be able to play the move e5 once again. But in this position, it's really not as scary, because the position is different. Your bishop isn't on g7, and you have exchanged the knights, which were on d4 and on c6, so white has less attacking power. In this position, you can afford to play the move knight to d7. That's the biggest difference, because now if white takes, queen takes, your bishop is defending, so the e6 pawn isn't actually hanging. The bishop is still on this diagonal. So now e takes d6, bishop to e3. Black, of course, is still defending this pawn. And black is going to continue with the move bishop to e7, just to keep the defense of this pawn and to be able to castle, which might be incorrect, because black has already played the move g6, and black would probably like to put this pawn back, which is impossible. But still, the position is okay and survivable. The engines will say that black is even slightly better here. It's minus +1, minus +2, minus +4. So even though the position might look quite dubious, and you have wasted the move on g6 in these lines, black is actually fine. So white is continuing with queen to d2 and changing his plans to castle queenside. Now castles and castles long, and this is the 11 fish could get scary if it comes to this, and I think this is a very exciting variation to go over. But well, you have to be prepared for that. Just if you're playing this with the black pieces, remember that you are not forced to fianchetto your bishop. You can put your bishop on e7, just broaden your horizons and try to think out of the box in these positions, because you're very often going to have to adjust to what your opponent does. And in this specific line, which is the main line of the 11 fish, your bishop is going to go to e7, which not many dragon players even imagine happening. Now, your continuation after white castle's queenside is knight to f6, supporting your d6 pawn, h3, stopping knight to g4, bishop to e6, developing to the most sensible square, g4, and queen to a5. Both sides are starting a thematic attack. Black is trying to attack on the queen side, white is trying to create a pawn storm on the queen side, and this is the only move of the 4 that we have shown today which resembles the Yugoslav attack and what most people expect from the Dragon Sicilian. So if you want to have an aggressive game with the white pieces, you should choose the 11 fish or the Yugoslav. The Yugoslav is much better, of course. The 11 fish is not as aggressive. It's a combination of the Grand Prix and Dragon and the close Sicilian. So, but still, most players with black will not be prepared for this, as well as they will be prepared for the Yugoslav attack. So the most aggressive alternative to the Yugoslav would be the 11 fish. If you would like a safer game, then bishop to e2. The classical lines, pawn to g3, the fianchetto lines should be chosen by players who want to complicate matters, at least in my opinion. And bishop to c4 is a very fun line which doesn't have that much theory that you have to go through, and it might surprise your opponent. Okay, everybody. Thanks very much for watching. This was the end of the Dragon Sicilian videos, the end of part 2. Once again, if you haven't seen part 1, the Yugoslav attack, I have linked it in the description below. I will also link to the introductory video on the Sicilian if you want to catch up. And stay tuned for more chess. I hope you got something from this video. Let me know what you think in the comments below, and see you later. Bye bye.